In 2013, a drunken basketball coach unexpectedly found himself transmogrified into a 19-year-old physical education university student. He would even have the opportunity to behold the likes of Kobe Bryant and Stephen Curry firsthand. Smack, smack, smack. As Sushu blinked awake, he was bombarded by three disheveled heads, demanding, "What are you pretending for? It's your turn to buy breakfast." A flood of memories surged into his mind, had traveled back from 2022 to 2013, becoming a student at Shanghai University of Sport, standing at a height of 193 centimeters, and holding the title of the star player on the university team. Just as he was grasping this new reality, his counselor swooped in, exclaiming, "Skipping classes again? Are you mourning the time lost?" With a mischievous grin, Sushu took off running, thinking, "You want to penalize me with a 5-kilometer run? Not a chance." Indeed, his roommates, including Li Fei, were being punished with laps on the track, while Sushu leisurely sat nearby, munching on a steamed bun. "Delicious. Haven't you guys eaten, traitor?" The three fumed, their teeth clenched in frustration, yet they could only glare in silence. Offering a chilled bottle of mineral water, Sushu cheekily remarked, "I didn't bring my phone, it wasn't intentional." While he was bantering, Li Fei suddenly seized him, saying, "Aren't you part of the staff for the Lakers versus Warriors China game? Can you give me a signature from Kobe?" A sudden realization struck Sushu on October 18th. He could actually be there to wipe the floor. In his previous life, he had been a youth national team defender forced to retire due to injury, idolizing Kobe and Curry, yet he had never encountered them in person. "Absolutely," Sushu declared confidently. Although his heart raced, this was the Kobe of 2013, and Curry had yet to retire. At that moment, a notification chimed at his mind. Detected host is about to interact with top-tier basketball stars. Unlocking legendary replication system. Novice task. Catch a pass from Kobe during the game. Reward. Kobe's back-toe basket skill package beginner. Sushu was taken aback. Was this system here to help him fulfill his dream? Can you guess if he will catch Kobe's pass? In the next chapter, the excitement escalates. While Sushu was wiping the floor, Kobe unexpectedly tossed the ball towards him, asking, "Kid, can you play?" How would he respond? "Of course, I can get a signature, but what's in it for me?" Sushu raised an eyebrow at his three roommates. Li Fei grinned mischievously. "If you help us get it, well, forget about your failed confession to the campus beauty. Come on, you guys are shameless." Once his roommates departed, Sushu clutched a basketball and made his way to the court, suddenly struck by a thought. If only I could challenge Kobe and Curry Onion. Ding! The basketball domination system is now officially activated. Would you like to bind it? A transparent panel appeared, and Sushu felt his face flush, silently shouting, "Yes." The panel updated instantly. Host, Sushu. Speed, 87 explosiveness, 83 jumping, 80 dribbling, 55 mid-range, 52 3-point, 48 novice gift package, 30 attribute points. Sushu nearly burst into laughter. Wasn't this merely a basketball-themed online game? Maxing out attributes. And who could possibly fail to become a master? Yet, in the next moment, he felt deflated. With my current skills, I can't even enter a professional team. How can I exchange competition points for attribute upgrades? After shouting for a response from the system for what felt like ages, he realized it was utterly unresponsive. This wretched system was a mute. Sitting beneath the basketball hoop, Sushu stared at his 30 attribute points, troubled, ultimately deciding to hold off on using them, opting to conserve them for later. He picked up the ball and began practicing dribbling, mid-range shots, three-pointers. The more he practiced, the more exhilarated he became. How astonishingly fit the original owner of this body was. His speed and explosiveness surpassed even those from his days as a national youth team guard. After practicing for over an hour, Sushu suddenly noticed a change on the panel. Mid-range shot 53. So training can actually increase attributes? He became even more frenzied, executing crossovers and stop-and-pop jumpers. When darkness fell, he checked the panel once more. Dribbling 56, mid-range shot 55. Three-pointer 49, a domestic forum caught wind of his basketball practice video. This college student dribbles like he's had a stroke, and he thinks he can emulate Kobe? Sushu smirked, gripping the basketball. Just wait. On October 18th, I will astound you all. What do you think he will allocate those 30 attribute points? In the next chapter, he will unleash his potential. Sushu decided to invest all his points into three-pointers, and while practicing, he suddenly launched an ultra-long three-pointer that swished through the net. The sensation was eerily reminiscent of Curry. Could he surprise Curry on the court? Sushu awoke with a smile, having dreamt of winning an NBA championship, surrounded by luxury cars and beautiful women. Yet, upon opening his eyes, he found himself still the college student with no prospects of joining a professional team. For the next 3 days, Aside from attending classes, Sushu immersed himself in basketball practice. His roommates assumed he had suffered a heartbreak, bringing him meals daily. Sushu feigned a sorrowful expression, but inside he was elated. Training truly enhanced his attributes. Lying in bed at night, he opened the panel. Dribbling 65, mid-range shot 61, three-pointer 54. He had yet to touch the beginner's gift of 30 attribute points, 1 skill, to rule them all. Sushu suddenly sat up. With Curry having just shattered the three-point record, the era of small ball was upon us. Without a three-pointer, one could hardly survive in the NBA. Gritting his teeth, he allocated all 30 points to three-pointers. His three-point attribute soared to 84. The other attributes were dismal, and Sushu chuckled bitterly. So be it. Let's focus on getting into a professional team first. The following day, he practiced three-pointers, achieving a staggering 85 out of 100 shots. Some skeptics remarked professional players could easily outperform this. Yet those in the know were astonished. Curry typically made 88 in practice, and this kid was only 19 with such prowess. On the afternoon of October 18th, Sushu arrived at the Mercedes-Benz Arena, ready to clean the floor. Gazing at the empty court, he couldn't resist picking up the ball, stepping beyond the three-point line, and shooting. Swish, swish, swish. 3 perfect shots swished through the net, and suddenly a voice called out from behind, "Kid, nice shooting." Sushu spun around abruptly, nearly dropping the ball. It was none other than Kobe. Could you guess if Kobe would allow him to shoot again? In the next chapter, the scene erupts. Kobe tossed him a ball, saying, "Come on, let's have an onion on. If you win, he'll sign for you." Could Sushu's three-point prowess surpass Kobe's? Swish, swish, swish. Sushu drained 6 consecutive three-pointers at the Mercedes-Benz Arena, when suddenly, footsteps echoed. Behind him, Kobe and Farmar stood at the entrance, their eyes wide with astonishment. "Your shooting form is quite standard," Farmar remarked with admiration. Kobe nodded, but as he observed Sushu's impressive record of 26 out of 30 shots, their astonishment deepened. On the final shot, the ball clanged off the rim, soaring directly towards Kobe. Staff members quickly surrounded him, clamoring for autographs, and Sushu squeezed to the front, his face flushed with excitement. "Are you a professional player? Your shooting is impressive," Kobe inquired in English. "I am a college student, but I will definitely turn pro," Sushu blurted out. Kobe chuckled. "Better than shooting? If you win, they'll give you a signed jersey." The crowd erupted. This kid, mopping the floor, was incredibly lucky. 5 shots from 5 spots beyond the arc, taking turns. Sushu's first attempt went awry, while Kobe scored effortlessly, putting him at 0-2. Taking a deep breath, he erupted from the right side at a 45-degree angle, sinking all 5 shots. "Kobe, I'm catching up," Sushu shouted. Kobe raised an eyebrow and returned a smile. From the top of the arc, to the left side at 45 degrees, to the left corner, the score remained tightly contested. On the final shot, Sushu released swish. The final score was 21-22. He had won. Sushu danced like a madman on the court, the applause thunderous around him, save for 2 misguided fans who murmured, "Kobe's injured. Winning isn't honorable." Yet Kobe approached him, patting his shoulder. "Your shooting has the potential to become lethal. Do you think Kobe will keep his promise?" In the next chapter, dreams come true. Not only did Kobe gift him a signed jersey, but he also said, "If you want to play in the NBA, contact me anytime." Would this statement alter Sushu's destiny? "I will surpass you, Kobe," Sushu declared boldly, causing Farmar to erupt in disbelief. "Kid, do you dare say that? Let's have an onion on." Sushu's eyes sparkled. "An onion on with an active NBA player? A dream come true." First to 21 wins. Farmar hardly regarded him as a threat on the first shot. He offered only a token defense, and Sushu raised his hand to shoot swish. 3 o'clock. He flashed an OK sign at Farmar, infuriating him to the point of turning green on the second shot. Sushu executed a step-back three-pointer. In 2013, this move was still relatively rare. Farmar was slow to react, and the ball swished through the net, making it 6 o'clock. Kobe, standing at the sidelines, brightened up. This kid has the audacity to make moves. His mental fortitude is impressive. In the third round, Farmar finally took the game seriously, sticking closely to his opponent. Sushu suddenly accelerated. Darting to the right, his sprinting prowess was undeniable. Though he hadn't completely bypassed his defender, he had already created a half-step lead, successfully making a layup. The score was 90. Farmar was now thoroughly agitated and began to play earnestly. He attempted to weave past Sushu with a series of crossovers, but was intercepted cleanly. Sushu seized the opportunity for a fast break, landing another three-pointer. The score climbed to 120. "Are you even capable?" Sushu taunted with a smile. Farmar, in a fit of anger, roared and, relying on his experience, clawed back 6 points, making it 126. However, Sushu's shooting touch was undeniable. He caught the ball at a 45-degree angle on the left, and scored swish. The score became 156. Gary, the trainer on the sidelines, murmured, "This kid has impressive explosive speed with some cultivation. He could play in the CBA." Kobe remained silent, his gaze fixed on Sushu's movements, deep in thought. Famer, desperate, resorted to fouling. Sushu calmly sank his free throws, extending the score to 178. "Just give up, you can't even make me sweat." Sushu's words ignited Famer's fury. Do you think Famer could turn the tables? In the next chapter, he would be met with divine retribution. Sushu made a stunning long-range three-pointer to clinch the game, ending it at 2,110. Kobe suddenly addressed him. "Would you like to come and try out for the Lakers? Was this real?" At the moment Sushu went for a layup, he noticed Famer's large hand swiping down smack. The ball was sent flying out of bounds. "Kid, haven't you had enough milk before trying to lay up?" Famer mocked. With the teams switching sides, Famer faked a move to shake off Sushu and executed a quick jump shot to score, making it 62. He followed this with another quick stop, easily converting a layup, bringing the score to 64. "That you can't even make me sweat," Famer boasted with pride. Yet, Sushu's defense grew increasingly tenacious, making it far more challenging for Famer to score effortlessly. 66, 69, 611. Sweat began to bead on Famer's forehead, and his earlier confidence faded. Kobe, observing from the sidelines, inquired of the trainer, "What's your assessment now?" "Worth monitoring with proper development. He shows potential." Eventually, Famer used his strength to push past Sushu for a layup, finishing the game at 216 in his favor. Though Sushu felt a pang of dissatisfaction, he still offered a thumbs up and retorted, "A year from now, he'll undoubtedly outplay you. Let's wager on it." Famer replied defiantly, though a sense of insecurity crept in his mind. Sushu settled beside Kobe, asking, "Boss, do you really watch Los Angeles at 4 a.m. every day?" His jest brought laughter to the group, and he implored for an autograph. "My roommate is your diehard fan." Kobe then spoke, "Su, there's a training session tomorrow I hope you can attend." Sushu's eyes widened in disbelief, and Famer was taken aback. This floor-scrubbing kid was about to train with Kobe. How do you think Sushu would perform during the training? In the next chapter, he would mount a thrilling comeback. Kobe surprisingly matched him against the Lakers bench in a scrimmage, and Sushu landed a game-winning three-pointer, leaving everyone astonished. Will this afford him the opportunity for a trial? Kupchak, I have just discovered a promising talent that we can assess. I believe there is significant potential for development. Kupchak, intrigued, inquired, which player reached out to you? During the NBA off-season, it is commonplace for the team's leader to assist in recruiting players, or for athletes to contact Kobe, expressing their desire to join the team. No one has called me. Look at that Chinese boy over there, said Kupchak, pointing towards Sushu. He glanced over, curiosity piqued, and remarked, "Isn't he merely a sideline staff member? He is not one of the young players from the Chinese team, and even if he were, he would hardly meet your expectations." Kobe and Gary recounted the earlier events, leaving Kupchak in a state of disbelief as he learned that this unknown Chinese boy had triumphed over Kobe with his shooting prowess. Although Kobe's three-point shooting may have appeared less precise, it was largely due to the immense defensive pressure he faced and often having to shoot over defenders. Otherwise, how could he possibly have achieved the record of 12 three-pointers in a single game? Moreover, his one-on-one encounters with Farmar had also exerted considerable pressure on Farmar. Kupchak acknowledged that Su's technique could still be refined, yet his accuracy with the three-point shot has already shown considerable promise. Moreover, his capacity for learning is remarkable, and his speed and explosiveness surpass that of Farmar. You may consult Gary on this matter. Kupchak turned to Gary, receiving a nod in response. With this affirmation, he made his decision. Regardless of the validity of Kobe's assertion, such respect must be accorded. Very well, I shall arrange for him to undergo a trial tomorrow. In the afternoon practice of the Warriors, Sushu finally witnessed the presence of stars such as Curry, Klay Thompson, and Draymond Green, and even acquired a few autographs. At 7 p.m., the much-anticipated rematch between the Lakers and the Warriors commenced, with a plethora of celebrities from various fields gracing the sidelines, including the legendary Yao Ming. Though Kobe Bryant only arrived in the fourth quarter, Sushu observed the youthful exuberance of the Warriors, who would soon dominate the league. With the likes of Curry still youthful, and Thompson, Barnes, and Green brimming with vigor, even Iguodala showed no signs of aging. Ultimately, the Lakers suffered a disheartening defeat. With a score of 89-115 against the Warriors, whose style of play was beginning to take shape, Thompson showcased his prowess, sinking 5 out of 6 three-point attempts. This match marked the inception of the Lakers' decline. Despite the presence of Nash and Gasol on the court, the team lacked a soul, and both players had aged. unable to withstand the onslaught of the warrior's youthful energy, offering little resistance. As the final whistle blew, players and spectators from both teams expressed their gratitude. And after accommodating a few fans for photographs and autographs, Kobe made his way directly to Sushu at the sidelines. "Su, I shall await your presence here at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, hoping you will be in optimal condition." "Not a problem, boss. I will definitely arrive on time." Kobe patted him on the shoulder and exchanged a few more words before departing. The interaction between Kobe and Sushu was captured by numerous reporters. Yet Sushu was merely regarded as an ordinary staff member, with Kobe expressing his polite gratitude to the personnel. Once all tasks were completed, Sushu carefully cradled a backpack containing jerseys as he exited the arena. Instead of heading home, he made his way directly to the school, eager to show off in front of Li Fei and the others. 4 of the jerseys were gifts from Kobe, each adorned with his signature. "Ha! You rascals won't get my jersey unless you kneel and sing Conqueror for me." Sushu envisioned the scene with a sly grin, feeling an inexplicable camaraderie with his 3 roommates, perhaps inheriting the emotions of the original owner of this body. Chapter 6. Trial training elated, Sushu returned to campus, only to be halted at both the entrance and the dormitory. After a lengthy exchange and presenting his work ID, he was reluctantly permitted to pass. As he approached the dormitory door, he could already hear Li Fei, Lin Hai, and Huang Zhong discussing the details of tonight's match in China. With a sense of triumph, Sushu kicked open the dormitory door, striding in boldly amidst the astonished expressions of his roommates. As they regained their composure and prepared to hurl objects at the startled intruder, Sushu quickly called out, "Stop. If you dare to strike me, you shall regret it." Li Fei and his companions instinctively ceased their actions, hastily rising from their beds. One poured water, another pulled out a chair, and yet another gently massaged Sushu's shoulders, providing him with a most delightful sense of comfort. "Old Master Su, how are you feeling? Comfortable?" Sushu held up a cup of water and took a sip. Not bad. I must commend your discernment. Sing me a song, Conquer." "I sing, you sister, brothers, beat him," Li Fei shouted. Then, the dormitory resonated with the sounds of raucous commotion, which lasted for a while before the one-sided conflict drew to a close. Sushu, grumbling, remarked, "You are truly a band of ruffians." Meanwhile, Li Fei and his companions were busy rummaging through Sushu's backpack, paying him no heed. Well. The signed jersey of the boss, with Curry's autograph, ha ha ha. Li Fei, Lin Hai, and Huang Zhong were exhilarated as they beheld Kobe's signed jersey, shouting joyfully within their dormitory. Sushu cast a disdainful glance at them, saying, "How pathetic, getting so excited over just a jersey. If you were to compete against Kobe, you would surely die from joy." Sushu sneered at Li Fei, Lin Hai, and Huang Zhong. Yet, he had already forgotten his own behavior when he encountered Kobe the previous day. The following morning at 8 a.m., Sushu grabbed a basketball and hurried to the gym. Upon his arrival at 9:15 a.m., he approached the staff only to discover that the Lakers were using the facility that morning and had made prior arrangements. Consequently, Sushu was granted access to the gym without any issues. After warming up, he commenced his training regimen. As beads of sweat began to form on his brow, Kobe Kupchak, the then head coach of the Lakers, Mike D'Antoni, Gary, and several staff members carrying equipment entered the gym. D'Antoni had been summoned by Kupchak and Kobe, and upon hearing that they were to evaluate a Chinese player with no prior professional experience, he found the situation amusing. Was the standard of the NBA truly that low now? Nevertheless, out of respect for the team's general manager and star player, he reluctantly made his way to the gym. It was not that he harbored any prejudice against individuals of Asian descent. After all, Lin Madness had flourished under his coaching. He simply could not fathom that a Chinese player without any competitive experience could possess exceptional skills. "Su, are you ready for some physical training later?" Kobe said with a smile. Sushu flexed his arm, showcasing his biceps, and replied, "Boss, just look at my strength." Laughter erupted among the group, and Kupchak noted that Sushu was unlike any Chinese individual he had encountered before. He was not shy, but rather boisterous and extroverted, and his command of English was impressive. Before long, the staff had prepared the equipment for the trials, and under Gary's guidance, they completed various physical assessments. When Gary returned with the test results, Kupchak, Kobe, and Anthony were engaged in conversation, deliberating over matters concerning the upcoming season. Upon reviewing the data, their faces lit up with surprise. Age, 19. Position, point guard. Shooting guard. Body fat percentage, 7.70. Height without shoes, 193 centimeters. Height with shoes, 196 centimeters. Weight, 75 kilograms wingspan, 20 centimeters, 3-second area 4-point movement, 10. 76, 34-meter sprint, 22, 86 meters 3. 10 seconds vertical jump, standing 68 centimeters vertical jump, running 82 centimeters maximum bench press repetitions 83, 91 kilograms 2 reps. Such physical attributes are considered exceptional. The wingspan is remarkable. Although he is somewhat lean and has a slightly elevated body fat percentage, his dynamic abilities are equally impressive, showcasing remarkable speed. This indeed was a delightful surprise. The physical assessment data for Su is impressive. I never expected you to discover it. Kupchak initially believed it to be a waste of time to agree to let Sushu train, but in light of the data before him, he no longer felt it was a futile endeavor. Kobe also expressed his astonishment, saying, "Indeed. I can't believe Su possesses such excellent physical attributes and has not pursued a professional path in China." However, when it came to dribbling and shooting, both Kupchak and Kobe's expressions turned conflicted. His dribbling skills were subpar for a guard, and his mid-range shooting was lacking. Yet, he excelled at three-point shooting, nearly reaching the elite level of the league. It was peculiar that someone could be so severely unbalanced in their skill set. With three-point accuracy vastly surpassing that of his mid-range shots, a truly rare phenomenon. Only D'Antoni's eyes lit up. His rapid pace made him an adept fast-break player, and his three-point shooting aligned perfectly with his 7 seconds or less philosophy. Once all drills were completed, Kobe and the others allowed Sushu to leave before engaging in discussion. Kupchak remarked, "Su has excellent physical conditions, but his technical skills are quite poor, and he appears somewhat frail. I find it difficult to envision him making a mark in the NBA." Kobe nodded, then shook his head, stating, "He is indeed slender and lacking in technique, yet he is an individual who has not undergone professional training. His physique can be developed and skills can be honed. However, his capacity for learning is remarkable. Such an attribute is irreplaceable." D'Antoni also nodded in agreement, adding, "Su's technical characteristics align well with my tactics. We could place him in the development league, and I believe that within a season, we will witness remarkable progress. And let us not forget, he is Chinese." Kupchak recalled the grandeur of the China Games, understanding that having even one Chinese player could significantly enhance the Lakers' commercial value. Previously, there had been no suitable Chinese players. But now the situation was different. Sushu possessed potential and was worth cultivating, especially for a minimal salary. "Very well, I shall not return with you. Over the next few days, I will engage in discussions with him to secure his signature." With an expression of inner turmoil, Sushu made his way back to school, his heart a tumultuous sea of hope and apprehension. He found himself pondering whether the Lakers would indeed sign him, only to be swiftly followed by the disheartening thought of what if they did not? Upon arriving at the school gates, he managed to cast aside his troubling thoughts. Being signed would be a delightful surprise. If not, it merely indicates that my current abilities have yet to meet the requisite standards. This trial itself was an unexpected boon. Why overthink it? Sushu. If today is not the day, perhaps next year or the year after will bring success. I will still be merely 21. Just as Curry was when he entered the NBA. After this self-reassurance, Sushu felt a wave of relief wash over him. Chapter 7. The contract. As Sushu was squatting in the restroom of the dormitory, he received an unexpected call from Kupchak. In that moment, he could hardly fathom the reality that fortune had unexpectedly smiled upon him. "Su, we hold great expectations for your potential. The Lakers wish to sign you, and I believe it would be beneficial for us to meet, preferably with your parents present." Sushu forcibly suppressed the overwhelming joy within him and replied, "Thank you, Mr. Kupchak. It would be my utmost honor to join the Lakers." After hanging up the phone, Sushu sat in a daze on the toilet, his mind echoing the phrase, "I am going to the NBA." Tears unconsciously streamed down his face as memories of all the sacrifices he had made for his dreams flooded his thoughts, and he realized that all of this was soon to become a reality. After an indeterminate amount of time, he was jolted back to the present by the sound of someone knocking on the door. "Old Su, have you fallen into the toilet? It's been ages. Hurry up." "I can hardly contain myself." Li Fei's booming voice echoed from outside. It was then that Sushu realized he had been squatting in the restroom for quite some time. No longer inclined to linger, he hastily pulled up his trousers and stood up, only to stumble momentarily, nearly losing his balance due to his numb legs. "Old Su. Hurry up. If you don't come out soon, I shall kick the door down." "Almost done. Lazy people have a lot of needs. By the way, call me Sushu." Sushu remarked while massaging his legs. Outside the door, Li Fei retorted, "Pa. Dream on if you think I'll call you by name. Your parents must have had ill intentions when naming you. I bet no teacher ever taught you how to use your name properly. Hearing Li Fei's complaints, Sushu chuckled, opened the door, and stepped outside, casually saying, Li Dezue, I advise you to be a bit more courteous. I am destined to become a future superstar in the NBA. It's not too late to curry favor with me. If I'm in a good mood, I might just give you a few autographs. Li Fei, upon hearing Sushu's words, wore a disdainful expression and rubbed his forehead, perplexed, asking, You don't seem to have a fever, and it's still early in the morning. Are you daydreaming this early? Sushu swatted his hand away, lifted his chin, and proudly declared, Believe it or not, but don't come begging me later. With that, he hurriedly changed his clothes and rushed out, dialing his parents to return home urgently, for he had pressing matters to attend to, including a meeting with Kupchak in the afternoon. Su's father is a civil servant, serving as a section chief in the Sports and Culture Bureau, and has reached the pinnacle of his career. Su's mother is a teacher. When they received their son's call requesting them to return home due to an urgent matter, they didn't ask for details, but promptly hurried back, as Sushu has always been independent and rarely troubled them. If he said there was an emergency, it must be urgent. Upon returning home, Sushu found his parents waiting for him, their faces etched with concern and confusion. Seeing them reminded him of his parents from his previous life, and he wondered how they were faring and if they had managed to recover from the grief of losing him. The thought brought a sting to his eyes, and he nearly shed tears. His parents, already worried, were immediately unsettled by Sushu's expression. His mother quickly stood up and walked over to him, gently asking, Sushu, what's wrong? What happened? Please tell us. Looking at his mother, who was anxious yet trying to soften her voice for his sake, warmed Sushu's heart. He called out without hesitation, Mom, truly nothing is wrong. In fact, there's good news I want to share with you both and seek your opinion on. Ignoring his mother's continued inquiries, he continued, Mom and Dad, the Lakers want to sign me and have requested to discuss the contract this afternoon. While Su's mother remained calm, Su's father, a basketball enthusiast, stood up in disbelief and asked, Sushu, which Lakers team? Why would they want to sign you? The Los Angeles Lakers have given me a trial, and they believe I possess talent. They wish to sign me to play. Sushu recounted the events of the past few days, omitting the details of the system, not out of reluctance to share, but due to the necessity of secrecy. Otherwise, they might question his sanity. Su's father, in a state of astonishment, rushed out, excitedly pacing the living room, exclaiming, My son is going to play in the NBA. Eventually, under the calming influence of Su's mother, he regained his composure. The couple looked at Sushu and declared, Son, we support you. This afternoon, we will accompany you. The meeting in the afternoon was exceedingly pleasant, and the contract was swiftly signed, a base salary of 490,000 for 1 year. Although it was merely a base salary contract, Sushu felt immense satisfaction. Even after taxes, he would receive nearly 2 million RMB, an amount his family had never saved. This was the most daunting step on his path to success. Once he crossed this threshold, he was confident that with the system at his disposal, he would not falter. Together with his father, Sushu went to school to complete the formalities for his leave of absence, refraining from mentioning his NBA aspirations. As Su's father advised, it was prudent to remain low-key until tangible achievements were secured. He bid farewell to his 3 roommates in the dormitory, and Li Fei and the others insisted on toasting to Sushu's departure. Although they had only shared a room for just over a month, the 4 quickly bonded, forming a brotherhood. Despite his brief time in this world, Sushu felt the warmth of camaraderie. After a few rounds of drinks, Li Fei, slightly inebriated, remarked, Old Su, why the sudden decision to go to America? We haven't even had a chance to chase after the campus beauty together. Though, I hear there are plenty of stunning women in America, so you won't be at a loss. Sushu was speechless. Did they not realize he had faced rejection? Were they sending him off or delivering another blow? Before he could respond, Lin Hai chimed in, Indeed, Old Su. We had even gathered intel on the campus beauty, what she likes, what she doesn't. With this targeted approach, you surely have a chance. Sushu felt overwhelmed, while Huang Zhong, the honest one, patted his shoulder as a means of consolation for his battered spirit. Yet, before he could express his gratitude, Huang Zhong added, Well, I think Old Su doesn't stand a chance. This remark struck Sushu hard. He gritted his teeth and retorted, You 3 are truly in sync with your taunts. Humph, let me be frank, now I find her unappealing. In a couple of days, I'll be off to the NBA. The NBA. I hardly fear the lack of beautiful women. Li Fei, Lin Hai, and Huang Zhong stared at him for 2 seconds as if he were an imbecile, then simultaneously scoffed. Sushu fell silent, no longer wishing to maintain his facade, yet this only led to further disbelief. The following day, Sushu boarded a plane to Los Angeles alone. Unaware that at that very moment, the Los Angeles Lakers official website announced the signing of Chinese guard Sushu. This news failed to create any ripples in America, but it detonated like a bombshell in China, inciting a frenzy among basketball enthusiasts and leaving the media astonished. They all shared a singular question: who is Sushu? Chapter 8. Who is Sushu? The media erupts at the Shanghai Sports Institute. Upon seeing this news, Li Fei and his companions were equally taken aback. Standing in stunned silence, Huang Zhong finally broke the silence, saying, "Do you think this Sushu could be old Su?" Lin Hai shook his head, remarking, "That's impossible. Although the name is somewhat unique, there must be others with the same name. Besides, we have seen old Su play over the past month. While he is indeed more skilled than us, he is certainly not at the level to compete in the NBA. There are countless players in our country, yet none have managed to enter the NBA." Li Fei pondered for a moment and replied, "It's not entirely impossible. Remember, last night he claimed he was going to play in the NBA. Do you think such coincidences exist?" The trio fell into silence for a while before Li Fei said, "Why speculate so much? We can just call him to find out." After saying this, he took out his phone to make a call, only to be met with a notification that the phone was turned off. Ultimately, he resorted to sending Sushu a voice message on WeChat. But after waiting for a considerable time, there was still no response. Meanwhile, those at the school who knew Sushu could hardly connect the two. After all, the NBA loomed high above domestic players, an unattainable dream. Platforms like LiveBar and Hupu, popular among domestic fans, were ablaze with excitement, as the nation had long awaited a player to break into the NBA. This Sushu is quite enigmatic, shrouded in silence. Indeed, if even non-professional players can enter the NBA, one wonders if the members of the national team feel any embarrassment. I cannot ascertain whether their faces flush with embarrassment. Yet I am aware that within the club, the faces of those in blue shoes have swollen, indicative of their inadequacies. This undoubtedly raises suspicions regarding their ability to nurture talent, or perhaps suggests a propensity to marginalize and suppress players. Did you not realize that when uttering the name of Nian Sushu, it seemed as though you were at a disadvantage? Oh my, indeed, that name is quite peculiar. Regardless of the discussions that ensued, two conclusions were drawn. 1. The Sushu is unlikely to make a mark in the NBA, as no Asian guard has yet been able to establish a foothold there. 2. The person who named Sushu has quite the mischievous streak. The Blue Shoes and various clubs remained silent, yet those involved were understandably disheartened, feeling as though calamity had struck them while they were comfortably at home. Domestic media outlets were thrown into disarray, whether it was the sports broadcast team or platforms like PPT and various sports media. The overarching directive from leadership was clear: I want all available information on Sushu, and I want it urgently. However, those tasked with this search scoured the rosters of all clubs, including youth teams, only to find no record of such a person. Everyone was left bewildered. How could there be no information about him? Undeterred, individuals even examined the college league, yet still found no trace of this mysterious figure. Who exactly is Sushu? This became the most pressing question among sports journalists. A correspondent stationed in the United States received orders from headquarters to swiftly acquire Sushu's information from the Lakers. These reporters flocked to the Lakers, seeking interviews, but were met with the reply that the player had not yet reported for duty and thus could not be interviewed. However, they did manage to glean some information. Sushu had been discovered by Kobe during the recent China games and had passed the team's tryout. This revelation was akin to having no news at all. Yet for these journalists, any information was better than none, and they could only request an opportunity to interview Sushu once he reported to the team. When this news reached domestic shores, it sparked a fervent debate within the basketball community. Amidst all this commotion, Sushu himself remained unperturbed, having indulged in festivities the previous night. He returned home after a late and excessive night of drinking, scarcely managing to sleep before preparing for his flight to America. Once on the plane, he succumbed to a deep slumber, only to be roused shortly thereafter by the announcement of impending descent. In his previous life as a member of the national youth team, he had traveled abroad, and due to his independent and audacious nature, he did not experience any feelings of disorientation or hesitation upon stepping outside. Upon exiting, he immediately spotted the staff member holding a sign to greet him. After a brief exchange, he was escorted directly to the hotel. where he was informed that he could contact this guide for any assistance during his stay. Without hesitation, Sushu made calls to Kobe, Farmar, Kupchak, and D'Antoni, and then returned a call to Li Fei and others, hearing their cheers through the phone. Over the course of 2 days, with the help of his guide, he rented a house not far from the training facility. Although the rent was somewhat steep, it had the advantage of a makeshift half-court for his training convenience. During these days, the buzz surrounding Sushu in his home country showed no signs of waning, especially with his photos featured on the Lakers' official website. As days passed, much information about him was unearthed online. The spectacle of a freshman from a sports academy who had yet to make the school basketball team signing with the Lakers seemed like an outrageous joke. The coach of the academy's basketball team was harshly criticized by the school's administration for failing to recognize a talent capable of reaching the NBA, turning into a subject of ridicule. Settling into his new abode, Sushu lay on his bed that night and opened the system panel. Host, Sushu age, 19 height, 19 weight, 75 kilograms speed, 87 explosiveness, 83 strength, 66 agility, 63 jumping, 80 dribbling, 65 passing, 53 mid-range shooting, 61 three-point shooting, 83 layup, 44 rebounding, 47 stamina, 75 injury resistance, 66 items. None. As he gazed at the attribute values displayed on the panel, he was suddenly struck by the discovery that his three-point shooting attribute had dropped from 84 to 83. This revelation caused Sushu to frown in confusion. How could an attribute that had been enhanced now diminish? Perhaps it was due to a lack of training that had led to a decline in his shooting touch. After all, the attribute values included those reflecting personal talent and training, and a decrease was not entirely unexpected. Anyone who has played basketball knows that without regular practice, one cannot regain their shooting form. Tomorrow, we shall see if the training can resume. On October 25th, Sushu arrived at the training center. It was the day of his registration. However, when he arrived 2 hours early at the entrance of the training center, he was met with an obstruction. "Hello, young man. Who are you? A journalist, perhaps?" Today is not an open media day. A burly middle-aged security guard of African descent barred Sushu from entering. "Mate, I am not a journalist. I am a player here to check in today." The burly security guard scrutinized Sushu with a hint of confusion. Though he possessed the height typical of an athlete, his slender arms and legs belied the appearance of a conventional player. "I don't recall the Lakers having an Asian player like you." Sushu was speechless. "Is this really a staff member of the club? A contract was signed just a few days ago. Are you truly an employee of the Lakers?" "It seems you are rather indifferent to the team's affairs," Sushu retorted, casting doubt on the security guard's true identity. The guard was momentarily taken aback, realizing that the young man had a point, just as he was about to counter. A striking Ferrari sports car pulled up at the entrance, prompting the burly guard to set aside Sushu and hastily open the door. As Sushu pondered who it might be, the sleek vehicle came to a halt beside him, and the window rolled down to reveal none other than Kobe, adorned in sunglasses. Sushu exclaimed in delight, "Boss, Su, you certainly arrived quite early. What brings you here? Are you unable to enter?" Kobe's face lit up with a smile upon seeing Sushu. He was quite pleased with this audacious young man, who possessed notable talent and was unyieldingly proclaiming that he would outshine Farmar a year from now. He himself embodied such a spirit. Defeat was acceptable, but to submit to another was out of the question. Scratching his head, Sushu sought to maintain the dignity of the security guard, saying, "Haha, I was just in the midst of negotiations when you arrived." The security guard, understanding the implication behind Sushu's words, felt a sense of gratitude. He chuckled, "Kobe, you might be surprised, but I really don't know this kid. Young man, give it your all. Once you make a name for yourself, no one will be unfamiliar with you." Sushu's perception of the security guard shifted positively, and he proactively bumped fists with him, jokingly stating, "Call me Su. Remember this day. It marks the inception of a legend. Haha." Chapter 9. Please call me uncle. As Sushu followed Kobe into the locker room, he was taken aback by its vastness and luxury. Kobe pointed to a locker, saying, "This is your locker. Your belongings are all prepared and placed inside." Opening the locker, Sushu discovered his number 98 jersey and training gear. Without any hesitation, he changed into the training attire and accompanied Kobe to the gym. Trainers were already present in the gym. Given that Kobe was currently undergoing rehabilitation training, his trainer, Gary, the team's head trainer, was with him throughout the process. Upon seeing Sushu, Gary was not taken aback. Most rookies tended to be quite diligent. After organizing Kobe's training regimen, he handed Sushu a folder, stating, "Su, based on your personal circumstances, you are currently not fit to participate in games. The coaching staff has devised a training plan for you, which will determine your opportunity to play based on your progress." Sushu had long been mentally prepared. He was acutely aware of his shortcomings. His physique remained too slender. Although he possessed remarkable speed, his ability to integrate it with the ball was lacking, preventing him from fully capitalizing on his swift advantages. Furthermore, his basketball skills exhibited notable deficiencies. Aside from his three-point shooting, he had no other technique to boast of. It could be stated that, apart from his physical attributes and three-point shooting, his current basketball prowess was inferior to the highest standards of the previous generation. Had it not been for his commendable physical gifts and the significance of three-point shooting within the D'Antoni system, securing a contract with the Lakers would have been exceedingly difficult. In light of Sushu's personal circumstances, the coaching staff designed a training regimen primarily focused on foundational skills, dribbling, shooting, strength, balance, and so forth. During dribbling practice, under the trainer's insistence, Sushu discovered that the task was not as straightforward as it seemed. Dribbling training was not akin to casual gameplay. It required lowering one's center of gravity and bending at the waist while executing powerful dribbles with both hands. Sushu quickly realized that he fell short in multiple aspects, including speed and fluidity, failing to meet even the trainer's minimum expectations. As Sushu reached the brink of exhaustion, the members of the Lakers gradually arrived. Once all the players had gathered, the coaching staff introduced Sushu to them, and regardless of whether their applause was feigned or sincere, he was met with a warm reception from all. "Ah, Su, when you have a moment, let us continue our duel. I wish to see if you have made any progress," Famar said as he stepped forward and embraced Sushu. Sushu, at a loss for words, replied, "Famar, do you derive a sense of accomplishment from mercilessly beating me? Indeed, there is a hint of truth to that. I can't be bothered with you. As I have stated before, I shall crush you a year from now." After the training commenced, the Lakers players engaged in the most fundamental drills before progressing to tactical training. Observing from the sidelines, Sushu noted that NBA players, regardless of their positions, were proficient in the basics. Take ball handling for instance. Even the big men displayed commendable dribbling skills, effortlessly showcasing their flair. He compared his own dribbling abilities and realized that unless he regained the level of his previous life, he would fall short of their prowess. Such was the disparity. Furthermore, D'Antoni's tactics remained rooted in the fast-paced philosophy, limited to merely 4 strategic concepts, which caused Sushu to scoff. After 2 hours of team practice concluded, Sushu had already trained for 3 hours. His training attire was thoroughly soaked, and he sat on the floor, panting, allowing his body to relax and his heart rate to decrease. This was a gift from the original owner. While his stamina was not exceptional, his recovery was swift, enabling him to quickly bring his elevated heart rate back to normal levels after intense exertion. Famer approached and proposed, "Su, how about a 3-point shooting contest? The loser buys dinner." The gleam in his eyes betrayed his confidence. Knowing Sushu had exhausted his energy during training, Sushu shot him a glance and replied, "That's fine, but simply going for a meal seems dull. How about you take me to a nightclub if you lose?" Famer dismissed him with a scoff, retorting, "As if you could beat me. Besides, you're just a kid. You wouldn't be allowed into a nightclub to drink." Upon hearing Famer's words, Sushu was momentarily taken aback, yet he persisted, "Then you owe me. When I come of age, you will take me." Famer was left speechless. Did he truly believe he had secured a victory? "Very well, I shall honor your request. Let us commence. And you may await the pleasure of treating me to a meal." The exchange between the two captivated several onlookers, including Nash and Nick Young, who observed them with a mix of amusement as they sat at the sidelines, enjoying the spectacle. 5 spots with 5 shots each, reminiscent of the match between Who City and Kobe. Farmar exuded confidence, feeling assured in his ability to outshine Sushu. Last season, his 3-point shooting percentage soared to 44. Although his attempts were limited, such a percentage was impressive. Initially, the first 2 spots were manageable, and Farmar indeed took the lead. However, as the shooting progressed, the after effects of his recent training took a toll on him, resulting in a notable decline in his accuracy. In contrast, Sushu maintained a steady shooting percentage. Upon completing the 5 shots, Sushu triumphed over Farmar by a margin of 21-20. With a smile as radiant as a blooming flower, Sushu playfully remarked, "Farmar, remember, you owe me a night out at the bar." Nash and Nick Young, who had been merely spectators, were taken aback. Earlier during training, They had perceived this Chinese player as lacking skill, believing his signing was merely a consequence of his nationality, especially with the increased presence of Chinese reporters over the past few days. Yet, the recent shooting contest significantly altered their perception of Sushu. His three-point shooting was commendable. The shooting competition between Sushu and Farmar did not go unnoticed by D'Antoni. After a rigorous day of training, Sushu engaged in additional practice, totaling 7 hours. When he returned home, he was utterly exhausted, his muscles aching from the arduous strength training. Lying in bed, Sushu accessed the system panel. Host, Sushu age, 19 height, 1.9 m weight, 75 kilograms speed, 87 explosiveness, 83 strength, 66 agility, 63 jumping, 80 dribbling, 65 passing, 53 mid-range shooting, 61 three-point shooting, 84 layup, 44 rebounding, 47 stamina, 75 injury resistance, 66 items. None. He discovered that the three-point attribute, which had diminished slightly yesterday, had returned to 84, validating his earlier conjecture. A thought suddenly struck Sushu: if attribute data can decline, does that imply that as one ages, their physical condition will inevitably deteriorate, leading to a decrease in attribute points? Could the awarded attribute points compensate for such losses? At present, it is impossible to validate his conjectures. It appears that he must devote himself to training diligently and strive to accumulate attribute points in preparation for the future, as he aspires to become the leader of the team. Chapter 10. The inaugural match in the ensuing days. Sushu was the first to arrive at the training facility and the last to leave, exhausting himself each day. Yet, amidst the toil, he occasionally experienced enhancements in his attributes, enduring a bittersweet struggle. His curiosity regarding Kobe's reputed practice of rising at 4 in the morning for training was also resolved. Indeed, Kobe was remarkably diligent, maintaining an intense training regimen that could be described as considerable among NBA players, though it did not commence at the fabled hour of 4. Currently, Kobe was engaged in a rehabilitation training program, yet he still upheld an impressive 6 hours of training each day, which could be deemed extensive within the NBA. During this period, a press conference was organized by the team to welcome Sushu's arrival, partly due to the overwhelming enthusiasm of the Chinese media. At the conference, Sushu spoke sparingly, merely addressing the crowd to move the proceedings along. The media, already well acquainted with his past, was primarily intrigued by his current status with the Lakers, with one audacious reporter inquiring about his chances of playing in the upcoming season. Sushu found himself at a loss for words. Was it within his purview to determine such matters? He deftly shifted the topic instead. On October 29th, the 2013-2014 Lakers season opener commenced at the Staples Center, with the Lakers facing off against the Clippers. The new season for the Lakers had been marred by the exodus of prominent players like Howard during the offseason, and the newly signed roster lacked star power, compounded by the injury of the team's leader, sparking skepticism regarding the Lakers' prospects for the season. The official roster for the Lakers was finalized as follows: point guards, Nash, Farmar; Lake shooting guards, Kobe, Sushu; Meek small forwards, Johnson, Henry; Nick Young power forwards, Gasol, Hill; Williams centers, Saker, Come on, Kelly. In this match, Sushu, Kelly, and Kobe were not activated, yet all were present at the venue, marking Sushu's debut in front of the Lakers fanbase. The game was broadcasted by a prominent network, and when the camera panned to Sushu, introducing him as a newly signed player for the Lakers, viewers across the nation brimmed with anticipation. After all, following Yi Jianlian's departure, there had been a conspicuous absence of Chinese players on the NBA stage. However, once it became known that Sushu was listed as injured and unable to participate, a wave of skepticism began to surface across various sports forums online, with many voicing their doubts about his potential. I thought so, an obscure individual who has never competed in professional matches domestically. How could he possibly have the capability to play in the NBA? Surely, the Lakers are merely capitalizing on the market potential in our country. I too believe that it is indeed the case. How could exceptional players suddenly emerge? The people upstairs know nothing. Sushu must possess abilities unknown to us. Otherwise, why wouldn't the Lakers simply sign a national team player? Why resort to an unknown like him? Isn't it better to have someone like Sun Yu? Perhaps not, for Sun Yu is significantly taller. Amidst the clamor online, the majority seemed to disparage Sushu. After all, it's a lofty dream for an Asian guard to play in the NBA. You could say Sun Yu is an exception, yet he stands tall. For the first time, Sushu felt the electric atmosphere of an NBA game, especially when Kobe made his entrance, causing an uproar that was nothing short of deafening. He sensed every cell in his body igniting with excitement, yearning to unleash his energy on the court. Suddenly, a hand patted his shoulder. "Sue, don't be nervous. You'll get used to it. Just follow my lead." Without needing to glance, Sushu recognized the voice belonged to Saker. Over the past few days, aside from spending time with Farmar and Kobe, he had grown closest to Nick Young and Saker. Nick Young, with his humorous demeanor, immediately elicited laughter, and being an extroverted individual made interactions effortless. Saker, much like Sushu, was lively, and as a fellow rookie from the previous year, he found common ground with Sushu, even sharing advice on how to foster good relations with the veteran players. As the newcomer with the least authority on the team, Sushu was notably more industrious than Kelly, often volunteering to carry bags and purchase treats for the older players. Thus, despite having only arrived a few days ago, while not exactly a beloved figure, he certainly wasn't disliked. Upon hearing Saker's suggestion to follow him, Sushu suddenly recalled his nickname, Towel Guy, as he served as the leader of the Lakers' hype team. Could it be that he was to join Saker's ranks? As he envisioned himself brandishing a towel, a shiver coursed through him, for he could already anticipate the laughter of countless individuals back home. Sushu had resolved not to emulate the foolishness of Saker. When the match commenced, the Los Angeles Lakers deployed a dual point guard lineup. Point guards, Nash and Blake. Small forward, Nick Young. Power forward, Williams. Center, Gasol. The Clippers roster included point guard, Paul. Shooting guard, Redick. Small forward, Dudley. Power forward, Griffin. Center, DeAndre Jordan. Judging by the lineups, the Clippers team overwhelmingly outclassed the Lakers. The so-called god of point guards, Paul, effortlessly dominated the 39-year-old Nash, while the sharpshooter Redick surpassed Blake in skill. Not to mention the formidable Griffin and the defensive prowess of Jordan. Indeed, as the game unfolded, the Clippers starting lineup seized the initiative, showcasing a seamless blend of inside and outside play, effectively suppressing the Lakers, particularly through Griffin and Jordan's dominance in the paint, leaving Gasol and Williams at a disadvantage. Fortunately, the Lakers' bench outperformed that of the Clippers, as Henry, Farmar, Meeks, Hill, and Come On delivered outstanding performances. By the end of the third quarter, they trailed by a mere 4 points, 79-75. Such a commendable display ignited excitement among the fans in attendance, as they realized that this was the Clippers, a championship-contending team. And yet this current Lakers squad, devoid of Kobe, could still withstand their onslaught, much to their delight. On the Lakers bench, two individuals stood out. As every time the Lakers scored or executed a remarkable play, they were seen fervently waving their white towels, radiating immense enthusiasm, and the broadcast cameras frequently captured their exuberance. These two were Sushu and Saker. Initially, Sushu hesitated to rise and wave his towel like Saker, opting instead to bounce around in his seat. However, as the game progressed, he found himself embracing the role of a fan, instinctively cheering for every splendid basket from his team, discovering that waving the towel was the most exhilarating expression of his support. It was only when he became aware of his actions that he realized he had been drawn into the fervor of the moment. Oh dear, how have I become part of the atmosphere group? Well, it's not so bad after all. Sushu felt a sense of joy. Yet he also became a topic of discussion among domestic football fans. Have you noticed that Sushu seems to be possessed by Saker? I feel utterly ashamed, as if I can no longer face the world. You people are simply envious, Sushu remarked, undeterred by the fervent discussions among domestic fans. As the third quarter concluded, he leaned towards Farmar and said, "Farmar, let's obliterate Paul. After the game, I'll treat you to Chinese cuisine. What do you say?" Farmar gazed at him as if he were a fool and replied, "Sue, do you think I am as foolish as you?" Sushu was left speechless, muttering, lacking ambition. TSK. Chapter 11. Consecutive defeats. The fourth quarter commenced swiftly, with the Lakers fielding an entirely substitute lineup. From the outset, this second-string team unleashed a frenzied performance, effortlessly sinking three-pointers from all angles. Within 3 minutes, the Lakers surged with a 10-4 run, prompting the Clippers to hastily deploy Paul and Griffin in an attempt to stabilize the situation. However, D'Antoni remained audacious, continuing to let the substitutes play. And even the entry of Paul and Griffin could not stem the Lakers' offensive onslaught. Under Farmar's adept organization, the Lakers executed their strategy with flair, continuously landing three-pointers. The distribution of scoring among the Lakers was remarkably balanced, compelling the Clippers to scramble defensively. Ultimately, the Lakers unleashed a devastating 41-24 scoring spree in the fourth quarter, concluding the game with a score of 116-103, securing victory on their home turf. In this match, 7 Lakers players scored in double digits, with their three-point shooting tally standing at 14 out of 29 attempts, showcasing the initial success of their bombardment strategy and providing the fans in attendance with a delightful offensive spectacle. After the game, the Lakers had no time for celebrations. They merely turned on the speakers in the locker room and danced wildly to the music. Sushu couldn't help but scoff at the sight of someone dancing in the nude. How dare they flaunt something so insignificant, he scoffed. Once everything was organized, the Lakers prepared to journey to Oakland that night, as they faced the Golden State Warriors in a back-to-back away game the following day. Sushu, lamentably, took a cab home, opting not to travel with the team. His primary focus was on his personal development. Undeterred, Sushu recognized that this season would undoubtedly present him with opportunities to play. He recalled the Lakers' struggle with numerous injuries this season, though the specifics eluded him. Yet, 2 vivid moments remained etched in his memory. 1. Saker, having fouled out with 6 fouls, was not ejected for misconduct. Rather, the Lakers lacked sufficient substitutes. A rather unfortunate circumstance. 2. After Come On also reached 6 fouls, the bench sat desolate, devoid of any players, leaving him to recline there alone. Thus, Sushu was not concerned about the lack of opportunity. He understood that when the moment arose, he must seize it, and for that, he needed to elevate his skills swiftly. That evening, Sushu once again examined the system panel. Physical attributes: speed, 87, explosiveness, 83, strength, 66, vertical leap, 80, stamina, 75, injury resistance, 66, offense, mid-range shooting, 62, three-point shooting, 84, inside scoring, 50, skills, dribbling, 67, passing, 57, rebounding, 53. Due to diligent training and scientific methods during this period, his attribute values have seen an increase: dribbling 2, mid-range shooting 2, inside scoring 6, rebounding 6, passing 4. Despite the extensive practice dedicated to three-point shooting, there has been no improvement whatsoever in that attribute. Under the limitations of his inherent talent, he strives to avoid a sudden increase in attribute points. Otherwise, any future enhancements would rely solely on point allocation, which would be exceedingly challenging through personal training. Sushu perceives that his current skills are nearing the level he achieved in his previous life. Yet he believes that the innate talent of this body exceeds that of his past existence, suggesting that with training, he could surpass his previous self. After witnessing the allure of the NBA courts, Sushu intensified his training regimen starting the next day. His hours in the training facility escalated from 7 to over 10 each day, dedicating nearly all his time outside of meals and sleep to training. The coaching staff was taken aback, fearing for his physical well-being, but upon observation, they noted his rapid recovery with no adverse effects, allowing him to continue his rigorous practice. Meanwhile, in Oakland, the Lakers faced dire circumstances. Mike D'Antoni's brow furrowed deeper as he examined the medical report concerning Nash. "Are you suggesting that Nash is experiencing discomfort in his back and is therefore unfit to participate in the game?" D'Antoni inquired, casting a glance at the team physician. "Indeed. You are aware that he is already 39. The fatigue from last night has yet to dissipate, and tonight's match is ill-suited for him to participate. Otherwise, the risk of injury is substantial." D'Antoni rubbed his temples wearily and replied, "Very well, understood. Please continue to monitor the situation." That evening, the Lakers faced the Warriors on their turf. Despite the absence of Kobe and Nash, the Lakers had 7 players scoring in double figures. However, the entire offensive and defensive framework collapsed. Under Thompson's relentless barrage, they succumbed by the end of the third quarter, trailing by 33 points. Ultimately suffering a disheartening defeat with a score of 94-125. On November 1st, the Lakers returned home to confront the Spurs, who were missing Duncan. With Nash's return, home fans anticipated a commanding victory over the Spurs, yet the outcome deviated from their expectations. The Spurs, despite Duncan's absence, saw Parker and Ginobili both score over 20 points. After being suppressed in the first quarter, they took control in the subsequent 3 quarters, ultimately clinching the game with a score of 91-85. Gasol managed to score 20 points, but it was insufficient to secure victory for the Lakers as Nash's performance faltered, finishing with only 5 points and 5 assists on a dismal 1-for-8 shooting. The Lakers thus faced a 2-game losing streak, with player performances fluctuating dramatically, one game commendable, the next woeful, leading to an intensified longing for the recovering Kobe from the media and fans alike. Sushu's diligence in training garnered Kobe's admiration, further enhancing his regard for him. Training was monotonous, yet Sushu found joy in it, observing tangible progress in his skills. His rapid learning could perhaps be attributed to the melding of their spirits since his arrival, which bolstered his capacity for learning, a conclusion he had drawn from his literary explorations. In addition to fundamental skill training, Sushu engaged in one-on-one matchups with Kobe, a genuine contest this time. Although Kobe could not exert his full strength, he still managed to dominate Sushu thoroughly. Following yet another routine of their daily sparring, Sushu lay sprawled on the ground in an undignified manner. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Kobe looked down at Sushu and remarked, "Your physical resilience is still lacking. A mere nudge from me sends you off balance." "Boss, there's no way around it. I've already consumed a great deal," Kobe remarked, furrowing his brow. "Come, let us engage in another set of strength training. Weight cannot be gained instantaneously, but we can enhance your core strength. Just look at Curry. He is as slender as you, yet his strength far surpasses yours. Please, boss, spare me. I am but a child," Sushu cried out, clinging to the ground in desperation. However, under Kobe's unwavering gaze, he reluctantly joined in the strength training. Kobe's demeanor during practice was far more serious than his usual self. He held no fear of one's innate talent, but rather dreaded a lack of dedication. The reason why Saker garnered such favor from Kobe was not only due to his adeptness in navigating the dynamics of the team, but also his relentless work ethic. As Sushu remarked, "His diligence nearly rivals my own." Unbeknownst to Sushu, Kobe, walking ahead, couldn't he help but display a faint smile at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 12. The fluttering wings of a butterfly throughout November. Without Kobe, Nash struggled to maintain consistency, yet the Lakers managed to achieve a record of 9 wins and 8 losses, securing the 9th position in the Western Conference and sustaining their playoff aspirations. The media and fans were not overly critical of D'Antoni, given the current roster. They felt he had performed admirably under the circumstances. Moreover, with Kobe's confirmed return on December 8th, everyone felt optimistic about the Lakers' chances of making the playoffs. Even with his Achilles injury, fans trusted in Kobe's remarkable capabilities, simply because he was Kobe. During this month, Sushu remained entrenched in the training facility, failing to make the active roster. He was subject to teasing from both American and Chinese media, who suggested he had only secured a place on the Lakers due to his nationality. Sushu refrained from responding to such remarks. He recognized that his skills had reached the pinnacle of his physical potential. In Kobe's words, "Uncle, if your three-point shooting weren't so accurate, your level would be merely average." This month was a painful ordeal for Sushu, not due to the weights he lifted in pursuit of gaining mass, nor from the relentless training under Kobe's watchful eye, and certainly not from the incessant descriptions of glamorous clubgoers by that rascal Farmar. The true source of his anguish lay in his daily meals. The team's prescribed nutrition regimen was nearly inedible, consisting of boiled chicken breasts and eggs, leaving him longing for the vibrant and flavorful dishes of Chinese cuisine. Nevertheless, perseverance bore fruit. Over the course of the month, he gained 4 kilograms of muscle, bringing his weight to 79 kilograms, which made him appear nearly as burly as Farmar. His three-point shooting percentage exceeded that of his mid-range shots, prompting him to devote additional practice to three-point shooting after completing the coaching staff's training tasks. He intentionally focused on extending his range, resulting in growth that surpassed his expectations. However, he understood that he had maxed out his potential attribute points, realizing he had reached the limits of his innate abilities. Physical attributes: speed, 87, explosiveness, 83, strength, 66, jumping, 80, stamina, 75, injury resistance, 66. Offense, mid-range shooting, 62. Three-point shooting, 84. Under-basket defense, 50. Skills, dribbling, 68. Passing, 60. Rebounding, 53. Aside from the anguish, there were also moments of joy, not due to his romantic pursuits, but because he received his salary. He was paid twice in total, amounting to over 40,000. In truth, it should have been once. The next payment is not due until December 1st, but he had taken in advance. After deducting various expenses, approximately 20,000 remained. He promptly sent 20,000 back home, as his family, the moderately well-off, still faced mortgage payments and financial constraints. When he moved to America, his father had given him nearly half of his savings, so it was only fitting that he repay them upon receiving his salary. On December 1st, the Lakers faced the third-ranked team in the West, the Trail Blazers. who boasted a record of 13 wins and 3 losses. The Lakers suffered a predictable defeat with a score of 114-98. Losing the match was not terrifying. However, the alarming moment came shortly after the game commenced when Nash exited due to injury and never returned. Additionally, Farmar, who had just entered the game for a mere minute, twisted his ankle and could not continue. This left the Atmosphere Group's co-leader, Sushu, in shock. He recalled that Nash seemed to have been sidelined for the season before October had even concluded, and now, in December, he succumbed to injury alongside Farmar in the same game. The fateful butterfly had finally flapped its wings, and everything changed. Following the game, Nash underwent an examination, confirming the dire news of his season-ending injury. This thunderous announcement was unbearable for Lakers fans, as Nash, despite being 39 years old, remained the captain of this beleaguered ship. Barkley boldly declared that the Lakers would not make the playoffs, a stance that elicited a retort from Kobe, who, during a media interview, stated, "Oh, Barkley claims we cannot make the playoffs? I have no concerns. The Lakers will indeed reach the postseason, for I am still here." Kobe's declaration elicited cheers from Lakers fans, who rallied in support online. The Lakers' next game is scheduled in 5 days, on December 6th, where they will face the Kings on their home turf. Allowing the team a respite, D'Antoni granted everyone a 2-day holiday, yet he arrived at the training facility early the following morning, for while players could enjoy a break, he could not. Nash's season-ending injury significantly impacted his tactical arrangements, and today he must collaborate with the coaching staff to devise a solution. As he entered the office area, he could hear the sound of basketballs bouncing on the hardwood floor from the gymnasium. Isn't today a day off for them? Why are there still people training? With a sense of curiosity, D'Antoni strolled towards the court. Peering through the open door, he caught sight of Sushu practicing his three-point shots. His physique noticeably more robust than when he was in Shanghai. As D'Antoni observed Sushu's three-point shots, which remained consistently accurate, he was about to leave when he suddenly noticed that Sushu was making shots from 1 or even 2 steps beyond the three-point line, achieving a remarkably high success rate. This revelation sparked a glimmer of interest in his eyes. Upon returning to his office, he placed a call to Gary, requesting his presence. Before long, Gary arrived at D'Antoni's office. "Gary, how is Sue's training progressing? Is she capable of meeting the performance standards?" For more than a month, Sue has undergone rigorous training, resulting in significant progress. However, at this stage, he remains a player with a singular function, and it is reasonable to regard him as a shooter. Throughout this month, Sue has been engaged in solitary training. Although a trainer periodically provides updates, D'Antoni still lacks a comprehensive understanding of Sue's current level of improvement. Sue has practiced tirelessly until exhaustion, collapsing onto the floor to rest, when suddenly, an inverted silhouette appeared before him. Upon recognizing the visitor, he hastily scrambled to his feet. "Coach, what brings you here? Aren't you supposed to be on vacation?" "Hello, Sue. Have you arrived as well?" Sushu scratched his head and replied, I am not as weary as you. I am quite invigorated and do not require a break." "Oh, is that so? Perhaps you will not have as much energy in the future," he remarked, handing Sushu a folder. "Your tactical training with the team has been somewhat limited. Take this home and review it to prepare yourself." With that, he turned and walked away. Sushu, puzzled, opened the folder to find it filled with tactics. In an instant, he felt a surge of excitement as he comprehended D'Antoni's intentions. At long last, I have awaited this moment. Chapter 13. An alternate possibility. After a 2-day respite, the Lakers returned to the training court, their spirits significantly lifted. However, the number of players capable of participating in a proper training session was woefully scant. With Sushu included, there were precisely 10 individuals present, barely sufficient for a scrimmage. The term barely is indeed fitting. Given Sushu's stature, he was ideally suited for the point guard position, but slightly undersized for shooting guard, due to his technical shortcomings. Coach D'Antoni opted to position him as a shooting guard, intending to allow him brief opportunities to attempt three-point shots. Currently, the team had only Blake as a legitimate point guard, with the remaining 2 shooting guards being Mixes and Henry. Among them, Mixes had delivered an impressive performance since the start of the season, averaging 15.1 points per game, making him the second highest scorer on the team after Gasol. Prior to Kobe's return, he had firmly established himself as the starting shooting guard. D'Antoni assigned Henry to serve as the backup point guard, placing Sushu in the shooting guard role. Although Henry stood 5 centimeters taller than Sushu at 198 centimeters, his ball handling skills surpassed those of Sushu. The starting lineup for the scrimmage consisted of Blake, mixes, Johnson, Gasol, and Saker, while the bench included Henry, Sushu, Nick Young, Williams, and Hill. As the scrimmage commenced, Hill seized possession of the ball, and when Henry received it, the others dashed across the court. D'Antoni's strategy was unmistakable, a barrage offense aimed at accelerating the pace of transition between offense and defense. If no opportunities arose, they could either call for a pick and roll or seek out the point guard for a shot, striving to attack the basket within 7 seconds. The essence of this barrage strategy rested upon the point guard. Under D'Antoni's guidance, few point guards failed to produce commendable statistics. Last season, the almost released Jeremy Lin transformed into Linsanity, yet after departing from D'Antoni's tutelage, his performance dwindled until he vanished from the NBA. Henry swiftly advanced the ball into the front court, with Sushu and Nick Young flanking him like arrows, penetrating the left and right sides, while Hill and Williams cut towards the paint. However, the starting squad was already on high alert, denying the backup point guard any opportunity. After calling for a pick, Henry broke to the left, with Williams blocking Blake behind him, prompting mixes to rotate for defense. Rather than forcing a drive, Henry smartly passed the ball to Sushu, who was positioned near the 45-degree angle. The teammates were well aware of Sushu's three-point accuracy, prompting Gasol to aggressively close in, aiming to intimidate the rookie with his fierce presence, a tactic often effective against newcomers. At this juncture, Sushu faced two options. He could either shoot over Gasol. Though he might not be blocked, the interference could diminish his shooting percentage, or he could opt to pass, utilizing either a bounce pass or an alley-oop. The bounce pass was the safer choice, while the alley-oop demanded careful consideration of the angle, force, height, and anticipation of his teammates' leap, rendering it a relatively more error-prone endeavor. Sushu did not succumb to the temptation of overexertion. With a gentle push, he lofted the ball toward the hoop. However, as soon as the ball left his hands, a pang of concern gripped his heart. It seemed he had exerted too much force, and the trajectory appeared somewhat askew. Hill, who had already positioned himself beneath the basket, felt a surge of excitement upon seeing the approaching ball. With a powerful leap, he envisioned the most impressive dunking posture to execute. Yet, as the moment unfolded, a pallor washed over Hill's face. The ball's arc was misaligned, and he sensed that catching it would be a formidable challenge. Nevertheless, unwilling to relinquish this opportunity, he stretched out his arm in an eager attempt to grasp the ball. Ultimately, he merely grazed it with his fingertips, lacking the control to secure it, and the ball sailed out of bounds. As he retreated on defense, Hill gave Sushu a thumbs up and remarked, "Uncle, that was a commendable pass, though perhaps a tad too forceful. Next time, a softer touch would suffice." It was amusing to receive such praise despite his blunder, yet he muttered under his breath, "Ha, Hill, I thought you could manage it, after all. Everyone is called Jordan." Hill's expression darkened, a torrent of expletives racing through his mind. "I am Jordan Hill. There are countless others named Jordan. Does that imply that every individual possesses the soaring prowess of Michael Jordan? Were it not for Sushu's diligence, amiable nature, and familiarity with the group, he would certainly have erupted in anger." However, Hill had resolved that once training concluded, he would ensure this young lad faced consequences, intending to have him carry his bag during future competitions, which would conveniently contain 2 bricks. Unbeknownst to Sushu, his sharp tongue had inadvertently burdened him. Had he been aware of Hill's thoughts, he would surely have showered him with flattering remarks, for our Su is adept at both yielding and asserting. Standing at the sidelines with assistant coach Johnny Davis, D'Antoni nodded thoughtfully, then shook his head as he remarked, "Su's vision is commendable, yet his passing still leaves something to be desired." Johnny Davis replied, "Indeed, he has been diligently honing his passing skills and has improved significantly since his arrival. This lad possesses the potential to be cultivated as a point guard." The speaker was oblivious, but the listener was attentive. Images began to form in D'Antoni's mind. Sushu rapidly advancing into the front court, lifting his hand for a three-pointer, calling for a pick, and then delivering a covert bounce pass to a cutting Gasol. Davis put in some effort and devised a passing training regimen for Su. Davis paused momentarily, then nodded and replied, "All right, leave it to me." The match continued, with the starting lineup establishing a distinct advantage. Under Blake's orchestration, Mix and Gasol proved nearly impossible to contain. Mix, who was Su's primary defender, presented a formidable challenge, standing at 193 centimeters and weighing an impressive 95 kilograms. He often overpowered Su with his physicality, driving through for scores despite Su's frequent encounters with Kobe. D'Antoni observed this with a furrowed brow, shaking his head. Although his philosophy has always revolved around offense, he did not overlook the importance of defense. Su's defense is still somewhat lacking, which may put him at a disadvantage on the perimeter. During the match, Sushu successfully made 2 3-pointers and delivered several exquisite passes, prompting D'Antoni to nod in approval, leading him to contemplate new strategies for utilizing Sushu in the future. D'Antoni called for a timeout and subsequently sent Kobe onto the court to replace Mix. While Mix was moved to the bench in favor of Henry, Kobe is set to return in a few days, and his current physical condition allows him to participate in 5-on-5 practice, providing an excellent opportunity for him to acclimatize. Su, you take control. Sushu, undeterred, advanced to the front court. With no opportunity for a fast break, he hesitated to make a reckless drive. Aware that his current ball-handling skills only allowed him to protect the ball, breaking through remained a significant challenge. Although he possessed greater speed and strength than Blake, it was not an easy feat to bypass him. Calling for a pick from Williams, Sushu found that Saker could not match his speed. He drove straight into the paint, and as Gasol approached to defend, he passed the ball not to Hill, who had been left open by Gasol, but rather to the unguarded Nick Young, whom he had spotted out of the corner of his eye. With a slight tremor in his hand, he delivered the ball accurately to Young. This time, the pass was precise, allowing Young ample time to adjust. With a swift motion, he launched a 3-pointer that swished through the net, revealing his signature sunny smile. D'Antoni on the sidelines nodded in approval. Throughout the training session, Sushu's performance as a point guard elicited mixed feelings from D'Antoni. His vision was commendable, his 3-point shooting reliable, and his speed impressive. However, this was accompanied by only a mediocre ball-handling skill, average passing accuracy, and a lackluster finish around the basket. Aside from his 3-point shooting, he lacked any formidable scoring techniques. And most critically, he was deficient in experience. 2 days later, Sushu and the Lakers traveled to Sacramento to face the Kings. On December 6th, the Lakers were set to battle the Kings on their home court, and Sushu was finally activated from the inactive list. In the locker room, he caressed his number 98 jersey before putting it on. After a few days of practice, he was confident that he would have the opportunity to play today. Chapter 14. It seems the script was mistaken. As Sushu joined his teammates for warm-ups, he caught sight of the Kings players on the opposite court, one of whom stood out prominently, his cousin, DeMarcus Cousins. His physical prowess was undeniably exceptional as he engaged effortlessly with his opponents, prompting Sushu to think, "Do you believe you're in elementary school?" Since the 2005 to 2006 season, the Kings had not made it to the playoffs, earning a reputation as one of the league's perennial underdogs. The Princeton offense that once astonished the world had dominated the league. Had it not been for the league's double standards, they might have claimed a championship. The legendary roster of Weber, Bibby, Divac, and Stojakovic once thrived. But the current Kings core revolves around Cousins, the 5th overall pick from the 2010 draft. In just 3 years since entering the league, Cousins had already established an impressive average of 22 points and 11 rebounds per game. Not a traditional center, he boasted a robust physique but was not limited to low-post isolation plays. Rather, he primarily focused on perimeter offense. While not exceptionally fast, his technical skills and footwork were quick, complemented by his dominating physicality. Furthermore, he possessed the ability to overpower opponents in the low post and demonstrated commendable playmaking skills, positioning him as a significant weapon in the league and suggesting a trajectory toward becoming the premier center in the future. Alongside Rudy Gay, who consistently averaged over 20 points, the Kings should have been poised for a much better record. Since the inception of the current season, the Kings have managed a dismal record of 4 wins against 12 losses, placing them second to last in the Western Conference. This predicament is not difficult to comprehend. The present incarnation of the Kings has long been devoid of a winning culture. Sushu recalls that upon his arrival from the future, the Kings had already endured a 16-year absence from the playoffs. Indeed, while Cousins possesses formidable talent, positioning him as the core leader is a grave misjudgment. His volatile temperament leads to confrontations with coaches and management alike, displaying a fearless demeanor that often results in technical fouls. He has become synonymous with the fiery spirit reminiscent of the legendary Rasheed Wallace, garnering various labels from the media. In Sushu's previous life, he held a certain admiration for Cousins, believing that his straightforwardness and authenticity, rather than a lack of emotional intelligence, defined him. Moreover, during his tenure with the Kings, Cousins truly was a formidable force. Another key player for the Kings, Rudy Gay, excels in both offense and defense, yet lacks the charisma of a true leader. Thus, The Kings' inability to reach the playoffs comes as no surprise. In this match, the roster featured several players familiar to Chinese fans, including Cousins, the remarkably talented Isaiah Thomas, and this year's 7th overall pick, Ben McLemore, who gained recognition during his time with the Rockets in 2019. The domestic broadcast of the game was conducted by the esteemed Yang Jian and the venerable Zhang Weiping. The Lakers are currently plagued by numerous injuries. This year, Sushu, who was signed by the Lakers, has been placed on the bench. Furthermore, Rudy Gay from the Kings is also unable to participate in this match due to injury. Coach Zhang, which team stands a greater chance of victory? How shall I put it? The Lakers find themselves in a challenging predicament at present. Yet the Kings' strength is inherently limited. Furthermore, the absence of their secondary scorer, Rudy Gay, in this match grants the Lakers a slight advantage. As for the player, Su, I have not had the opportunity to witness his performance on the court, thus I cannot predict his capabilities. However, the fact that the Lakers have chosen to sign him suggests that he possesses unique qualities. Mr. Zhang Weiping remains skeptical about Sushu's chances of getting playing time. He refers to Su merely as Little Su, omitting his full name altogether, while Yang Jian casts a forlorn glance at Mr. Zhang. The online forums are abuzz with discussions as well. Oh, this comrade Little Su has finally been activated. Even in the past, Sun Yu never went an entire month without activation like he has. I previously mentioned that the Lakers are primarily focused on the Chinese market, treating Little Su as their mascot. Please exercise some restraint in your words. After all, they are currently earning substantial profits. May I timidly inquire, who is the Little Su you speak of? Is it Sushu? The fool upstairs, assessment complete. How can there still be individuals willing to lower themselves? A novice sat before the computer, seething with rage as he read the incessant derision directed at him, erupting into a torrent of curses. Suffering from 1,000 blades, Sushu. Ah no. It's Xiaosu, yes, Xiaosu. Sitting on the bench, Sushu suddenly sneezed. He rubbed his nose and muttered to himself, why does it feel a bit chilly? Is some beautiful lady missing me? Little did Sushu know that the online community in the country not only held a pessimistic view of him, but had also united under the moniker Xiaosu. The starting lineup for the Lakers: point guard Blake, shooting guard Mix, small forward Johnson, center Gasol, center Saker. The Kings starting lineup: point guard Vasquez, shooting guard McLemore, small forward Derek Williams, power forward Jason Thompson, center Cousins. Due to injury, Gay was unable to participate in this match. As the referee's whistle blew, the game commenced, and Saker surprisingly won the jump against Jason Thompson. Blake passed the ball to Gasol in the paint, guarded by the slender Jason Thompson, whose defensive footwork could not keep pace with Gasol. Upon receiving the ball, Gasol spun around and drove past, drawing a shooting foul from Thompson, resulting in 2 free throws. Gasol made both shots, bringing the score to 2-0 in favor of the Lakers. Turning back, Derek Williams, the 2nd overall pick traded from the Huskies to the Kings a fortnight ago, aggressively attacked Johnson, resulting in a shooting foul and 2 successful free throws, leveling the score at 2-2. Strangely, for the next 5 minutes, both the Lakers and the Kings focused predominantly on interior play, leading to numerous fouls, whistles, and free throws, with both teams attempting only a single three-pointer. Even more bizarrely, during this period, Cousins' cousin rarely participated in the offense, taking only 1 shot. This allowed the Lakers to lead 14-7, prompting the Kings to call a timeout. The Kings' offense revolved around Cousins' cousin, who mirrored the style of a future star, excelling in face-up attacks, low-post isolation, and playmaking, yet lacking in basketball IQ and passing compared to that future star. At present, he had yet to unlock these skills, making it difficult to avoid falling behind. Gasol stood out during this time, scoring 6 points from a single shot, reminiscent of his former glory, comparable to a future luminary. Sushu was left bewildered, questioning if the script had been mistakenly swapped. Was this truly the Lakers under Coach D'Antoni, beset by injuries? Was this the caliber of play exhibited by those challenging the league's top center? Sushu had originally fantasized about becoming a hero, the celestial savior in his team's hour of need, overpowering Cousins and emerging as the most dazzling presence on the court, but it seemed his plans had faltered. D'Antoni had been frowning throughout the match, watching intently, not relishing the lead. This style of play was not what he wished to see. The focus on interior play was not the Lakers' strength. Cousins could not possibly maintain his current form throughout the game. Once he regained his rhythm, the Lakers' interior defense would struggle to contain him. Chapter 15. Should one put on an act? As the players returned to the bench, D'Antoni seized the tactical board and illustrated a series of strategies, stating, "Gentlemen, You performed admirably just now, exhibiting great tenacity. However, I now require you to accelerate the pace. Cousins and Jason Thompson's speed are advantageous points we can exploit, and then this, and that. He concluded with, Nick Young, you will replace Saker. Casting a glance at Sush and Henry, he instructed, Henry, you will substitute for Mix. When D'Antoni turned his gaze towards Sush, he thought he might be called to play. Yet he remained undeterred, his eyes still sparkling with determination. D'Antoni nodded in satisfaction, pleased with Sush's spirited resolve. Upon resuming play, the Kings introduced Isaiah Thomas, and indeed, Cousins took charge of the Kings' offense, unleashing an array of attacking skills that relentlessly targeted the Lakers' hoop, with Thomas also contributing to the score. In contrast, after Nick Young entered the game for the Lakers, their offensive and defensive tempo noticeably increased. In just over 3 minutes, Blake and Young attempted 3 three-pointers, all of which missed the mark. With over 8 minutes elapsed in the first quarter, the Lakers managed only 1 three-pointer from Mix. They swiftly closed the gap. And with 3 minutes remaining in the first quarter, Thomas executed a swift drive past Blake for a layup, bringing the score to 22-21. With the Lakers holding a slender 1-point lead. Excellent play. Such a style of gameplay is truly rational. In the studio of the public broadcast, the esteemed Zhang Weiping uttered his famous saying, Su, you take over for Blake, defend little Thomas well, and seize any good opportunity for a three-pointer without hesitation. In that moment, Sushu felt that D'Antoni's words were the most delightful sounds in the world. Indeed, coach. As Sushu removed his training attire and stepped onto the court, both the spectators and the Kings players were left in a state of bewilderment. Who is this Asian lad? We have not seen him this season. Little Thomas, observing that Sushu was replacing Blake, smirked slightly, his eyes brimming with disdain. Although Thomas was selected by the Kings as the 60th pick in the 2011 draft, he did not consider his abilities to be inferior to any player from this year's class. Even that fool Bennett could be the first overall pick. He found it unacceptable. After 2 years of fierce competition, he had erupted this season, averaging an impressive 23 points and 3 assists per game, establishing himself as the most remarkable performer from the 2011 draft class thus far. The Lakers have made a substitution. Let us see who has been brought in. What do I see? Sushu, the young player from our country who signed with the Lakers this season, has taken the court. In the broadcasting room, Yang Jian exclaimed with excitement. Since ED's return to play in his homeland, it has been a year since a Chinese player has graced the NBA courts. Moreover, the player now on the floor is a guard. As a commentator who has long been dedicated to covering the NBA, how could one not feel exhilarated? Shasu has taken the stage. Play as you wish, be bold. The current Lakers lack formidable players. Master Zhang Weiping's face was adorned with a smile, deepening the lines of his wrinkles. Old Su, Xiao Shu has taken the stage. Why all the commotion? I have seen it. The online world has erupted as well. Is it possible that Sushu can actually take the field? Fortunately, it seems the Lakers are devoid of any point guards. Why don't you take a chance and try your luck in the NBA? You might find yourself thriving there. Regardless of everything, I still extend my blessings to Sushu. Well, as long as I don't embarrass myself and get blown out later, Sushu thought excitedly as he stepped onto the court, his dreams finally coming to fruition. His blood nearly boiling with exhilaration. He'll pass the ball to Sushu, and as he grasped it, he regained his composure, fully aware of his mission. Noticing that little Thomas was stationed at the three-point line, his posture languid and dismissive, it was clear he held Sushu in low regard. A glint of determination sparked in Sushu's eyes as he dribbled forward a couple of steps. When he was about a meter away from the three-point line, little Thomas finally lowered his center of gravity slightly, attempting to prevent Sushu from driving past him. But suddenly, Sushu leaped right in front of him, catching little Thomas by surprise. Was he really attempting a shot from that distance? Was this rookie overly anxious? He couldn't even be bothered to jump and contest the shot. In this era, little Thomas's defensive style was not at fault. Defenders typically stood right on the three-point line. Sushu's unexpected attempt from a meter away astounded everyone present, as well as the viewers watching the broadcast. After releasing the shot, Sushu found himself in a mental struggle, contemplating whether to show off and celebrate like the great Arenas, who had turned to celebrate after making a buzzer beater against the Jazz in 07. This celebratory gesture had been popularized by the young Curry, yet it was Arenas who had first executed it with such flair. Ultimately, Sushu refrained from doing so. After all, as a novice rookie, he knew that overstepping could lead to embarrassment. Has Sushu become overly anxious, casting his vote from such a distance? I believe he must be afraid that if he doesn't seize the opportunity to shoot soon, he will be substituted out, so he is indulging himself for the moment. Standing on the sidelines, D'Antoni wore a grim expression. Although he had witnessed Sushu practicing from this distance during training, this was a match. He took a couple of steps forward, spreading his hands in an attempt to convey his discontent. In the broadcasting room, Zhang Weiping exclaimed, "Oh dear. Xiao Su is too eager. This approach is illogical. He should." Just as everyone doubted Sushu's ability to score. The basketball soared through the air in a graceful arc, landing squarely in the net. As D'Antoni spread his hands, the words he intended to utter were abruptly stifled by the splashing waves, causing him to choke momentarily, forcing him to cough at the sidelines. Well struck. Just like that. "Xiao Su, splendid work. Keep it up." Just after uttering his unreasonable remarks, the old gentleman Zhang contradicted himself with words that left Yang Jian utterly astonished. Sushu's goal elicited an uncontrollable smile from old Su, who repeatedly exclaimed, "Truly my offspring, my own flesh and blood. Ha ha." However, old Su's comments did not sit well with Su Mu, who retorted, "What do you mean, my offspring? I am the one who gave birth to him. Oh my goodness. This is rather outrageous, isn't it? How did this even make it in?" "Sushu appears to possess some remarkable talent," murmured D'Antoni, regaining his composure as he gazed at Sushu, who was walking past him not far away. With a hint of exasperation, he called out, "Su, take it easy. Take it easy." "Very well, coach," Sushu obediently replied to D'Antoni, though it remained uncertain whether he would truly comply. Little Thomas wore a grim expression, feeling humiliated to have been outmaneuvered by a young Chinese player, suffering a significant loss of face before so many onlookers. "Just you wait. I'll make you regret this." Chapter 16. The villain falls victim to his own words. Fuming with rage, young Thomas advanced the ball to the front court, where Sushu met him, albeit merely standing at the three-point line. Lowering his center of gravity, young Thomas glared at Sushu and declared, "You little Asian, you've successfully provoked me. Prepare for me to demolish you. My name is Sushu, hailing from China. Come on, show me how you plan to outmaneuver me. If you have the courage. Take a three-pointer. I want to even guard you," Sushu remarked with a tone of disdain. However, little Thomas was not swayed. While his three-point shooting was commendable, it was not the most effective strategy against Sushu. Observing Sushu before him, he had already devised a plan to dismantle the Chinese player. He made a gesture for a one-on-one play, prompting his teammates on the Kings to shift entirely to the weak side, thereby creating space for little Thomas. With a deceptive move, he surged towards Sushu with remarkable speed. Indeed, the breakthroughs in the NBA are not as flamboyant as those seen on street courts. They rely on the simplest and most effective techniques. This is with the exception of Kyrie Irving, the Cavaliers' core player who had only entered the league 2 years prior. Yet even his maneuvers lacked the ostentation of street ball. Sushu was well prepared, yet little Thomas's speed was overwhelming. He attempted to use his body to impede Thomas's momentum. But when they collided, the sheer force jolted Sushu, causing him to bounce back without diminishing Thomas's speed. In fact, little Thomas, despite his stature of only 5 feet 9 inches, boasted a robust weight of 187 pounds, whereas Sushu stood at 6 feet 4 inches and weighed merely 174 pounds. Aside from his height, Thomas's physical attributes were elite. His speed was extraordinary, and his strength was undeniable. During the rookie physical assessments, he performed 13 reps of 187 pounds on the bench press, a feat few rookies could achieve, and his vertical leap reached an impressive 40 inches. Nevertheless, Sushu did not relent. He pursued little Thomas closely, maintaining pressure on him. Although his speed lagged behind Thomas's, his longer strides allowed him to cover ground rapidly. Having witnessed the fierce battles between the Cavaliers and the Warriors over the years, one could recall how the young player, Curry Tion, nearly drove Kevin Love to despair, with many claiming Love was too slow. In truth, this critique was limited to lateral mobility. When it came to sprinting speed, both players clocked in at 3:28 seconds during their rookie assessments. As little Thomas dashed forward, the approaching Hill, who was attempting to provide support, found himself unable to keep pace and slowed his steps. Thomas charged ahead, taking 2 large strides before launching himself off the ground, ball in hand, ready to execute a dunk. In midair, he envisioned the roar of the home crowd in response to his impending slam, a smile creeping onto his face. Yet, just as the basketball was about to descend into the hoop, the smile on little Thomas's face froze in shock as a yellow hand suddenly swiped in from the side. A dull sound echoed as Sushu deftly struck young Thomas's ball out of bounds. In the process, his body collided with Thomas, sending the latter tumbling to the ground. unable to maintain his balance. Meanwhile, Sushu landed firmly on his feet, choosing not to glance at Thomas but instead letting out a triumphant roar to express his exhilaration. Flexing his biceps to showcase his strength, the Lakers players on the court, equally filled with excitement, rushed over to congratulate him. On the Lakers bench, everyone leaped to their feet, with Saker exuberantly dashing to the baseline, dancing with abandon, stealing the spotlight. The Lakers bench was situated at the Kings' offensive half, and upon witnessing Saker's antics, Sushu felt a wave of exasperation. This rascal had no idea how hard he had worked to seize this moment of glory, and here he was, a mere bench warmer. Overshadowing him, a hush fell over the crowd, which was soon replaced by a chorus of boos, as they realized the referee had not called a foul against Sushu. To them, it seemed the Asian player had achieved his block as a result of his collision with Thomas. The boos were directed at Sushu, as they perceived his display of biceps as a taunt. It is simply exquisite, impeccably clean, without any infractions. This is how it should be done, showcasing remarkable strength. Xiaosu's defense is truly outstanding, exclaimed the venerable Zhang Weiping with fervor. Indeed, it was a commendable play. The ball was initially intercepted before any physical contact occurred. It is reasonable for the referee to refrain from calling it. This moment truly showcased Xiaosu's physical prowess, with his height, long reach, and impressive vertical leap. Yang Jian added. The online discussions became even more animated. Brothers, I feel as though I have been slapped in the face. Who among you said that Comrade Xiaosu possesses inferior skills? Is this truly what we call inferior? Within a single minute, he achieved a 3-point shot and a block. Indeed, there is substantial talent. I simply wish to inquire if there exists any player within the country who possesses such skill. Never mind, that 3-point line is so distant. Domestic players struggle to even comprehend free throws. I declare that I am now a fan of Comrade Xiaosu. The referee did not change the call but awarded the Kings a baseline throw-in. This time, Xiao Thomas refrained from recklessly challenging Sushu one-on-one, as he had already discerned that Sushu's speed was not significantly inferior to his own, and his wingspan was considerable, providing an extensive defensive coverage that compensated for his own lack of strength. He signaled for Chuck Hayes to come over for a pick, and as Sushu collided with the formidable former Star Center's best substitute, he maneuvered around Hayes just in time to see Xiao Thomas executing a mid-range jump shot that found its mark. 25-23. Sushu shook his head, acknowledging that his ability to navigate screens was still inadequate, not solely due to a lack of strength but also due to poor timing and spatial awareness, elements that could only be honed through experience. As the Lakers initiated their offense, Xiao Thomas denied Sushu any opportunity for a three-pointer, marking him closely as they crossed half-court. Sushu, however, chose not to engage in a confrontation. Upon seeing Xiao Thomas advancing, he promptly passed the ball to Henry and darted toward the baseline. Xiao Thomas, wary of leaving him unguarded, followed suit, chattering incessantly, "Kid, you're a coward for not daring to face my defense. Young man, today you shall not attain a score of 10. Kid." Little Thomas was engaged in his usual banter when suddenly Sushu came to an abrupt halt. Little Thomas quickly ceased his movements as well. But before he could regain his balance, Sushu accelerated, effortlessly gliding along the baseline. Distracted, Little Thomas found himself trailing behind Sushu by a significant margin. Upon receiving the ball pass by Sushu, Henry executed a sudden stop for a jump shot that missed its mark. However, Hill, overpowering Patrick Patterson, secured the offensive rebound. Just as he was uncertain about how to proceed, he noticed Sushu gliding in from the baseline. With a bounce pass, he delivered the ball to Sushu. Without a moment's hesitation, Sushu launched a 3-point shot. Although Little Thomas leapt to contest the shot, he was already a moment too late. And given the considerable height difference between them, his interference proved to be minimal. As the ball landed in the net, Sushu turned to the young Thomas and said, "In China, we have a saying, the villain perishes due to excessive chatter." Chapter 17. Confrontation. Young Thomas, though somewhat bewildered, grasped that Sushu was criticizing his incessant prattling. His expression darkened as he realized he had been humiliated by a novice. "Excellent shot. Xiaosu's three-pointer is remarkably accurate. I finally comprehend why the Lakers decided to sign him. D'Antoni truly requires a player of his caliber." The voice of Elder Zhang Weiping rose a few notches as he explained. Indeed, D'Antoni has consistently favored players who excel in three-point shooting. Furthermore, prior to sinking that three-pointer, Su's positioning was pivotal. He left Thomas far behind, and with their height disparity, Su faced no pressure whatsoever in his shot. Yang Jian elaborated. "Xiaosu is an exceptionally intuitive player, and one can observe his fluid movements on the court, displaying no signs of discomfort. He even engages in playful banter with Thomas. A rarity among Chinese players in the NBA, yet it is precisely this characteristic that appeals to the American audience. Zhang Weiping further elaborated, and the Su family, including Su's parents, could hardly contain their joy. Online, the majority of comments are overwhelmingly flattering, though a few detractors remain. After all, even Kobe had his critics. So it is no surprise that Sushu experiences the same. The game progressed, and the Kings grew increasingly wary of Sushu's three-point shooting, intensifying their defensive efforts against him. Thomas no longer afforded him such open looks. Sushu refrained from forcing shots, focusing instead on his role as a point guard. He created numerous opportunities through pick-and-roll plays. Defensively, Thomas found himself lacking the composure he typically displayed against Blake, as Sushu's height and wingspan posed considerable challenges for him. Although Sushu could not completely neutralize Thomas, he significantly diminished his efficiency. The Kings' strategy of balancing inside and outside play was faltering, gradually tipping the advantage in favor of the Lakers, who were flourishing across the board. As the first half drew to a close, the Kings launched an offensive. But the Lakers maintained a 12-point lead at 56-44. If the Lakers could carry a double-digit lead into the second half, it would greatly bolster their players' morale. At the top of the arc, Thomas dribbled the ball as Cousins set a screen. Sushu found himself thoroughly obstructed by Cousins' imposing frame. Gasol switched on to Thomas, denying him a mid-range shot. Thomas, not seeking personal glory, passed the ball to Cousins. With a simple hesitation move, Cousins drove past, opting to bulldoze through Sushu rather than rely on finesse. Sushu felt as if he had been struck by a speeding truck, nearly losing his breath as he was shoved aside. Fortunately, Cousins did not charge directly at him. Otherwise, it would have been uncertain whether Sushu could remain upright. After clearing Sushu, Cousins proceeded with a three-step layup, ignoring Gasol's late defensive effort. Sensing that stopping Cousins was futile, Gasol refrained from leaping to contest. Suddenly, Gasol noticed Sushu leaping from the side to block Cousins' shot. At that moment, Cousins also spotted Sushu attempting to intercept. Yet his own motion remained unimpeded as he accelerated towards the basket. Bang! Clap! Three sounds resonated almost simultaneously. The thud of the basketball against the rim, the impact of Cousins' powerful slam, and the referee's whistle signaling a foul. The force of Cousins' dunk sent Sushu sprawling, and he landed awkwardly, sliding to the baseline. After hitting the ground, Cousins let out a fierce roar, releasing his pent-up emotions as the arena erupted in deafening cheers and chants. Glancing at Sushu on the floor, he waved dismissively, taunting, "Rookie, you're pathetic. Haven't you eaten? You lack any strength." Having already been humiliated by the dunk, Sushu was further incensed by Cousins' words. He had always adhered to the principle of not provoking others unless provoked himself, believing in the notion of vengeance and the importance of standing firm on the basketball court. Retreating would only diminish his presence. With a sudden burst of determination, Sushu rose to his feet, his face contorted with anger, and approached Cousins, retorting, "Big fool. Your mouth stinks like a toilet." Cousins, known for his temper, could hardly tolerate the rookie's defiance. He stepped forward, ready to exchange barbs. Fans relished the spectacle of conflict on the court, and the confrontation between Sushu and Cousins ignited the arena. Referees and players from both teams quickly intervened to separate the two, issuing a technical foul to each. Even the Lakers bench was taken aback. This rookie was remarkably bold. Gasol, as the veteran leader on the court, could not allow his teammate to be bullied. He positioned himself between the two to defend Sushu. However, the referees swiftly intervened, assigning each player a technical foul, which soon diffused the situation. Cousins converted the resulting free throw, and as the final second ticked away, the Lakers inbound the ball, concluding the first half with a score of 56-47, leading by 9 points. During the first half, Sushu played for 10 minutes, successfully making 2 out of 3 three-point attempts, achieving a total of 6 points, alongside 3 assists, 2 rebounds, 2 turnovers, and 1 block. His stats were nearly full, though the turnovers were rather glaring. Among the Lakers, Gasol led the team with 10 points, while Blake provided 6 assists, ensuring that every player who took the court contributed to the score. For the Kings, the top scorer was Cousins with 12 points, matched by Thomas, who also scored 12 but with a less efficient shooting performance, hitting only 4 of 10 attempts, and during Sushu's defensive efforts, he managed just 2 out of 6. D'Antoni was pleased with Sushu's performance in the first half. He had provided 3 points offensively and helped organize plays, while defensively, he effectively curtailed Thomas' impact. Upon returning to the locker room, Sushu, drenched in sweat and panting, sat on the bench, applying ice to the bruises left by cousin's collision, grimacing in pain. Such commendable courage to dare block cousin's shot, Gasol remarked, patting his chest with a mischievous grin. Ah, it hurts. Sushu gazed at Gasol with a look of melancholy. Paul? Did you not proclaim yourself a poet? How is it that you now choose to add insult to injury? Was I not merely offering you my assistance? You fool. What purpose does your presence serve in that situation? You merely granted him an additional free throw. Nonetheless, your enthusiasm is commendable. Do maintain it. As he concluded, Gasol bestowed upon him a smile. After exchanging a few words with Saker and Hill beside him, he fell silent, closing his eyes to rest. Having played for 10 minutes in the first half, particularly expending 7 minutes in the second quarter, he felt his stamina heavily depleted. He sensed that sustaining a performance for 30 minutes would prove quite challenging. During halftime, D'Antoni seized the moment to strategize. Sushu discerned a troubling issue. The tactical arrangements for the second half were predominantly offensive, with scant attention devoted to defensive strategies. Most critically, Gasol, who had been the leading scorer in the first half and a crucial pillar before Kobe's return, was conspicuously absent from any significant role in the offensive scheme. Sushu had previously perceived Gasol's tactical importance as limited. However, with Nash's orchestrations, he had at least retained some semblance of ball control. Yet, during this halftime, he finally comprehended why some claimed that D'Antoni's arrival had undermined Gasol. I wonder why I am overthinking. After all, I am merely a substitute among substitutes. Sushu silently chastised herself. Chapter 18. Now, I ponder whom I should approach to borrow money for the fine. The altercation between Sushu and cousins has stirred up a storm domestically, with some claiming that Sushu acted irrationally, bringing disgrace upon her country. Such remarks, characterized by a misguided sense of reason, were met with vehement backlash, leaving the commentators in a state of despondency. Why can't Sushu engage in a spirited debate? Is it shameful to do so? This is nothing but a shameless personal attack. I admire Sushu's character. Why should he endure the bullying of others? Ultimately, most people stand by his side. In the Su household, Su's mother expressed her concern. I hope nothing happens to Xiaoshu. That person is quite imposing. Although Su's father shared her worries, he comforted her, saying, he will be fine. Basketball players know how to protect themselves. Did you not see him arguing with that person? I had never witnessed this side of Xiaoshu before. Such nonsense. Even if given 2 chances, he wouldn't dare. After all, his father is still here. The second half commenced swiftly, as Sushu occupied a seat on the bench. The match descended into a fierce contest, with cousins wreaking havoc on the court, while the Lakers maintained a firm grip on their lead through a well-rounded offensive display. When the Kings summoned Isaiah Thomas onto the court, D'Antoni responded by sending Sushu into the game to partner with Mix in the backcourt. During the Lakers' offensive play, Sushu commanded the ball at the arc, with Gasol stepping up to set a screen. Facing cousins, Sushu executed a simple between-the-legs dribble, swiftly retreating for a three-point shot, with cousins lunging forward, but alas, he was a fraction too late. To brush alas, how effortless this is, there is not a hint of pressure. Big fellow, is this truly the extent of your defensive prowess? After voicing his thoughts, Sushu swiftly turned to rejoin the defense. Cousins, seething with rage, unleashed his fury upon Gasol. The sight of Gasol being rudely shoved aside, accompanied by the jarring sound of muscle colliding, made Sushu wince in pain, as he could vividly picture the contorted expression on Gasol's face during the impact. Isn't this a bit excessive? Could Sister Ja possibly be harmed by this brash man? After a few exchanges, when Sushu faced cousins once more, he effortlessly sank another three-pointer and resumed his banter. Big guy, you were just a hair's breadth away from blocking my shot. What a pity. Are you suffering from kidney deficiency? Can't jump anymore? After being provoked, Cousins was already in a foul mood, and with Sushu's taunts, his temperament unraveled. He chased after Sushu, exchanging heated words, leading to a physical confrontation before they were separated. The referee watched in disbelief as these two, one notorious for his fiery temper and the other a rookie making his debut, seemed to harbor such animosity. Ultimately, both players received a technical foul and were ejected from the game. Sushu was incredulous. How could a second technical foul be called? Wasn't it said that officials would exercise caution in such matters? He had done nothing wrong. The crowd erupted in a chorus of boos directed at Sushu, who remained silent, placing his palms together against his left cheek and mimicking a sleeping gesture, prompting an even louder wave of jeers from the fans. What gave Sushu the audacity to perform such an act? Was he not afraid of repercussions? It was precisely because the Lakers held a substantial lead, 78-62. With a 16-point advantage, and the Kings were missing their top two scorers. With such circumstances, the game's outcome seemed inevitable. In the end, the Kings, lacking Cousins, succumbed at home with a score of 107-95. Sushu's statistics concluded at 16 minutes on the court, shooting 4 for 6, amassing 12 points and 5 assists. Marking his inaugural appearance in the NBA, the Lakers boasted 6 players scoring in double figures, with Gasol leading the team at 18 points. On the Kings' side, Isaiah Thomas delivered a game-high 26 points, while Cousins, ejected alongside Sushu, contributed 16 points. Ha ha ha, Comrade Sushu is indeed formidable. The technical solutions acquired from a single match are comparable to those amassed by the illustrious ED, who has been playing in the NBA for so many years. Moreover, there was also expulsion, which the young emperor never experienced. Today, Sushu has truly captured everyone's attention. Do you think he did it on purpose? If this remark were to reach Sushu's ears, he would undoubtedly retort with disdain. On purpose? Your entire family is on purpose. Do you really think I would jeopardize my finances? At this moment, Sushu had just finished his bath and was waiting for everyone in the changing room. Nick Young was the first to return, and upon seeing Sushu, he mischievously inquired, "Uncle, do you still have money to pay the fine?" The previously cheerful expression on Sushu's face suddenly froze. Indeed, there was the fine to consider, something he had completely forgotten about. His current funds were rather meager, and it was not yet payday. How much is the fine? Sushu asked dryly. Not much, merely $6,000. Alas, is it truly this much? Sushu exclaimed, springing to his feet, on the verge of tears. $6,000. That was the combined monthly salary of his parents. What a prodigal. The crowd chuckled as they made their way back to the locker room, greeting Sushu along the way. However, he was preoccupied with thoughts of whom he might borrow money from to pay the fine, his spirits decidedly low. The others mistakenly assumed he was merely downcast due to his impending expulsion. Mike D'Antoni summoned Sushu and Pau Gasol to accompany him to the post-game press conference. Upon arrival, the room was bustling with reporters. Barely seated, a journalist posed a question to D'Antoni. "Hello, could you share your thoughts on Su's performance in this match?" "I am thoroughly satisfied. He has fulfilled my expectations, and his debut was nothing short of perfection. What is your perspective on conflicts that arise on the playing field?" "There is no conflict. It is simply that the players are wholeheartedly engaged in the match, and their emotions are entirely understandable." "Paul, how do you assess Su?" "My uncle is the most diligent during training sessions, always the first to arrive at the gym and the last to leave. Our security guards have even complained about him, as he often makes them work overtime." Laughter erupted among the journalists at Gasol's remarks, yet one Chinese reporter stifled a smile upon hearing Gasol's address to Sushu. A reporter inquired of Sushu, "Did DeMarcus mention that your trash talk during the game angered him?" It was evident he was a local sports journalist. Without a hint of trepidation, Sushu responded, "The person most fond of trash talking in the league is claiming that a rookie has been incessantly hurling insults at him, causing him to lose his composure. Can you believe it?" The room erupted in laughter, with the majority seemingly inclined to believe Sushu's words. The press conference resumed, and another journalist asked, "What are your thoughts on the two recent altercations?" Sushu pondered for a moment and replied, "Right now, I'm contemplating whom I might borrow money from to pay the fine. I'm rather broke." His response sent the entire audience into fits of laughter. The notion of him figuring out how to borrow money for a fine was undeniably amusing. Journalists soon realized that questioning Sushu yielded far richer material than querying D'Antoni or Gasol, and his debut performance in front of the media garnered recognition. However, the once jovial atmosphere of the press conference turned tense due to a question from a Chinese reporter, causing Sushu to break into a sweat and awkwardly flee the scene. Chapter 19. Brothers, I can do anything a Chinese journalist, having observed the amicable rapport between Gasol and Sushu, suddenly asked, "Paul, how do you usually address little Su?" Upon hearing this question, Sushu's expression shifted to one of discomfort as he desperately signaled the reporter to refrain, yet the journalist feigned ignorance, internally muttering, "Let SCU take advantage of us. Are you referring to Uncle? Let us simply call him Uncle. What seems to be the matter?" Gasol inquired, perplexed. "Do you know that Sushu and Uncle are homophones?" Sitting at the edge, Sushu quietly shifted away and then stood up to flee. His actions made it clear to everyone present. They all turned to gaze at Gasol, who was left with a frozen smile. This rascal had taken advantage of him for so long, and he vowed to settle the score later. Meanwhile, D'Antoni wore an expression of pure amusement. Realizing why Sushu had insisted on being called Little Su instead of his full name, he discovered that Sushu was not one to be underestimated. The press conference concluded amidst Gasol's awkward demeanor and the journalist's cheerful atmosphere, with a wealth of material at their disposal. They had already concocted headlines, enamored by this rookie. Sushu. When a furious Gasol stormed into the locker room, he found no trace of Sushu and demanded, "Where's that rascal? Why isn't he here?" The others sensed Gasol's wrath and were quite curious. He rarely lost his temper, and his disposition was generally amiable. How had Sushu managed to provoke him? Hadn't they just been sharing laughter at the press conference? Nikyung inquired. He just left with his backpack. What happened? Gasol cursed vehemently, recalling the words spoken by the Chinese reporter at the press conference. The locker room fell into an instant silence, as everyone exchanged bewildered glances. They were utterly speechless, realizing they had been outsmarted by Sushu. Soon, they united in a common cause, strategizing on how to exact their revenge on him. Seated at the back of the bus, nestled in a seat, Sushu felt utterly insecure, his body tingling with trepidation as he sensed the impending retribution. Alas, it is over. I have been exposed so early. This reporter is to blame. Which sports media does he belong to? He must be placed on the blacklist. Sushu muttered indignantly to himself. There was no escaping the situation. As his teammates got into the vehicle, their gazes were filled with hostility. Each one itching for a confrontation, poised to pounce. Sushu swallowed hard and stammered, "Brothers, let us discuss this amicably. I am capable of handling any task. Whatever you need, I assure you I will manage it well. Is there truly nothing that cannot be done?" Gasol inquired. "As long as it is within my capabilities, I shall endeavor to accomplish it." "Oh, never mind then, my friends, let us proceed." D'Antoni observed Sushu, who was being relentlessly targeted by everyone, a smile gracing his face. With the victory over the Kings, the Lakers' record improved to 10 wins and 8 losses. Although they had yet to secure a spot in the top 8, Kobe was set to return in the next game, raising hopes of making the playoffs. Furthermore, this match unveiled Sushu as a valuable asset, despite his numerous flaws. It became evident that he was unfazed on the court and could effectively showcase his three-point shooting prowess, thus providing more options for future games. After Sushu made several unequal concessions, the crowd finally relented. However, upon arriving at the hotel, apart from his private areas, his clothing was in tatters. As he exited the vehicle at the hotel, Sushu hastily covered his face and dashed inside, yet the reporters managed to capture his disheveled appearance. After a phone call with his parents, Sushu lay on the bed, finally finding time to access his system panel. Physical fitness, speed, 87, explosiveness, 83, strength, 68, vertical leap, 80, stamina, 76, injury resistance, 67 offensive skills, mid-range shooting, 62, three-point shooting, 84, low-post offense, 50 technical skills, dribbling, 68, passing, 60, rebounding, 53 growth points, 9, 351,000. Although there were no changes to the attribute points, the growth points increased by over 200, which instilled in Sushu a sense of hope for advancement. On that day, there were no surprising outcomes in the NBA games, nor did any star players have standout performances. The highest score of the day was 34 points by Deng against the Warriors. The following day, news reports regarding the Lakers and Kings appeared prominently on major sports news channels and in newspapers. In 2013, the majority of people in the country accessed news through various news apps, while during the same period, 60 of Americans relied on television programs and 20 on newspapers for their news, which intrigued Sushu, who had just arrived in the United States. Although the Lakers' performance this season had not been stellar thus far, the team's name alone commanded attention, especially with Kobe poised to make his comeback in the next game. The rookie of the Lakers, making his debut, exchanged barbs with the notorious enforcer of the league. Su and Cousins engaged in a confrontation, resulting in both being ejected from the game. "Cousins, this rookie is quite bothersome. I find it utterly intolerable." The Chinese rookie made an impressive debut, efficiently scoring 12 points and providing 5 assists before being ejected alongside Cousins. Amidst a flurry of sensational headlines, one reads, "Lakers rookie Su, disheveled and clad in tattered clothing, descends from the team bus, sparking rumors of an internal conflict within the Lakers." Is the rookie being bullied within the team? Despite the media frenzy, Lakers players remain unfazed, accustomed to living under the relentless spotlight. The allegations surrounding Su's mistreatment have indeed stirred considerable discussion, as it represents a scandalous affair. Fresh from the airport, Coach D'Antoni was approached by reporters who inquired, "Coach, do you have any comments regarding the claims of bullying directed at Chinese player Su?" D'Antoni appeared momentarily taken aback, as he and the team had just returned, completely unaware of the unfolding news. "What bullying are you referring to? Such a thing does not exist. Su enjoys a wonderful rapport within the team and shares an excellent relationship with Kobe. However, yesterday a reporter witnessed him disembarking from the bus, his clothing in tatters, seemingly a victim of bullying. Is there any truth to such an occurrence?" At that moment, D'Antoni realized where the misunderstanding lay, a wave of frustration washing over him. This is utterly untrue. The players share a harmonious rapport. They were merely joking around on the bus yesterday, and just as he was about to elaborate, Sushu emerged, each hand laden with several large bags, additional ones draped over his shoulders. This sight starkly contradicted D'Antoni's assertion that no one was bullying Sushu and that their relationships were amicable, leaving D'Antoni with a throbbing headache. Chapter 20. All my fans. The reporters promptly abandoned D'Antoni to pursue an interview with Sushu. "Su, there are rumors suggesting that you have been bullied within the team. Is there any truth to this? Could you elaborate? Bullying? What nonsense is this?" Sushu was equally perplexed, and it was only after the reporter's clarification that he grasped the situation. Sushu replied, "There is no bullying whatsoever. My teammates are wonderful and frequently assist me in integrating into the team. What transpired last night was merely a wager I lost. And what you witnessed was nothing more than a prank. Is everything you say true? Have you been pressured by someone?" Sushu cast a disdainful glance at the reporter and replied, "Madam, your imagination is excessively vivid. You must have indulged in too many soap operas." Laughter echoed in the venue, and the moment swiftly passed without much attention from Sushu. During the afternoon training, Kobe was announced as part of the starting lineup, a development that was anticipated by all, as tomorrow marked his return. However, what took everyone by surprise was that Kobe was not resuming his position as shooting guard. Instead, he was assigned to the point guard role, a decision born out of necessity for Coach D'Antoni. His entire strategy revolved around the point guard initiating plays. And with significant ball control resting in their hands, last season Nash had managed well. Kobe was willing to relinquish some ball control for the sake of a championship. But with Nash sidelined, it was untenable for Blake to command such authority. Thus, Kobe was tasked with the point guard position. Sushu was taken aback, for he understood that contrary to popular belief, Kobe was indeed capable of passing the ball effectively. Nevertheless, Sushu maintained that at his core, Kobe embodied the essence of a killer instinct, the decisive figure on the court. During practice, Sushu meticulously observed Kobe's performance, noting a distinct decline in his foot speed compared to the previous season. Such a deterioration was inevitable following a severe Achilles injury, which invariably affected his explosiveness and athleticism. Furthermore, his adaptability to the point guard position appeared lacking, as there was a noticeable absence of synergy with his teammates. Yet, it was evident in Kobe's eyes that an insatiable yearning for the game burned brightly. He was undeniably a man born for basketball. This match marked Kobe's first appearance following an 8-month recovery from his Achilles injury, and TNT had assembled its premier commentary team, featuring Kenny Smith, Shaquille O'Neal, and Charles Barkley. Tickets for the event were exceedingly scarce, with reports indicating that prices had soared to levels comparable to those of the finals, underscoring Kobe's immense draw. The NBA had even produced an official promotional video titled Theligencon News in honor of Kobe's return, a display that elicited envy among other players. On the evening of December 8th, the Staples Center was filled to capacity. "Boss, I have just encountered David Beckham. My friend, I have seen Swift. I am a fan of football. I beheld Jessica Alba. I am a fervent admirer of the sport. Boss, could we perhaps tone it down a bit?" Sushu expressed his dismay. Kobe glanced at him and patted his shoulder, saying, "You'll get used to it in due time. I also beheld Kendall Jenner, who is exceedingly beautiful. Keep your distance from him." Sushu was defeated. During the warm-up, he had noticed a plethora of prominent celebrities at the sidelines, names like Mayweather, Old Leo, and numerous Hollywood stars he did not recognize. Yet, his primary focus remained on the stunning beauties and his admiration for Beckham, which had led to their earlier exchange. Beside him, Farmar patted Sushu on the shoulder, saying, "Come on, Su, grow up quickly. I'll take you to the nightclub to meet girls." Sushu rolled his eyes in response. "Please. You aren't even older than I am. It's not like I haven't seen it before. Besides, do I really need your help to attract girls? Am I not at least as handsome as you? Have you forgotten that I received more phone numbers than you did when we arrived?" Farmar's expression shifted from pale to flushed, speechless as he regarded Sushu. Had it not been for his injury, he would have surely retaliated. Laughter echoed through the locker room as Kobe observed Sushu's antics within. The atmosphere markedly improved compared to last year. The discord caused by the altercation with the Beast had unsettled the locker room, contributing to their lackluster performance. This turmoil had driven the elder Kobe to the brink, culminating in a ruptured Achilles tendon in his desperate pursuit of a playoff spot. Gentlemen, it is our turn to take the stage. As the introductions for the visiting players concluded, it was time for the home team to make their entrance. The renowned commentator, Lawrence Tant, announced with his illustrious baritone voice, "Let us welcome this year's rookie from China, Su, who received 2 technical fouls in his very first game." The atmosphere was filled with cheers and laughter as fans recognized this newcomer who scored an impressive 12 points and provided 5 assists in his debut. Particularly notable was his exchange of barbs with Cousins, showcasing a fearless demeanor that endeared him to many spectators. As players took to the court, the crowd erupted in thunderous applause when it was Kobe's turn to appear. The starting lineup for the Lakers included point guard Kobe, shooting guard Blake, small forward Johnson, power forward Gasol, and center Saker. The Raptors' starting lineup featured point guard Kyle Lowry, shooting guard DeMar DeRozan, small forward Landry Fields, power forward Amir Johnson, and center Jonas Valanciunas. Prior to this match, the Raptors had a dismal record of 6 wins and 12 losses, casting doubt on their playoff aspirations. However, Su understood that with the trade of the team's leader Rudy Gay to the Kings, the renowned backcourt duo of Lowry and DeRozan began to flourish, ultimately finishing the season with a commendable 48 wins and 34 losses, securing the 3rd seed in the Eastern Conference. Yet, for 2 consecutive years, the Raptors were eliminated in the first round of the playoffs by the Nets and Wizards, respectively. With the maturation of Lowry and DeRozan over the seasons of 2016, 2017, and 2018, the team consistently ranked among the top 3 in the Eastern Conference, even claiming the top spot in 2018. They managed to advance past the first round in the playoffs, yet every encounter with LeBron James resulted in a thorough defeat, leaving them utterly defenseless, earning Lowry and DeRozan the derisive nickname the Garbage Brothers. Kobe was the focal point of the arena, as many anticipated a triumphant return. However, contrary to expectations, he failed to seize the spotlight, and the Garbage Brothers also did not emerge as the game's main attraction. Instead, an unexpected player became the center of attention. Chapter 21. This rookie is intriguing in a span of merely 5 minutes. The Raptors' starting power forward Amir Johnson dominated Gasol, scoring 7 points through a combination of shots and rebounds, propelling the Raptors to a 15-4 lead and prompting a timeout for the Lakers. Kobe struggled at the point guard position, failing to deliver the explosive performance that Coach D'Antoni had envisioned, instead committing a series of turnovers. Blake, who had excelled in the starting role following Nash's season-ending injury, was unable to replicate his previous success. After emphasizing the offensive strategy, D'Antoni substituted Mix for Blake, but refrained from removing Kobe from the game. As a superstar and the team's spiritual leader, it was unthinkable to bench him for an extended period. Such an act would be deemed a profound insult to a player of Kobe's caliber. Upon resuming play, the Lakers' offense showed no signs of improvement, while Amir Johnson remained relentless in the paint, undeterred by the timeout. For Gasol, who was tasked with guarding Johnson, it was a torturous experience. Sitting on the sidelines, Su sighed, lamenting that the previous incarnation of Gasol was a thing of the past. With 3 minutes remaining, D'Antoni finally substituted Blake for Kobe, by which point the score stood at 25-12. In the final 3 minutes of the first quarter, the entire bench unit for the Lakers surged, and as the quarter concluded, the score was 30-21. During this period, Su did not have the opportunity to take the court. Kobe played 8 minutes, scoring 2 points on 1 of 2 shooting, alongside 2 turnovers and 1 assist. Meanwhile, Amir Johnson of the Raptors excelled in the first quarter, shooting 6 of 7 for an impressive 14 points. Why did D'Antoni assign Kobe to the point guard position? Does he not realize that Kobe should be the one to finish the game? In the TNT broadcast studio, Barkley fervently criticized D'Antoni. This time, his longtime rival, the Big Shaq, O'Neal, did not counter his remarks. I concur with Charles's perspective. D'Antoni has made significant errors in his utilization of Kobe. I understand Kobe well. Although he is capable of passing, playing as a point guard is not his most comfortable position. Kobe sat on the bench, a towel draped over his head, his expression stern and exuding an aura that discouraged any approach. Sushu recognized that Kobe was currently seething with anger. Yet the target of his ire was none other than himself, as his performance had been extraordinarily poor. Su, in the second quarter, I need you to elevate the tempo, D'Antoni said to Sushu. Very well, coach, Sushu nodded. Oh, D'Antoni has brought the Chinese rookie Su onto the court. He performed admirably in the previous game against the Kings. The Lakers' offensive and defensive rhythm in the first quarter is still somewhat sluggish, and their attacking options are insufficient. D'Antoni's adjustment is indeed judicious, remarked Kenny Smith. Just as Kenny finished speaking, Barkley interjected, Brother, what are you thinking? You believe that relying on a Chinese rookie can alter the course of the game? Charles, have you not had your fill of donkey but from those years? As the perennial rival of Charles Barkley, whether genuinely adversarial or merely for the sake of entertainment, Shaquille O'Neal stepped forward at this moment. Kenny Smith, upon hearing the remark about donkey but, erupted into laughter, creating a delightful atmosphere in the broadcasting booth. The banter between O'Neal and Barkley is undoubtedly a significant highlight. Perhaps the reason why the trio has become the premier commentators for TNT. Sushu entered the court to thunderous applause from the audience, being the hero of the previous match. However, the big-name celebrities sitting courtside were largely unfamiliar with Sushu. They were far too preoccupied, only attending pivotal games or when time allowed. Hence, he was a stranger to them. Nevertheless, they too offered him their applause. Jenna, observing the warm reception Sushu received from the fans, took a moment to admire him. Indeed, he was rather handsome, ranking amongst the elite of basketball players. As he awaited his teammates to inbound the ball, he was guarded by the Raptors' starting point guard, Kyle Lowry. This season, the Raptors were significantly hampered by roster deficiencies. Aside from Lowry, there was no other legitimate point guard capable of joining the rotation. In many instances, when Lowry rested for a couple of minutes, DeRozan would step in to fill his role as the primary playmaker. Lowry took a brief 2-minute respite in the first quarter. Thus, he re-entered the game at the start of the second quarter, allowing DeRozan a moment to recuperate. Rookie, I've heard that in your last match, you managed to drive Cousins out of the game. Today, you'd better behave. I am not the reckless type like him. Lowry initiated a conversation with Sushu, not out of any particular regard for Sushu's abilities, but rather out of curiosity regarding his and Cousins' ejection. On the surface, he appeared quite unassuming, yet he was, without a doubt, an aficionado of trash talk during the game, not so much for his skill in it, but for his sheer enjoyment of the banner. Sushu, undeterred, feigned looking around before lowering his gaze to Lowry, saying, I apologize, are you speaking to me? I almost couldn't see you. Lowry was left speechless, at 185 centimeters. Was he truly that diminutive? The audacity of this fellow was unmistakable. In their initial exchange, Sushu emerged victorious. Upon receiving the ball, he opted not to attempt to penetrate Lowry's defense, well aware of Lowry's formidable prowess among guards. Instead, he passed the ball to Mixes. Having thoroughly analyzed the Raptors roster prior to the game, substituting for DeRozan was Julian Stone, a guard of rather mediocre scoring ability. Mixes executed a quick stop and nailed the first basket of the second quarter for the Lakers, bringing the score to 30-23. After bringing the ball up the court, Lowry made no grandiose moves, accelerating directly towards Sushu without a moment's hesitation. After all, the disparity in their physiques was evident, and even a fool would understand how to leverage such an advantage. Sushu, resigned, recognized that Lowry's skill set far surpassed that of Thomas. Driving past him, Lowry used his body to establish position, denying Sushu any opportunity to leap, and effortlessly scored with a floater, extending the lead to 32-23. Rookie, you simply cannot defend against me. After tossing the ball, Lowry resumed his barrage of trash talk. Sushu remained speechless. This little chubby fellow truly had much to say. Completely ignoring him, Hill was already preparing to execute a baseline throw-in. Upon receiving the ball, he swiftly advanced, while Nick Young, and Hill raced towards the front court. Before the Raptors could properly establish their defensive formation, Sushu passed the ball to the open Nick Young, who effortlessly launched a three-pointer. A smirk crept across Sushu's face as he relished yet another assist. To be honest, the credit for that shot's success was minimal on his part. The real credit belonged to Nick Young's sharpshooting. One must acknowledge that Anthony's tactical approach serves as a catalyst for point guards. To put it plainly, if a point guard fails to see a significant increase in their statistics within Anthony's tactical framework, it simply indicates that the point guard's capabilities are limited. Nick Young, unleash your prowess and let them know whose territory this is, shouted Sushu, though his gaze was fixed on Lowry. Lowry, speechless, felt as if he had swallowed a fly, After all, it wasn't his shot that landed, so what was there to be proud of? The banter exchanged between the two was audible to many in attendance, and the excitement in the eyes of those looking at Sushu was palpable. The commentator on site couldn't help but chuckle, exclaiming, "Haha, our very own Su from China remains as passionate as ever. It seems he requires no acclimatization to the NBA atmosphere." With Sushu orchestrating the plays, the Lakers' offensive tempo surged noticeably compared to when Kobe was on the court. Nick Young and Mix were on fire today, shooting as soon as they received the ball, culminating in a brief surge of 8-4 within just 3 minutes. 36-31. The Lakers' offensive rhythm has surged. Avoiding a stagnant battle with the Raptors, Mix and Nick Young displayed resolute shooting, yet I believe the Chinese player Su has played a pivotal role here. "This rookie possesses intriguing qualities," remarked Kenny Smith. Chapter 22. Targeted. Noticing the Lakers gaining momentum, the Raptors promptly substituted DeRozan into the game, aiming to stabilize the situation with his scoring prowess. DeRozan's entry undeniably bolstered the Raptors' offense as he first executed a signature mid-range jumper for 2 points, then penetrated the paint, drawing a foul from Johnson and converting both free throws for another 2 points. The score stood at 40-31, with the Raptors extending their lead. Sushu dribbled into the front court, having refrained from taking any shots in the preceding minutes, focusing solely on facilitating his teammates. Lowry did not regard him with much concern. He gestured for Jordan Hill to set a screen. This time, Hill's screen was solid. Utilizing the pick, Sushu advanced from the left side. The primary defender on Hill was Steve Novak, who remained a step inside the three-point line, considering Su was merely a rookie. Observing Novak's lack of defensive pressure, Sushu did not hesitate, launching a shot from beyond the arc. With a successful three-point shot, the score stands at 39-34. Excellent play. Su from China seized this opportunity. It appears that his ability to score 4 three-pointers in the previous match was not merely a stroke of luck, Shaquille O'Neal marveled. Indeed, I sense that Su from China exhibits remarkable composure on the court, unlike an ordinary rookie. All right, it's just a three-pointer. There is still plenty of time left in the game. Barkley would not easily alter his perspective based on a mere 3 points. Turning back, DeRozan successfully isolated Mix, who simply could not contain him. In every aspect, height, strength, or skill, he was overwhelmingly outmatched. The Lakers, unable to seize opportunities for fast breaks, resorted to their pick-and-roll strategy. This time, Novak finally managed to defend effectively, denying Sushu a chance to shoot a three-pointer. However, with Jordan Hill finding himself open after the pick, Sushu refrained from being greedy, delivering a precise bounce pass that propelled Hill to the basket for a successful score. Lowry was at a loss. This young Chinese player refused to engage him directly, either releasing the ball quickly or seeking screens, leaving him with no solutions and only the option to reclaim his standing on the offensive end. Sushu felt a deep frustration. Did this little chubby guy truly struggle to play without physical contact? Why did he always collide with him? If it didn't hurt him, it certainly did hurt Sushu. Once again, Sushu watched as Lowry penetrated the paint and scored with ease, inwardly lamenting the situation. However, overall, the Lakers were displaying a more fervent shooting touch, having already netted 4 three-pointers in the first half of the quarter, contributed by Uncle, Nick Young, Sean Williams, and Mekon. By the midpoint of the second quarter, the score stood at 45-41, with the teams having closed the gap. The 3 lively commentators in the TNT studio, along with all the announcers in the main broadcast room, acknowledged the fighting spirit exhibited by the Lakers' bench players. Following the timeout, the Lakers altered their lineup, introducing Kobe, Blake, and Gasol to partner with Mekon and Nick Young, shifting to a tall and small formation. D'Antoni seemed intent on matching the Raptors in offensive prowess. Indeed, given the Lakers roster, their defensive capabilities were rather mediocre, making it more strategic to engage in a scoring contest with the Raptors. Kobe intensified his offensive efforts, concluding the second quarter with 2 successful field goals out of 3 attempts and 1 out of 2 from the free throw line, amassing 5 points. While Gasol and Blake also made contributions. Yet, the Lakers failed to close the score gap and instead found themselves trailing further. It was uncertain if Gasol had incurred the wrath of Amir Johnson, as every encounter felt like a relentless assault, leaving Gasol with little room for resistance, akin to a maiden being ravaged. In just half a quarter, Amir Johnson had emerged as a formidable force, scoring 10 points. By halftime, the score had escalated to 60-53. The intermission passed swiftly, and the third quarter commenced with the same starting 5. The Lakers reverted to their initial form, struggling both offensively and defensively. For a full 4 minutes, only Gasol managed to score a solitary point, while the other starters remained scoreless, resulting in a 10-1 run by the Raptors. At 70-54, D'Antoni called a timeout, substituting all but Kobe for bench players, and Sushu was assigned to the court, now playing as a shooting guard. This time, Sushu truly embraced his role as a scorer, finding no fault in merely being on the court. As the Lakers launched their offensive, with Kobe controlling the ball, Sushu did not hesitate. He actively sought to move, as he slipped past Jordan Hill. Before Lowry could react, he circled around Hill in a reverse run, creating an open shot for himself. At this moment, Kobe penetrated to the free throw line and, noticing Sushu's open position, passed the ball to him. Just as Sushu received the pass, Valen Ines, who was guarding Hill, recognized Sushu's open opportunity and took 2 steps toward him. However, Sushu did not succumb to greed, as Valen Ines took his second step. He lofted the ball to Jordan Hill beneath the basket, while Lowry could only helplessly watch the incoming ball, making a token jump that could never intercept it. With a resounding clang, Lowry discerned the sound behind him, signaling that Jordan Hill had successfully executed an alley-oop dunk. Overcome with exuberance, Jordan Hill let out a jubilant roar to express his elation. Sushu, perplexed by the frequent outbursts of players after successful dunks in the NBA, wondered what such displays truly conveyed. Seizing the moment, Sushu called out to Lowry, "Kyle, you're just a smidge away. If you could grow a tad taller, you might thwart that alley-oop." Lowry, incensed, was on the verge of retorting, yet Sushu had already sprinted away, leaving him nearly choking on his frustration. "Jonas, there's no need to rush out. He's merely a rookie and poses no lethal threat," bellowed Raptors head coach Casey from the sidelines. He harbored little faith that a novice could inflict any serious damage, yet a thunderous alley-oop dunk might very well elevate the Lakers' morale, making it increasingly difficult to contain them. Moments later, Kobe backed down to Rosen while Lowry applied pressure, leaving Sushu unguarded. Kobe spotted Sushu, and this time the Raptors players approached with more caution, affording Sushu ample time to take his shot. As Sushu sank his second three-pointer of the match, the score narrowed within 10 points. Casey, rendered speechless, still refrained from instructing Lowry to closely mark Sushu, holding the belief that the latter could not single-handedly determine the outcome of the game. However, Kobe was a different story. His points had historically been amassed at the expense of the Raptors, prompting a defensive strategy that sought to double-team him, preventing him from finding his rhythm. Yet, in the subsequent play, when Sushu landed another three-pointer, Casey could no longer remain passive. If this continued, the deficit would surely vanish, and the Raptors called for a timeout. "Kyler, keep a close watch on that rookie. It would be one thing to be outplayed by Kobe, but to be defeated by a novice would be a tremendous embarrassment for us. Ensure he faces significant resistance," Casey remarked to Lowry. "Rest assured, my friend. Soon I shall make him realize that the NBA is not as easy to navigate as he may think." On the sidelines, Jenna observed Sushu, who had already sunk 3 three-pointers, and her intuition whispered that this man had great potential and deserved closer attention. Unbeknownst to Sushu, he had drawn someone's gaze. Chapter 23. The Nightscape. At 4 a.m. D'Antoni noted that the synergy between Sushu and Kobe appeared to be increasingly harmonious, with Kobe readily passing the ball to Sushu whenever he found himself open. The effectiveness of their collaboration far surpassed Kobe's previous partnership with Blake. However, Blake's ability to orchestrate the offense was something Sushu could not rival, which troubled him considerably. Upon resuming after a timeout, the Raptors tightened their defense against Sushu, increasing physical confrontations significantly, which left him with little room for effective shots. Whenever he attempted to shoot, defenders were quick to disrupt his efforts. Moreover, on the defensive end, Lowry specifically targeted Sushu, causing a rapid depletion of his stamina and resulting in 2 personal fouls. As the third quarter concluded, the score stood at 85-77, with the Lakers trailing by 8 points. In this quarter, after successfully making his initial 2 three-pointers, Sushu found himself expending a considerable amount of energy due to the Raptors' relentless offense and defense, missing both of his subsequent three-point attempts. Sitting on the bench, Sushu focused on regulating his breathing. His energy was waning rapidly over the previous half. Despite not scoring further, he managed to deliver 2 assists, accumulating 9 points and 4 assists in a mere 14 minutes of playtime. As the final quarter commenced, the Raptors intensified their efforts on both ends, leaving the Lakers struggling to adapt to the heightened intensity, which quickly widened the deficit to over 10 points. D'Antoni promptly substituted Sushu and Kobe back into the game, hoping to turn the tide. Yet, the Raptors, now emboldened, played with fervor. Amir Johnson, who had scored 32 points in the first 3 quarters, faded into the background as DeRozan, Lowry, and Terrence Ross combined for 26 points in the final quarter, thwarting any hopes the Lakers had of closing the gap. The game concluded with a disappointing 115-99 defeat for the Lakers, who fell short by 16 points. Throughout the game, Kobe shot 2 for 9, contributing 9 points. For assists, 8 rebounds, and 8 turnovers, while the other 4 starters combined for only 14 points. In contrast, the Lakers bench saw 5 players score in double digits. Sushu made 4 of 9 3-point attempts, along with a layup, totaling 14 points and 4 assists, second only to Mix's 19 points. For the Raptors, Amir Johnson led with 32 points, followed by DeRozan with 26 points, 5 assists, and 5 rebounds, and Lowry with 23 points, 8 assists, and 5 rebounds, with the Garbage brothers each posting 25-5 statistics. Though the Lakers suffered defeat in Kobe's comeback game, the atmosphere among the fans remained buoyant. They showered the day's protagonist, Kobe, with enthusiastic applause. His return to the court was deemed the greatest triumph, overshadowing any concerns about his performance. In the eyes of the fans, his mere presence was what truly mattered. However, Kobe held a different perspective. This obsessive competitor believed that stepping onto the court meant one was there to fight for victory. At the post-game press conference, when a journalist inquired about his performance, Kobe candidly responded, "I can only give myself an F. My performance stank like manure." The highly anticipated match that captivated fans worldwide has come to a close. Yet the debates that ensued have shown no signs of abating. While supporters rejoiced at Kobe's return, the media remained incessantly active. The performance of Kobe in his comeback game swiftly became the focal point of discussions across major television networks the following day. Proponents argued that Kobe had merely been away for too long and required time to readjust. They asserted that he would make a triumphant return, unscathed by injury, for he is Kobe Bryant. Conversely, detractors contended that Kobe would not regain his former pinnacle, nor would he reach all-star caliber again. They believed that the Achilles rupture, a devastating injury for any basketball player, was beyond the resilience of a 35-year-old Kobe. Kobe's return drew the entirety of the NBA's attention, overshadowing a formidable clash between the second-seeded Thunder and the top-seeded Pacers. It is noteworthy that the Thunder boasted their Big Three, while the Pacers, under the leadership of Paul George, had consistently held the defending champions, the Heat, home to the likes of LeBron James, Dwayne Wade, and Chris Bosh, firmly in second place in the Eastern Conference. Such a high-stakes encounter was astonishingly eclipsed by the narrative surrounding Kobe's return, rendering even George and Durant's impressive 30-point performances inconsequential. This left no doubt that the elder statesman of the game remains unrivaled. The bitter taste of defeat was particularly unwelcome for Sushu, especially with Lowry's insufferable smugness only intensifying his discontent. Upon returning home, after a refreshing shower and lying on his bed, he opened the system panel to find that his growth points had increased by 300, which slightly lifted his spirits. Just as Sushu was drifting into a peaceful slumber, his phone rang, and with reluctance, he glanced at the screen to discover an incoming call from none other than Kobe. "Boss, it is only 4 o'clock at present. Enough with the pleasantries. Come to the training facility and take a moment to behold the nocturnal splendor of Los Angeles at 4 in the morning." Upon hearing Kobe's words, Sushu nearly fainted. When Sushu arrived at the training center, Kobe was already drenched in sweat. As he warmed up, Sushu remarked, "Boss, you can't be serious. This is a matter of life and death. Why do young people sleep so much? Did you forget how you were completely outmatched by that little fellow Lowry during the last session yesterday? Fine, you win. I cannot argue with you." Sushu joined the training. As the two of them sat exhausted on the training ground, the first light of dawn began to break. "Boss, is it truly advisable for you to engage in such vigorous activity? I exercise restraint. I must shed some weight, as my current mass hampers my mobility." "Well, what more can I say? With our leaders striving so diligently, what excuse do I have not to exert myself?" Sushu's remarkable performances in consecutive matches have evoked a festive spirit among domestic fans, with even the critics dwindling in number. Major sports media outlets are now reallocating personnel, preparing to head to Los Angeles specifically to cover Sushu's journey. In his first match, he scored 12 points and provided 5 assists in the second. He achieved 14 points and 4 assists, making him the best-performing Chinese player in the NBA during the initial 2 games. Amidst the chorus of praise, there are still those who emerge to voice dissent. Sushu's performances in the first two matches were commendable. However, his achievements are undoubtedly overshadowed by those of Yao Ming. The disparity in their physical attributes is a significant factor, as individuals of Asian descent inherently face disadvantages in physicality compared to their black and white counterparts. While Sushu's height may allow him to establish a foothold in the NBA as a center, his speed, strength, resilience, and ability to withstand injuries as a guard falls significantly short when compared to European and American players. Currently, Sushu's success can be attributed to the lack of attention from other teams. If he continues to perform at this level, he will inevitably be scrutinized, and it is likely that his performance will decline sharply. Achieving a position as a rotational player in the NBA would be the pinnacle of Sushu's accomplishments. Chapter 24. Boss, I need to get up to urinate. On December 10th, the NBA officially announced the best rookies of the previous week in both the Eastern and Western conferences. In the East, Philadelphia 76ers guard Markelle Fultz averaged 17.5 points, 6, 3 assists, and 7 rebounds, leading his team to 3 losses out of 3 games, earning him the title of Eastern Conference Rookie of the Week. In the West, Utah Jazz guard Trey Burke averaged 11.8 points and 5.2 assists, helping the Jazz to a disappointing record of 4 losses in 4 games, thus being named the Western Conference Rookie of the Week. The current iteration of the Jazz is far removed from the formidable team of the Deron Williams era, with a record of 5 wins and 15 losses, placing them at the bottom of the Western Conference. The announcement of the weekly rookies did not spark much controversy in the East, as only Victor Oladipo posed a challenge to Fultz. Albeit Oladipo's performance last week was somewhat lacking. However, the situation in the West has ignited considerable debate, particularly among Lakers fans, with one fan expressing their discontent directly on Twitter. Title: Zhou Qi deserves to be named Western Conference Rookie of the Week more than Trey Burke. Why should Trey Burke be favored? The Jazz have struggled to secure victories. Yet in the past week, Zhou Qi participated in 2 games, with his team achieving a record of 1 win and 1 loss. Zhou averaged 13 points and 4.5 assists per game, and most notably, his shooting percentage reached an impressive 50, significantly surpassing Burke's sub-40 accuracy. Upon posting on Twitter, a multitude of fans quickly responded with comments. I concur, whether in terms of data or achievements, China's Su surpasses Trebek. However, China's Su has made a sparse appearance, having participated in merely 2 matches. However, they have emerged victorious, which is far better than suffering 4 defeats in 4 matches. I have a premonition that China's Su may pose a challenge to Mike Kawhi. Brother, you've had too much to drink. Consequently, Sushu gained a modicum of fame, with more individuals becoming aware of a Chinese player in the league who seemed to perform commendably. This year's draft could arguably be considered the least followed in the past decade. Aside from McCaw and Oladipo, no standout players emerged. The first overall pick, Bennett, infamous for elbowing a member of the Chinese national basketball team during a subsequent warm-up match, is regarded as the most lackluster top pick in history, bar none. If one were to inquire about the significance of averaging 3 points and 4 rebounds in the NBA, one would undoubtedly deem it an abysmal level, indicative of a player on the brink of being cut. Yet, astonishingly, this year's all-rookie second team included a player averaging a mere 3 points and 4.1 rebounds. Adams from the Thunder, the very one who faced ridicule. Even the future sensation Antetokounmpo was merely averaging 5 to 6 points at that time. Also a member of the all-rookie second team, alongside another player with 4.8 points and 5 rebounds. Not a single player on the second team managed to average 9 points, highlighting the current caliber of this draft class. This explains the fervent discussion surrounding Sushu, particularly after his impressive consecutive performances, which could position him as a contender to challenge McCaw, if sustained. The Lakers were set to face the Suns next, who featured a rookie center, Alex Len, selected 5th overall this year. Logically, such a high draft pick should be nurtured. However, thus far in the season, he has averaged only 8 minutes per game, mostly appearing during garbage time, with a meager average of 2.2, barely approaching the all-rookie second-team center statistics. Following the glory days of Nash, the Suns had languished for 2 years without reaching the playoffs. This season, Goran Dragic, dubbed the Little Nash, has delivered an impressive average of 26, while newly acquired Eric Bledsoe has contributed an all-around performance of 17.55. Despite significant roster deficiencies, the Suns have managed an 11-9 record, sitting 9th in the West, just a game behind the 8th-seeded Mavericks. The Lakers, with a record of 10-10, trailed closely behind, making the outcome of this game pivotal in the playoff race. On December 10th, the Lakers hosted the Suns. And Coach D'Antoni made adjustments to the starting lineup. Point guard, Blake shooting guard, Kobe small forward, Meeks power forward, Williams center. Gasol. The Suns starting lineup included point guard, Goran Dragic point guard, Eric Bledsoe small forward P.J. Tucker power forward, Channing Frye center, Myers Leonard. From the outset, the Suns dictated the pace of the game, with Dragic and the substitute Morris leading the charge to a 26-20 first quarter advantage over the Lakers. Dragic scored 10 points in the first quarter, while Morris added 7. The Lakers utilized a rotation of 10 players, with 9 contributing to the score, yet they could not seize the lead. Sushu played 3 minutes in the first quarter before committing 2 fouls, one against Dragic and another against Bledsoe. It was evident that Sushu and the Lakers' backcourt were thoroughly outmatched. This scenario encapsulated the entire game. Even though Kobe experienced a brief surge, it was not sustained. The final score of 114-106 belied the struggle, as the Lakers were perpetually chasing the score without ever overturning the deficit. Kobe's form showed signs of improvement, shooting 6 for 11 and perfect from the free throw line, totaling 20 points. Gasol contributed 19 points, while Sushu played 15 minutes, scoring 11 points, dishing out 4 assists, and committing 5 fouls, including 2 three-pointers. For the Suns, Dragic led with a game-high 31 points. Bledsoe added 18 and 9 assists, and the Morris twins combined for 37 points. The Lakers' backcourt was thoroughly dominated, leaving Sushu discontented as he recognized the disparity, particularly in his matchup against Dragic. It was not merely physical overpowering. Rather, Dragic's rhythm and technical finesse drew 3 fouls and sent Sushu to the free throw line twice. At 4 in the morning the following day, Kobe was roused from slumber by a phone call. "Hello, who is this?" "Boss, it's time to get up and relieve yourself," came Sushu's voice. Kobe, feeling exasperated, thought to himself that the boy was undoubtedly seeking revenge. "Speak plainly." "Hey, boss, yesterday I was outmaneuvered by Dragic several times, and I realized my defensive skills are still lacking. How about you get up and enjoy the night view while we practice a bit?" Kobe, initially grumpy, felt his irritation dissipate upon hearing Sushu's reasoning. "All right, see you at the training facility," he replied before hanging up the phone and preparing to rise, only to be embraced by a pair of hands. "Darling, it's not yet dawn. Stay with me a little longer," came the voice of his wife, Vanessa Bryant. After marrying Kobe, Vanessa adopted the custom of taking on his surname, Bryant. It's curious that while many men in our country advocate for gender equality and look to the West as a model, there seems to be a lack of adherence to this principle in certain aspects. "Dear, I must head off to training now, as Sue is awaiting my arrival." "Oh." "Sue from China. The next time I see him, I must certainly warn him to refrain from enticing my husband any further. Training so early, and yet he, a man without a wife, fails to comprehend the situation." Vanessa's tone was laden with resentment. She was acquainted with Sushu, having met him during Kobe's comeback game. "Well, dear, sleep a little longer," she said before rising from the bed. Although Vanessa's words were laced with complaints, she nonetheless got up to assist Kobe in tidying up. Chapter 25. The starting lineup feels like a fortuitous find. Kobe's return was met with the Lakers suffering 2 consecutive defeats, neither of which were against formidable opponents. Major sports media outlets relentlessly debated whether Kobe's prowess had diminished, ultimately concluding that he could not reclaim his former glory. With a Kobe who could not return to his peak and a Gasol whose once mighty blade had dulled, it was utterly implausible for this current Lakers team to secure a playoff berth. The limitations of the team were evident in their salaries. Kobe at $30 million. Gasol at $19 million, Nash at $9.38 million, Blake at $4 million, Jordan Hill at $3.56 million, and come on at $3.18 million, with the remaining players earning between hundreds of thousands to just over $1 million. Generally, a player's salary reflects their capabilities. Some media outlets have already suggested that the Lakers abandon this season, opting instead to languish in hopes of attaining a higher draft position. The year 2014 has been heralded by various media as a bountiful draft year, featuring the nation's top high school player, Jabari Parker, dubbed the next Anthony, Andrew Wiggins, likened to the next LeBron, and Joel Embiid, regarded as the next Olajuwon. In a further twist, not a single member of the Lakers management, from the owner to the general manager, has stepped forward to voice an opinion amid this external turmoil, compounding the situation. The Lakers faced a significant setback with their starting point guard, Blake, suffering a ligament injury in his hand, expected to sideline him for 4 weeks. With Farmar still recovering from his injury, and now Blake incapacitated, The only legitimate point guard left was Nash. D'Antoni rubbed his throbbing head, pondering the absurdity of it all. It seemed as if injuries were determined to plague the Lakers. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to convene a meeting with the coaching staff. "Young man, you are indeed fortunate. Both Blake and I are injured, which significantly increases your chances of starting. In just your 4th professional game, you are set to take the field. And astonishingly, you are an undrafted rookie. I must admit, I feel a twinge of jealousy." Famer, currently undergoing rehabilitation, approached Sushu, who was exhausted and sprawled on the ground after a one-on-one with Kobe, incessantly chattering away. Sushu was left speechless, pondering the extent of Famer's grievances, as it seemed to transform a grown man into someone akin to a woman. "You are completely unaware, aren't you? I am a genius, living in a world of brilliance that mere mortals like you cannot fathom." Sushu's arrogant and infuriating remarks left those resting nearby at a loss for words. After exchanging glances, they picked up the basketball, casting mischievous looks at Sushu, initially basking in his self-satisfaction and eager to boast further with Femoral. Sushu sensed impending danger. Looking around cautiously, he gingerly rose to his feet and chuckled nervously. "Hee, haha, the weather is splendid today. Ah." As he sprinted away, dodging the basketballs hurled at him from behind, he exaggeratedly cried out each time he was struck. Being the youngest member of the Lakers, Sushu found himself in a unique position, apart from this year's rookie Kelly, who was merely 3 years his senior. The rest of the team were at least 7 years older. Thus, his playful antics were met with amusement from his older teammates. The following day, the Lakers flew to Oklahoma to face the Thunder. During the previous day's training, Coach D'Antoni had not clearly defined the starting point guard, instead continuously adjusting the lineup throughout practice. Last year, with Harden's departure from the Rockets and the disbandment of the Thunder's 4 horsemen, only the 3 remained, resulting in a decline in their competitive strength. Despite achieving an impressive record of 60 wins and 22 losses, ranking first in the Western Conference, they fell just short of the Miami Heat's trio of stars. Regrettably, in the second round of the playoffs, they were ousted by the formidable duo of the Grizzlies and returned home early to fish. This season, Reggie Jackson has rapidly matured, averaging 14.5 points and stepping up from the bench. Furthermore, team leader Kevin Durant has been in scorching form, averaging 31 points per game. Alongside the dynamic Russell Westbrook and the towering Ibaka, their roster appeared dominant on paper in the Western Conference. Yet, who could have anticipated the cunning of the old GDP? With a staggering record of 19 wins and 3 losses, they have been steamrolling through the league. During warm-ups before the game, Sushu finally laid eyes on the Thunder's 3. Durant was indeed tall and lean, while the muscular Westbrook was a sight to behold, causing Sushu to swallow hard. As for Ibaka, Sushu discreetly scrutinized him, unable to discern much at first glance. In the locker room, D'Antoni announced the starting lineup: Sushu, Kobe, Wesley Johnson, Hill, and Gasol. Upon hearing his name as a starter, Sushu felt a surge of excitement. This opportunity had come so effortlessly, as if it were a fortunate find. The substitutes gazed at him with expressions of envy and jealousy, all pondering, why is it only the point guards who get injured? Why not someone in my position? Just as we required during our training, our offensive play must be swift, with a keen focus on off-ball movement. On the defensive end, we must prevent Westbrook from charging forward. Sue, the decision rests upon you. Allow the jump shot, but deny the drive. Wesley, endeavor to apply physical pressure on Durant to deplete his stamina. D'Antoni articulated the essential points for both offense and defense while sketching strategies on the tactical board. In the home team's locker room, the Thunder appeared remarkably at ease, utterly devoid of the tense atmosphere typically preceding a significant match. They seemed to openly disregard the Lakers, yet they possessed ample pride to back it up. Over the past 2 years, the Thunder and the Lakers have faced each other 13 times in both the regular season and playoffs, with the Thunder boasting a commendable record of 10 wins and 3 losses, especially considering the current state of the Lakers. Kevin, today you shall outshine Kobe. And from this day forth, LeBron will be your only rival in the league. Last year, my injury hindered us, but this year we shall unseat LeBron from his throne, and the Thunder will officially ascend to the pinnacle of the league. Westbrook's demeanor exuded an air of arrogance, his confidence radiating so powerfully that even Durant, the team's leader, seemed overshadowed. Beside him, Durant, if clad in a construction worker's attire, would undeniably resemble a laborer darkened by the sun on a building site, perfectly embodying that essence. Russell, let us not forget the Spurs, who currently hold the top position. Durant's words seemed rather cautious, Yet one could discern from his tone that he still held a certain disregard for the venerable Spurs. The veterans are aging. Their tanks aren't filled with much fuel anymore. The regular season is manageable, but when it comes to the playoffs, their horsepower simply cannot keep pace, remarked Westbrook. Beside him, Serge Ibaka, having overheard their conversation, chimed in. I concur with Russell. This year we are robust and formidable. Why should we fear a few old-timers? The atmosphere grew lively as laughter echoed throughout the locker room. Chapter 26, From Underdogs to Dunks Over 18 Cards. Dear viewers, greetings to you all. Welcome to a broadcast from a certain sports platform. Today, we bring you the NBA matchup where the Thunder host the Lakers. Commentary will be provided by Mr. Kofan and Ms. Yang. Ms. Yang. The starting lineup for the Lakers has been announced, and congratulations to Young Soo for making the starting team. What do you anticipate his performance will be against Westbrook today? Yang pondered for a moment and replied, it is quite unexpected that Young Soo, having played only a few games in the NBA, has already secured a position in the starting lineup. This is certainly due to the injuries plaguing the Lakers' backcourt. Nevertheless, his inclusion in the starting five, coupled with his recent performances, signifies that he has firmly established himself within the team. This is indeed a positive development for Chinese basketball. Facing Westbrook, Young Soo may not have the physical advantage, so he should tactically avoid direct confrontations and play more intelligently, leveraging his strengths. I believe that as long as he does not shy away from the challenge, it will be a success for him. Yang's comments elicited considerable discontent among the viewers in the live stream. What does this mean? What does Teacher Yang mean by this? Could someone please elucidate? I am majoring in Chinese at university. Allow me to elucidate for you. The meaning is essentially this. Do you comprehend? Please leave, you above. Ultimately, there is a lack of optimism regarding Xiao Su, as he is pitted against the league's current all-star guards, who are also the most formidable in their position. What remarkable performance could one expect? Indeed, I harbor concerns as well. Xiao Su's physical constitution cannot be compared to that of Westbrook. Well, while I do have a fondness for Little Su, my admiration for Westbrook surpasses it. At present, Little Su cannot be compared to Westbrook in any regard. I am genuinely happy for Xiao Su, as he has managed to establish himself in the NBA. I wish him all the best. I find myself somewhat curious. What do you suppose the leaders of the association will think about this current club in our country? What are they thinking? Undoubtedly, they are contemplating how to carve out a share for themselves. Perhaps they are investigating whether Xiao Su has participated in any competitive leagues during his high school or middle school years, hoping to glean some insights. Both online fans and commentators largely express skepticism regarding Sushu's potential performance against Westbrook. In a dormitory at Shanghai University of Sport, at least 10 individuals gather, with a table in the center hosting a laptop streaming the live broadcast of the Lakers vs. Thunder game. Among the crowd, Li Fei, Lin Hai, and Huang Zhong don the Lakers' number 98 jerseys, adorned with numerous signatures in English. Li Fei passionately exclaims, "Look at this jersey we are wearing. Do you recognize these names? I must tell you, they are the signatures of all the players from the Lakers. Hiki, it was sent to us by our brother." The others were utterly envious. Li Fei, could you get me one too? Don't worry, I'll cover breakfast for this month. What does breakfast matter? I can help you get Li Fei's WeChat ID from our class. How about that? The starting lineup for the Thunder includes the three stars alongside small forward Andre Roberson and center Kendrick Perkins. As the game commenced, Gasol won the jump against Perkins. The formidable center, Sushu, who gained possession of the ball, did not control it but passed it to Kobe before sprinting forward. The Thunder players had anticipated Sushu's actions. As Kobe crossed the half-court line, Roberson approached him. Roberson, a rookie this year, was selected by the Timberwolves at the 26th pick in the first round before being traded to the Thunder. Fortuitously for Roberson, his offensive capabilities were virtually non-existent. However, he possessed some defensive prowess. With the Thunder's offense focused on the dynamic duo of Durant and Westbrook, Roberson's lack of offensive contribution became irrelevant, allowing him to serve as an exceptional defensive support for them. In the ensuing years, particularly after Durant's departure in 2018, he and Adams became the backbone of the Thunder's defensive system, effectively facilitating Westbrook's average of triple-doubles. Positioned on the weak side, Sushu stood beyond the three-point line, patiently awaiting his opportunity. He noticed that Westbrook, tasked with defending him, seemed rather distracted, as if his gaze was perpetually fixated on the ball. This reminded Sushu of the future instances when Westbrook would be scrutinized for his defensive lapses. With past defensive sequences compiled into a comprehensive highlight reel showcasing Westbrook's defensive shortcomings, Distraction and lack of urgency in help defense had long been Westbrook's recurring flaws. Initially renowned for his defensive skills upon entering the NBA, Westbrook gradually became a primary focal point for development, leading to a decline in his defensive intensity. After Hill set a screen for Kobe, Sushu seized the moment of Westbrook's lapse in concentration and stealthily slipped beyond the three-point line. As Kobe utilized the screen to evade Roberson, he noticed Sushu sneaking into position, while Westbrook, oblivious, remained focused elsewhere. Without hesitation, Kobe executed a bounce pass, guiding Sushu toward the vicinity of the paint. At that instant, Westbrook realized he had lost track of his assignment, yet chose not to recover, abandoning the defensive effort. With Gasol unguarded, Westbrook relinquished his responsibility and moved to help from the opposite side of the paint. By this time, Sushu had already received the ball and took a step forward, the sound of his sneakers squeaking against the hardwood echoed, fueled by a singular thought of dunking. Sushu propelled himself upward. Ibaka, albeit a moment too late, attempted to intervene but found it challenging to thwart Sushu's ascent. Nevertheless, he leaped, determined to impart a lesson to this rookie, swatting his hand through the air, resolute in proving that even a late arrival should not be underestimated. With a resounding slap, 18K delivered a forceful blow to Sushu's left shoulder, a mere inch higher, and it would have struck his face. The impact caused Sushu to lose his balance momentarily. However, gritting his teeth and twisting his waist, he managed to propel the basketball into the hoop with sheer determination, achieving his inaugural dunk since entering the NBA, and it was a spectacular one over an opponent. A powerful force collided with Sushu's body as 18K crashed into him midair. The sound of the basketball slamming into the hoop and the referee's whistle echoed through the arena. After the ball was forcefully thrust into the net, Sushu failed to grasp the rim and was violently knocked aside by 18K, landing several meters away and crashing into the spectators behind the baseline. Lying on the floor, Sushu felt an overwhelming ache throughout his body. Hesitating to rise as anger began to swell within him, this was clearly intentional. The players of the Lakers rushed over in a flurry, particularly incensed by the brutality of 18K's maneuver, feeling the sting of the incident themselves. It was evident that 18K's defensive play had no chance of blocking the shot. His intention was solely to target Sushu. The Lakers were not inclined to allow any opposing team to bully their own, especially with Kobe still in the ranks. A far cry from the infamous scene of Nick Young facing 5 opponents alone, Kobe was the first to reach the scene, shoving 18K aside and pointing a finger at his nose, declaring, "I warn you, keep your distance from my teammates. Do not tarnish the court with your despicable actions." Chapter 27. You're in the first year both teams had gathered, especially the Lakers players, who were fervently arguing with the Thunder players. At that moment, the team physician rushed over to examine Sushu. Gradually regaining his composure, Sushu assessed his condition, reassured the doctor, and slowly rose to his feet. My goodness, Shasu's astonishing dunk over the defender is simply sensational. Who says that in China you cannot soar? In a certain live streaming room, Kafa was so exhilarated that he could hardly find the words to express his excitement. Haha. It has been many years since we have witnessed our defenders execute such a spectacular dunk. However, it is undeniably perilous. Yang Yi was immensely thrilled, and the online atmosphere became even more vibrant. Little Su is truly formidable. I have made my decision. Henceforth, I shall refer to him as Big Su. Is there truly no one capable of remedying the misconduct of the 18K? Haha, the 18-point lead is quite remarkable. It is astonishing that our nation's defenders can exhibit such explosive talent. Are the domestic clubs truly blind to this? Focus on today's finest goals. Many individuals have unwittingly become collateral damage. The referee has already separated the players from both teams, particularly Kobe and 18K, yet it is not the concerned party, Durant, who incessantly voices his opinions. This is not intentional. In sports, physical contact is inevitable. If one wishes to avoid physical confrontation, then perhaps one should refrain from playing. Is this a normal confrontation? Are you looking through that eye? Gasol retorted without mercy. Kobe approached Sushu and inquired, "Are you all right?" Sushu, maintaining a serene facade, replied, "I'm fine." However, his calm demeanor perplexed Kobe. He knew Sushu was not of the same temperament as Yao. Meanwhile, 18K dismissed the incident entirely, laughing heartily, as it was trivial to him, especially coming from a rookie. Earlier this year, he had nearly rendered Griffin incapacitated, prompting Kobe to publicly declare that had he been in the situation, he would have delivered a resounding slap to 18K. As Sushu observed 18K's grin, his inner turmoil became unbearable, and he charged forward. Kobe, ever watchful of Sushu, recognized the impending danger and urgently shouted, "Paul, stop Su." Hearing the call, Gasol turned just in time to see Sushu approach with an unwavering expression as 18 Card and Durant stood opposite him. He swiftly embraced Sushu, saying, "Su, calm down, calm down." Sushu remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on 18 Card, straining against Gasol's hold. In that moment, his strength surged, but fortunately, Kobe had caught up and, alongside Gasol, restrained Sushu. 18 Card was taken aback. This rookie certainly had a temper. Yet, witnessing Sushu's contrasting demeanor and tranquil countenance, 18 Card felt a flicker of concern, albeit momentary, as he had encountered countless conflicts on the court before. The referee finally restored order to the scene. Opting to review the footage before making a decision, the players from both teams returned to the bench, and Sushu was also escorted back. "Su, remain calm. If you are penalized again, we will be left without a point guard," D'Antoni advised Sushu, attempting to soothe him. "Understood, coach. I will maintain control." Sushu smiled at D'Antoni, yet internally he mused, it cannot be as simple as that. If you can perform at a novice level, I can certainly excel as well. In the broadcasting room, both Yang Yi and Ku Fan were taken aback. Previously, they had only witnessed brawls in the NBA involving foreign players. Even the illustrious Yao Ming rarely exhibited such fervor. However, Sushu had only participated in a few games, and his audacity to confront an opponent directly shattered their preconceived notions, as well as those of the online community. Yang Yi remarked dryly, "One cannot entirely blame Su. That foul by 18 Card was exceedingly perilous, posing a significant risk of injury. Having just secured a starting position, an injury could severely undermine his standing within the team." Ultimately, after reviewing the footage, the referee adjudged 18 Card's foul as a level 1 flagrant foul, resulting in 2 free throws for the Lakers. As both teams took to the court, the referee issued verbal warnings to both sides, particularly to Sushu, standing at the free throw line. Sushu made 1 out of 2 attempts, bringing the score to 3-0 in favor of the Lakers. Kobe passed the ball to Gasol, who engaged in a one-on-one against 18 Card. After a couple of feints, he executed a spin move and scored with a graceful hook shot, extending the lead to 5-0. As the Thunder initiated their offense, Westbrook held the ball, while Sushu positioned himself just 1 step inside the three-point line, showing no intention of defending. Throughout his career, Westbrook had never achieved a three-point shooting percentage above 35. His statistics hovered around 30, which was precisely why Sushu was willing to grant him such ample space. Incensed, Westbrook perceived this rookie's blatant disregard for his abilities. He collected the ball at the three-point line, leapt for a jump shot, and as Sushu witnessed Westbrook attempt the three-pointer, he offered a token distraction before effectively blocking him beyond the arc. The basketball struck the rim and ricocheted outward, where it was promptly retrieved by Kobe. As Kobe secured the ball, Sushu had unwittingly darted toward the front court. By the time Westbrook realized what had transpired, Sushu was already a couple of meters ahead. With a powerful push, he showcased his explosive speed, swiftly gaining momentum. At this moment, Kobe noticed Sushu and passed the ball to him. Sushu slightly decelerated. When the basketball landed in his hands, he was still 2 meters beyond the three-point line. He dribbled the ball once and executed a sudden stop. Westbrook, in pursuit, was caught off guard by Sushu's unexpected halt outside the three-point arc. He attempted to stop as well, but with such velocity, it was impossible to halt instantly, and he skidded forward an additional 2 or 3 meters before finally coming to a stop. With a sharp break that left Westbrook behind, Sushu glanced back at him with a smile and effortlessly released the ball for a shot. As the basketball swished through the net, Sushu turned to Westbrook and remarked, "Russell, that is how a three-point shot is executed. You, on the other hand, are lacking." Westbrook furrowed his brow, casting a disdainful glance at the irritating Chinese player, incredulous that he, a seasoned athlete, was being belittled by a mere rookie. With a sharp whistle, Coach Brooks of the Thunder called for a timeout. "Friends, rally your spirits. We are in pursuit of the O'Brien Cup, yet we find ourselves utterly bested by this Lakers team. I need you to remember, never underestimate anyone." The bench of the Lakers, however, was filled with merriment, particularly with Farmar, who delivered a vigorous blow to Sushu's chest. "You little rascal, how dare you strike a blow to Westbrook?" Sushu clutched his chest. "You must have done that on purpose, hitting me with such force." "Humph, even if you injure me, it will be of no use. You still won't be able to step onto the court. Go to hell." Farmar feigned an intention to strike, but Sushu directly ran to the side of the great Kobe. "Su, you're doing well. Keep it up, D'Antoni affirmed Sue. Chapter 28. The superstar whistle. As the game resumed, Durant seized the ball, stepping forth as the team's leader and primary scorer. Positioned at the top of the arc on the left side, he was met with Johnson's formidable defense. Just as Johnson prepared to close in, Durant executed an expansive crossover, effortlessly shaking off Johnson. Before Gasol could provide assistance, Durant swiftly halted at mid-range, scoring with a precise jump shot. 8-2 previously. Sue had only witnessed Durant's prowess through video recordings, lacking a true sense of his capabilities. He had thought, isn't he just tall and accurate? However, now on the court, the sheer ferocity of Durant's skills was palpable. No one matched his height or speed, and his shooting was astoundingly accurate, coupled with his improved dribbling skills, which had progressed significantly from his early days in the league. He effortlessly eluded Johnson with a simple crossover. As the Lakers initiated their offense, he'll set a screen, allowing Kobe to exploit Perkins' sluggishness and drive inside. Upon reaching the free throw line, Kobe utilized his body to shield Roberson behind him, but Ibaka quickly closed in, with Durant also positioning himself to obstruct Kobe's passing lane. Kobe remained composed, analyzing his options. Observing Westbrook's defensive tendencies, he discerned a singular opening to pass, which was on his side. Swiftly, he moved to capitalize on it, intending to evade Westbrook's impending trap. Sue, recognizing Kobe's predicament, dashed toward a gap that Westbrook had yet to seal. Kobe's eyes brightened. He executed a bounce pass. Westbrook lunged for a steal but narrowly missed. The ball found its way into Sue's hands. He caught it, leaped, and released the shot, while Westbrook opted to position himself for a rebound rather than attempt a block. Only Roberson, positioned further away, lunged toward him. Just as Sue anticipated an unobstructed shot, a large hand suddenly emerged before him. By heavens, so soon? This was the thought that crossed Sushu's mind as he subtly adjusted the arc of his shot and released the basketball. The moment the ball left his hands, Sushu realized he had exerted considerable force. With a resounding thud, the basketball struck the rim and soared high into the air, only to be seized by 18 Card. Sushu had no time to lament, for 18 Card had already passed the ball to Westbrook, who was now igniting a fast break. Westbrook surged forward like a rampaging bull, exuding an aura of sheer ferocity. In his wake, the closest player from the Lakers was Kobe, who hastily began to chase him down. Yet, age and recent injuries had diminished Kobe's explosive power, rendering him unable to match Westbrook's speed. He was quickly left behind. In the Lakers' defensive efforts, aside from Kobe, the player sprinting back with the utmost urgency was Sushu. He exerted every ounce of strength, desperately racing to catch up. An intriguing scene unfolded on the court as Westbrook charged toward the front court, with Sushu and Kobe in pursuit. The gap between Kobe and Westbrook widened, while Sushu swiftly outpaced Kobe, closing in on Westbrook. Sushu's natural speed was already impressive, and with Westbrook handling the ball, he was able to gain ground rapidly. Upon crossing the three-point line, Westbrook gathered the ball, took 2 steps, and launched himself into the air. At that moment, he remained blissfully unaware that Sushu was hot on his heels, leaping in tandem. It was not a matter of Westbrook's inexperience. Rather, he simply did not believe that Kobe could catch up, nor did he think that anyone else, positioned even further back, stood a chance. His confidence was unwavering. However, just as Westbrook prepared to slam the ball home, he was startled to see a figure rapidly approaching, a hand extending toward him in a swift motion. With a resounding smack, Sushu struck the basketball in Westbrook's hand, sending the ball soaring into the air. Westbrook, caught in his habitual motion, found himself in a state of astonishment, poised to execute a dunk that ultimately resulted in nothing but an empty grasp. As Sushu touched the ground, ready to revel in his triumphant block against Westbrook, the sharp sound of a whistle pierced the air. With a sharp whistle, Sushu turned to see the baseline referee signaling a shooting foul, indicating 2 free throws. He was taken aback. The call seemed exceedingly tardy, and he felt no infraction had occurred on his part. The ball and player were one. It was indisputably a commendable block. In exasperation, Sushu cradled his head in his hands and gestured toward the referee inquiringly. He understood that this was part of the superstar privilege enjoyed by players like Westbrook, a tacit rule of the league. Superstars invariably receive favorable treatment from officials compared to ordinary players, especially when facing rookies. However, this was not an absolute. In a few years, this unwritten rule would not apply to the younger players. After all, granting such preferential treatment to novices would render the game nonsensical. Meanwhile, Kobe, who had caught up, patted Sushu on the back, affirming his performance. before swiftly approaching the head referee to apply pressure. Sushu, feeling discontented, sauntered to the vicinity of the center court. Hands on his hips as he observed Westbrook's free throws. This shot was undoubtedly remarkable. However, it is unfortunate that it was blocked by Westbrook. The NBA is fundamentally a commercial league, where superstars serve as the face of the organization and enjoy certain privileges. Yang expressed his regret for Sushu's shot in the live broadcast. Indeed. Have you noticed how Sushu's performance with the ball showcases his physical prowess to the fullest? His speed rivals that of Westbrook, perhaps even surpassing it. And his wingspan is quite impressive as well. Such extraordinary static athleticism is truly rare among domestic players, Kafa remarked enviously. Thus, it can be said that our nation harbors a multitude of exceptionally gifted individuals, yet they remain undiscovered. Westbrook made both free throws, bringing the score to 8-4. Thus far, the match has not unfolded as the pre-game favorite suggested. Rather, it has been filled with captivating moments that have gradually elevated the spirits of the fans, whose cheers have grown increasingly fervent. As the game progressed, Kobe's offensive drive appeared to be subdued. He frequently opted for mid-range shots instead of forcefully attacking the rim as he once did, effectively utilizing his ability to draw defenders and passing to open teammates, resulting in commendable offensive efficiency for the Lakers. However, the Lakers struggled to contain the Thunder's offense, and a particular block by Sushu seemed to incite Westbrook, who monopolized the ball. Yet, with no opportunity for fast breaks, Sushu closely shadowed him, even willing to commit early fouls to deny him speed. In half-court situations, Sushu chose to concede shots rather than allow drives. Ignored by the rookie, Westbrook's frustration led him to frequently attempt shots, achieving sporadic success but with a low shooting percentage. With Westbrook holding the ball for extended periods, the team's star player only had 3 shot attempts, all of which he converted. With 5 minutes remaining in the first quarter, Sushu committed his second foul and was substituted out, having scored 7 points on 5 attempts. While resting on the bench, he recuperated and meticulously observed Westbrook's defense, recalling certain defensive tendencies from the latter's career, although he lacked knowledge of Westbrook's earlier style. This period of intense training had left him little time to review footage, so he seized the opportunity to closely analyze the game, which indeed revealed insights. As the first quarter concluded, the score was 24-28, with the Lakers trailing by 4 points. Westbrook finished the quarter with 2 field goals on 6 attempts and 3 successful free throws, totaling 7 points, while Durant scored 8 points on 3 attempts. Chapter 29. Westbrook's defensive weaknesses. After a brief intermission, the second quarter commenced. D'Antoni did not send Sushu back onto the court, but opted for Hunter as the point guard. Westbrook also remained on the bench at the start of the second quarter, making way for Reggie Jackson. Following the tip-off, Hunter, stepping in as the point guard, showcased impressive performance, leveraging his height and strength against Jackson, driving to the basket repeatedly and earning several trips to the free throw line, igniting a 6-0 run. The Thunder promptly substituted in Westbrook, while Sushu was also brought back in, as D'Antoni believed Sushu had effectively limited Westbrook's impact during their earlier matchup. It remains unclear what was said between Brooks and Westbrook, but upon entering the game, Westbrook refrained from relying solely on his shooting to resolve issues. Confronting Sushu's defense, he executed a straightforward burst of speed, using his body to clear a path to the basket, and, under Hill's defense, delivered a powerful dunk. On the sidelines, D'Antoni stood with a furrowed brow. Unfazed, Sushu brought the ball up to the left arc, signaling Hill to set a screen. As Hill established his position, Sushu executed a quick change of direction, utilizing the screen to drive from the left. When Westbrook recognized the screen, he took a step forward, but as he navigated around it, he found himself 2 steps away from Sushu, having lost his position to defend him. Yet, given Westbrook's speed, he could still apply some defensive pressure. Curiously, instead of pursuing Sushu, Westbrook chose to head straight for the basket. Sushu felt no pressure from Westbrook's presence, confirming his earlier thoughts. At this moment, the backup center Adams was caught in a predicament, attempting to defend both Sushu and Hill, who was cutting toward the basket, leaving Sushu unguarded to score with ease. Brooks, the Thunder's coach, looked on in disbelief but chose not to comment. Meanwhile, D'Antoni's previously furrowed brow began to relax. Westbrook struggled significantly with defending screens. Even if others were blocked, they could not replicate Westbrook's erratic defensive paths. This enigma remains. As no one can decipher Westbrook's thought process at that moment, perhaps clarity will only come years later. After Westbrook scored again, the Lakers initiated their offense with Sushu controlling the ball and Jordan Hill setting a screen. Just as Hill positioned himself, an astonishing scene unfolded. It seemed Westbrook had learned from his previous screen experience, and this time, he was determined not to follow Sushu's path. Before Sushu could break through, he stepped back a pace and circumvented Hill, aiming to preemptively obstruct Sushu. Both Sushu and Adams, who was preparing to switch defensive assignments from a distance of 2 meters, were momentarily stunned by Westbrook's unexpected move. Instead of attempting a three-pointer, Sushu barreled straight to the basket. Adams opted to defend Sushu, yet Sushu chose not to take the shot. Instead, he delivered a bounce pass, assisting Hill in a dunk. Brooks's frown deepened further. Hunter, switch with Sue. Everyone focus on defense. Do not allow the Thunder to penetrate the paint and score effortlessly. As the Lakers retreated, D'Antoni made an adjustment to their defense. Westbrook stopped his erratic plays. Given Sue's current physical strength, it was challenging for him to withstand Westbrook's drives. Utilizing Hunter, who possessed both height and strength to guard Westbrook, while also fortifying the paint, effectively denied him easy access to the basket. Following the Lakers' defensive adjustment, the Thunder's offensive threat significantly diminished, resulting in a decreased scoring efficiency. During the subsequent 3 possessions, they managed to score only once. Meanwhile, Sue took advantage of Westbrook's defensive vulnerabilities, consistently creating opportunities. After he sank another three-pointer, just over 4 minutes into the second quarter, the Lakers surged ahead with a score of 38-37, taking a 1-point lead. The Thunder have called for a timeout. Upon resuming play, both Durant and Kobe returned to the court, with Sushu reverting to the shooting guard position, and the ball firmly in Kobe's grasp. Once Durant enters the game, he seizes control and activates his offensive prowess. Despite the Lakers' attempts to rotate several defenders, they find themselves unable to contain Durant's scoring. During the remaining minutes of the second quarter, Durant executes a flawless performance, making 4 shots out of 4 and accumulating 12 points. Meanwhile, Kobe shifts into playmaking mode, assisting his teammates in scoring. However, their scoring efficiency pales in comparison to that of the Thunder. As the first half concludes, the score stands at 55-52, with the Thunder leading by 3 points. Teacher Yang, please summarize the performances of both teams in the first half for everyone. In the first half, the performance of the Lakers exceeded my expectations. From the perspective of the game, the Lakers and the Thunder were evenly matched. We need not dwell on the Thunder. Let us focus on the Lakers. The key contributor to the Lakers' ability to keep pace with the Thunder in the first half, in my opinion, is undoubtedly Little Sue. Yang stated candidly, "Oh, Teacher Yang, Kobe delivered 7 assists in the first half, didn't he?" Kofan's role as the comedic foil was quite on point. Kobe exhibited remarkable prowess, dishing out 7 assists. However, in the first half, Sushu managed to score 14 points and provide 2 assists. Have you noticed that whenever he is on the court, he adeptly identifies the defensive vulnerabilities of the Thunder? Among Kobe's 7 assists, 3 were directed to Sushu, showcasing the latter's exceptional basketball intelligence throughout the half. Yang, engrossed in his commentary, had seemingly forgotten that prior to the game, he held little faith in Sushu's potential. Meanwhile, the fans celebrated exuberantly, showering praises upon Sushu as if it were a festive occasion. Does Teacher Yang's face hurt? I will take a look to see who held a pessimistic view of Desu before the opening. I am one among many, just a moment ago. I struck my own face, and now it burns with a fiery sting. Xiaosu made 5 out of 9 attempts for 14 points, while Westbrook also scored 14 points on 5 of 12 shooting. Who truly deserves the All-Star title? As the second half commenced, the score remained closely contested, with neither team capable of establishing a significant lead. With 3 minutes remaining in the third quarter, Kobe was substituted for a breather, and Sushu returned to the point guard position. In the Lakers' offensive play, Westbrook was again tasked with defending Sushu, employing the same strategy as before. Gasol set a screen, allowing Sushu to drive towards the basket, while 18Ka prepared to provide help defense. As 18Ka observed the advancing Sushu, memories of the earlier confrontation flashed through his mind, where Sushu had audaciously bared his teeth at him, a fierce glint in his eyes. Initially intending to draw an offensive foul on Sushu, he subtly shifted his stance and revealed his iron elbow. Having already taken his second step, Sushu noticed 18Ka's underhanded tactic. A chill ran through him. He had yet to avenge the missed opportunities from the first 3 quarters. And now this sneaky elbow was making an appearance. As he prepared to leap for his third step, Sushu forcefully altered his trajectory, positioning himself to face 18Ka. What was once a triumphant 18Ka found his confidence wavering as he beheld Sushu's outstretched elbow growing larger in his view. By the time he decided to evade, it was too late. Darkness clouded his vision as a sharp pain shot through his nose, followed by the impact of Sushu colliding into him. 18K was knocked down, while Sushu lost his balance and fell to the ground. The referee promptly blew the whistle. Ibaka lay on the ground, his expression contorted in pain, blood trickling from his nose. As Sushu rose to his feet, he cast a glance at 18K, his face devoid of any emotion. Yet his eyes brimmed with a murderous intent. Meanwhile, 18K, still sprawled on the ground, met Sushu's gaze and realized with certainty that this was a deliberate act. I can't believe I was outperformed by a novice. Chapter 30. Blocked. I can't believe I was outplayed by a rookie. At that moment, this thought consumed the mind of the player known as 18K. As a notable star in the NBA, being bested by a novice, particularly one from China, felt like a profound humiliation to him. In the United States, it is not uncommon for many, regardless of race, to harbor a sense of superiority over individuals of Asian descent, a misguided notion fostered by those lacking integrity. In this instant, 18K truly felt belittled. In a fit of anger, he rose without waiting for his teammates to assist him. The players of the Thunder recognized his temperament well. Seeing him stand up on his own, they understood he was about to unleash his fury. Durant and Adams quickly restrained him, but 18K struggled fiercely. Unable to break free, he shouted towards Sushu, "Rookie, you have provoked my ire," simultaneously gesturing with a universally recognized sign. Meanwhile, other players were negotiating with Kobe, who had positioned himself protectively behind Sushu. Sushu smiled, a sweet and fearless grin, undeterred even in the absence of his teammates. He gave 18K a thumbs up, acknowledging him, and then, to the astonishment of the Thunder players, he collapsed. "What are you even worth? Do you not recognize your own shortcomings? How dare you be enraged?" Sushu's actions incited discontent among the players of the Thunder, with Roberson attempting to navigate through the crowd to confront him. Kobe felt exhausted, as an elder. He found himself continually mediating for the younger players, which weighed heavily on his heart. D'Antoni was equally troubled. This young man usually had an amicable demeanor. Yet on the court, he resembled a prickly hedgehog. Yang Yi and Ku Fan were at a loss for words, uncertain how to comment on the situation. Should they support Sushu or criticize him for his lack of composure and retaliatory behavior? It seemed that neither option was viable, leading to a series of disjointed remarks. The fans, however, were undoubtedly thrilled. Whether watching the broadcast in America or supporting from within the country, they rallied overwhelmingly behind Sushu, with many abandoning their idol, Mr. 18. Haha, let us tally the number of times Big Soda has scored in these recent matches. This is the epitome of true masculinity. I admire it immensely and have a profound affection for Sushu. I feel nauseated. Upstairs, are you certain this is love? After all, you are a man. Indeed. A man professed his love for Sushu, and I realized that Sushu was exuding an overwhelming amount of male hormones. The conversation took an unexpected turn. Ultimately, it subsided under the referee's authority. Sushu committed a flagrant foul. In the subsequent match, the players from both teams escalated their actions, particularly towards Sushu. Despite the fouls being substantial, no further conflicts arose. The game concluded in an unfriendly atmosphere, with a score of 102-113, marking a defeat for the Lakers on the road. Kobe Bryant shot 2 for 6, scoring 4 points while contributing 13 assists and 6 turnovers. Gasol managed 19 points. And Sushu, shooting 8 for 17, including 4 of 9 from beyond the arc, tallied 23 points along with 4 assists and 4 rebounds. Durant excelled with 39 points and 7 rebounds, shooting 13 for 18, while Westbrook approached a triple-double with 19 points, 8 assists, and 9 rebounds, shooting 7 for 18. Upon returning to the locker room, the team did not succumb to despondency over the loss. They had mentally prepared themselves, considering the Thunder were the second best in the league. Moreover, after numerous games each year, feeling disheartened with every defeat would lead to despair. As the team took a moment to rest, a cacophony erupted from outside. Sushu was initially perplexed, while Kobe furrowed his brow, his expression darkening. He recognized the voices of Roberson and a few others from the 18 squad. "Goodness. This is the entrance to the locker room," exclaimed Nick Young. Fearless and undeterred, he boldly approached and flung the door open, followed by several seasoned teammates. To their surprise, upon opening the door, they found a few players from the Thunder, predominantly number 18, being restrained by security personnel. "Come out, you brat, and see if I won't beat the very essence out of you." As the locker room door swung open, 18K shouted. Nick Young, however, was not pleased. Being blocked at the locker room door was quite a humiliating predicament. Just as he was about to speak up, a hand restrained him. Turning around, he discovered it was Kobe, and he had no choice but to yield his position. Sergi, what do you mean by blocking the locker room door? The matters on the court should be resolved there, Kobe said, his expression darkening. For 18K, even he dared not to be overly audacious. Kobe, if this kid dares to undermine me, I have never suffered such a loss. If he merely apologizes, I shall let it go. At this moment, Sushu, who understood the situation, also emerged. Have you lost your mind? The coaching staff of both teams rushed over, hastily separating the two sides. Sushu, at a loss for words, found it rather unfortunate to encounter such an incident of being blocked from the locker room so soon, and especially because of him. Alas, being too exceptional has its drawbacks. After a minor upheaval, the Lakers swiftly departed for Charlotte, as they were set to face the Bobcats in a back-to-back challenge the following day, coupled with the game against the Thunder today. The Lakers were scheduled to play 4 matches within 5 days, all on the road, making it impossible to complete a game and then depart after a good night's rest. On the airplane, Sushu reviewed his growth points. Despite the loss, he was thrilled to discover that his growth points had surged by over 500, indicating that opportunities for growth arise swiftly when engaged in competition. It seemed that growth points were significantly influenced by the strength of the opposing team and the prowess of the players matched against him. Westbrook, being an all-star and one of the top point guards in the league at present, contributed to the considerable growth points earned. As Sushu contemplated where to allocate his attribute points upon leveling up, he awoke from his hotel bed to find it was already 10 a.m. He rose, dressed, and made his way to the hotel gym to lift weights. He was still in the process of gradually building muscle, making daily workouts essential, albeit varying in intensity. Upon returning to his room, he found Farmar already awake, engrossed in the television and his phone. Upon seeing Sushu, Farmar promptly exclaimed, "Su, you made the top 5 plays." 18K became a mere backdrop. This ought to infuriate him. Hearing of his inclusion in the top 5 plays brought Sushu immense joy. He quickly checked his phone, discovering that his dunk over 18K had indeed secured the top spot on ESPN's highlights for the day. Sushu perused various sports media outlets, noting extensive coverage of the Lakers' challenge against the Thunder, with much focus on Durant, who scored 39 points, the highest in the entire NBA that day. Kobe and Westbrook received both praise and criticism, while Sushu's performance was also mentioned. Despite the loss, he had managed to outscore Westbrook, which was no small feat. The local sports media in Los Angeles expressed even greater enthusiasm. China's Su has emerged into the limelight. China's Su, the most surprising rookie of this year. China's Su, the finest newcomer. Chinese Su is the next Curry. In summary, on this day, Sushu's visibility in Los Angeles was unparalleled. Chapter 31. Gloom. The conflict with the 18-carat player during the match did not bring any negative impact to Sushu. His fanbase in Los Angeles soared, not merely due to his handsome appearance among basketball players, but also because of his remarkable performance on the court. As a rookie free agent, he averaged 13.8 points per game, and most importantly, his tough demeanor on the court exhibited a fearless attitude, unyielding regardless of the opponent. Such a player is precisely what the team's fans adore, especially his rapidly growing female fan base, which even incited jealousy in Famer, who often lamented about the unfairness of fate in Sushu's presence. On this day, Sushu's performance eclipsed that of Westbrook, capturing the attention of many. Numerous Lakers players received calls, primarily from their agents or acquaintances in the industry, inquiring about their connection to Sushu or requesting his phone number. Sushu received a few calls as well, but he had little understanding of agents and was not keen on hiring one, considering that even Dirk Nowitzki managed without an agent and was doing just fine. On December 14th, the Lakers narrowly triumphed over the Bobcats with a score of 90-84, faced with Kemba Walker, who had yet to fully develop. Sushu found himself challenged despite Walker not being the type of powerful guard he dreaded. Had Walker not been shorter in stature, Sushu, leveraging his height, managed to shoot 4 of 8, including 2 3-pointers, totaling 12 points and 6 assists, salvaging some dignity. Kobe delivered an impressive performance, shooting 8 of 15 for 21 points, alongside 8 assists and 7 rebounds, flirting with a triple-double. Kemba Walker also shone with 21 points and 7 assists, proving to be the best draft pick of his class thus far, averaging 18 points and 6 assists this season. On December 16th, the Lakers fell to the Hawks with a score of 102-109. In this match, facing the speedy Jeff Teague, Sushu improved his game significantly as Teague could not completely outpace him, and their physicality was comparable. However, Teague's skills did not match those of Kemba Walker. Sushu scored 16 points and provided 3 assists, while Teague managed 17 points and 8 assists, indicating that Sushu was not far behind. However, Kobe's performance was subpar, shooting 4 of 14 without free throws for only 8 points and 6 assists. Without Nick Young's 23 points and Pau Gasol's 15 points, the Lakers would have suffered a significant defeat. The Hawks showcased excellent team basketball, a reflection of their new coach Budenholzer's philosophy, with 7 players scoring in double figures. Yet Al Horford led with just 19 points, illustrating why the Hawks would struggle in the playoffs in subsequent years. On December 17th, the Lakers secured a victory against the Grizzlies with a score of 96-90 in their second consecutive game. The absence of the Grizzlies' star point guard might calmly affected the match. Though the Lakers were not fully recovered, the stellar performances of Kobe and Gasol, both scoring 21 points, propelled them to victory. Sushu displayed a noticeable decline in stamina, a consequence of his inexperience and poor energy management. The Grizzlies' solid defense also contributed to his struggles, as he shot 3 of 9 for only 8 points and 3 assists. After 3 games, Sushu averaged 12 points, 4 assists, and 4 rebounds over 4 away games. The Lakers ended with a record of 2 wins and 2 losses, bringing their season record to 11 wins and 13 losses, placing them 10th in the Western Conference, while the 8th-seeded Mavericks held 4 more victories. The Lakers were drifting further from playoff contention, but what truly concerned the fans was witnessing Kobe leaving the court limping. This sight filled all of Kobe's admirers with anxiety. Would the indomitable Kobe, who made a miraculous return from an Achilles rupture in just 8 months, falter once more? Within the visiting locker room of the Grizzlies, an atmosphere of profound gloom pervaded as the team physician conducted an initial examination of Kobe. Silence enveloped the room. Even the typically exuberant Sushu refrained from speaking. Sushu understood all too well the pivotal role Kobe played within the team. He was the very soul of it. Without Kobe, the team would undoubtedly be a mere collection of disarrayed individuals. Sushu recalled vividly that it was after this very game that Kobe would be sidelined for the season, leading to a scenario where the Lakers players began to play for individual statistics rather than team success. In the remaining 58 games, the Lakers managed a dismal record of 16 wins against 42 losses, yielding a woeful winning percentage of merely 27. It was worth noting that prior to Kobe's injury, the Lakers had maintained a record of 50. Nash, along with the rest of the team, harbored a sense of hope that upon Kobe's return, they could rally together and secure a playoff berth. After a brief examination, the physician turned to D'Antoni and stated, "I recommend that we arrange for Kobe to be taken to the hospital immediately." His tone conveyed a grim prognosis, and the already oppressive atmosphere instantly transformed into one thick with foreboding. D'Antoni sighed and replied, "All right, make the arrangements at once." Returning to the hotel, Sushu found his spirits considerably dampened. Kobe had always looked out for him, and it was largely due to Kobe's support that he had been able to integrate swiftly into the team. In truth, Kobe was not only Sushu's idol, but also a cherished older brother figure. Even achieving the milestone of surpassing 3,000 points failed to lift his mood. Despite having anticipated this moment, he had hoped that perhaps it would invoke some change. "Sue, I trust that the boss is not in any serious trouble," lamented Famar. His spirits dampened. This season, he had the potential to secure a more lucrative contract in Europe, yet he had returned to the Lakers without hesitation. Drawn by a unique affection for the team and profound respect for Kobe, Sushu offered a faint smile, replying, "I believe he will be fine. Even if there are issues, I see them as a blessing in disguise. I have always thought that the boss was eager to return too soon. He should take a few more months to recuperate for the sake of his health." Upon hearing Sushu's words, Famar paused momentarily, reflecting before nodding in agreement. "Perhaps you were right. Allowing the boss a few more months to recover would indeed be beneficial." I inquired of Jordan, "When do you think you can make your return, doctor?" "If the leader remains sidelined, I shall be the only point guard left." "Sue, you are quite shameless. Always putting on a fade," Famar scoffed. Sushu remained speechless. What he said was indeed true. He was acutely aware of his physical limits. Occasionally playing for over 30 minutes was manageable, but enduring such durations in every match was beyond his capacity, and his performance had significantly declined. As the games progressed, opposing teams began to place greater emphasis on defending him, resulting in a notable decrease in his open shot opportunities over the past few matches, which led to a drop in his efficiency. After 3 games, his shooting percentage had plummeted to 46, and his three-point shooting accuracy had dwindled to 39, marking a considerable decline from his earlier performance. Chapter 32. An unexpected delight. The following day, the Lakers returned to Los Angeles, where they were afforded 2 days of respite. Upon their arrival, they were immediately besieged by reporters, primarily inquiring about Kobe's injury status. At present, it remains uncertain. However, I firmly believe that Kobe will be just fine. Sushu replied to the reporter, I did not intentionally elbow him. Rather, it was he who deliberately committed a foul, as anyone who has watched the match can attest. Oh, you mentioned that the locker room was surrounded. I find it difficult to comment on that, as there was no conflict. I can only say that the tough guy image presented to us prior to 18K appears somewhat misleading. Regarding the incident with 18K leading individuals to the scale locker room, Sushu had little to say, yet he still managed to express that 18K was quite the rogue. Meanwhile, far away in Oklahoma, 18K sneezed. What was happening? Was he catching a cold? Damn, it was all that rookie's fault. His face still ached, causing him a restless night. Simultaneously, the injury report for By emerged, revealing a fractured tibia in Kobe's left knee. This report left the Lakers management in utter shock. No one believed the team could reach the playoffs this season. Moreover, with Kobe's injury, the club's future plans for the team would inevitably be affected. In one of the Lakers' offices, the current overseer, Jim Buss, and general manager Mitch Kupchak were engaged in discussions. Jim, it appears that Kobe will be unable to take the court this season. We must begin our preparations. It is time for change. Mickey, what proposals do you have? Firstly, to create salary cap space in preparation for summer reinforcements. Secondly, to cultivate young players. Kupchak's dual operational directives were immediately clear to Jim Buss. The notion of clearing salary cap space for summer enhancements is a superficially appealing phrase. Yet it primarily serves as a guise for reducing luxury tax obligations. The most prominent free agents in the summer of 2014 were expected to be LeBron James and Carmelo Anthony, both of whom held player options. However, given the Lakers' current predicament, with Kobe still bound by a substantial contract for 2 more years, it is utterly implausible to attract either James or Anthony, rendering the preparation for reinforcements merely a pretext. As for the second point regarding the development of young players, it is even more straightforward. It essentially implies a period of tanking, as nurturing young talent typically results in dismal performance. Nevertheless, it is certainly more palatable than outright admitting to the fans that the team is deliberately underperforming. After a moment of contemplation, Jim Buss remarked, let us proceed with these 2 strategies, but I hope to avoid inciting significant dissent among the fans. What are your thoughts? Trade away Blake, allowing Sue more playing time. His current performance is commendable. After a season of growth, he should be able to make a more significant contribution to the team in the point guard position next season. Jim Buss nodded in agreement with Kupchak's words, suddenly recalling that Sue's contract was only for a year. Mickey, Sue's contract is only for 1 year. It would be prudent to negotiate a renewal with him in advance. All right, I comprehend. My thoughts are. The 2 continued to deliberate on some actionable plans. That evening, Kobe's injury report was also released. The report became the focal point of discussion across all sports programs, along with speculations regarding the trajectory of the Lakers season. It was widely anticipated that the Lakers would intentionally underperform in pursuit of a higher draft pick. The latter half of the season appeared devoid of intrigue. Consequently, the league's broadcasting partners convened overnight to adjust the national broadcast schedule, effectively reducing the Lakers' appearances by nearly half. It could be said that the current state of the Lakers was precarious, and for the players, with the desire for team success extinguished, the focus shifted solely to personal statistics. On the basketball court, there was no leader, no core, merely a disjointed assembly. During the following day's practice, Sushu distinctly sensed a departure from the norm. Opportunities that could have been shared through an additional pass transformed into personal shot attempts, with an increase in one-on-one plays as players vied for possession. D'Antoni observed all of this, but found himself at a loss for effective solutions. Chapter 33. Signing an agent. After completing extra shooting practice and taking a shower, Sushu purchased a small gift and drove directly to Kobe's villa. He had acquired a second-hand Cadillac SUV, which cost him nearly half a month's salary. Having visited Kobe's home before, he navigated with ease. Upon entering the villa, he presented the gifts to Kobe's daughters and spent some time playing with them before making his way to the living room to find Kobe. Kobe lamented, Sue, next time you come over, refrain from purchasing anything. Natalia and the others are nearly won over by you, incessantly inquiring when you will return. Unfazed, Sushu nodded at Pelinka and promptly found a spot to recline. Boss, it wasn't a bribe. We young people simply share common interests. Pelinka was aware of the amicable relationship between Kobe and Sushu, yet he was taken aback by the depth of their friendship behind closed doors. Sue, I am Robert. We should have met before. I heard you were coming over for dinner today, so I took the liberty of joining you. I hope you do not mind. Sushu smiled and shook her head. Well, you must ask the boss. He is the host, and I am merely here to partake in the meal as well. When Sushu saw Pelinka, she instantly understood the purpose of his visit. Sue, I have heard that you are currently without a manager. I would like to take on that role for you, Pelinka stated candidly. Given my current fame and accomplishments, it seems I might not require a manager. Sushu remarked with a nonchalant shrug. Pelinka, upon hearing Sushu's words, offered a faint smile and replied, Sue, I have observed your playing, and your potential is immense. Moreover, Kobe holds you in high regard. If you continue to advance, your future achievements will be remarkable. However, on your path to success, I believe you should devote yourself entirely to basketball and not allow extraneous matters to hinder your focus. As you achieve greater success, numerous off-court affairs will demand your attention, such as negotiations with clubs, commercial endorsements, and business engagements. Hence, it is imperative that you assemble a professional team to manage these responsibilities. Additionally, throughout this exchange, Kobe remained silent, merely listening attentively. When Vanessa and the housekeeper announced that dinner was ready, Sushu and Pelinka had nearly concluded their discussion. In his previous life, Sushu had no manager, and thus he was unaware that a manager's role extends beyond commercial affairs to encompass everyday matters, such as arranging vacations during the off-season and organizing schedules, not to mention dealing with nightclub scandals. Through Pelinka's enlightening discourse, he finally grasped the advantages of having a manager. Mr. Rob, allow me some time to contemplate. I shall provide you with my response by tomorrow. Well, I hope we have the opportunity to collaborate. Dinner concluded in a delightful atmosphere. That evening, Sushu called home to seek his parents' opinions, only to receive the response that he should make his own decisions as he was already an adult. The following day, Sushu officially signed an economic contract with Rob Pelinka, which incited a seething resentment in Kupchak. Initially intending to discuss a contract renewal with Sushu in a few days, he had assumed that the absence of an agent would make the process straightforward. However, now that Pelinka had become Sushu's agent, the situation had become considerably more complicated. The Lakers faced off against the Timberwolves, with only Kevin Love and Ricky Rubio piquing Sushu's interest among the latter's roster. Since the departure of the big-ticket Kevin Garnett 6 seasons ago, the Timberwolves had languished at the bottom of the league. In less than 2 seasons, they had recorded fewer than 20 victories, and in 3 seasons, they barely surpassed 20 wins. Last season marked their best performance in 6 years, with a record of 31 wins and 51 losses. This season, under the leadership of another Kevin Love, their current record stood at 13 wins and 13 losses, placing them ahead of the Lakers. This marked Sushu's first encounter on the court with Kevin Love, one of LeBron James's key allies during the latter's 3-0 phase. Love appeared less dashing than during his time with the Cavaliers. Despite shedding some weight this season, he still bore a slight pudginess. It was anticipated that once he trimmed down by over 20 pounds next year upon joining the Cavaliers, he would reclaim his striking appearance. Sushu also noted his adversary for the day, Ricky Rubio, the once celebrated draft pick who had surpassed Stephen Curry, undeniably handsome among players, though perhaps slightly less so than Sushu himself. During warm-ups, Sushu had discreetly observed that Rubio's shooting was not as precise as Love's. Since Rick Adelman took the helm of the Timberwolves, Love had gradually ascended to become one of the league's premier big men, with his statistics improving year by year. This season, Love was averaging an impressive 26 points, 12 rebounds, and 4 assists per game, marking the pinnacle of his professional career. Additionally, the Timberwolves boasted Kevin Martin, averaging 19 points, Nikola Pekovic with 17 points and 8 rebounds, and Rubio contributing 5 points and 9 assists. Logically, with such a roster, they should not be languishing at the bottom of the league. To be fair, the Timberwolves had demonstrated potential over the years. Yet injuries and a lack of game continuity had severely hindered their performance. They often squandered substantial leads, resulting in losses, a frequent criticism leveled at Love, who was seen as lacking in leadership qualities and failing to perform in crucial moments, a reputation that contributed to his image as merely a statistical compiler. In the Lakers' home locker room, players were preparing, some retightening their shoelaces, others adjusting their footwear, yet the atmosphere felt rather subdued. Sushu found this ambience unsatisfactory. However, he recognized his lack of standing to voice his discontent, as it was not merely a matter of seniority but also of capability. At that moment, Pau Gasol strode to the center of the locker room, clapped his hands, and proclaimed loudly, "Gentlemen, enough with the chatter. The media claims we are destined to be the worst team in the league, and I refuse to accept that. Who among you is willing to join me in proving them wrong? Every player possesses their own pride. Upon entering the NBA, this pride may be concealed. Yet they were once kings in collegiate and high school arenas." Gasol's words gradually ignited their emotions, prompting many to gather around him, establishing Gasol as the nucleus of this beleaguered team. The Lakers' starting lineup consisted of point guard, Sushu, shooting guard, Jody Mix, small forward, Wesley Johnson, power forward, Jordan Hill, center, Pau Gasol. The Timberwolves' starting lineup included point guard, Ricky Rubio, shooting guard, Kevin Martin, small forward, Corey Brewer, power forward, Kevin Love, center, Nikola Pekovic. As the game commenced, Gasol won the jump ball. Upon bringing the ball to the front court, Sushu noticed Gasol actively positioning himself for a screen, his flowing locks reminiscent of a child of the wind. Chapter 34. If I allow you to shoot a three-pointer, will you permit me to do the same? Gasol's proactive demeanor surprised Sushu, yet it did not hinder his actions. Utilizing Gasol's screen, Sushu drove through from the right. But Rubio's defensive prowess and tenacity were far superior to the present-day Westbrook. Rubio skillfully maneuvered past Gasol, trailing closely behind Sushu, maintaining defensive pressure. Nikola Pekovic, tasked with guarding Gasol, found himself delayed in Sushu's path. Instead of heading towards the basket after the screen, Gasol halted near the free throw line. As Sushu approached Pekovic, poised to be trapped between two defenders, he executed a bounce pass to Gasol, who decisively took a mid-range shot and scored. The Lakers' offensive play was remarkably straightforward, largely due to the quality of Gasol's screen and his swift execution thereafter. On the Timberwolves' offensive turn, Rubio dribbled into the front court, astonished to find Sushu, who was defending him, standing a meter inside the three-point line. "Ricky, if you possess the skill to shoot a three-pointer, I shall not guard you at all," Sushu declared to Rubio from beyond the arc. Rubio, rendered speechless, truly contemplated delivering a retort to this impertinent fellow. However, being unlike Westbrook, he suppressed the tumult of emotions within and adhered to the tactical framework. The Timberwolves' offensive strategy was rooted in the Princeton system, which emphasized the importance of interior playmaking. With Love's current weight and prowess, he effortlessly dominated Jordan Hill in the paint, securing a favorable position. Rubio deftly lofted the ball to Love, who, with his back to Hill, received the pass. After a couple of dribbles, he entered the paint and, noticing the absence of double teams, executed a smooth turnaround hook shot for an easy score. Despite Love's career shooting percentage never surpassing 50 in a single season, this does not imply a lack of sophistication in his offensive skills. On the contrary, Love's offensive repertoire is notably diverse and his technique is refined. When facing a player like Jordan Hill, his proficiency with the little hook shot is commendably high. During his tenure with the Timberwolves, Love primarily focused on inside scoring to attract defensive attention. Even though this season he averaged 6 three-point attempts per game, over 60% of his offensive plays still originated from within the paint. This was in stark contrast to his subsequent season with the Cavaliers, where, in deference to LeBron James, he shed nearly 30 pounds over the summer, consequently increasing his outside shooting ratio, which exceeded 50 and even reached 60. In the meantime, Sushu's attempt to provoke Rubio bore no fruit, yet he felt no regret. As the Lakers initiated their offense, Sushu took control of the ball. However, this time, Rubio altered his defensive approach, opting for full-court pressure. He found himself increasingly annoyed with this rookie. Rubio's relentless full-court defense made it exceedingly difficult for Sushu to handle the ball. Fortunately, the Lakers were aware of his current weaknesses. Although he possessed a broad passing vision, his ball-handling skills were still lacking. Thus, after Gasol inbound the ball, he didn't rush to the front court, but rather positioned himself as a screen in front of Sushu. With Gasol acting as a human pillar, Sushu finally managed to advance the ball past half-court. Beyond the three-point line, he turned to the incessantly harassing Rubio and quipped, "Ricky, I just allowed you to shoot a three-pointer. Why don't you grant me the same courtesy?" Rubio's expression was one of exasperation. It was utterly shameless. Even the players nearby, overhearing his remarks, shared a look of incredulity. Rubio intensified his physical confrontation with Sushu, making the latter quite uncomfortable. Although the situation seemed lengthy in narration, in reality, it transpired within mere seconds. Lacking a better opportunity, Sushu passed the ball to the awaiting mixes. After delivering the pass, Sushu sprinted to the right side alongside Rubio, thereby granting mixes greater space to take on Kevin Martin. Kevin Martin is a name well known among Chinese basketball fans, primarily due to his tenure with the Rockets. This slender scoring artist, renowned for his swift shooting release and peculiar shooting form, often dubbed the sideways machine gun, is an exceptional player when it comes to drawing fouls. In his prime, he averaged 24 points per game, which included a remarkable 9 free throws. His offensive prowess is undeniable. However, his defensive capabilities leave much to be desired. Mixes concluded the offensive play with a sudden stop-and-pop jump shot. On the other end, Love attracted a double team beneath the basket before passing to Brewer, who cut along the baseline for a thunderous dunk. One of Princeton's key strategies lies in the art of cutting, backdoor cuts combined with screens, and various other forms of cutting with dribbling. It is essential for Princeton's system to have a big man who excels at passing. The cutting tactics employed by the Warriors years later bear a resemblance to those of Princeton, with gritted teeth. Rubio trailed the young Chinese player in the number 98 jersey ahead of him. A point guard should not be running amok, neglecting his primary responsibilities. Since his introduction to basketball, he had never witnessed a point guard like the one in the 98 jersey, darting around with such abandon. You are not a shooting guard. Stop trying to emulate Klay Thompson. If you're not fatigued, I certainly am. If Sushu could hear Rubio's inner thoughts, he would undoubtedly express his frustration vehemently. You think I relish running back and forth? It is solely because your defense is too tenacious. As Sushu suddenly reversed direction for a layup, he finally managed to create a bit of space from Rubio. The keen-eyed Gasol, stationed at the high post, swiftly delivered the ball to the basket. Upon receiving the pass, Sushu found himself unguarded beneath the rim and effortlessly scored. This play also unveiled Love's defensive vulnerability, his lack of mobility and athleticism. From the onset of the match, Gasol's presence was felt in every offensive maneuver of the Lakers, reminiscent of his peak performance from several years prior. After several tentative exchanges, both teams instinctively intensified their interior defense strategies, tightening their coverage to limit space for the players in the paint. However, the defensive effectiveness of the two teams was markedly different. The Lakers' compact defense stifled Love's ability to operate effectively in the post, while his teammates' cuts lacked the initial efficiency. Consequently, they shifted focus to outside shooting, but the Timberwolves lacked a reliable sharpshooter. It is noteworthy that only Love and Kevin Martin had a three-point shooting percentage exceeding 35%, rendering it exceedingly difficult for such a shooting contingent to penetrate the Lakers' defense from beyond the arc. Conversely, as the Lakers executed their offense, the Grizzlies, while tightening their defense, sought to disrupt the passing lanes between Gasol and the perimeter players. Yet, on this particular night, Gasol appeared invigorated, as if he had consumed a vitality-enhancing tonic, showcasing an entirely different level of competitive spirit. He consistently orchestrated the offense with precision, balancing personal scoring and playmaking adeptly. At the conclusion of the first quarter, the score had widened to 26-35. This substantial lead was attributable to both the Timberwolves' relatively poor defense and the Lakers' high shooting percentage from beyond the arc. In contrast to the Grizzlies, the Lakers boasted 6 players with three-point shooting percentages exceeding 35%, including Sushu, Mix, and Farmar, all of whom achieved rates around 40%. Remarkably, Gasol played the entire first quarter without substitution. With 8 points and 4 assists, Gasol showcased his prowess, while Sushu contributed 7 points and 2 assists on an impressive 3 of 4 shooting. Under the orchestrations of Gasol and Sushu, the Lakers' offense flourished, with Sushu, Mix, Nick Young, and Lee Johnson all making significant contributions from beyond the arc. Coach D'Antoni expressed his satisfaction with the collective performance of the team during the first quarter, achieving the desired outcome he envisioned for the game. As the second quarter commenced, Gasol and Sushu took to the bench, replaced by Henry and the returning Chris Common. The absence of a traditional point guard on the court resulted in considerable challenges in offensive organization. Scoring became sporadic, relying heavily on Henry, Mix, and Nick Young's individual efforts. Common, stepping in for Gasol, found himself at a disadvantage against Pekovic, struggling with both footwork and physicality, which allowed Pekovic to dominate the paint effortlessly. Meanwhile, Rubio's substitute was none other than Beria, who had famously limited LeBron to a mere 8 points in the finals. Under his guidance, the Timberwolves launched a simultaneous assault from both inside and outside the arc, swiftly erasing the deficit within a mere 4 minutes. In response, D'Antoni promptly reinserted Gasol and Sushu into the fray. Paul, Su, I need you both to establish the offensive rhythm in the first quarter. Sushu nodded and rejoined Gasol on the court. Upon their return, the Lakers' offensive efficiency saw a notable enhancement, with two strategic playmakers present alongside reliable shooters, rendering the Timberwolves' defense rather simplistic to navigate. They swiftly quelled the Timberwolves' momentum, regaining control of the game. Despite the Timberwolves boasting a formidable presence in the paint, their perimeter threat relied solely on Kevin Martin, which proved insufficient to rival the Lakers' sharpshooters, a narrative that encapsulated the entire match. The Lakers maintained dominance throughout, culminating in a score of 91-108. In the course of the game, Timberwolves' Love amassed 25 points and 13 rebounds, while Pekovic contributed 22 points and 13 rebounds, with Martin being the only other player to score in double digits with 17 points. In stark contrast, the Lakers showcased a more balanced attack. Gasol recorded 21 points, 18 rebounds, and 8 assists. Sushu added 21 points, 7 assists, and 3 rebounds, while Nick Young, Meeks, and Henry each surpassed 10 points. Spectators at the game were elated, having initially feared that the absence of Kobe would dampen team morale, leading them to anticipate a disheartening outcome. Yet, from the outset, the Lakers demonstrated a spirited and competitive demeanor that uplifted the audience. Both the progression and conclusion of the match left the fans immensely satisfied. Particularly noteworthy was Sushu's performance. In previous games, he had not primarily occupied the point guard position, and his ball handling time was minimal. Consequently, many had perceived him as a tenacious defender with decent shooting accuracy and a limited passing vision. However, this match unveiled a different facet of Sushu. His precision from beyond the arc and his ability to orchestrate the offense were precisely the qualities the Lakers desperately needed. Once an overlooked rookie with a meager salary of just over $400,000, Sushu's recent performances had already surprised many. Yet, the potential he exhibited in this game further delighted Lakers fans. Even Coach D'Antoni expressed his satisfaction with Sushu's progress. After the game, en route to the locker room, Sushu took the time to sign autographs for numerous fans. This marked the first occasion since joining the Lakers that he had been approached by so many admirers. Following a brief celebration in the home locker room, the team departed for Oakland that very night, preparing for a back-to-back challenge against the Warriors the next day. Sushu was set to face the Splash Brothers once again, having previously encountered them as a mere staff member during the China Games in Shanghai. Now, he was poised to compete alongside them as an NBA player. This season marked the final campaign before the Warriors' ascent to prominence, with Steve Kerr yet to take the helm. Thus, their style of play differed fundamentally from the renowned Warriors of later years. At this time, Curry was not yet the off-ball maestro he would become. Rather, he primarily initiated plays with the ball in hand. Many came to recognize the Golden State Warriors from their championship-winning year, when Kerr began to experiment with Curry's off-ball movement. Consequently, there is a common misconception that Curry is not a traditional point guard, as his assist and passing capabilities are often compared unfavorably to those of other star point guards. However, upon closer examination, one can discern that Curry's prowess in orchestrating offense and facilitating passing is on par with that of any all-star point guard. Thus far this season, Curry has averaged 24 points, 5 assists, and 4 rebounds, placing him among the top assist leaders, while contemporaries such as LeBron James and Kyrie Irving hover around 6 assists per game. In this particular matchup, Gasol was sidelined due to respiratory infection, leaving the Lakers without a key facilitator in the paint, forcing them to rely heavily on their perimeter players. The Warriors' Iggy, Barnes, and Thompson, all defensive stalwarts on the wing, effectively stifled the Lakers' outside game, preventing them from making any significant impact. Sushu shot 4 for 10, finishing with 11 points and 6 assists. Jordan Hill contributed 14 points, while Nick Young managed 20 points on 18 attempts, and Coman recorded 11 points alongside 17 rebounds. Curry registered 18 points and 10 assists, with Thompson adding 17 points and David Lee contributing 19 points. The final score was a decisive 83-102, marking a stark contrast between the two games and impressing upon Sushu the brutal realities of the NBA, fortifying his mental resilience. Chapter 36. Divergence in contract negotiations. Following their match against the Warriors, the Lakers gathered their spirits and continued their road trip, heading to Phoenix to challenge the Suns. In Los Angeles, within Kupchak's office, only 2 individuals occupied the room, Kupchak and Pelinka, seated across from one another, the atmosphere tinged with tension. No, No, Kupchak. Whether considering his contributions to the team or his potential commercial value, Su is worth far more than this, to my knowledge. Numerous Chinese enterprises have already begun discussions to collaborate with you. Palinka retorted bluntly to Kupchak's proposed contract extension for his uncle. What adjusted is to think that a mere 5-year, 20 million deal could secure the talents of Su. Such an offer hardly acknowledges my worth. Palinka is no Navi rookie, unable to discern Su's latent value. Kupchak maintained a smile on his face, yet internally, he had already cursed Palinka's ancestors through generations. Palinka, as you are aware, Blake's contributions to the team currently surpass those of Su, and he is earning an annual salary of 4 million. We have offered Su a contract renewal identical to Blake's, which undoubtedly reflects our sincerity. Palinka smiled faintly, responding, "Do not attempt to use that argument with me. I am not new to this field." When comparing Su's performance to Blake's, they are indeed similar at this stage. However, it is essential to recognize that Su is still quite young and continually evolving, whereas Blake has already reached his peak level. To compare the two is quite ludicrous. Palinka spoke bluntly, not sparing any feelings, as he addressed Mitch Kupchak directly, given their long-standing acquaintance. Kupchak gritted his teeth, displaying a visibly conflicted expression before finally stating, 25 million. That is the highest we can offer at this moment. Palinka, undeterred by Kupchak's demeanor, confidently presented a figure that left Kupchak utterly astonished. 40 million over 4 years. Are you out of your mind? Su is simply not worth that price at this moment. Even Curry from Golden State commands a similar figure. Palinka was left speechless. Can we truly compare that elementary school contract? One cannot be so shameless as to draw such parallels. Which other guard in the entire league is capable of securing a maximum salary? Kupchak, we have been old friends for some time. If you say that, it loses its significance. It seems both of us need to take a step back and reflect. Palinka's intention was to temporarily suspend the contract negotiation, as the disparity in expectations between the two parties was considerable. After contemplating for a moment, Kupchak nodded in agreement to postpone the discussions and was prepared for a protracted engagement. At the Los Angeles International Airport's exit, a man and a woman, both Chinese, emerged. The woman stood approximately 1.7 meters tall, possessing striking beauty, yet what captivated most was her physique, reminiscent of Western women. The man, in his 30s, wore glasses and appeared rather unremarkable. They were journalists dispatched by a prominent sports network. The woman was named Song Yin, while the man was called Wu Ming. Their primary objective in Los Angeles was to conduct an exclusive interview with Sushu, with Song Yin not only performing the interview, but also serving as the network's correspondent for ongoing coverage of Sushu. Upon exiting the airport, they proceeded directly to their pre-booked hotel. After settling in, they made their way to the Lakers facility to discuss the interview with the team's management. At the Phoenix Suns home court, the Lakers faced off against the Suns. The two teams had previously met on December 10th, with the Suns visiting the Lakers. At that time, the Suns held a record of 11 wins and 9 losses, ranking 9th in the Western Conference, while the Lakers had 10 wins and 10 losses, placing 10th. However, just a few weeks later, the Suns had ascended to 16 wins and 10 losses, securing the 7th position in the West, while the Lakers had slipped to 13 wins and 14 losses, now ranked 11th. In this brief span, the fates of the two teams had diverged dramatically, one experiencing a downward spiral while the other surged into playoff contention. In this match, Gasol made his return. As the game commenced, both teams abandoned any pretense of cautious exploration, having recently faced each other. The Suns' primary guards, Dragic and Bledsoe, relentlessly targeted Sushu. Regardless of whom he defended, that player was certain to isolate him. This strategy proved taxing for Sushu, who, within the first quarter, accumulated 2 fouls and was forced to sit out. With Sushu on the bench, the Lakers' offense faltered and the ball movement became less fluid. Gasol, returning after a break, struggled to regain his form from the game against the Timberwolves. D'Antoni resorted to utilizing Mix, Henry, and Lee Koo-young as makeshift point guards. Yet none of these substitutions yielded satisfactory results. By the end of the first quarter, the Lakers found themselves trailing by 10 points. As the second quarter began, D'Antoni had no choice but to reintroduce Sushu, despite his previous 2 fouls. Su, once you take the court, be mindful of your fouls. You need to remain in the game, and when the opportunity arises, be decisive in your offense. Sushu comprehended Coach D'Antoni's message, which essentially urged him to minimize fouls during defense. However, to achieve this, he would have to temper his defensive intensity. allowing for a degree of leniency in his defensive efforts. This was a reluctant strategy from D'Antoni, although he did not hold excessively high expectations for defense. He would not permit his players to diminish their intensity on that end. Yet, he found himself in a predicament, as he currently had only one point guard at his disposal. Upon re-entering the game, Sushu diligently executed D'Antoni's tactical plan, channeling more energy into offensive plays, exploiting Dragic's defensive vulnerabilities through screens and off-ball movement. He seized open opportunities and decisively launched 2 consecutive three-pointers, narrowing the score gap. The match swiftly transformed into a high-scoring contest, with both the Lakers and the Suns possessing a penchant for fast-paced play. The tempo of the game was exhilarating, and the fluidity was commendable, yet Sushu's stamina dwindled rapidly amidst the frenetic pace. By halftime, he was drenched in sweat, his clothing practically wringing out water. As he sat in the locker room, gasping for breath, this half, or rather this quarter, marked the fastest-paced segment he had experienced since entering the NBA. Ultimately, the game concluded with both teams embroiled in their offensive duel, resulting in a disappointing loss for the Lakers at 108-116. This match was notable for Sushu, as it was the first time he had a substantial role in the offense. He shot 9 of 18 from the field, including 4 of 8 from beyond the arc, accumulating 24 points, 8 assists, 5 rebounds, 5 fouls, 4 turnovers, and 1 steal. His statistics were filled to the brim, making it one of the most gratifying offensive performances of his career. Chapter 37. Su. You are a masochist with 2 consecutive defeats. Sushu abhorred the sensation of failure. Yet, given his current abilities, he could not be the pivotal player to sway the outcome of the game. Glancing at the 587 growth points accrued, he found solace in that solitary achievement. Indeed, given the current state of the team, it is utterly unrealistic to hope for greater achievements. Under the circumstances, it would be far more prudent for me to focus on accumulating data and enhancing my growth points, thereby expediting my upgrade. Sushu mused to himself. The thought of an upgrade finally brought a smile to his face. After a moment of reflection, he calculated that, at the current rate of acquiring growth points, he should be able to upgrade before the season concludes. At that time, his individual abilities would undergo a transformative evolution, enabling him to potentially assist the team in securing more victories. With this realization, Sushu finally drifted off to a restful sleep. Upon returning to his home in Los Angeles the next day, Pelinka sought him out directly. Pelinka, what brings you here? Sushu casually inquired as he tossed a bottle of mineral water to Pelinka, while Sushu rummaged through the refrigerator for water. Pelinka discreetly glanced inside and noted that aside from the mineral water, there were no other beverages or alcoholic drinks. He silently nodded in approval. Sushu's self-discipline was commendable. A player who cannot master self-control, regardless of innate talent, will find their accomplishments limited. Pelinka's admiration for Sushu grew once more, further solidifying his belief in the potential greatness that lay ahead for him. Su, I have come today to discuss 2 matters with you. Sushu reclined on the sofa, adjusting herself into a more comfortable position, exuding an air of nonchalance. What is the matter? Couldn't a simple phone call suffice? No. I must discuss these 2 matters with you personally. The first is that the Lakers wish to renegotiate your contract early. However, I have already declined their proposed terms on your behalf. Upon hearing of the Lakers' desire for an early extension, Sushu felt a twinge of curiosity regarding the terms they had offered. Oh, what price did they offer? 5 years, $25 million. Upon hearing the Lakers' offer of 5 years and $25 million, Sushu merely curled his lips, his expression noncommittal. He possessed an unwavering confidence in his potential for success. After all, he had a system to support him. Pelinka, observing Sushu's indifferent reaction to the Lakers' proposal, understood that his decision to decline was indeed justified. What is your suggestion? I perceive a lack of sincerity from the Lakers regarding this contract. I've proposed a 5-year deal worth $50 million. Is this the contract you refer to? It seems excessively lengthy. I hope you negotiate a 2-1 contract when you converse with the Lakers. You are aware that the new broadcasting contract will take effect in 2016, leading to an inevitable surge in salaries. If we proceed now, I would be at a considerable disadvantage. Upon hearing Sushu's words, Pelinka nearly spewed the water in his mouth. Goodness, how confident are you to only be willing to sign a 2-1 contract, rather than a longer one? In the realm of the NBA, players typically prioritize long-term contracts, even if the compensation is slightly lower than that of short-term agreements. It is crucial to understand that in competitive sports, one cannot foresee their future trajectory. Possessing skills does not guarantee stability. An injury could occur at any moment, resulting in a rapid decline in performance. When the time comes to secure a long-term contract, it may very well prove unattainable. The NBA is replete with cautionary tales. Take Isaiah Thomas, for instance, who performed at an all-star level with the Celtics. They offered him a 4-year contract worth $70 million. However, Thomas deemed the offer inadequate and insisted that Ainge deliver cash via truck before he would consider signing. Subsequently, Thomas never earned more than $6 million annually, with his career earnings totaling less than $30 million. If given the chance to choose again, he would undoubtedly weep and eagerly accept the contract. Similarly, there are numerous examples, such as Hood from the Jazz and Noel from the Mavericks, among countless others. Sue, are you certain that you only wish to sign a 2-1 contract with the Lakers? Have you not considered the possibility of a more lucrative deal in the future? You are still quite young and have ample opportunity for a substantial contract ahead, Pelinka gently advised, fulfilling his duty as an agent. There's no need for further discussion. Let's proceed with negotiations with the Lakers. What is the other matter at hand? There is a request for an exclusive interview from a prominent sports media outlet in your country. I have looked into it, and it is indeed the largest online sports media platform in your nation. I believe you must accept this opportunity, as it will significantly enhance your reputation and facilitate your swift rise to prominence domestically. Upon hearing Pelinka's words, Sushu nodded in agreement, recognizing the merit in Pelinka's perspective. This interview was simply not one to decline. In truth, Sushu had not been particularly enthusiastic about media interviews. Since establishing his footing with the Lakers, various domestic media outlets had sought to conduct exclusive interviews with him, most of which he had declined. After discussing the interview's content, format, and scheduling, Pelinka politely declined Sushu's invitation to dinner. Before departing, he jestingly remarked, "Sue, you are quite the masochist." He was not a player himself, and found it challenging to adapt to the nutritional meals prepared by the team's dietitian, which were, frankly, unappetizing even to a dog. His comment about Sushu being a masochist stemmed from the fact that NBA players do not subsist solely on such nutritional meals. They also indulge in other culinary delights. However, Sushu is currently in a phase of enhancing his physical fitness, reducing body fat, and increasing strength, hence his strict regimen. If a player fails to impose discipline upon themselves, akin to domestic players who indulge in hot pot, beer, and street food, even possessing the physical prowess of someone like LeBron James would eventually lead to deterioration. He increasingly felt that without a solid physical foundation, his path in the NBA would become increasingly arduous. Passively waiting to upgrade and allocate attribute points to enhance physical capabilities was simply too protracted. Moreover, attribute points were finite. They should be judiciously invested in refining technical skills, as those could not be improved merely through hard work. Conversely, physical attributes could be enhanced through diligent training and scientifically balanced nutrition, provided one was willing to endure the effort. While he might not transform from a slender figure into a muscular powerhouse like Giannis, he could maximize his physical potential and subsequently allocate attribute points for further enhancement. Sushu remained self-aware, never succumbing to arrogance due to the existence of the system as a cheat, although he often displayed a playful demeanor. He possessed a clear understanding of his professional trajectory and the necessary actions at each stage. Chapter 38, Song Yin, the enigmatic man. The following morning at 6 o'clock. Sushu rose punctually. Before he could don his shirt, the doorbell rang. Who could it be at such an early hour? Puzzled, Sushu approached the door to answer it. Which scoundrel is it that fails to provide an answer? Sushu inquired as he opened the door. Upon the door's revelation, he found a tall, strikingly beautiful woman with an alluring figure standing at the threshold, gazing at him in astonishment. Who are you? Sushu inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. Greetings, I am Song Yin. Your agent has informed you, I presume? Today, I shall conduct a special interview with you. As Song Yin regained her composure, she surveyed the tall young man before her. He possessed an impressive stature, broad shoulders, and long limbs, coupled with striking good looks. Although his upper body was not overly muscular, his physique was distinctly defined. The thought of how pleasant it must feel to touch his well-defined muscles flitted through her mind. However, when her gaze drifted downwards, a faint blush crept onto her cheeks. The only visitors to Sushu's residence had been his teammates, so when the doorbell rang, he had assumed it was some ruffian, emerging in nothing but his boxers. Athletes are known for their abundant energy, especially someone like Sushu, who was unattached. The morning hours were particularly invigorating, as one might imagine. This was precisely what caused Song Yin's cheeks to flush. Noticing her embarrassment and the direction of her gaze, Sushu glanced down, his face displaying a look of mortification. Apologies, please take a seat while I change my attire. With that, she turned and gracefully stepped into the room. Observing Sushu's retreat, Song Yin couldn't help but smile, a thought springing to her mind. Well, quite a considerable scale. Alas, Song Yin, what thoughts occupy your mind? As she indulged in her musings, Wu Ming behind her fell silent. How much disdain must one possess to be utterly disregarded by these two shameless individuals? Xiao Song? The sound of Wu Ming jolted Song Yin from her reverie. Embarrassed, she turned back to Wu Ming and said, Brother Wu, please turn on the camera. We can capture some footage. With that, he walked inside. Sushu soon emerged, having changed into her training attire. I apologize, esteemed journalists. I momentarily mistook you for my teammates. Not at all. Good day, Mr. Su. I am Song Yin, a reporter from a certain sports outlet, and this is Wu Ming. Mr. Palinka asked us to come at this time, stating that if we delayed any longer, you would need to attend training. Would you mind if we start recording now? Sushu nodded and replied, It's quite all right. There are no secrets here anyway. Reporter Song, please call me Xiao Su. Mr. Palinka spoke to me about it last night. Very well, Xiao Su. Then please refrain from calling me Reporter Song. After all, I must be several years your senior. Do indulge me, and refer to me as Sister Song instead. The two quickly grew familiar with one another, establishing a rapport regarding the content and filming arrangements for the day's exclusive interview. Essentially, this interview resembled a documentary, aimed at capturing and portraying Sushu's daily life, thereby enabling domestic audiences to gain a deeper understanding of her living conditions. Throughout the filming process, Song Yin would adopt the perspective of an observer, incorporating some light interactions. The shooting would not be confined to Sushu's residence. They had also secured permission to film within the training facility, having already communicated with the Lakers. While en route to the training center, Song Yin, seated in the passenger seat, inquired, Xiao Su, did you purchase this car yourself? Indeed, it cost me half a month's salary. I recall you mentioning a fortnight ago that you intended to borrow money from someone to pay the fine. Upon hearing Song Yan's words, Sushu could not help but smile bashfully. Sister Song, let us not mention this matter again. It is quite embarrassing, and besides, this car is secondhand and not worth much. Upon hearing Sushu's words, Song Yin and Wu Ming, who was seated in the back, chuckled softly. Little Su, do you usually train at this hour? Indeed, my current skills are somewhat lacking, and I can only improve through diligent training. Upon hearing Sushu's self-deprecating remark about his abilities and the necessity for rigorous practice, Song Yin dismissed it as mere modesty. During their casual conversation, the car arrived at the entrance of the training center, and before Sushu could press the horn, the gate began to open slowly. A large man emerged from the guardhouse, the very same individual who had stopped Sushu on his inaugural visit to the training grounds. Good morning, Mike, Sushu greeted, extending a fist in salutation. Good morning, Su. Ever since you arrived, I've grown accustomed to coming early every day, and I've lost 10 pounds because of it. You should take responsibility for that, Mike lamented, yet he still exchanged a fist bump with Sushu. During this period, Sushu and Mike had become quite familiar with each other, as they crossed paths every morning. As a player, Sushu held no disdain for Mike, always greeting him with politeness and courtesy. Sitting in the passenger seat, Song Yin listened to their conversation and finally came to believe that Sushu truly did arrive for training at such an early hour each day. Mike, these are two journalists from our country who have come to conduct an exclusive interview with me. Has the club informed you about this? Sushu proactively explained the purpose of Song Yin and Wu Ming's visit. The club has given the green light. They may enter now. Sushu led them to the training facility before heading to the locker room to change into his gear. Once Sushu fully immersed himself in training, he neglected the two newcomers, diligently adhering to the training regimen set by his coach. As the Lakers' practice time approached, players gradually trickled into the gym. Upon noticing the gear worn by Song Yin and Wu Ming, they instantly recognized their identities. Almost everyone gravitated towards Song Yin for a chat, not solely due to her role as a journalist, but also because of her captivating beauty. Sushu, observing this group of lecherous men, merely scoffed in disdain. What a bunch of wolves, how embarrassing. During practice, Nick Young, Farmar, and others exchanged sly glances at Sushu, inquiring about his relationship with the female journalist. Their curiosity was met with his dismissive glare and indifference. Song Yin and Wu Ming were astonished to discover that Sushu maintained excellent rapport with every member of the Lakers. Song Yin found Sushu to be an enigmatic man, fierce and passionate on the court yet approachable off it. In such a brief span, it was impossible to glean more about him. igniting within her a fervent desire for knowledge. As the day unfolded, Song Yan's eyes were opened wide, and she was left astounded. She ordered what Sushu was eating, only to find it quite unpalatable. Furthermore, she noted the immense volume of training he undertook. After the Lakers' regular practice concluded, he continued shooting drills and then headed to the gym for weightlifting, not finishing his day until 7 in the evening. Having observed training sessions at domestic clubs, she realized that compared to Sushu's regimen, theirs was laughably inadequate. She finally understood why he could establish himself so quickly on the Lakers, not merely due to talent, but also his work ethic and diligence. Unlike the lethargic attitude and minimal training of domestic players, which was truly disheartening. Chapter 39. Facing the three giants after a full day of filming. Song Yin and Wu Ming returned to the hotel to organize the material they had captured. The more they sorted through the footage, the more they felt it was insufficient. She realized that a single day was hardly enough to delve deeply into Sushu's circumstances, let alone discern the differences between game days and non-game days. Although she would spend a considerable amount of time in Los Angeles covering Sushu, she felt it was insufficient. After careful consideration, Song Yin dialed her superior's number, hoping the company could petition the Lakers for her to become a traveling reporter. She articulated her reasons to her superior, ultimately convincing them to support her request to approach the Lakers. Their interviews did not affect Sushu in any way. He remained oblivious to the fact that a beautiful reporter would frequently appear by his side in the future. The Lakers were set to face off against the defending champions, the Miami Heat, at home that evening. Recently, Fu Wen's performance had been subpar, while the reigning champions had yet to replicate their dominant form from the previous season since the start of the current one. So far, the Heat boasted a record of 21 wins and 6 losses, placing them second in the Eastern Conference, with their winning percentage ranking them low among the league. On the court, LeBron James consistently maintained his peak level of performance. Meanwhile, the 31-year-old Flash, Dwayne Wade, delivered his poorest performance since his rookie season, averaging only 19 points per game, the lowest since his rookie season's 16 points. Another star, Chris Bosh, averaged 16 points, marking his worst showing since his debut season. This decline in performance significantly diminished their dominance on the court, relegating them firmly to the second position in the Eastern Conference behind the Pacers. Wade's decline in form was partly due to James's overwhelming presence, which overshadowed his statistics. Additionally, injuries played a critical role. It is indeed unfathomable for someone who had undergone meniscus surgery in college to rise to stardom in the NBA. However, enduring such an early surgery led to persistent injury troubles, which were the primary reason for his decline. Bosh's decline, however, differed from Wade's. During his time with the Raptors, Bosh enjoyed the privileges of being the focal point of the team, resulting in impressive statistics. Yet within the trio of superstars on the Heat, his role was relegated to that of the third option, consequently diminishing his share of ball possession, a side effect of superstars banding together. Perhaps the reduction in his role over the years has contributed to his decline in form. Why do I say this? Because after James made his decision, Bosh's share of ball possession increased, and his statistics flourished. In his final season before retirement, his scoring efficiency in isolation ranked first in the league, surpassing even Durant. Can you believe that? During the era of the Big Three in Miami, Chris Bosh undoubtedly made the greatest sacrifices. Many have mockingly referred to him as Bosh the Board or B-level, attempting to exonerate their idol. The decline in performance of both him and his teammate, coupled with their struggles against formidable teams like the Thunder, Spurs, and Pacers, ultimately led to the loss of the championship, a primary catalyst for LeBron James's departure from Miami. Sushu returned in 2022, and thus possesses a keen awareness of all subsequent events. He lacks the widespread adulation for LeBron that permeated the era. While there is no idolization, there is also no animosity. Regardless of the criticism directed at the Big Three over the past 2 years, they remain significant figures within the league. Tonight, the Staples Center dazzles with brilliance as Hollywood stars and supermodels gather in attendance. Taylor Swift and Rihanna can be considered the most prominent celebrities present. The cameras frequently pan to these luminaries, inciting waves of cheers from the audience. The applause for the stars is resounding. Yet when the arena's beloved figure, Kobe Bryant, enters with the aid of a cane, the thunderous ovation that ensues is profoundly moving. Seated in the front row, Jenna engages in quiet conversation with her friend while simultaneously searching for a particular figure. It is currently warm-up time for both teams, with players partaking in simple exercises on their respective halves of the court. Jenna's gaze remains fixated on an individual playfully interacting with teammates. rendering her conversation with her friend somewhat distracted. Her friend senses Jenna's preoccupation and follows her gaze, which leads to the Lakers' warm-up area. "Darling, who are you looking at?" The Lakers don't have anyone noteworthy at the moment. Jenna, upon hearing her friend's words, smiled faintly and replied, "Don't you think that number 98 is rather handsome?" Her friend, taken aback by her comment, turned to scan the Lakers' half of the court in search of player number 98. Upon spotting Sushu, she was momentarily stunned to realize he was of Asian descent. Ah, right, she recalled hearing that he was Chinese, named Su. She must be correct. Although she wasn't a die-hard Lakers fan, living in Los Angeles meant that she occasionally caught glimpses of Sushu in the sports news. After all, Sushu had been performing admirably lately, and as a rookie, he had garnered even more attention. Fortunately, he possesses a certain charm. He is rather handsome. But, my dear, you can't possibly be developing feelings for him, can you? Teased her close friend. She was merely jesting, not genuinely believing that Jenna would be attracted to Sushu. After all, Jenna was exceptional in her own right, beautiful and possessing a remarkable figure. Moreover, her family's fame, coupled with her own burgeoning reputation, garnered the attention of numerous admirers, particularly from NBA stars. To her knowledge, several prominent celebrities were vying for her affection. Yet, that was not the most significant aspect. The crucial point was that she currently had a boyfriend. Although they were experiencing some turmoil, they had not officially parted ways. To her astonishment, Jenna slightly nodded. "I do find him quite intriguing, though I am merely in the exploratory phase at present. Dearest, could it be true that you have genuinely taken a liking to her? Surely, you have witnessed his matches? His performance on the court exudes a rugged masculinity and fervor. I find him quite manly." Jenna's words left her astonished. This was no mere infatuation, but a genuine desire to delve deeper into the essence of this man. In the Lakers' locker room, D'Antoni was strategizing the game plan. The defensive strategy for this match focuses on thwarting their fast breaks and penetrations, emphasizing the need for double-teaming on LeBron while ensuring timely help defense from the others. On offense, we must remain vigilant against their pressing defense. The forwards should assist the guards with screens, and when opportunities arise, we must shoot decisively. Especially our perimeter players who must be resolute when presented with open three-point chances. The tactical arrangement reflects D'Antoni's style, with a cursory mention of defense while elaborating extensively on offensive strategies. Once the plan was laid out, D'Antoni addressed the team, saying, "Gentlemen, tonight we face the defending champions, the Miami Heat. Many outsiders believe we have no chance of victory. However, I assert that the Heat are not as formidable as they seem. If I can sink that damn ball, we have the potential to bring them down and show the world that the Lakers are far from finished." After D'Antoni's rallying speech, Gasol stepped forward, declaring, "All right, team, it's our time to shine. Let us unite and take down the Heat. Defeat the Heat, defeat the Heat." Echoed the raucous cheers of the audience as the Lakers players took to the court, signaling the imminent commencement of the match. Chapter 40. The defensive intensity of the Heat's Big Three. The Lakers fielded a starting lineup consisting of Sasha Vujacic, J.R. Smith, Wesley Johnson, Sean Williams, and Pau Gasol. This match marked the long-awaited return of Jordan Farmar, who had been absent for nearly a month, and he was placed on the bench by Mike D'Antoni. The Miami Heat countered with a formidable lineup of Mario Chalmers, Shane Battier, Dwayne Wade, LeBron James, and Chris Bosh. Their bench boasted formidable players such as Ray Allen, Rashard Lewis, and Udonis Haslem. From both the team's recent performances and the composition of their rosters, the Lakers appeared to have little chance of victory. The salaries of each member of the Heat's Big Three exceeded the total salary of the Lakers' starting lineup, and even surpassed the combined salaries of both the starters and the bench players of the Lakers. As they took the court, Wade remarked to Chalmers, "Keep an eye on that rookie guard from the Lakers. His three-point shooting is noteworthy." Chalmers glanced at Vujacic and replied, "Don't worry, Wade, I've reviewed the footage. His only asset is that three-point shot." During the jump ball, Bosh outmaneuvered Gasol to secure possession for the Heat. After Chalmers crossed half-court, he promptly passed the ball to James, who played the role of a facilitator. The Heat's first offensive play delivered a swift message to the Lakers. James executed a powerful drive, passing the ball to Bosh near the free-throw line just before Gasol could provide assistance. Bosh's jump shot netted the first points of the game, 2-0. Vujacic experienced firsthand the sheer force of James's momentum as he bulldozed Johnson into the paint. Vujacic pondered whether, should he attempt to help defend during a fast break by James, his slight frame would withstand the impact and escape with his ribs intact. The thought sent a chill down his spine. Johnson, Gasol, may fortune favor you. In the realm of basketball, the Los Angeles Lakers offense displayed a remarkable fluidity as the ball handler. Sushu navigated the court without feeling the oppressive defense of the Miami Heat. He effortlessly crossed half-court. However, once the game advanced beyond that point, Chalmers entered the scene. Burdened by the reputation of his previous incarnation, Sushu found his focus waning in Chalmers' presence. While he was preoccupied with observing his teammates' movements, Chalmers nearly executed a swift steal, startling Sushu into a cold sweat, prompting him to shed his earlier nonchalance and sharpen his attention. Although Chalmers played a quiet role amidst the trio of superstars, he showcased exceptional defensive prowess, remarkable speed, and an accurate three-point shooting ability. He could be regarded as the finest support for the trio, as his capabilities undoubtedly surpassed his renown. It is noteworthy that scoring 20 points in the finals is not an achievement accessible to just anyone. Had he not suffered a debilitating injury later on, he surely would have secured a lucrative contract. As Gasol seized a favorable position, he deftly received the ball, leading to a seamless turnaround jump shot that secured 2 points for the Lakers. With the score tied at 2-2, Sushu did not immediately retreat to defend, but instead advanced to disrupt the Heat's quick throw-in, thwarting their opportunity for a fast break. The Heat, taken aback by Sushu's interference during the free throw, hesitated to pass the ball, consequently forfeiting their chance at a rapid offensive maneuver. They were then compelled to engage in a half-court battle. The Heat's half-court strategy was remarkably straightforward, revolving around LeBron James, who served as the primary tactical focal point. He could either drive and distribute or opt for isolation plays, while Dwayne Wade emerged as the secondary option, executing cuts to receive or penetrating to pass. The offensive tactics during the era of the Heat's Big Three were uncomplicated, primarily consisting of two approaches: a quick counterattack post-defense, epitomized by the renowned LeBron-Wade connection, and the half-court plays involving James and Wade's penetration and distribution. This simplicity stood in stark contrast to the intricate team-oriented basketball of the Spurs or the dynamic passing and cutting system of the Warriors. Though the tactics were elementary, the extraordinary individual capabilities of the Big Three rendered them effective, leading to the acquisition of 2 championships. Similarly, the Lakers' offensive strategy was straightforward, capitalizing on their perimeter shooting advantage and seeking open shots during fast breaks, while relying predominantly on pick-and-roll plays during half-court sets. To put it bluntly, their success hinged on shooting touch. When their rhythm was on point, they thrived, but when it faltered, they found themselves at a loss. Gasol set a screen, and Sushu, leveraging that pick, took a decisive three-point shot before Bosch could close out. Alas, the shot was rushed and somewhat ill-advised. He ought to have awaited Gasol's roll. Yet, what a fine shot it was. Sushu executed it beautifully, embodying the very essence of decisive play. In the broadcasting room at 12:16, the venerable Zhang Heli was providing commentary. Upon witnessing Sushu's decisive three-point shot following a screen, he initially remarked how unreasonable it was. However, once the ball swished through the net, his tune changed to a commendation of the play's beauty. His commentary partner, Yang Jian, was left speechless. Despite having experienced numerous classic moments with the elder Zhang, he felt a flush of embarrassment. The fans watching the broadcast expressed their frustrations, feeling exasperated by the incessant commentary that seemed to belittle every action, regardless of its merit. Seated on the bench, Song Yin observed her uncle's game for the first time and noticed that Sushu appeared entirely transformed on the court. Gone was his usual playful demeanor, replaced by a fierce intensity that radiated like a fire, imbuing him with an extraordinary allure. Chalmers glared at Sushu, who swiftly retreated on defense after sinking a three-pointer. Feeling frustrated, it wasn't that he couldn't defend against Sushu, rather, the latter adeptly exploited screens while his teammates lacked the necessary vigor in their defensive efforts. Defense, after all, is a collective endeavor, and he found himself helplessly watching Sushu score effortlessly before him. During the first quarter, Sushu played with remarkable enthusiasm, hitting 3 of his 5 attempts, including 2 out of 3 from beyond the arc, accumulating 8 points and 2 assists. Nick Young also contributed with 2 three-pointers, while Johnson and Mix each added 1. Thanks to their external shooting prowess, the Lakers surprisingly led by 9 points at home, 34-25. At the end of the first quarter, Sushu did not sense the Heat's oppressive defense. Instead, he perceived a lack of focus from the Heat in both offense and defense, as if they were rather lackadaisical. Was this the celebrated pressure defense of the Big Three? Unbeknownst to Sushu, during the final year of the Heat's Big Three era, The aging of stars like Wade and Bosch, compounded by injuries, resulted in the team taking longer to find their rhythm. They often found themselves trailing in the first half before intensifying their defensive pressure and offensive firepower in the second half to secure victories. "My dear, that Chinese player Su you admire is performing quite well," remarked Jenna's friend during the break between the first and second quarters. Jenna simply smiled, remaining silent. After all, would she ever set her sights on someone who wasn't exceptional? Chapter 41. In the second quarter, the Lakers continued their blend of starters and substitutes. Farmar entered the game during the final 4 minutes of the first quarter and returned at the start of the second. Conversely, the Heat began the quarter with Wade leading the substitutes. As the game commenced, Jordan Hill proved to be a formidable force for the Lakers, consistently scoring against the Heat's frail interior defense, extending their lead to over 10 points. Meanwhile, under Wade's orchestrations, Norris Cole and Rashard Lewis both received opportunities for open three-point shots but failed to capitalize. The Heat's perimeter shooters struggled significantly, managing only one three-pointer from Battier amidst 7 attempts from others that did not find the mark. Witnessing this disarray, Wade altered the offensive strategy, opting to resolve matters himself. He showcased his extraordinary individual prowess by scoring 3 consecutive baskets, stabilizing the situation. This exemplifies the advantage of a team with multiple superstars, even during transitional phases. The presence of a singular superstar can maintain composure. What defines a superstar? A superstar is an athlete capable of scoring through their personal abilities, which is why teams with several superstars remain unfazed by scoring droughts and transitional phases. Soon, the first half concluded with the Lakers still in the lead against the Heat. The two teams played in a rather civilized manner, with minimal physical contact and a sense of mutual respect permeating the atmosphere. Spectacular plays frequently erupted, eliciting cheers from the fans in attendance. During the first half, Sushu played for 14 minutes, a noticeable reduction in playing time compared to his previous 2 games. However, he remained undeterred, not allowing it to weigh on his mind. In the prior matches, he had indeed felt fatigued, but with Farmar as a substitute this game, he could maintain better stamina during his time on the court. This was advantageous for him at this stage, given that his current fitness did not allow for an average of 36 minutes of play while sustaining peak performance. Within the Lakers' locker room, the atmosphere was buoyant. Players engaged in casual conversations and lighthearted banter, especially as they were leading the defending champions. "Sue, have you noticed? Kendall Jenner seems to be staring at you," Farmar remarked mysteriously. Sushu paused, perplexed, unsure of whom Farmar referred to. "Who? Kendall Jenner, the one from the Kardashian family? She's sitting right in the front row. I've noticed her watching you intently." Upon hearing the name of the Kardashian family, Sushu immediately recognized which Jenner was being referenced. It is inevitable, for the women of this family have become exceedingly familiar to fans of the NBA, often jestingly dubbed as the league's finest defenders. Among them, Kendall Jenner stands out. Her notoriety amplified by the impressive roster of NBA player boyfriends she could assemble, all of whom are remarkably competitive. Devin Booker, Ben Simmons, Blake Griffin, and D'Angelo Russell have all graced the All-Star stage. It is this very woman whom Farmar allegedly claimed has been gazing at him intently, sparking his curiosity. Just as he was about to speak, a pivotal question struck him. How on earth did Farmar know that she was observing him? Could it be that Farmar himself had been fixated on Jenner? With this thought in mind, he grinned and inquired, "Farmar, how do you know that Jenner has been looking at me? Were you the one watching her all along? What intentions do you harbor towards her?" "Huh. You just don't get it, do you? Kid, how many people in the league do not have designs on her? Besides, what harm is there in stealing a few glances at a beautiful woman?" Farmar retorted with unyielding conviction, leaving Sushu utterly astonished. After all, this was a man with a wife. How could he utter such words in a public setting? With this realization, he finally comprehended why Nick Young had been recorded by Russell during his infidelity. It seemed that these rascals truly did not take such matters seriously. Instead, it became a form of ostentatious capital. The second half commenced swiftly, and as Sushu maneuvered the ball into the front court akin to the first half, Chalmers advanced to apply pressure. However, this time, the intensity of Chalmers' defense was markedly different from that of the first half, making it exceedingly difficult for Sushu. Utilizing Gasol's screen for a brief breakthrough, Sushu found that Bosch, unlike in the first half when he remained near the three-point line, instead switched defensive roles with Chalmers. Bosch's lateral quickness and footwork were exceptional, distinguishing him among interior players with his ability to defend against smaller opponents. As Sushu hesitated between passing and driving, Chalmers had already slipped past Gasol's help defense, converging with Bosch to form a double team that forced Sushu to halt his dribble. This form of double team was not merely indicative of Sushu's prowess, but rather a manifestation of oppressive defense aimed at the ball handler, compelling them to either lose possession or make a passing error. Such a defensive strategy could easily lead to turnovers if the ball handler's dribbling skills were lacking or their reactions delayed, and Sushu fit both criteria perfectly. Feeling surrounded by hands, with Bosch's height obstructing his line of sight, suddenly, with a sharp crack, Chalmers executed a swift and precise steal. Dislodging the basketball from Sushu's grasp, Bosch, quick-witted, seized the ball without hesitation and immediately passed it to Wade, who had already begun a fast break. At this moment, the Lakers' backcourt was deserted, and Sushu, not lagging in response, rushed forward to intercept Wade. Yet, before he could reach him, Wade had already launched the ball towards the front court. On the other side, LeBron James surged forward like a heavy truck accelerating to 120 kilometers per hour. He received the basketball between the logo and the three-point arc, opting not to dribble but to take off with both hands on the ball. Rising high, James soared, his head nearly level with the rim, then unleashed a thunderous, axe-like dunk. This iconic connection between James and Wade during the era of the Heat's Big Three resonated through the arena. James' emphatic dunk significantly diminished the cheers of the home crowd. Meanwhile, Sushu, retreating in disbelief, thought to himself, is it truly possible to play basketball like that? There are two reasons that left him utterly astonished. First, the sheer ferocity of James's thunderous dunk. Second, the few steps preceding the dunk that nearly upended his understanding of basketball. It is not that he was unaware of James's proclivity for such feats, but rather that watching the footage and experiencing it live evoke entirely different states of mind. Much like a casual observer watching a game on television, witnessing the fans on screen with flushed faces and fervent cheers might elicit a derisive thought of their foolishness. Yet, when one finds themselves amidst the crowd, they may discover that they are even more foolish than those they once scorned. Chapter 42. Gasol. After taking the little blue pill, there was little time left for Sushu to ponder, as the Lakers swiftly reorganized their offense. What strategy should I employ? Sushu pondered, and then it dawned upon him what actions to take. After all, he hailed from a future where he knew the shortcomings of the Heat's Big Three era. He is fully aware that the most significant weakness of the Miami Heat during the era of the Big Three lay in their interior defense. In the Eastern Conference Finals of that year, when the Heat faced the Pacers, Roy Hibbert, a towering 18 meters tall and weighing 122 kilograms, appeared to be a divine force on the court, averaging 9 points and 10 rebounds per game, with an impressive shooting percentage of 55.7. He rendered Chris Bosh utterly ineffective. Hibbert's impact transcended mere offensive prowess. His defensive capabilities effectively neutralized the aggressive incursions of LeBron James and Dwayne Wade. Given his imposing stature, James found little advantage when driving to the basket, often circumventing Hibbert's defense. At that time, both James and Wade exhibited mediocre shooting from beyond the arc, which diminished the Heat's offensive effectiveness both inside and outside. Hibbert's stellar performance propelled the Pacers, a team of lesser-known players, to a Game 7 against the illustrious Heat, ultimately succumbing to defeat. However, since that season, Hibbert has not replicated such brilliance. Many attribute his decline to injuries and the rise of small ball strategies that rendered him less effective. Yet, what remains obscure to many is that following the grueling 7-game series between the Heat and the Pacers, Hibbert's defensive style, characterized by his ability to extend his arms and create formidable shot blocking or significant disruption for offensive players, drew ire from a faction of players led by James, prompting extensive discussion among major media outlets such as ESPN. Discussions of this nature frequently resurface in contemporary sports news. Moreover, Sushu was aware that under the pressure exerted by these players, the NBA would soon revise the verticality rule in March 2014, which imposed restrictions on the turning and attacking range of interior players following a vertical leap. This new regulation has since been dubbed the Hibbert Rule. This is not an indictment of James. However, it is undeniable that the league has modified numerous rules to better accommodate his style of play since his entry. At this juncture, Mike D'Antoni was urging his players to maintain their movement and avoid stagnation. Sushu, having crossed half-court, signaled to his teammates that the ball should be directed into the paint. Observing Sushu's tactical gesture, Pau Gasol positioned himself adeptly in the post. As he established his position, Sushu skillfully withstood the physical pressure exerted by Chalmers, delivering the ball to Gasol. Gasol, backing down Bosh, maneuvered into the paint after a couple of physical confrontations, executing a deft step back to create space and converting the layup for 2 points. Both Gasol and Bosh evoke a sense of similarity as players. However, as interior players, they often seem lacking in physicality, leaning towards face-up offense and mid-range shooting. Yet, discerning fans would recognize the fundamental differences between them. Gasol, standing at 2.11 meters and weighing 113 kilograms, holds a notable advantage in size over Bosh, who is 2.11 meters and 107 kilograms. While Bosh is a genuine power forward, he occasionally struggles when playing at center, whereas Gasol is more of a forward-center hybrid. Having played his peak years at the center position, Bosh excels in speed, agility, offensive skills, and defensive switches, while Gasol outshines him in post-play and facilitating passes. Consequently, in that moment, Gasol leveraged his height and weight advantage to best Bosh. Under LeBron's leadership, the Heat launched wave after wave of offensive assaults, particularly highlighted by James's tank-like drives, which frequently left the Lakers' interior defense scrambling. Despite Gasol's presence in the post to anchor and facilitate, the Lakers struggled with their outside shooting under the Heat's relentless defense. In comparison, the Heat's attacks on the interior, whether through direct scoring or drawing fouls, proved far more efficient than the Lakers' declining perimeter shooting. Midway through the third quarter, the deficit was erased, resulting in a tie at 78-78. D'Antoni made adjustments to the lineup, substituting Sean Williams for the taller and more robust Jordan Hill. This change fortified the Lakers' interior defense, as the duo of Gasol and Hill effectively diminished the efficiency of James and his teammates' penetrations, allowing the situation to stabilize. D'Antoni's initial decision to start Sean Williams was aimed at utilizing his mobility for defensive support, but this strategy evidently failed. Though Jordan Hill may lack the same level of agility as Williams, his shot blocking and rebounding capabilities surpassed those of Williams. This situation underscores a significant shortcoming in D'Antoni's coaching, his in-game responsiveness. Throughout D'Antoni's coaching career, his inability to adapt during games has posed a considerable obstacle to his ascension among elite coaches. Many may recall a game during his tenure with the Rockets where the team infamously shot 0 for 27 from three-point range. Regardless of the Rockets' shooting struggles, D'Antoni did not modify the offensive approach. Following the Lakers' adjustments, the contest became fiercely competitive, with Gasol exhibiting extraordinary strength in both offensive and defensive roles. Although the Lakers' perimeter shooting faltered, the Heat also struggled with their shooting touch. Even with the exceptional individual talents of James, Wade, and Bosh, they could not widen the scoring gap. As the game entered its final 3 minutes, Nick Young's three-point attempt clanged off the rim, and a fierce battle for the rebound ensued between Hill and Gasol, culminating in Gasol deftly tipping the ball into the basket. The Lakers executed a brief 6-0 run. The Miami Heat have called a timeout to interrupt the momentum of the Lakers. With a score of 104-100, the Lakers trail by 4 points. But there is still ample time remaining. Sushu excitedly remarked to Gasol, "Gasol, did you take some special pills today? You're playing fiercely." Gasol, feeling a bit vexed, playfully punched Sushu in the chest during their celebration, causing Sushu to curse as he retreated to the bench. Chapter 43. The Moment of Truth, Sushu vs. The Three Giants. Upon returning to the bench, Sushu draped a towel over his head, panting heavily, his chest rising and falling rhythmically. He felt utterly exhausted, physically drained, and mentally fatigued. He finally comprehended why the legend of the Heat's oppressive defense was so well known. He made a concerted effort to regulate his breathing, striving to regain his strength during this brief pause. Although his playing time today had not been excessive, only 28 minutes thus far, those minutes had left him feeling more fatigued than when he played 33 or 35 minutes in previous games. Since the start of the second half, the Heat had intensified their defensive efforts, increasing the physical confrontations. Even though Chalmers was shorter than him and weighed less than 10 pounds more, the inherent physical disparities between their builds were not easily compensated. The mental toll was even greater. As the primary playmaker, Sushu had to safeguard the ball while simultaneously monitoring his teammates' movements and distributing passes, which required significant cognitive effort. D'Antoni observed Sushu's labored breathing, feeling conflicted. He recognized that Sushu's stamina had reached a critical point, yet this was also the most pivotal moment. Sushu's court vision and his synergy with Gasol and the other interior players were evidently superior to that of Farmar. "Are you still good to go, Su?" D'Antoni inquired, leaving Sushu momentarily speechless. What did he think of him? Did he underestimate his resilience? "Coach, I'm fine. I can hold on." D'Antoni nodded in agreement and proceeded to outline the strategy. On the defensive end, everyone had performed admirably today, especially in the paint. We have 3 minutes left. Everyone, hold strong. Just keep an eye on Ray Allen outside. On offense, they needed to maintain efficiency, centering their plays around Gasol, allowing him the discretion to decide whether to pass or attack based on the unfolding situation. It seemed D'Antoni was granting Gasol unfettered shooting privileges for the final 3 minutes. However, it is understandable. Today, Gasol has indeed been exceptional, currently boasting a remarkable record of 11 successful shots out of 18 attempts, accumulating 28 points, 11 rebounds, and 3 blocks. In contrast, Bosh has managed only 6 successful shots from 14 attempts, contributing 17 points and 8 rebounds. It can be said that, on both ends of the court, Gasol has effectively dominated Bosh. The brief pause was consumed by D'Antoni's tactical arrangements, and the final showdown is about to commence. The Lakers lineup now consists of Sessions, Meeks, Wesley Johnson, Jordan Hill, and Pau Gasol, while the Heat's roster features Chalmers, Ray Allen, Dwayne Wade, Chris Bosh, and LeBron James. Ladies and gentlemen, the ultimate battle has begun. Let us witness whether the reigning champions, the Heat, will secure victory once more or if the Lakers will dethrone them. In the realm of the Five Princesses live broadcast, Yang Jian excitedly exclaimed. All eyes in the venue were fixated on the 10 individuals making their entrance. Yet the attention of Song Yin and Jenna was predominantly drawn to Sushu. Upon their return to the court, the fervent fans, led by the DJ, synchronized their voices, chanting "Let us go Lakers." In such an electrifying atmosphere, Sushu felt his adrenaline surging, as if the very blood coursing through his veins was ignited in fervor. As LeBron James advanced the ball into the front court, the crowd's rallying cry transformed into a unified chant of defense. Defense. At this crucial juncture, LeBron commandeered the entire offensive play of the Heat, relegating Chalmers to a mere perimeter shooter, thereby easing Sushu's defensive duties. Once in the front court, the Heat created space for LeBron to exploit. Observing the court, LeBron boldly charged at Wesley Johnson from the right side, initiating a powerful drive. As he approached the paint, Jordan Hill moved in for support, attempting to double-team LeBron alongside Johnson. However, LeBron remained composed. Before the double-team could fully materialize, he executed a swift pivot around Johnson, drawing Pau Gasol's attention. It was imperative for Gasol to respond. Otherwise, LeBron's explosive physicality could easily culminate in a thunderous dunk. At that pivotal moment, if LeBron were to execute a slam, the momentum would undoubtedly swing in favor of the Heat. Yet, as Gasol closed in, LeBron chose not to challenge him directly but instead passed the ball to Chris Bosh, who had been overlooked by Gasol. Bosh effortlessly banked in 2 points. With the score at 106-100, it must be acknowledged that LeBron's ability to attract defenses and deliver precise passes is of a historical caliber, which is precisely why people speak of his innate system of play. The Lakers' defense had been sound. Both Gasol and Hill's defensive choices were driven by necessity. On the Lakers' offensive end, after several passes, the ball found its way to Gasol in the paint. However, the Heat's defense adapted swiftly the moment Gasol received the ball. LeBron closed in with 2 large strides, ready to double-team. Gasol, unwilling to force a play, passed the ball to Johnson, who possessed 3-point shooting capabilities. Just as he prepared to shoot, Dwayne Wade, having unexpectedly arrived for support, thwarted Johnson's attempt, halting the flow of the game. In that instant, the Heat's defensive resilience rendered the Lakers incapable of finding a favorable shooting opportunity. Observing the stalled ball movement, Sushu noticed that every player was ensnared by the Heat's defenders, intentionally obstructing Johnson's south passing lane. Sushu himself found himself entangled with Chalmers, where the defensive maneuvers were anything but subtle. The tugging of jerseys and discreet handholds were commonplace. With only 8 seconds remaining on the shot clock, he gritted his teeth, exerting a gentle push against Chalmers before sprinting towards the left arc. Upon hearing Sushu's voice, Johnson caught sight of a yellow figure out of the corner of his eye and, without a moment's hesitation, passed the ball. Sushu received it at the top of the arc on the left, just a meter away from the 3-point line. However, before he could execute any move, Chalmers once again positioned himself directly in front of him. At that moment, Uncle glanced at the timer, realizing only 5 seconds remained. He feigned a drive to the right, causing Chalmers to take a step back, a deliberate tactic, for Sushu was still far from the 3-point line. Sushu pulled the ball back and, amidst Chalmers' astonished gaze, launched a shot. The basketball, under the watchful eyes of the entire arena, swished perfectly through the net. 106-103. The entire venue erupted in euphoria. Yet, upon witnessing the ball sink through the hoop, Sushu did not display overwhelming excitement. Instead, he retreated to defend, for they were still trailing. Little Su's shot was indeed formidable. As James executed a penetrating pass, Wade received the ball and unleashed his signature elusive steps, deftly maneuvering past Mekon's defense. He leapt from the left side of the basket, skillfully avoiding Gasol's attempt to block, and glided to the opposite side of the rim. With a confident posture, he made a reverse layup, scoring effortlessly. The score stood at 108-103. The fluidity of his movements was mesmerizing, showcasing an artistry that left one in awe of the enduring prowess of the veteran Wade. The Lakers initiated their offense, with Gasol stepping out to set a screen for Sushu, while Bosh switched to defend. Just as Sushu intended to pass the ball to the rolling Gasol, he realized that it was not Chalmers guarding Gasol, but rather James, who was applying pressure from the front. Meanwhile, Jordan Hill, whom James was defending, was effectively covered by Bosh. Lacking favorable passing options, Sushu gritted his teeth, resolved to take matters into his own hands, and focused intently on Bosh before him. The sound of his sneakers gripped against the court echoed through the arena. Choosing to break to the right, he executed a swift crossover dribble, transferring the ball to his left hand. Despite his attempts, Sushu could not create sufficient space, yet he persisted, pulling the ball back while stepping decisively to the left rear. Launching into a jump shot, Sushu's step-back three-pointer caught Bosh slightly off guard. Although he leaped to contest, he failed to obscure Sushu's line of sight. The swish of the basketball through the net resonated throughout the arena, signaling a score of 108-106, amplified by the microphone positioned behind the backboard. A roaring cheer erupted within the Staples Center, even louder than before. The DJ elongated Sushu's name, igniting an uproar of deafening applause. Chapter 44, The Clutch Shot. James, Wade, and Bosh exchanged incredulous glances at the audacious rookie, particularly Bosh, who had just been the victim of Sushu's remarkable shot. Song Yin's face flushed with excitement. It was exhilarating to witness her compatriot score over Bosh. Sushu had remarkably sunk 2 consecutive three-pointers, leaving the outcome hanging in the balance until the very end. In that moment, Sushu appeared to Song Yin as the most handsome man in the world. Jenna's friend gazed at Sushu with wide-eyed fascination, exuding an air of intrigue. "Darling, I find myself captivated by this Chinese boy. Beware, I might just sweep him away." The words of her close friend left Jenna utterly speechless. The Heat did not call for a timeout. Instead, James dribbled the ball across the court and, beyond the three-point line, unexpectedly launched a strong three-point attempt, aiming to seize an offensive opportunity that could afford them another chance in the dwindling moments of the game. The ball clanked off the rim, but at this critical juncture, Bosh managed to tip the rebound away, only for James to regain possession. This infuriated D'Antoni, whose expression darkened. Alas, while James sought to snatch the ball, his three-point shooting was uncertain. A drive to the basket would have proven more effective. Fortunately, Bosh's intervention on the rebound allowed us to witness how the Heat would execute their final offensive play. Would James opt to shoot himself or pass the ball? James regrouped for the offense, this time not rushing to take a shot. As he dribbled at the top of the arc, the clock dwindled to just 10 seconds, prompting him to initiate movement. Pressing forward, Wesley Johnson cautiously retreated, and as James approached the three-point line, he abruptly received the ball and took a jump shot, catching Johnson off guard. The moment the ball left his hands, James's demeanor shifted. He immediately aimed to sprint into the paint. However, Johnson remained highly focused, effectively blocking James's path to the basket. The ball bounced off the rim once more. This time, Jordan Hill secured the rebound, with only 20 seconds left on the clock. The Lakers called a timeout to strategize their final offensive play, trailing by 2 points. Would they opt for a three-pointer or a two-pointer? Spectators in the arena and those watching on television speculated fervently, wondering who would take the last shot. If they aimed for 2 points, passing to Gasol might be the safest choice. Nevertheless, even if Gasol scored, it would merely extend the game into overtime, where the Lakers would stand little hope of victory. If the game hinged on a single shot, a three-pointer was essential. Fortunately, the Lakers had several capable shooters today, with Nick Young hitting 4 out of 6 attempts, Swaggy P connecting on 4 out of 8, and Meeks sinking 2 out of 4. It was evident that the Lakers had managed to contend with the Heat thus far due to their exceptional three-point shooting. Heat head coach Erik Spoelstra was diligently sketching strategies on a clipboard for his players. The Lakers' final offensive play was likely to be a three-point attempt. Ray Allen, Battier, ensure you closely guard Nick Young and Swaggy P, Spoelstra instructed. As he spoke, James stood up and made his way onto the court, leaving all the Heat players momentarily stunned by his actions. Despite this, no one uttered a word. Only Spoelstra, awkwardly holding his clipboard, took a deep breath before continuing to draw up his strategy. This scene was captured by the television broadcast, leaving the audience in astonishment. It was simply astonishing. Meanwhile, on the Lakers' side, D'Antoni was orchestrating the final offensive strategy. Young, you will substitute for Hill shortly. The Heat will undoubtedly anticipate a three-point attempt. I wish for the final shot to be in Gasol's hands. We need 2 points. Su was somewhat disheartened, albeit momentarily, although he had just made 2 consecutive three-pointers. Within the current lineup, Gasol was the true leader, making it logical for him to take the final shot. He could not seize the opportunity like Nick Young, attempting a game-winning shot by stealing it from a teammate. Moreover, the Heat would surely be tightly guarding their three-point line. So he understood why D'Antoni opted for a 2-point play, entrusting Gasol with the decisive shot. As both teams returned to the court, the pivotal offensive and defensive confrontation that would determine the outcome of the match was about to commence. Before the game, no one could have imagined that the resolution of this contest would extend to the final moment. The entire arena rose to their feet at this instant. No one remained seated to watch the game. The Lakers had possession, with Meeks set to inbound from the sideline. The remaining 4 Lakers players positioned themselves along the free throw line. The Lakers' final offensive play was about to unfold. How would they execute this critical moment? Starburst tactics, the venerable Mr. Zhang shouted in the live broadcast. Indeed, the 4 players of the Lakers lined up at the free throw line, executing a strategy known as the Starburst tactics. As the referee's whistle pierced the air, the quartet sprang into action, each diverging in a different direction. The Lakers' front-court maneuver proved successful. As Mix deftly passed the ball to Gasol, who was being guarded not by Bosch, but by Battier, Gasol received the ball just a meter inside the three-point line. While this position might not have been ideal under normal circumstances, facing Battier made it quite favorable. Observing Gasol secure the ball, the other Lakers players retreated to the weak side. At this juncture, the Heat's defense found itself in an awkward predicament. As the remaining Lakers players were all capable of shooting from beyond the arc, none dared to abandon their posts to assist Battier in containing Gasol. Unfazed, Gasol began to back down Battier, and after a couple of collisions, he inched closer to the basket. He had already devised his next move. Just as Gasol prepared to execute a turnaround jumper, James could no longer restrain himself and rushed over to provide assistance. Gasol, noticing James's approach, found himself in a precarious situation. He did not abandon his action but quickened his pace, forcefully pivoting for a layup. As the basketball left his hands, Gasol beamed at its ascent until, suddenly, a massive hand swiped at the ball. It was James. In that moment, he soared to an astonishing height, leaving the audience in sheer astonishment. With a resounding slap, the basketball was sent flying. Remarkable. This was no ordinary feat. To arrive for support in such a brief span and to jump so high, surely, the Lakers were doomed. Wait. Su had secured the ball. As Sushu observed the trajectory of the basketball that had been deflected, he immediately dashed forward. His defender, Ray Allen, followed suit. Yet Sushu's speed was unmatched by the aging Allen, allowing him to seize the ball a moment earlier. At that point, only 4 seconds remained on the clock. Everyone anticipated that Sushu would attempt a forceful shot against Allen, a move reliant solely on fortune. However, contrary to expectations, Sushu remained remarkably composed, opting not to force a shot. With a swift change of direction and a seamless step back, he positioned himself nearly 2 meters beyond the three-point line, leaping into a shot. The moment the ball left his hands, the red light illuminated, signaling the end of the game. Although Ray Allen had closed in, disrupting his line of sight, the basketball sailed past Allen's fingertips. As the ball spun through the air, an eerie silence enveloped the Staples Center, with every onlooker fixated on the ball, as if holding their breath to avoid altering its trajectory. Kupchak watched intently, while Pelinka, glued to the television, was equally anxious. The tension in the arena was palpable, with all eyes locked on the basketball. The crisp sound of the ball swishing through the net resonated clearly throughout the Staples Center. Chapter 45. A night out. From the moment the ball was released, Sushu's entire focus remained on it. When the basketball finally sank into the hoop, a broad smile spread across his face, almost foolishly so. The instant it passed through the net, an explosive cheer erupted throughout the arena. Lakers players, whether on the court or the bench, surged towards Sushu, playfully pummeling him as he stood there, grinning. The physical jab snapped him out of his daze. "What is this, a revenge?" he exclaimed, laughter bubbling forth. "Haha, we did it. We toppled the reigning champions." The Lakers players were elated, their excitement palpable. Given Kobe's injury at the time, the world had deemed them a weak team, ranking them among the worst in the league. The final score read 108-109 in favor of the Lakers. In this match, Gasol contributed 28 points, 11 rebounds, and 5 assists. Sushu recorded 23 points and 6 assists, Nick Young added 19 points, and Meeks contributed 14 points. Every Lakers player who stepped onto the court made their mark. On the opposing side, James scored 24 points with 9 assists and 8 rebounds. Wade added 19 points, 5 rebounds, and 5 assists. Bosh contributed 17 points and 9 rebounds. And Allen managed 10 points. The Lakers' jubilation contrasted sharply with the Heat's discomfort, which could only be described as awkward rather than disheartened. The outcome of a single game rarely instilled a sense of despair in them. However, losing to a Lakers team in such a manner was undeniably embarrassing. James and his teammates could already envision the flood of headlines proclaiming the Lakers' stunning upset. No one yearned to be relegated to the role of mere background players. Moreover, as the reigning champions, they simply wished to cast others into the role of mere backdrop. Nonetheless, as the foremost figure in the league, a certain demeanor must be upheld. Since his entrance into the NBA, LeBron James has been renowned for his social grace, and he is unlikely to commit such a blunder. Gathering his composure, he approached Sushu to extend his congratulations. After a high five, they shared a courteous embrace, during which James leaned in and whispered, "Sue, congratulations on a stellar performance today. You successfully bested us. However, there will not be a next time. Such fortune will not favor you again." Sushu, not lacking in perception, could detect the subtle bitterness in James' words. James, he thought, as we say in China, a new generation will surpass the old, and the waves behind will rise to wash away those in front. Understanding the implication behind Sushu's remarks, James chuckled softly, recognizing the boldness of this young man. Indeed, Sue, the future belongs to you, but for the next decade, I shall remain the king of this league. With that, he turned away proudly to seek out Gasol. Bah, what do you mean the future is yours? Do you think I would be as easily swayed as you, caught off guard by that fool? Sushu muttered inwardly, preparing to depart when a swarm of reporters descended upon him, cameras flashing. As for hitting the game winner, I must admit, I was undeniably exhilarated. Without question, for anyone. To defeat the reigning champions with a last-second shot is an electrifying achievement, especially for a rookie like myself. No, I insisted. I am not the greatest contributor to this victory. That honor belongs to Gasol, who dominated both ends of the court. During an interview with Uncle, Nick Young and Farmar stealthily approached Sushu from behind, each holding a cup of ice water. They playfully poured the water over Sushu's head, eliciting laughter. The following day, footage from the television interview captured Sushu's exclamations. After indulging in the merriment, Sushu participated in an interview with Song Yan, recording a video for a certain platform before concluding his day. As he exited, a throng of fans gathered at the entrance of the players' tunnel, brandishing jerseys for him to sign. Although there were scarcely any jerseys bearing the number 98, it did not deter him from accommodating the fans. In the home team's locker room, Sushu unsuspectingly pushed the door open, only to be greeted by a deluge of water cascading over him. The players were celebrating within the locker room, as this game held significant meaning for them. Currently, in the Lakers, only Kobe and Nash are under contract for the next season. The contracts of the others will expire at the end of this season. Although this match against the defending champions was not broadcast nationwide, its exposure was undeniably substantial, and their performance would certainly be noted by numerous teams, aiding them in securing positions for the next season. The NBA is merciless. The average tenure for players in the league is less than 5 years. Thus, for some fringe players, every game with high visibility represents an opportunity. After the celebration and a shower, he followed Gasol and D'Antoni to the post-game press conference. Once all the formalities were completed, it was already past 11 p.m., and he was finally able to return home to rest. Though the next game would be an away match against the Jazz in Salt Lake City, that was not until the day after tomorrow, allowing him to enjoy a good night's sleep tonight after the exhausting demands of the game. Upon arriving at the parking lot, he received a call from Farmar. "Where are you? What's up? I just got to the parking lot. Wait for me there." With that, Farmar hung up, leaving Sushu perplexed. Despite his confusion, he decided to wait in the parking lot. Shortly thereafter, Farmar drove in, parking beside him, and rolled down the window. Without any preamble, Sushu hopped into the passenger seat, and with a roar, the car sped out of the parking lot. "Where are you taking me?" "You'll find out when we get there. It's something good." Sushu had no doubts about him. The two had gotten along quite well over the past 2 months. and Famer had taken good care of her. Half an hour later, the car came to a halt in front of a nightclub. Nick Young, Meeks, and Wesley Johnson were already waiting at the entrance. The nightclub was bustling with activity, and several players from the Lakers enjoyed a degree of local fame in Los Angeles. Moreover, NBA stars generally belonged to a higher income bracket. Although they were merely supporting characters in the grand scheme, they still managed to attract a multitude of provocatively dressed women eager to engage them in conversation. As Sushu alighted from the car, she finally discerned the name of the nightclub, Warwick. She had heard of this venue, a well-known establishment in Los Angeles frequented by Nick Young and his companions. While Sushu was contemplating the nightclub's name, Famer approached her and casually draped his arm over her shoulder, saying, "Come on, let us have a great time tonight." As a novice in such outings, Sushu could only follow along, though a question lingered in her mind. "Famer, didn't he mention that one must be over 21 to enter a nightclub and drink?" His words momentarily caught Famer off guard as he suddenly remembered Sushu's age. A slip, indeed. However, he was unwilling to admit his oversight, responding with an awkward smile, "No worries, just stick with us and we'll get you in." Although it was night, the lights outside the nightclub shone brightly, and Famer's embarrassed expression gave Sushu an uneasy feeling. As expected, upon reuniting with Nick Young and the others and attempting to enter the bar, they were intercepted by the staff. "Hey, buddy, I recognize you, China Sue. You're only 19. Our establishment does not allow entry for anyone under 21, I'm afraid." Chapter 46. Model Jenna. Nick Young and the others were momentarily stunned. Having simply intended to bring Sushu along for some fun, completely forgetting about her age. Observing the serious expression of the security personnel and the awkwardness of Sushu, they burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, the Chinese Sue who defeated the reigning champion Heat has been denied entry at a nightclub. This will surely make the news tomorrow." Sushu glared at the carefree rascals, a frown etched on her forehead. "You guys are incorrigible. I'll remember this. You can go have fun while I head home to sleep. But mark my words, I will settle this score with you." With that, she huffed off toward the roadside. Famer and the others finally ceased their laughter. Famer remarked, all right, this was an unforeseen mishap. I'll take you home." Sushu shook her head, replying, "No need. I'll just grab a cab. You all go have fun. If you take me home first, by the time you return, the night will be wasted." Famer didn't insist further, allowing Nick Young and the others to enter while he accompanied Sushu to the roadside to wait for a taxi. Suddenly, a Ferrari pulled up in front of them, and inside sat Jenna. "Famer, where are you all headed?" Famer and Jenna were acquainted, though not particularly well. Sue was just shy of 19, and the nightclub would not permit him entry. He was contemplating sending him home. Upon hearing Famer's words, Jenna laughed heartily, disregarding her image. Sue, upon witnessing her radiant smile, shot a fierce glare at Famer, blaming him for his embarrassment. "Come on, I'll drive you back," Jenna declared, leaving Famer momentarily taken aback as he exchanged a knowing wink with Sue. Despite Sue's usual bravado, he hesitated, for the individual accompanying him was no ordinary person. Her reputation far eclipsed his own, and she was a small fortune unto herself. "What are you thinking? Hurry up and get in the car." "It's perfect that Jenna is giving you a ride," Famer urged, nudging the still-dazed Sue. "Why should I be afraid? Am I to be intimidated by a woman? Even if she did, I wouldn't be at a loss," Sue thought, and with that, he pivoted and confidently approached the passenger seat, opening the door and sliding into the car with fluid grace, devoid of any hesitation. As the vehicle roared to life and swiftly vanished into the night, the entire scene had already been captured by numerous reporters. Famer watched the departing car, feeling a twinge of jealousy and resentment towards Sue. Upon entering the bar, Nick Young and the others were still engrossed in discussions about Sue, and upon seeing Famer, Nick chuckled, "Haha, that poor kid Sue. To be turned away at the nightclub door, I bet tomorrow's headlines will feature him being denied entry. Just thinking about it makes me laugh." Meekons and Johnson joined in the laughter, but Famer could not share in their amusement. With a serious tone, he remarked, "Tomorrow there will indeed be news. But the biggest story will undoubtedly be that Sue was picked up by Jenna." The laughter subsided as the others processed Famer's words. "Which Jenna?" one of them cautiously inquired. "The very one you're thinking of," Famer replied. Nick, who had once harbored intentions toward Jenna but was rebuffed, now felt a sudden shift in the atmosphere as Sue had inexplicably entered her vehicle. The vibrant music in the nightclub seemed to lose its allure. In the car, Sue stated, "I know you. You're Jenna, the supermodel." Jenna smiled slightly in response. "Is that all you know?" "Oh, I also know your age, height, and measurements." Famer mentioned them. Sue teased, using Famer as a shield, for it was this rascal who had landed him in this predicament. Jinna burst into laughter at his words. Aren't we headed to the bar for drinks? Shall we indulge in a glass? Where to? At our ages, aren't we prohibited from entering nightclubs? Su queried with uncertainty. Haha, it's you who cannot. I can, and you simply must follow me. You'll definitely gain entry. Are you sure? You want to sell me out, will you? I want tea, but I might just devour you, she replied playfully. The two individuals, both youthful, quickly grew familiar with one another. Upon arriving at their destination with Jinna and stepping into the building, Sushu realized that he might indeed be consumed by the experience. Come in. What's the matter? Are you afraid to enter? Jinna observed him with a playful smirk. He felt conflicted, yet after reading her expression, he resolutely stepped inside. As he gazed upon the opulent villa, he couldn't help but reflect on the irony of a woman nearly a year his junior earning far more than he did. Indeed, this was Jinna's residence, and she had brought him directly to her home. Before long, she changed into a set of pajamas and, holding a bottle of red wine, made her way to the living room. As a model, her presence was undeniably captivating. Her aura exuded charm, further enhanced by her appearance that conformed to Eastern beauty standards. Under the soft lighting, she radiated a unique allure. The pair engaged in conversation over red wine, discussing fashion and the NBA, as young people always find common ground. After finishing 2 bottles of wine, they found themselves in the bedroom, returning to a more primal state. In this moment, the essence that emanated from them was a manifestation of humanity's most basic instincts, an irresistible pull that compelled them to explore one another. As they delved deeper into this exploration, a singular thought resonated in Sushu's mind. This woman is truly intoxicating. The encounter persisted for what felt like an eternity. Jinna, beside him, appeared thoroughly satisfied. A testament to her athletic nature. What exactly is this between us? Is it a date? Sushu asked with a hint of shamelessness as he leaned against the headboard. Jinna chuckled, glancing at him, her fingers tracing the muscles of his arm. I suppose it can be considered a date, but that doesn't necessarily imply anything definitive. Their dialogue evolved, revealing the stark contrasts and perspectives between their two cultures. In America, dating between men and women is commonplace. A media survey indicated that 13 of individuals engage in intimate relations on the first date, a figure that is almost unfathomable in a society that is gradually becoming more liberal. Americans perceive such encounters merely as part of the process of getting to know one another. To put it plainly, it's about determining compatibility. If it doesn't work, they part ways, and if it does, they continue together. As their conversation flowed, they found themselves entangled once more. Despite Sushu having played an intense NBA game earlier that evening, his athletic stamina far surpassed that of any woman. The Chinese rookie Su, hitting 3 consecutive three-pointers, clinches victory against the Heat's Big Three. Could Su be the next rising star? The announcement of this year's Rookie of the Year was imminent. As Sushu remained entangled with his towering companion, the local sports media in the United States was ablaze with reports of the previous night's game, in which the Lakers triumphed over the Heat in a breathtaking finish. Sushu, who sank 3 consecutive three-pointers in the dying moments to secure the victory, became the focal point of headlines. It was inevitable, given that the combined salaries of all the players on the team paled in comparison to those of the Heat's star trio. Such a shocking upset, especially one orchestrated by a rookie, was bound to dominate the news cycle. While American media exhibited some restraint, domestic outlets were in a frenzy, heralding the rise of the next NBA superstar. Chinese rookie dazzles, outshines the Heat's triumvirate on a global stage, proclaimed sensationalist headlines, replete with hyperbole that would make even the most thick-skinned blush if they were to witness it. Chapter 47. The man everyone loves to hate. The game's inherent drama was already substantial. But when an entertainment outlet revealed that Sushu and his companions had visited a nightclub, only for him to be turned away and subsequently spotted leaving in a car with Jinner, the story exploded. The revelation of Sushu and Jinner's budding romance ignited fervor across the American fashion, entertainment, and sports industries. Sushu became the target of envy for many American men, not because Jinner is adored by all, but due to the allure and financial potential she embodies. Qualities that many men covet in a partner. It is safe to say that the desire for a life of luxury is universal. Consequently, a rookie like Sushu, earning a modest salary of just over $400,000, was quickly labeled as a kept man by the public. Upon rejoining his team, the way his teammates regarded him had shifted dramatically. Well, look at you, not late at all. Impressive, remarked Farmar with a teasing tone, though the underlying bitterness was palpable. Nick Young, ever the provocateur, tossed his bag into Sushu's arms and quipped, A guy rejected by a nightclub, yet picked up by a beautiful woman. What's the world coming to? Soon, the team surrounded him, gossiping with the fervor of a tabloid. Sushu, bewildered, wondered if NBA players were all this nosy and eager for scandal. Faced with their inquisitive gazes, ablaze with curiosity, he resorted to an internationally recognized gesture, only to be met with further playful torment from his teammates. Salt Lake City. After the Utah Jazz's training session, Trey Burke addressed the media. I didn't catch the game yesterday. I only saw it in the news. As for Su's performance, it was decent, but the Heat didn't take him seriously enough. Of course, I don't believe my performance is any less commendable. He merely received ample playing time due to the team's injuries. You might say his average playing time exceeds mine? Perhaps. But his shooting attempts certainly surpass mine. He averages 16.7 points per game, while I average 12.5. You must have misheard me. I am referring to the past week, during which my scoring average has undoubtedly surpassed his. Hence, his selection as the player of the week has left me quite dissatisfied. Throughout the interview, Trey Burke's tone was laden with irritation, bordering on provocation, upholding the principle that as long as I am not embarrassed, the embarrassment belongs to others. He left the training facility with an unfriendly demeanor, determined to defeat Sushu the following day, to establish himself as the strongest rookie point guard in the West this year. The league announced last week's Eastern and Western Conference Rookies of the Week, with Sushu claiming the title in the West, snatching it from Trey Burke for 2 consecutive weeks. Burke, feeling aggrieved, had delivered an extraordinary performance against the Magic last week, scoring 30 points along with 8 assists and 7 rebounds. Over 4 games, he averaged 17.5 points and 5 assists, contributing to his team's record of 2 wins and 2 losses. In the same span, Sushu also played 4 games, averaging 16 points and 6 assists, equally assisting his team to a 2-2 record. A comparison of these statistics reveals that Burke has a slight edge. When the Lakers arrived in Salt Lake City, numerous media outlets awaited their arrival. What is my relationship with Jenna? I have no relationship with her. We are merely friends. Why was I in her car? Quite simply, I was denied entry to the nightclub and had no means of transportation. She happened to pass by and offered me a ride home. Where did we go? What did we do? No, my friend, that is personal privacy. And I am not at liberty to disclose it, just as you would not wish to reveal your own privacy. Will I have the energy to play tomorrow? You will find out tomorrow. As for Trey Burke's comments, I do not take them to heart. If he feels wronged, he can take it up with the league. I do not play to accept his challenges. My purpose is to help the team achieve victory. Sushu finally managed to escape the journalist's clutches and return to his hotel room. He harbored neither fondness nor animosity towards the reporters. Respect begets respect, and hostility deserves a retort. His principle was simply not to indulge. That evening, local media in Salt Lake City fervently sensationalized the rivalry for the Western Rookie of the Year, neglecting the current team leaders, Gasol and Hayward. Inside the hotel room, Farmar, feeling bored, read the news to Sushu while teasing him. The competition for the Western Rookie of the Year. Hey, Su, you've already become the king. Sushu discerned that Farmar was increasingly exhibiting the potential of a tabloid journalist, harboring a profound fascination for gossip and sensational news. After donning his gear, he proceeded directly to the hotel gym, resolutely committed to his daily regimen without interruption. 2 hours later, utterly exhausted and drenched in sweat, Sushu returned to his room, only to find Farmar absent, having wandered off to visit another room. After taking a shower, he reclined on the bed. He activated the system panel. Host: Sushu, age 19, height 193 centimeters, weight 79 kilograms, physical attributes: speed 87, explosiveness 83, strength 71, jumping 80, stamina 78, injury resistance 70, offensive skills: mid-range shooting 62, three-point shooting 84, inside scoring 55, technical skills: dribbling 70, passing 65, rebounding 57, growth points 4.26810000. After breaking through his limits, his strength, stamina, and certain basketball skills related to his physique, such as inside scoring and rebounding, have seen improvements, albeit limited. It remains uncertain whether he can break through those limits again in the future. He senses that there is still room for progress in his dribbling and passing. Yet achieving excellence requires more than mere practice. Innate talent plays a crucial role, necessitating a significant investment of attribute points. Gazing at his attributes, Sushu mused that his most commendable skill is his three-point shooting ability. Currently, half of his shots are from beyond the arc, boasting a hit rate of 39, while his mid-range shooting is the least effective, with a mere 32 success rate. His inside shooting percentage stands at 55, revealing a pronounced specialization. He envisions that following the game against the Heat, his importance within the team will increase, leading to heightened defensive scrutiny against him. In the initial matches of the season, his three-point shooting percentage peaked at 45, but it has since declined to 39. Fortunately, with his astute intellect and high basketball IQ, he recognizes that even if his attributes are maxed out, a lack of basketball acumen would hinder his success, as exemplified by the case of JaVale McGee. Upon seeing his growth points, Sushu smiled. Even if he faces targeted defenses that might further diminish his statistics, he anticipates an upgrade before the All-Star break. Chapter 48. Tenacity. On December 27th, the Lakers faced off against the Utah Jazz on their home turf. With a record of 14 wins and 15 losses, the Lakers ranked 11th in the Western Conference, while the Jazz fared worse with 8 wins and 23 losses, placing them 13th. Sushu recalled that in his original timeline, both the Lakers and the Jazz languished at the bottom of the Western standings by season's end, one being the penultimate and the other the last. The current Jazz squad is not yet the same as that of 2 years hence, under the guidance of Tyronn Lue. Although they have assembled a plethora of talented young players, they have yet to realize their potential. Lue's inexperience results in a somewhat chaotic style of play, leaving the team perpetually on the brink of success. D'Antoni reluctantly adjusted the starting lineup, as Pau Gasol felt unwell and was unable to participate in the game, forcing Chris Common, who had just returned, to step in for him. Common is a name familiar to many in China, having played against Yao Ming on the global stage, with his flowing locks leaving a lasting impression on the minds of fans. He is the quintessential example of a player whose lack of innate talent is compensated by relentless diligence. Standing at 213 centimeters with a wingspan of only 214 centimeters and a lack of speed, he possesses limited athletic prowess. Offensively, he shies away from inside play but has developed a respectable hook shot and mid-range shooting ability, alongside decent playmaking skills. Defensively, he embodies the archetype of a traditional center, slow-footed and lacking the ability to switch or defend smaller players. However, on the defensive end, he is the epitome of diligence, never willing to give up. As the Warriors' small ball lineup emerges next season, traditional centers like him will find it increasingly challenging to maintain a foothold in the league. Sushu, Mix, Wesley Johnson, Sean Williams, and Chris Common, Trey Burke, Richard Jefferson, Gordon Hayward, Marvin Williams, and Derek Favors. From the perspective of the starting lineups, the Lakers clearly hold a superior immediate combat capability compared to the Jazz, while the Jazz boast greater talent. As the teams took the court, Sushu was momentarily taken aback when he saw Trey Burke sporting cornrows and a headband, mistaking him for Allen Iverson. In terms of height and appearance, a cursory glance revealed a striking resemblance to Iverson, which is understandable, as he was dubbed Little Iverson in college, not only for his style of play but also for his looks. Observing the diminutive Burke, who appeared much shorter than the listed 185 centimeters, Sushu estimated him to be just over 180 centimeters. Standing next to Burke, Sushu, at 193 centimeters, felt as though he towered over him by nearly a head. Moreover, with Burke weighing in at only 84 kilograms, just 5 kilograms heavier than Sushu, this weight advantage pales in comparison to the height difference. For the first time, Sushu felt the thrill of possessing a physical advantage, a gratifying sensation that even sparked a tinge of sympathy when he looked at Burke. Burke, sensing Sushu's gaze, detested the feeling of being looked down upon by his counterpart. He shot a fierce glare at Sushu, declaring, "Kid, I'm the best point guard in the West this year." Sushu chuckled softly, curling his lips as he remarked, all right, you are indeed the best, surely. You must be the premier point guard of the league. I shan't compete with you." His words rendered Trey Burke utterly speechless, as he found the individual before him exceedingly irksome. Although Trey Burke's name was familiar to many within the country, it was not due to his remarkable performance in the NBA, but rather because of a street basketball player who proudly claimed to be the king of Dongdan, boasting, "Even Trey Burke cannot guard me." Though Trey Burke's defensive prowess may be considered mediocre, it is sheer ignorance and arrogance to compare one's personal interests with the professional realm, particularly when juxtaposed with the elite athletes of the NBA, especially those currently active. None of the starting players of the Jazz are true centers. Derek Favors and Marvin Williams, standing at 208 centimeters and 206 centimeters respectively, primarily play as power forwards. Thus, during the jump ball, Come On secured possession for the Lakers. Sushu felt little defensive pressure from Burke as he discovered an expansive passing vision, a distinct advantage granted by his height of several centimeters. Effortlessly, he lobbed the ball to Come On, who had established position in the paint. Come On executed a high shot, although Favors is a highly athletic and robust defender. He could not thwart Come On's delicate hook shot. As Burke dribbled into the front court, he opted not to immediately pass to his team's leader, Hayward, but instead chose to drive. Visibly displeased with Sushu, the coaching staff had already meticulously analyzed Burke's strengths and weaknesses, devising strategies for his defense. Burke's style of play bears some resemblance to Allen Iverson's, yet he lacks the technical finesse and explosive speed that define Iverson. His shooting choices and accuracy have been problematic. Thus far this season, Burke's overall shooting percentage stands at a mere 38, with a dismal three-point percentage of only 33, both below the league's average. For a player of diminutive stature lacking physical advantages, such shortcomings can be catastrophic, which explains why Burke's rookie season marked the peak of his career. When Sushu defended him, he deliberately gave Burke a two-step cushion, clearly indicating that if he possessed the capability, he should shoot. Any attempt to drive would be futile. This two-step distance was ample for any guard to react, especially considering Sushu's own speed. Burke unleashed a flurry of moves, including crossovers and behind-the-back dribbles. But Sushu remained unfazed, challenging him to shoot. As the shot clock dwindled to 10 seconds, Burke realized that without a screen, penetrating past the bothersome Chinese player was a daunting task, leading him to reluctantly pass the ball to his captain, Hayward. Hayward executed a swift change of direction and barreled into the paint, scoring with a thunderous dunk amidst the defensive efforts of Wesley Johnson and Come On. While drawing a foul from Come On, it was that simple, that direct, and that forceful. The Delta Center erupted in response to Hayward's emphatic dunk. Upon landing, Hayward pounded his chest, signaling to the Los Angeles crowd that this was not a place for their impunity. In Sushu's eyes, that play was undeniably hard, remarkably hard. Many may recall Hayward as the injury-plagued, non-aggressive, perimeter-shooting small forward from his time with the Celtics. However, they may be unaware of his other moniker, the White James. During his tenure with the Jazz, Hayward's early style mirrored that of a young LeBron James, leveraging his robust physique to penetrate the paint and draw fouls. Among the small forwards capable of defending against James in the league, Hayward undoubtedly ranks among them. While the current Hayward has yet to reach the zenith of his prowess, 2 years hence, he will be a force to be reckoned with, not easily contained by the likes of Come On. Players such as Giannis Antetokounmpo, Mason Plumlee, Paul George, and Julius Randle, each capable of soaring and dunking, have all found themselves as mere background to Hayward's highlight plays. Chapter 49, The Art of Conducting Oneself While Hayward Continued to Roar. Sean Williams was already poised to pass the ball to Sushu. Mikes and Wesley Johnson had swiftly dashed towards the front court. Upon receiving the basketball, Sushu propelled himself forward, dribbling rapidly towards the opposing side, prompting Trey Burke to hastily defend against him. Rather than engage in a futile contest, Sushu directly passed the ball to Mikes, who was stationed beyond the three-point line on the left. Just as Hayward, who had been fervently shouting, made his way back, Mikes had already released the shot before he could effectively defend. Swish. The score now stood at 5-2. What a delightful assist. As Sushu contemplated this, he flashed a smile at Trey Burke and playfully shook his head, stating, "What defines a point guard? This exemplifies the true essence of a point guard's role." Trey Burke, rendered speechless, could only think, could you be any more shameless? Sue, are you such a coward that you cannot face me? Humph. We are already in the lead without me even needing to shoot. As Sushu spoke, his head bobbed in a teasing manner, his demeanor and words exuding an air of provocation. Trey Burke's expression darkened considerably, and had he not maintained his composure, he might have been tempted to confront Sushu. Observing Trey Burke's frustrated countenance, Sushu couldn't help but stifle a chuckle within. How foolish to engage in a contest of ball-handling skills at this moment. Just wait until my control skills are on display, then we shall see who prevails. In the United States, there exists a plethora of exceptionally skilled African-American players, akin to Trey Burke, who possess remarkable control over the game yet remain unable to ascend to professional leagues, often due to a lack of physical prowess. On this occasion, as Trey Burke crossed the halfway line, Hayward signaled for him to pass the ball. Today, Hayward displayed a certain exuberance, his recent dunk having invigorated his spirit. Wesley Johnson, a formidable defender, remained intensely focused on Hayward, yet he was unexpectedly outmaneuvered, allowing Hayward to execute a dunk, a rather embarrassing moment for him. The other four players of the Jazz positioned themselves at the corners, creating space for Hayward to engage in a one-on-one confrontation. Sushu trailed Trey Burke near the right sideline. Observing the unfolding scenario with a hint of perplexity, this style of play from the Jazz was not anticipated at this juncture. Many had jested about the Jazz's tendency to pass the ball excessively, only to have it end up in Hayward's hands for a solo play in the final seconds. At the top of the arc, Hayward displayed a mere change in rhythm, coupled with a swift directional shift, enabling him to surpass Wesley Johnson by half a step. Johnson closely shadowed Hayward, hoping to disrupt him at the moment he approached the basket. Meanwhile, the Lakers' interior players, Coman and Williams, had abandoned their defensive assignments, moving inward. Typically, in such situations, Hayward would opt to pass the ball to a teammate in a better position for the final shot, a testament to his average of over 5 assists per game as a small forward. However, today, Hayward's excitement prevailed. He chose not to pass, but instead executed a sudden stop followed by a step-back mid-range jumper. The swish of the net at 5 beautifully showcased Hayward's refined skill. This is the future of the premier white small forward. The Lakers remained unfazed. A group of players driven by personal statistics would not be deterred by a couple of points. As Hayward released the ball, several players sprinted towards the front court with fervor. The Jazz players, anticipating the play, swiftly retreated to thwart any opportunity for the Lakers. Observing the absence of a fast break opportunity, Sushu quickly traversed the midcourt and passed the ball to Wesley Johnson, while he himself dashed towards the baseline, hoping to execute a reverse run in coordination with Johnson. However, upon receiving the ball, Johnson did not hesitate. A direct mid-range shot. The Lakers executed their plays with remarkable speed, moving swiftly through midcourt, delivering rapid passes, and shooting promptly, yet their shots failed to find the net. The ball reverberated as Derek Favors seized the rebound. He hesitated, not immediately passing to Trey Burke for a fast break. After scanning the court and noticing the absence of Lakers players, he opted to pass to Hayward, by which time the Lakers had already retreated on defense. However, the Jazz were unconcerned, as fast breaks were not their forte. Upon crossing half court, Hayward was closely guarded by Wesley Johnson. Rather than force the play, he passed to Trey Burke, who requested a pick. At this juncture, Coman's defensive weaknesses were glaringly exposed. Sushu was effectively blocked by Derek Favors, preventing him from advancing quickly, while Trey Burke had penetrated inside the three-point line, facing Coman. The rest was straightforward. Burke executed an alley-oop with Favors, successfully completing the offensive play. With 3 minutes remaining in the first quarter, both teams began substituting players, the score standing at 29-24, with the Lakers leading by 5. The Jazz's starting lineup could hold their own against the Lakers, but when it came to the bench players, the depth of the Jazz's roster was insufficient. Nick Young came in and swiftly sank 2 3-pointers, extending the lead to over 10 points. And by the end of the game, the score remained unchallenged. The Lakers triumphed over the Utah Jazz with a 12-point advantage, finishing 114-108. Sushu scored 14 points with 8 assists, Nick Young contributed 19 points, Coman added 15 points and 10 rebounds, Farmar had 10 points and 6 assists. Mick scored 14 points, and Jordan Hill recorded 10 points and 9 rebounds. On the other hand, Utah's Gordon Hayward delivered a stellar performance, leading all scorers with 28 points, 10 assists, and 6 rebounds. Derek Favors amassed 15 points and 14 rebounds, while Trey Burke recorded 9 points and 7 assists. This match showcased the Lakers' exhilarating style of play, fully embodying the essence of their fast-paced strategy. As Sushu integrated more seamlessly into the tactical framework and with Farmar's return, the Lakers' backcourt boasted 2 adept playmakers alternating on the court, complemented by several capable shooting guards and forwards, finally executing a fast-paced game that met Mike D'Antoni's approval. However, defensively, they faltered, allowing a Jazz team that averaged merely 95 points this season to score 106 points. The most frustrated of all was Trey Burke, who had entered the game determined to demonstrate his superiority over Sushu, eager to show the world he was the better player. Yet as the game unfolded, the dynamics shifted dramatically. Su, the rascal, avoided direct confrontation, opting instead for quick passes or calling for screens, a style that felt distinctly un-American. Hayward, who had promised to assist before the game, seemed to perform even more aggressively than expected. Most disheartening was the realization that his statistics paled in comparison to hers, leading him to anticipate a barrage of media scrutiny post-game. Alas, with a loss, inferior stats, and the prospect of post-game criticism looming, how could he not feel disheartened? Chapter 50. Sue, you truly are a rogue. After the game concluded, most reporters flocked to Hayward, whose performance, despite the team's loss, had been exceptional. His several assertive drives had evoked echoes of LeBron James. The highly anticipated rookie showdown in the Western Conference failed to materialize during the match, with neither Sushu nor Trey Burke delivering memorable moments. Consequently, Sushu lacked the magnetic appeal typically associated with post-game interviews. Had entertainment media been present, he might have garnered more attention. Just as he contemplated leaving, he was intercepted by Song Yin. Following the company's efforts and Sushu's improving performance, she had become a dedicated reporter for a sports network, closely following the Lakers. She had completed the necessary paperwork and was now permitted access to the players' locker room. In recent days, Song Yin had been preoccupied with personal matters such as housing and transportation, which caused her to miss numerous newsworthy events, a source of frustration for her. Originally, the company had allocated her another day to handle personal affairs, but given Sushu's rising prominence, which even drew extensive media coverage in America, albeit much of it sensational, she had to conclude her personal matters sooner than anticipated and made her way to Salt Lake City. Little Sue, please extend your greetings to the sports enthusiasts among you. Hello everyone, I am Sushu. Upon hearing Sushu's self-introduction, Song Yin couldn't help but internally criticize once more, yet it did not diminish the smile upon her face. First and foremost, congratulations to you and the Lakers on securing this victory. Achieving back-to-back wins under such challenging circumstances is commendable. Are you satisfied with your performance in this match? Are you satisfied? After all, our team emerged victorious. Each one of us performed exceptionally well in this match. Both Trebek and I are merely novices in the league, overshadowed by the multitude of individuals far more skilled than ourselves. Therefore, I find it rather futile to engage in a discussion regarding who among us is the premier rookie of the Western Conference. The most striking impression, undoubtedly, is Hayward's remarkable slam dunk. I find myself pondering when I might execute such a play. Uncle succinctly responded to several of Song Yin's inquiries regarding the match. Allow me to inquire about a matter unrelated to the competition. Recently, American media have been reporting on your romance with Jenner, and I believe many domestic fans are quite interested in your personal life. Song Yin suddenly smiled mischievously as she posed this question. Sushu was at a loss for words, wondering why a sports journalist would concern herself with his private affairs, especially in such a formal setting. Was this truly appropriate? I share a friendship with Jenna, and my sole focus at present is on enhancing my skills to establish myself more firmly in the NBA. Thus, other matters are not within my current contemplation. His response did not satisfy Song Yin, yet in such circumstances, further inquiries were not feasible. Your experiences over the past few months can only be described as enchanting, and many fans in the country have been discussing your remarkable journey. Do you have any words for them? After a moment of reflection, Sushu replied, I believe everyone has dreams. As long as you strive for your aspirations, endure hardships. There may come a day when you achieve success, even if you do not pursue a career in professional basketball. I am confident that the sport will remain a vibrant and colorful memory in your life. Lastly, I wish everyone a happy new year in advance. After completing the interview with Song Yin and signing autographs for some local students, Uncle returned to the locker room. Due to the time spent on the interview and signatures, most of the team had already showered and were engaged in conversation, using their phones or making calls. Upon seeing Sushu enter, Famar waved his phone at him, saying, Sue, let me show you some news. Jenna stated in a media interview that you were merely friends. Did nothing happen between you that night? Famar's words captured everyone's attention. For indeed, wealth and beauty are the most captivating allure for men. Famar, you are truly quite the gossip, he remarked. Just as he intended to take a shower, D'Antoni pulled him along to the post-game press conference, and he could only follow with resignation. What a situation this was. Has anyone ever attended a press conference without having showered? I wonder if anyone would be overwhelmed by the odor of sweat. After attending to these trivial matters, when Sushu returned to the locker room to bathe, half of his teammates had already departed. After finishing the press conference, Song Yin was about to head back to the hotel when she suddenly recalled that the documentary she had prepared for Uncle Sushu was released today, and she had forgotten to inform him to watch it. Coupled with her curiosity about the visiting team's locker room, she opted against sending a text or making a call to her uncle and instead proceeded directly to the Lakers' locker room. On her way to the visiting team's locker room, she encountered Lakers players intermittently, exchanging greetings, and learned that Sushu was still in the locker room. She knocked on the door and pushed it open. unperturbed by the possibility of encountering Lakers players showering or in various states of undress. After all, it had been some time since the game concluded, and she had already encountered numerous players, which was precisely why she felt emboldened to enter the locker room directly. Upon entering, she discovered that only Famer was present. Famer waved at Song Yin and said, "Are you here to interview Sue? You should be out shortly." Just then, Sushu emerged from the bathroom, a towel wrapped around him, humming a tune. He was taken aback to find a woman in the locker room. "By heavens!" he exclaimed, and then, in a moment of absent-mindedness, he instinctively tugged at the towel in his hand. His intention was to secure the towel around himself, but in his fluster, he only grasped a corner of it, causing it to unravel completely. The sequence of his actions left both Song Yin and Famar utterly astonished, for from their perspective, it appeared as though he had brazenly unveiled himself upon catching sight of Song Yin. "Wow, Sue, you truly are a rogue," exclaimed Famar, astonished by the audacity he himself could never muster. His outburst jolted Song Yin from her stupor, prompting her to awkwardly turn away. At that moment, Sushu also regained his composure, hastily wrapping a towel around his lower body before dashing into the bathroom with his clothes. Chapter 51. The Allure of Sushu. Before long, Sushu emerged, fully dressed, maintaining an air of nonchalance. Without allowing Famar or Song Yin a chance to speak, he launched into his remarks. "Sister Song, as a stunning beauty, can't you be a bit more mindful of your surroundings? What were you thinking coming into the men's changing room?" Fortunately, my composure held up. Otherwise, I might have been quite startled and would have had to confront you about it. Moreover, you have already caught a glimpse of me twice. I believe I have suffered enough, so do remember to repay me." He then turned his gaze towards Famar, who was leering at him, and Song Yin. "And you too. With reporters in the changing room, you couldn't even give me a heads up? I had thought of you as a brother, but how foolish of me." Song Yin and Famar exchanged glances, and together they looked at Sushu, astonished at the remarkable thickness of his skin. "Bah, who was spying on you? And why should I be the one to apologize? Do you take me for a mere child of 3? I merely wish to inform you that the video recorded that day has been uploaded on a certain sports platform today. Do take a moment to check it out." After speaking, Song Yin tossed her head haughtily, her ponytail drawing an elegant arc in the air before she swiftly vanished into the locker room. Famer, with an air of mystery, inquired, "Sue, what were you discussing with the lovely Song Yin just now?" I couldn't help but notice her cheeks were flushed. Sushu shot a glare at Famer, inwardly cursing, "What good is your pale complexion if it reveals your embarrassment so easily?" With no time to indulge Famer's curiosity, he busily gathered his belongings, knowing his teammates were surely awaiting him on the bus. Meanwhile, the proud Song Yin exited the locker room, her fingers brushing against her slightly warm cheeks, acutely aware of her heart racing. With a sharp exhalation, she muttered to herself as she hurried away, her mind racing with thoughts. "How unfortunate. I can no longer casually enter the dressing room. For who knows if these foul men might be parading about in their bare skin." Fortunately, it was that scoundrel Sushu this time. "What do you mean, fortunately? It has been him on both occasions. I have truly suffered a loss. Nonetheless, I must admit, his physique is quite impressive." Within a conference room of a domestic corporation, a professional manager switched off the projector, which had just showcased some remarkable highlights of Sushu's performance in an NBA game. He then distributed several documents to the attendees. "Chairman, General Manager, everyone has seen the video just now, and the materials you currently possess contain detailed data about Sushu. Our department's analysis indicates that signing Sushu would be more advantageous for the company's brand development and sales compared to both Lejianlong and Parsons. Without delving into further details, one must consider that he is Chinese and the sole player from our nation currently competing in the NBA, and more crucially, he plays as a guard. The impact of a guard on sneaker sales is well understood by all. Therefore, I believe the company should prioritize public relations efforts for Sushu." After this executive finished speaking, the conference room fell silent for half a minute before another middle-aged man in a suit spoke up. "I hold reservations. I believe the company should focus its efforts on securing Klay Thompson. With limited resources, prioritizing his signing is essential. Thompson, despite being only in his 3rd year, is already averaging 19 points per game. More significantly, the Golden State Warriors' performance and their appeal on the court have garnered widespread acclaim. Furthermore, signing Klay Thompson would serve as a superior choice for the company's brand image promotion on an international scale compared to Sushu." As the senior executives of this domestic sportswear company deliberated on whether to sign Sushu, his profile had already made its way to the desks of general managers at Nike, Adidas, and Under Armour. However, Nike and Adidas exhibited differing levels of interest in Sushu, as both global giants represent numerous sports icons. In the NBA, it goes without saying that a plethora of stars fall under their banners. Their attention on Sushu began from his very first appearance, and the data in their possession extends beyond his on-court performance. They are well aware of the research conducted by their Chinese branches regarding Sushu's influence among Chinese youth. After all, with China being the world's second-largest consumer market, utilizing a Chinese player to penetrate this market could significantly elevate their market share while simultaneously constricting that of their competitors. Thus, their willingness to sign Sushu is evident. Nonetheless, they have yet to reach a consensus on the contract amount internally. Since entering the NBA, Sushu has donned Kobe's signature shoes, a gift from the legend himself. Consequently, Nike is highly confident in securing Sushu. As for Under Armour, they are fervently aspiring to penetrate the sneaker market, and at present, their most notable asset is Stephen Curry. With the vast market potential that Sushu represents, they are certainly not inclined to let this opportunity slip away and have already arranged preliminary discussions with his agent. Unbeknownst to Sushu, he has returned to Los Angeles with his team. In their upcoming match, they will face the Philadelphia 76ers at home, marking the first encounter between last week's Eastern and Western Conference Rookie of the Month. The media has capitalized on this Eastern versus Western rookie showdown for promotion. Yet unlike Trae Young, Markelle Fultz has refrained from making any grand proclamations before the game, thus failing to generate significant buzz. As for Sushu, he is disinterested in voicing any opinions on the matter, fully aware of Fultz's future trajectory. Currently, Fultz is not a primary focus for the Philadelphia 76ers, who are merely aiming to position themselves for a higher draft pick in the upcoming selection process. That evening, inside Sushu's residence, Rob Pelinka made another visit. Pelinka was in high spirits. How could he not be pleased when a player he had signed through backdoor negotiations was now the subject of fierce competition among suitors eager to offer financial incentives? He retrieved a stack of documents from his bag and placed it upon the coffee table, simultaneously pushing it towards Sushu, who sat opposite him, while remarking, "Su, your recent performance on the court has been remarkable. Take a look at these documents. They are endorsement contracts from various major companies." Sushu gazed at the stack of papers before him, astonished. He was aware of the advantages his nationality afforded him, yet having only played a handful of games, he was taken aback by the sheer number of endorsement contracts. It appeared he had underestimated the allure that the vast market behind him held for businesses. He picked up the stack of endorsement contracts, the topmost ones from renowned sports brands, and began to scrutinize them. However, the more he read, the deeper his frown became. The figures in the initial contracts were vastly different from what he had envisioned. Chapter 52. Who gave you the courage? Enta offered $8 million for 5 years. Adidas proposed $4 million for 3 years. Nike presented $5 million for 5 years. Under Armour extended a 5-year contract worth $7 million. Jordan Brand offered $6 million for 5 years. Several others provided even lower offers. The reason for his furrowed brow was the stark contrast between the contract amounts and his expectations. The highest annual figure barely reached $6 million. Unlike the illustrious shoe contracts that prodigies like LeBron James and Kevin Durant secured before even stepping onto the court, domestic stars could easily command shoe contracts worth 20 million renminbi per year. Yet here he was, playing in the NBA, receiving offers that fell significantly short of 20 million renminbi. While comparisons to the future were premature, the disparity was still troubling. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, he shifted his gaze from the contracts back to Pelinka's face. Is this the endorsement contract they have offered? Is this price not rather low? Pelinka, who had originally worn a bright smile, found his expression frozen upon hearing his uncle's words. Su, are you suggesting that the endorsement fee is too low? Indeed. Do you not find it somewhat inadequate? Pelinka suddenly felt a mix of amusement and exasperation, yet he still responded. Su, the endorsement fee they quoted is, to be frank, quite substantial. However, I believe it can be negotiated upwards, considering the immense potential of the Chinese market behind you, Pelinka remarked, leaving Uncle somewhat perplexed. Are you saying this price is high? Yet so many individuals have endorsements exceeding 10 million, he queried. Upon hearing Su's words, Pelinka was rendered speechless. Could one who earns less than $500,000 a year truly disdain an endorsement fee of $1.5 million? Where does such audacity stem from? Yet, he refrained from voicing these thoughts. After some contemplation, he replied, those figures you mentioned are merely the exception rather than the rule. You must understand that Kobe's current sneaker endorsement contract is only $8 million annually. Furthermore, Pelinka continued to elaborate extensively, finally elucidating to Uncle the current landscape of sneaker endorsement contracts. It became apparent that the endorsement fees for NBA players were not as astronomical as the general public often perceives. A considerable portion of players do not even secure sneaker endorsement contracts, while many others receive fees in the range of a mere $100,000. For instance, before their contracts were terminated, players like Leonard and Butler were earning only $50 a year from their agreements with AJ. It is only those who, prior to entering the NBA, exhibited extraordinary talent and have forged significant reputations within the basketball community who stand a chance at securing lucrative sneaker endorsement deals. LeBron's 7-year contract worth $90 million and Durant's 7-year deal at $60 million represent the pinnacle of success. Take, for example, the first overall pick in 2010. John Wall, whose talent and skills were hailed as a once-in-a-decade phenomenon. Yet, he signed a contract valued at only $25 million. A figure inflated by Reebok in a bid to poach talent from Nike and Adidas. What is your suggestion? Sushu pondered for a moment before inquiring. My suggestion is to consider Nike and Adidas. However, we can negotiate the price further. I believe we should be able to agree on an annual fee ranging from $1.5 million to $2 million. What are your thoughts on Anta, our domestic brand? In recent years, Anta has secured contracts with several NBA players, including Garnett, Wade, and Rondo, all of whom have graced the All-Star stage. However, it must be candidly acknowledged that Anta still trails behind giants like Nike and Adidas. From a personal endorsement perspective, aligning with Nike or Adidas would undoubtedly yield superior benefits, as one cannot limit themselves to a singular footwear endorsement. Should you sign with Nike or Adidas, the fees for subsequent commercial endorsements would certainly surpass those offered by Anta. As Sushu listened to Pelinka's analysis, he nodded in agreement, recognizing the validity of the points made, and after some contemplation, he expressed a thought that left Pelinka astonished. I have no desire to sign any endorsement contracts at present, as I firmly believe that upon the conclusion of this season, my basketball skills and on-court performance will undoubtedly surpass my current capabilities, consequently elevating the value of any future endorsement deals. He jested, for he was a methodical individual. With the season yet unfinished, an upgrade was imminent, and his performance would surely astonish all. To sign now would be a grievous mistake. Pelinka felt a surge of exasperation. Who did he think he was? The notion that improvement comes simply by wishing it was naive. Competitive sports are fraught with unpredictability, and securing a deal now seemed far more prudent. Yet, observing Sushu's unwavering determination, he couldn't help but reflect on Sushu's performance on the court and his conduct off it. On the court, his prowess had continued to blossom, establishing himself as the starting point guard for the Lakers. Yet, what truly impressed Pelinka was Sushu's off-court demeanor. Each day, his training regimen was the most rigorous on the team, often supplemented with extra practice. Moreover, his discipline was nothing short of remarkable. His life revolved around games, training, and home, devoid of the extravagant nightlife that many NBA players indulged in. Although there had been rumors of him being denied entry to a nightclub and mingling with the Kardashian clan's Jenner, such distractions had not impacted his training. Pelinka sighed. All right. We shall refrain from signing any endorsements for the time being. When reporters interview you, attribute it all to me. We want to sign. But we must also avoid straining our relationship. I will keep them in suspense, neither agreeing nor declining. Once the season concludes, we shall reconvene to discuss matters thoroughly. Sushu concurred with Pelinka's strategy, as he had no intention of diverting his focus towards extraneous affairs. After Pelinka departed, he retrieved his laptop and logged onto a sports platform to view the documentary that Song Yin had filmed about him. He was curious about its quality and how domestic fans were reacting to it in the comments section. The documentary was brief, merely half an hour long. Yet it captured a side of his daily training and competitive life that remained largely unknown. He felt a sense of satisfaction as he watched it. He then ventured into the comments section to see what viewers had to say. One must admit, Xiaosu's musculature is quite well developed. Is it not said that he is rather slender? Perhaps you are unaware? In comparison to us, he is certainly considered affluent, yet when juxtaposed with other athletes, he does appear somewhat slender. Goodness, the amount of exercise is something I could hardly accomplish in a week. That is because you have succumbed to the affliction of laziness. At last, I comprehend why domestic players are unable to enter the NBA. The training regimen simply lacks any comparable magnitude. Is there anyone who thinks that Xiaosu is incredibly handsome? Even I, as a man, find him more captivating than those entertainment stars. Indeed, I find him far more charismatic than my idol, Han Han. I am smitten and shall become his fan from now on. Sushu smiled as he closed his computer. Feeling quite satisfied, the video had garnered over 1 million views. With a smile gracing his face, he drifted into slumber. It remained uncertain whether Palinka had intentionally leaked the news or if some journalists were simply astute, but the following day, major sporting goods companies' bids for Sushu's endorsement became front-page news, creating an impression of fierce competition among them. Upon encountering these headlines, he shuddered, sensing a palpable malice. Chapter 53. Two great fools. The next day, while Sushu was engaged in training, his teammates began to trickle into the gym, startling him. Their gazes seemed peculiar. Imbued with a certain envy, Sushu cautiously inquired, "Famer, what's going on? You all seem strange." Famer looked at him with a forlorn expression, causing a shiver to run down Sushu's spine. What was happening? Surely he wasn't plotting against me? With this thought, Sushu instinctively took a step back. Famer, oblivious to Sushu's subtle movement, remarked, "You've only played a handful of games, yet you become the darling of sporting goods companies, all clamoring for you to endorse their products. Alas, your endorsement fee surpasses our salaries." Upon hearing Famer's words, Sushu finally comprehended why his teammates' gazes were so peculiar. It was as he suspected. However, it was understandable. The contracts offered to him by various sporting goods companies reached as high as $1.6 million per year. Among the current roster of the Lakers, only Kobe, Gasol, Nash, Blake, Jordan Hill, and Chris Common earned salaries exceeding that figure. The remaining players had annual salaries below $1.6 million, with Nick Young averaging 17.5 points per game and earning $1.11 million, while Meeks, with an average of 15.8 points per game, earned $1.55 million. Thus, it was natural for some to feel a tinge of imbalance, even envy. Fortunately, Sushu was well-liked within the team, and no one had yet harbored hostility towards him. As their interests did not intersect, even if Sushu did not sign with these sporting goods companies, it would not affect them. That evening, the Lakers hosted the Philadelphia 76ers. As Sushu entered the arena, he noticed a considerable number of fans donning the number 98 purple and gold jerseys. Unlike before, when the crowd consisted mainly of Chinese expatriates or students, many genuine Lakers fans now sported the number 98 jersey. Following Kobe's injury, Sushu had gradually risen to prominence, particularly after his game-winning shot against the Heat, which had garnered him a substantial following. A young man, bold and tenacious in his play. Who could blame the fans for adoring him? This season, the two most talked-about rookies in the West and East, Sushu and McCaw, were finally set to meet on the court. Sushu also spotted another slender individual on the NBA stage, McCaw. Truly slender. One can easily see there is hardly any flesh on him. As the 11th overall pick this year, McCaw stands at 198 centimeters, weighing only 84 kilograms. In contrast, Sushu, at 193 centimeters and 79 kilograms, presents a similar height-to-weight ratio. Gazing at McCaw before him, Sushu recalls the scout report that characterized him as a tall, lean point guard capable of passing and rebounding, yet struggling to finish offensively, demonstrating an unstable shooting ability, frequent turnovers, and possessing defensive potential with a tendency for steals and blocks. Considering the description, he smirks, feeling that aside from their shared slender stature, McCaw seems to embody the antithesis of what the report suggested. He muses that he must find a technical analysis of himself from another team to see how they perceive his skills. This thought brings an involuntary smile to his face. Beside him, McCaw interprets Sushu's smile as a gesture of camaraderie and beams back with his bright white teeth, resulting in a comical exchange between two seemingly foolish individuals lost in their own thoughts. Ironically, this moment is captured by the cameras and later interpreted by the media as a display of mutual admiration among heroes. Had Sushu known that his innocent gesture would be misconstrued as such, he would have scoffed, questioning the very notion of heroism when the game has yet to be played. The Philadelphia 76ers have little to commend them. Since the departure of the legendary Iverson, the team has plummeted to the ranks of the league's underdogs. In their quest for foundational players, they have often come up short. Despite possessing several high-draft rookies, they consistently find themselves at the bottom of the league, languishing in mediocrity. This year is no exception, although McCaw's performance has been commendable. Few executives within the league regard him as a high-upside prospect worthy of being developed into a cornerstone for the franchise. With Gasol's return, the Lakers boast a significantly stronger roster compared to the 76ers. Once the game commenced, McCaw orchestrated the offensive tempo for Philadelphia and as his defensive counterpart. Sushu felt untroubled by Maka's technical style. His true concern lay with those endowed with overwhelming physical attributes who could overpower him, or players like Irving, whose skills were already highly refined. Physically, he held his own. In terms of speed, he was even quicker than Maka, thus. The strategy against Maka was to allow him to shoot while preventing him from driving. The breakthrough passing of Maka was effectively curtailed. When the 76 Air's engine faltered, the players on the court became disjointed, each pursuing their own agenda. In contrast, the role of Sushu for the Lakers is not that of an engine, but rather a lubricant. His exceptional passing vision, non-ball dominant style, and notable off-ball movement allow both he and Gasol to serve as pivotal outlets for the Lakers. Thus, despite Maka applying considerable pressure defensively, the Lakers' ball movement significantly outperformed that of the 76ers. The final score stood at 97-105. In this match, Gasol delivered an outstanding performance with 19 points, 6 assists, and 9 rebounds, while Nick Young and Mix each contributed 15 points. Sushu managed to score 12 points with 4 of 10 shooting, along with 5 assists and 2 turnovers. On the 76 Airs side, Evan Turner garnered 17 points, 5 assists, and 7 rebounds, while Maka shot 5 of 16 for 14 points, 7 assists, 7 rebounds, and 5 turnovers. Saddiq Bey scored 22 points and collected 9 rebounds. On December 31st, the Lakers faced off against the Milwaukee Bucks at home. Currently, the Bucks languish at the bottom of the league, with their most notable players being O.J. Mayo, Karen Butler, and Brandon Knight. Mayo is no longer the audacious high school star who dared to challenge Jordan. He has essentially faded. Butler, too, is no longer the all-star he once was. However, within this Bucks team lie 2 future stars who will lead them to a championship: Giannis Antetokounmpo and Chris Middleton. Sushu observed Antetokounmpo, perceiving only a tall, lanky rookie, lacking the physical development that would come later. Many are unaware that when he first entered the league, Antetokounmpo played the same position as Middleton, that of small forward, weighing only 209 pounds at a height of 6 feet 9 inches. At that time, he was not a primary focus for the Bucks' development. Only after 2 seasons, as he grew to 211 pounds and transitioned to power forward, did his speed, height, and wingspan advantages become apparent, establishing him as a cornerstone of the Bucks' rebuild. In his second year, Middleton began to reveal his shooting precision. The Lakers secured another victory, 88-96. Sushu scored 16 points, shooting 6 of 12, alongside 7 assists and 4 rebounds. Antetokounmpo, under the watch of Wesley Johnson, managed 8 points and 9 rebounds on 3 of 7 shooting. The Lakers achieved a 4-game winning streak, improving their record to 17 wins and 14 losses, placing them 10th in the Western Conference. Sushu's December games concluded. Chapter 54. The Concerns of Lakers Executives. Unbeknownst to many, the Lakers have remarkably secured a 4-game winning streak. Although the opponents during this stretch had inferior records, it is still a genuine winning streak. Major sports media outlets have highlighted the Lakers' achievement, noting they are one of only 5 teams in the league with a winning streak of 4 or more. However, when compared to the rosters of teams like the Spurs, Thunder, Pacers, and Heat, the Lakers lineup appears lackluster. A 4-game winning streak is not particularly noteworthy, leading people to subconsciously dismiss its significance. When ESPN reporter Ron encountered this statistic, he was puzzled by how such a fractured team could achieve a 4-game winning streak. After delving into all the available information with this question in mind, he arrived at a startling conclusion. Reflecting on it, he dedicated an entire night to his efforts and subsequently penned a report. Upon inadvertently witnessing the Lakers' remarkable achievement of 4 consecutive victories, I found myself intrigued. After all, this team has lost its soul. Kobe Bryant, along with Steve Nash, both sidelined for the season due to injuries. The total salary of the active players on the roster barely exceeds $20 million. Following Kobe's season-ending injury, like many in the media, I was convinced that the Lakers would be among the league's bottom feeders this season. However, astonishingly, since Kobe's departure from the lineup over 2 weeks ago, the team's winning percentage has actually improved, leaving many in the media astonished. In my quest to understand this unexpected turn of events, I delved into the factors contributing to the Lakers' enhanced performance during this period. To my surprise, the statistics of most players remained relatively unchanged, with only Nick Young experiencing a notable increase in his average points by 5. Additionally, the emergence of the Chinese player Sushu has captured attention, averaging 16, 6 points, 5, 7 assists, 4 rebounds, and 8 turnovers. His surface statistics are already quite impressive for a rookie. Moreover, in advanced metrics. His win shares have impressively reached an average of 5 points, the highest on the Lakers roster. Thus, it becomes evident what Sushu signifies for the Lakers. Analyzing his style of play, he predominantly occupies the point guard position, yet I prefer to classify him as a dual threat guard. He exhibits the ability to move without the ball, boasts exceptional three-point accuracy, possesses keen passing vision, and is unafraid of physical confrontations on both offense and defense. Most importantly, his basketball IQ is remarkably high. Although his current defensive skills can only be described as average, or perhaps even subpar, I lack detailed information regarding his physical attributes. However, based on observation, his potential appears promising, suggesting he could evolve into an elite defensive player. I believe his prototype could resemble that of Stephen Curry or Klay Thompson. However, his ball handling skills are not yet on par with Curry's. Instead, he bears a closer resemblance to Klay Thompson, which leads me to affectionately refer to him as Little Thompson. I eagerly anticipate his development. While unsure of how high he may ascend, I am convinced that his floor is that of an all-star, with the ceiling remaining a tantalizing mystery brimming with possibilities. This report has propelled Sushu further into the public eye. And while teams no longer regard him as merely a rookie, they now view him as a player of significance. Unbeknownst to Sushu, the level of defensive scrutiny he will face is set to change, far surpassing what he has experienced over the past few weeks. It is not solely the team's quest for victory that elevates his importance. Numerous players will likely see him as a stepping stone to enhance their own visibility and gain greater accolades. Jim Buss and Mitch Kupchak of the Lakers find themselves in a state of both frustration and joy, not due to the plethora of injuries plaguing the team, nor concerns about their playoff prospects. Instead, they are troubled by the team's excessive victories. Following Kobe's injury, they had already devised a strategy to tank this season in pursuit of a superior draft pick. However, the team's recent performance has been commendable, having just secured a 4-game winning streak, yet they find it difficult to rejoice. They are acutely aware of the team's condition. Not only is it challenging to qualify for the playoffs, but even if they do, they are unlikely to achieve anything significant. Nevertheless, they cannot overtly embrace a losing strategy, as the scrutiny from fans of the NBA's premier franchise could be overwhelmingly harsh. On a brighter note, they have acquired the promising rookie, Sushu, whom they understand better than any other team in the league. His dedication to training, disciplined lifestyle, and considerable physical talent are all harbingers of success. After extensive discussions in the office, they have finally reached a consensus to expedite contract negotiations with Sushu. Simultaneously, they will initiate trades to create better conditions for him. As for the team's performance, they have chosen to overlook it. The seasoned veterans are well aware that the Lakers' record is bound to decline unless they bolster the roster. Regarding the renewal of Sushu's contract, Kupchak remains quite confident, patiently awaiting the opportune moment. As other teams take notice, Sushu's statistics are likely to diminish, not solely due to opponents studying him and implementing targeted defenses, but also because every rookie must confront the notorious rookie wall, unless they are exceptionally polished both physically and technically. Otherwise, few can easily overcome it, inevitably resulting in a decline in performance, which is precisely the moment the Lakers are poised to capitalize on. Oh dear, Sister Song, what is there to congratulate? Isn't that just a routine procedure? Then you are unjustly accusing me. It is not that I possess a thick skin, but rather that I exude confidence. Sister Song, shouldn't you express something? How could I possibly impose on you? Perhaps you could assist me in preparing a Chinese meal? I am utterly craving it. Am I really that kind of person? Merely craving Chinese cuisine? You think too much. Setting down his phone, Uncle appeared to be in good spirits. The earlier call was to congratulate him on being named the Western Conference Rookie of the Month for December. At this point, accolades such as the weekly or monthly rookie awards no longer stirred any emotional response within him. He had grown somewhat numb to it all. However, it was still permissible to tease the esteemed journalist Song, as it might enhance his mood. Chapter 55, Kobe's Ambition in the End. Song Yin agreed to prepare a Chinese meal for Sushu, as today marked New Year's Day. Being in a foreign land, the arrival of the holiday inevitably stirred feelings of homesickness. Sharing a meal of Chinese cuisine and engaging in conversation was a delightful experience. Setting aside these trivial matters, Sushu immersed himself back into training. Outside the training facility, the staff on duty felt quite helpless. After all, it was New Year's Day. The team had no games until the 3rd, and since it was a home game, they had a day off to enjoy the holiday. Yet, while others were celebrating, he found himself stuck on duty. It was unfortunate, as there was a certain Madden within the team who refused to take a break even for the new year, remaining entrenched in the training facility. Given his tendencies, it was certain he would train late into the evening. Although the overtime pay was substantial, he couldn't help but grumble internally. Kobe set his phone down, sitting quietly on the sofa, lost in thought. The words spoken by Kupchak during their earlier conversation echoed in his mind. Kobe, I need your assistance in persuading Su to renew his contract with the team. I understand that this is a matter concerning the club, and that Su's contract renewal is his prerogative, which you do not wish to interfere with. However, I must express that you are the very essence of this team, and it is your duty to assist the club. You are undoubtedly more aware than I am of Su's progress and potential. He is certainly capable of becoming the finest point guard you have ever collaborated with in your career. Imagine the sensation of partnering with an exceptional point guard in the backcourt, where the intricacies of orchestrating the team's offense no longer weigh on your mind. Is that not the feeling you have always yearned for? I am aware that your greatest ambition at present is to secure a 6th championship title, thereby equaling Jordan's illustrious record. However, you must also acknowledge that your current state resides at the precipice of decline. Should you fail to capture that 6th championship within the next year or two, the hope of matching Jordan will slip away entirely. In truth, Kobe understood that he was no longer in his prime, his performance waning rapidly, yet his character forbade him from conceding to such a notion. Sushu, whom he had mentored into the Lakers, had transformed from a slender figure into one defined by muscular contours. He had witnessed Sushu's evolution from struggling under defensive pressure to adeptly maneuvering the ball across half-court, now able to protect it amidst opposition. From a state of confusion on the court to now thriving within it, he had even lost the title of the hardest worker in training to Sushu. All of these changes did not escape his notice. Deep down, he wished not to interfere with Sushu's choices, believing that everyone must carve their own path and determine their own future. Thus, when Kupchak subtly sought his assistance in persuading Sushu, he declined. Yet now, Kupchak had rekindled the embers of his dimming aspirations, igniting a desire within him to strive once more. The black Mamba had not yet faded. At that moment, Vanessa entered. Observing Kobe lost in contemplation, she approached, settled beside him, and gently placed her hand upon his, saying, "Dear, what are you thinking about? You are merely a patient now. Let the basketball matters rest for the time being. Your most important task today is to celebrate the new year with us." Upon hearing Vanessa's words, Kobe made a certain decision, feeling a sense of relief in his heart, and a smile graced his face. "Very well, let us not dwell on such matters. Today, I am yours." At 6 o'clock in the evening, the duty staff at the stadium was laboriously unboxing a pizza, which constituted his New Year's dinner. Suddenly, he heard footsteps and looked up to see Sushu approaching with a backpack slung over her shoulder. "John, what pizza shall we have for the new year? To ensure you have a splendid celebration, I have even compressed my training schedule in advance. Don't you think I am kind to you?" Initially, upon hearing Sushu's first remark, John felt a surge of irritation. However, all discontent dissipated upon hearing the latter part of his statement. On his way home, Sushu called his parents to assure them of his safety while wishing them a joyful New Year's Day. Upon returning home, he found Song Yin busily engaged in the kitchen. If one were to inquire why Song Yin possessed a key to Sushu's residence, suspecting some clandestine relationship, the truth is far simpler. Sushu merely informed her that a spare key was hidden beneath the flower pot at the entrance. This habit had been ingrained in Sushu since his previous life, stemming from an unfortunate incident where he had spent an entire evening besieged by mosquitoes at his doorstep due to a misplaced key and a lack of funds in his pockets. From that day forth, he resolved to always conceal a spare key at his home. Setting down his bag, he proceeded directly to the kitchen door, observing Song Yin, adorned with an apron, frantically preparing a meal. He placed a hand to his forehead, questioning whether this could be deemed culinary skill. Thoughts of whether there were any gastrointestinal medications at home began to swirl in his mind. "Sister Song, are you certain that you possess culinary skills?" "Ah!" Bang! The sudden sound from Sushu startled Song Yin, causing her to cry out and drop the shovel from her hand. Upon realizing it was Sushu, she shot an irate glare at her uncle, while simultaneously patting her chest and murmuring her grievances. "Are you aware that frightening someone can lead to dire consequences? At your age, being so reckless is utterly immature," Song Yin lamented. However, she soon realized that Sushu was not responding to her. Instead, his gaze was fixed intently upon her, and she could even hear the audible gulp as he swallowed. Following Sushu's line of sight, Song Yin turned to see what had captured his attention. "Those bearing the surname Su, leave at once." The roar echoed through the room. prompting Sushu to cover his head and flee from the kitchen. Goodness, how frightening. Even such a beautiful woman possesses a terrifying side. However, I must say, her figure is truly splendid. The online store should certainly invite her to showcase their products. The anime graphic on her fitted t-shirt is stretched to its limits. The curvature of the character's face and the swaying waves are simply captivating. Uncle reclined comfortably on the sofa, indulging in grapes while reminiscing about the exquisite scene he had just witnessed, his expression and posture resembling that of a wealthy landlord. In the kitchen, Song Yin touched her flushed cheeks and glanced at her own bosom. This scoundrel, every encounter with him brings nothing but misfortune. His eyes are shifty, unlike anyone I have ever encountered. Humph. Reflecting on the sight of him scurrying away in a panic just now brings a sense of amusement. You are the first to transform me, a refined lady, into a fierce tigress. When Song Yin had finished preparing the 4 dishes and a soup, she discovered Sushu sprawled on the sofa, fast asleep. At that moment, he no longer bore the playful grin from earlier. Instead, he appeared as an innocent young man, a smile gracing his lips as he indulged in sweet dreams. Chapter 56, a cozy New Year's Eve this side of Sushu was something Song Yin could never have imagined. She had witnessed him frolicking with teammates on the training field, heard the resounding thuds of muscles colliding during matches, and observed his suave demeanor when addressing reporters. She had even seen his wolfish side upon encountering a beautiful woman. Song Yin mused. Beautiful woman Song Yin. Yet this moment of innocence was something she had never encountered before. Reluctant to disrupt the beauty of this scene, Song Yin moved with utmost care, arranging the dishes before settling onto the opposite side of the sofa, patiently awaiting Sushu's awakening. Sushu slept soundly, dreaming of becoming a basketball star, envisioning himself donning an NBA championship ring. After an indeterminate time, he finally opened his bleary eyes, feeling as though he had shed several pounds during his restful slumber. Sister Song, I apologize for dozing off. Why didn't you wake me? Song Yin smiled gently and replied, the dishes have only just been prepared. They are still warm. Now, let us dine. As Sushu took his seat at the table and beheld the array of 4 dishes and a soup, the fragrant aroma nearly caused him to drool. Overcome by his eagerness, he hastily grabbed a piece of sweet and sour ribs, devoured it in a few bites, nearly swallowing the bone along with it. Song Yin, both amused and exasperated, remarked, take your time. There is no one competing with you. Sister Song, I must admit, I was taken aback. Just a moment ago, observing your clumsiness, I presumed you would struggle to prepare any delectable dishes. You still say, believe it or not, I won't let you eat? The dishes cannot silence your appetite. After sampling each dish a few times, Sushu finally paused to indulge in a voracious manner. It was not that Song Yin's culinary skills were exceptionally remarkable, but rather that Sushu had not savored authentic Chinese cuisine in a long while. In fact, since arriving in America, he had never truly experienced genuine food, subsisting solely on the bland meal plans provided by his nutritionist. It was akin to asking a Chinese person to eat tasteless steamed buns for 2 months, only to then present them with sweet and sour ribs or twice-cooked pork, and witnessing whether they would devour the entire plate. Observing Sushu's enthusiastic eating, Song Yin felt a swell of joy, sensing that her culinary talents were duly acknowledged. She retrieved a bottle of red wine, pouring a glass for each of them, and addressed Sushu, saying, Xiaosu, I am grateful for your care during these past days. Otherwise, I would not have obtained so many exclusive news stories. Song Yin spoke sincerely. Although her time there was brief, with Sushu's assistance, she had acquired numerous first-hand reports. For instance, she received the bids from major sports equipment brands, with certain news from the States being released simultaneously. Additionally, she was among the first to learn of certain developments concerning the Lakers players. This led to a remarkable performance for a particular sports news outlet among numerous domestic portals, resulting in a daily viewership increase of 15%. The rewards for Song Yin manifested in the form of a promotion and salary raise. All right, Sister Song, what kind of relationship do we share? Is there any need for such formalities? Just be at ease. While Song Yin was still bewildered by Sushu's words regarding their relationship, Sushu had already downed the red wine in one gulp. The nature of our relationship, how could I be unaware? This phrase lingered in Song Yin's mind, unanswered. Yet she clinked glasses with Sushu and drained her glass of red wine. It is often said that alcohol emboldens the timid, and Sushu was anything but timid. The two indulged in a delightful feast, conversing as they savored their meal. Their topics meandered from domestic affairs to international matters, from the NBA to local online portals, and eventually delved into the intricate dynamics of romantic relationships. The atmosphere grew slightly suggestive, and the conversation skirted the edges of propriety. Song Yin inquired about his relationship with Jinna, while Sushu, in turn, probed into Song Yan's romantic history, leading the dialogue into increasingly nebulous territories. Just then, Sushu's phone rang, and both Song Yin and Sushu glanced over, the screen illuminating the name Jinna. Song Yin cast a casual glance before turning her gaze back to Sushu, her eyes shimmering with a hint of danger. Did you not claim to be unfamiliar with Jinna? Yet, here she is, calling you late at night. Is that what you call being unfamiliar? Haha, hee, indeed. We are not well acquainted. Feeling awkward, she picked up her phone and connected the call. Hello, Jinna. Happy New Year. Shall we celebrate the New Year together at your place? Are you hosting a New Year party? Oh, I cannot, as I have prior commitments and lack the time. Nonetheless, I sincerely appreciate your invitation. Sushu felt a prickling sensation, quickly ending the call. What a pity. How wonderful it would have been if they had spoken yesterday. Friends should truly engage more in conversation. Observing Song Yan's enigmatic smile, Sushu was at a loss. What is this sixth sense that women possess? After consuming a bottle of red wine, a rosy hue graced Song Yan's cheeks, and she felt a slight dizziness. He escorted her to the guest room. And that was the end of it. That night, nothing transpired between Sushu and Song Yan. He felt no regret. He believed that the relationship he shared with Song Yin was quite satisfactory. It resembled friendship, akin to that of siblings. Yet tinged with a hint of ambiguity, a dynamic he found quite comfortable. He was content to preserve this relationship. On this New Year's Eve, he felt a warmth enveloping him. That night, Sushu enjoyed a restful slumber, and his biological clock roused him at the appointed hour. After attending to his personal hygiene, he donned his backpack and set off for the training facility. Meanwhile, Song Yin remained nestled in her cozy bed, still lost in sweet slumber. He arrived first at the training center, warming up before immersing himself in practice. However, not long into his training, the door to the facility was suddenly pushed open. Upon hearing the sound of the door, Sushu was momentarily puzzled. Who could possibly arrive at such an early hour? To his astonishment, he turned to see none other than Kobe. Boss, what brings you here? Shouldn't you be resting at home? Sushu exclaimed joyfully as she ran over. Sue, are you still up so early? How have you been? How has your practice been during this time? Fortunately, I am currently training according to the regimen provided by my coach, and I am making commendable progress. Kobe walked onto the court, settled onto the ground, and patted the space beside him, indicating for Sushu to join him. Sue, are you aware of what my dream is? Kobe's opening statement left his uncle feeling utterly perplexed. What was going on? Sue honestly shook his head, indicating his ignorance. However, deep down, he had an inkling of what Kobe's dream entailed. For a basketball enthusiast, it was undoubtedly intertwined with the sport, and considering his personality, the answer was all too evident. My aspiration is to surpass Michael Jordan, yet as time progresses, I realize that this dream drifts further from my grasp, with little possibility of realization. The closest I have come to his achievements is in the number of championships. I yearn to secure my 6th championship ring before I retire. Chapter 57. The Cavaliers. Year after year, competing for the top draft pick. Indeed, for a fervent basketball enthusiast, the thought of being second best is utterly intolerable. Surpassing all others is his ultimate ambition. Sushu meticulously observed Kobe's expression, which was not as he had anticipated, devoid of fervor and sparkling eyes. Instead, he encountered a calm demeanor, subdued yet imbued with a palpable strength in his words. This attitude towards basketball, which had once been that of the 18-year-old prodigy, has now matured into that of a seasoned veteran, one who can confront reality with equanimity. Unperturbed by Sushu's presence, Kobe continued to articulate his thoughts. Surely, you must have surmised the purpose of my visit today. Indeed, the management has requested my assistance as a liaison to facilitate your contract renewal with the team. Initially, I was reluctant to comply, yet Kupchak has rekindled the dormant passion within my heart. I yearn for a 6th championship ring. And you, my friend, are an indispensable component on the path to that 6th championship ring. I am acutely aware that this places you in a precarious position, for I am well aware of my own current state. Nevertheless, I wish to take a chance. The team has also informed me that they intend to invest significantly in your development. Upon hearing Kobe's words, Sushu fell into a moment of silence before lifting his gaze to meet Kobe's eyes and replied, Boss, I comprehend your intent. I too am fond of the ambience here. I can assure you that under comparable circumstances, I would undoubtedly choose to remain with the Lakers. Upon hearing his words, Kobe smiled. He arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly, prompting Sushu to cast aside these fleeting thoughts and resume his training. Upon exiting the training facility, Kobe retrieved his phone and made a call. I have already spoken with Su, and he assured me that he would choose the Lakers under equal conditions. On January 3rd, the Lakers faced the Jazz at home. Having played against them just a week prior, both teams well aware of each other's tactical approaches. There was little to say. The Lakers, riding a 4-game winning streak, were in high spirits. Ultimately, they triumphed over the Jazz with a score of 110-99, marking their 5th consecutive victory and elevating them to 9th place in the Western Conference. In this matchup, the Jazz's Hayward continued his consistently stable performance, contributing 22 points, 6 assists, and 4 rebounds. However, Trey Burke struggled, making only 3 of 15 shots for a total of 6 points and 8 assists, trailing Hayward's 16 attempts. For the Lakers, Pau Gasol dominated the Jazz's interior defense, achieving an impressive stat line of 23 points, 8 assists, and 17 rebounds, nearly securing a triple-double. Su exhibited stellar form as well, sinking 4 of 9 3-point attempts and finishing with 20 points, 7 assists, and 3 rebounds. On January 5th, the Lakers continued their homestand against the Denver Nuggets. The Nuggets overwhelmed the Lakers, winning decisively with a score of 135-115. While the Lakers' offense was not at fault, Gasol scored 25 points and grabbed 10 rebounds. Meeks added 23 points, Su contributed 12 points and 8 assists, and Nick Young chipped in 21 points. Their defense faltered dramatically. Despite standing at only 6 feet tall, Ty Lawson, a formidable point guard, managed to score 20 points and dish out 12 assists, effectively dismantling Su's defense. Kenneth Farid, Wilson Chandler, and Mozgov ravaged the Lakers' interior, collectively scoring 54 points. Following the game against the Nuggets, the Lakers suffered 3 consecutive losses to formidable Western Conference teams, the Nuggets, Mavericks, and Rockets, bringing them back down to earth after their earlier success. A streak of 4 consecutive defeats weighed heavily on the once-proud Lakers players' hearts. In the final game of their 3-game road trip against the Clippers, Su had hoped to face off against Chris Paul, often dubbed St. Paul by certain media outlets, but was met with disappointment as Paul sat out. Displaying a clear disdain for the Lakers, he missed the opportunity to experience Paul's trash talk firsthand, along with the antics that Cousins found particularly irksome. In recent matches, Sushu's seemingly stable statistics mask a decline in his efficiency. A closer examination reveals his struggles. He is acutely aware of the intensified defensive pressure and level of competition he faces, which far surpasses what he encountered previously. His primary offensive weapon, the 3-point shot, has become increasingly elusive, as opponents are reluctant to grant him open looks, opting instead to allow mid-range attempts or drives to the basket. Consequently, he often finds himself contested while attempting threes, resulting in a diminished shooting percentage, an outcome that is unavoidable given that his mid-range accuracy does not rival his 3-point proficiency. Moreover, Sushu is feeling the weight of fatigue, both physically and mentally. Following an examination by the team physician, he was diagnosed with muscle fatigue and insufficient stamina. Despite his background as an athlete, which typically implies good physical conditioning, the demands of the NBA are incomparable to those of other sports. Although the distance covered in each game may not be excessive, the intensity of physical contact and muscle engagement is markedly different, leading to rapid depletion of energy. His prior lack of specialized training further exacerbates the disparity in endurance compared to his peers in the league, explaining his swift onset of fatigue. Fortunately, following a grueling 3-game road trip, the team will enjoy a 3-day respite, which should provide him with an opportunity to recuperate. On January 14th, the Lakers will host the Cavaliers, led by Kyrie Irving, once heralded as the finest ball handler in NBA history before his transformation into a more enigmatic figure. Under Irving's leadership, the Cavaliers have perpetually vied for the top draft pick, a reality that has hindered his peers and the public from recognizing his leadership abilities. This season, Irving's performance has dipped compared to the previous one, with his average points per game falling from 22.5 to 28, overall shooting percentage declining from 45 to 43, and 3-point accuracy plummeting from 39 to 35. The Cavaliers roster also features a familiar face to Lakers fans, Andrew Bynum, the starting center during the team's championship reign. After the previous season concluded, Bynum was unexpectedly released and subsequently joined the Cavaliers. However, he remains unchanged, struggling with self-discipline and has yet to make an appearance this season. Additionally, Sushu observes another former Lakers player, Luol Deng, who has recently been traded from the D-League. Deng is remembered not for his excellence, but rather for his dismal performance. In 2016, the Lakers inexplicably signed him to a 4-year, $72 million contract, despite his average of merely 12 points and 6 rebounds per game the prior season. His inaugural season with the Lakers yielded an average of only 6 points and 3 rebounds, cementing his contract as one of the worst in history. On paper, the Cavaliers roster should not be as lackluster as their standings suggest. While they may not qualify for the playoffs, they ought not to perpetually vie for the top draft pick. The core issue appears to be Irving's lack of leadership. Chapter 58. Sushu's basketball IQ exceeds Irving's. Many assert that the Cavaliers lineup is subpar, yet this is merely a superficial impression. A deeper analysis reveals that the team's composition possesses considerable potential. Aside from the small forward position, the remaining positions demonstrate competitive capabilities within the league. The backcourt boasts talents such as Irving, Dion Waiters, J.R. Smith, Luol Deng, and Matthew Dellavedova, providing both offensive firepower and defensive prowess. In the frontcourt, excluding Bynum, Tristan Thompson, selected 4th overall in 2011, boasts exceptional defensive skills and rebounding ability, averaging 7 points and 2 rebounds per game. Anderson Varejao, known for his unique playing style, remains a formidable presence at center, averaging 1 points and 4 rebounds last season. Despite such a roster, under Irving's guidance, the team consistently ranks among the league's bottom dwellers. This pattern explains why, after departing from LeBron James, Irving has never assumed the role of a team's primary leader. Even young talents like Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown remain unwilling to accept his authority. Observing Irving, merely 2 years his senior, yet radiating an aura of significantly greater experience, Sushu reflects on the enigma that is Irving. Often lauded as possessing the most diverse scoring arsenal and the strongest ball-handling skills in the league, Irving's style frequently devolves into isolation plays, stifling the collective offensive rhythm of the team. Consequently, when he dominates the ball, his teammates often find themselves relegated to mere spectators. In light of such dynamics, how can any teammate willingly concede leadership to him? Unless one's personal abilities and explosive scoring power rival that of legends like Kobe or Jordan. Altering the course of a game through individual offensive prowess, such players, even in isolation, can inspire and uplift their teammates. However, the tragedy of Kyrie Irving lies here. Despite being hailed as the player with the most diverse offensive arsenal and unparalleled scoring capability in the league, he has, throughout his entire career, astonishingly never claimed a scoring title. Moreover, the number of seasons in which he averaged over 25 points per game is remarkably few. Thus, one might argue that Irving stands as one of the most overrated offensive players in the NBA. Owen, they all claim that your offensive skills are unparalleled throughout the league. Why not attempt a fadeaway jump shot? Owen, I have heard that you are 2 years my senior. Yet why do I perceive you as possessing a maturity that seems to surpass mine by at least a decade? Owen, are your teammates asking you to pass the ball? Irving, this is how a point guard ought to play. Irving, I'm about to set a screen again. After the game commenced, Sushu frequently teased Irving, causing him considerable irritation. The more agitated Irving became, the more he longed to dominate this rookie who incessantly chattered beside him. Unfortunately, he soon found himself ensnared within the Lakers' defensive perimeter. In the first quarter, Irving managed to score only 2 baskets, tallying a mere 4 points. More alarmingly, Sushu discerned that Irving's defense was virtually non-existent, akin to a gift. Particularly following screens, he inexplicably allowed his opponents to slip past him, either granting Sushu open 3-point opportunities or enabling the Lakers to exploit a 2-on-1 advantage. Irving's defensive frailties were something his uncle had never comprehended in his previous life. His defensive shortcomings were overshadowed by his offensive prowess. Notably, his positional awareness on defense was comparable to Westbrook's, as evidenced by their encounters during screens. It became apparent that watching games from the comfort of one's home was merely for entertainment. What Sushu remained unaware of was that despite Irving's lackluster defensive skills, he was not so deficient as to be easily overwhelmed by a novice. During defensive plays, Irving showed no fear of physical players. Rather, he was apprehensive about intelligent and shrewd ball handlers. Rubio often gained the upper hand in their matchups, subtly indicating that Irving's basketball IQ could use improvement. Sushu, possessing a high basketball IQ himself, recognized Irving's defensive vulnerabilities and exploited them with every offensive play, which significantly elevated the Lakers' offensive efficiency compared to the Cavaliers. With 2 minutes remaining in the first quarter, this strategy resulted in Irving's second foul, forcing him to leave the court in frustration. The score stood at 22-33, with the Lakers leading by 11 points. As the second quarter commenced, Luol Deng erupted, sinking all 3 of his three-point attempts and scoring 12 points in the period. While the Cavaliers had Deng, the Lakers mix also shone brightly, contributing 10 points during Deng's explosive performance. Meanwhile, both Pau Gasol and Varejao, the 2 white centers, intermittently showcased their skills, with neither side gaining a definitive advantage. Several aspects determined the course of today's match, except for the point guard position. The other positions were relatively evenly matched. In response to Irving's defensive vulnerabilities, Sushu consistently employed pick-and-roll plays whenever he was on the court. Initially, D'Antoni urged his team from the sidelines to accelerate their pace, but after Sushu successfully executed 3 consecutive pick-and-rolls, he ceased his instructions. Although D'Antoni's in-game adjustments were sluggish, he was not foolish enough to ignore successful tactics presented to him. The final score was 108-125, with the Lakers triumphing over the Cavaliers. For the Lakers, Mix excelled with 6 three-pointers out of 10 attempts, scoring 26 points. Pau Gasol contributed 20 points and 12 rebounds. Nick Young added 19 points. And Wesley Johnson registered 15 points along with 4 assists and 5 rebounds. Sushu achieved 15 points and 12 assists, marking his first double-digit assists in a formal match and his inaugural double-double. For the Cavaliers, Luol Deng shone with 6 three-pointers from 7 attempts, scoring 27 points, accompanied by 4 assists and 5 rebounds. Varejao recorded 18 points alongside 18 rebounds and 6 assists. Thompson contributed 15 points and 13 rebounds. Dion Waiters added 17 points, and Dellavedova scored 11 points. Irving managed to score 13 points on 5 of 12 shooting, with 4 assists and 1 rebound, but also committed 5 fouls. To those who did not witness the game, the statistics might suggest that Sushu outperformed Kyrie Irving. However, in reality, Sushu's defensive efforts against Irving were fairly average, relying heavily on the team's overall defense. Yet, from the game's dynamics, many could observe that Sushu's basketball intelligence significantly overshadowed that of Kyrie Irving. Sushu consistently made the right decisions during the game, elevating his teammates' performance, whereas Irving often depended solely on his dribbling skills for individual plays. This highlights the contrasting leadership styles of Sushu and Irving at this stage. The Cavaliers' defeat stemmed from their lack of cohesion. Despite having an advantage in the paint, they still succumbed to defeat. Throughout the match, the Cavaliers only recorded 19 assists, compared to the Lakers' 35, indicating that the Cavaliers frequently resorted to isolation plays, leading to their inevitable loss despite their interior strength. Chapter 59, A War of Words with Irving following their match against the Cavaliers. The Lakers promptly headed to the airport after showering, as they had a back-to-back game the next day against the Phoenix Suns. The Lakers were about to embark on a grueling 7-game road trip, including tonight's home game against the Cavaliers. They would compete in 8 matches over the span of 13 days, with 6 consecutive away games requiring travel to the East to face Eastern Conference teams. Furthermore, within these 8 games, there would be 2 back-to-back matchups. The mere thought of this caused Sushu a headache, as it implied that their only substantial rest would occur while in transit. Nevertheless, the Lakers found some solace in the fact that among these 7 road games, only the Heat posed a significant challenge. The other teams either had comparable records to the Lakers or were performing worse. After the Lakers match against the Cavaliers concluded, it quickly became the talk of sports media the following day. The newly debuted Eastern Conference team was thoroughly overwhelmed by a rookie. Is Kyrie Irving's selection as an all-star starter truly deserved? Is Kyrie Irving overrated or is Chinese Sue underestimated? In any case, various sensational headlines have surfaced in sports news. As Kyrie Irving was overshadowed by a rookie and lost the match, how could this not become fodder for media sensationalism? Last year, Irving was selected as an all-star reserve, a remarkable feat for a sophomore player, as few attained such an honor. This year, he has taken another step forward, with the all-star voting deadline set for January 20th, and the new starting lineup to be announced on January 23rd. Although there are still a few days until the voting deadline, Irving's position as an all-star starter seems assured. Among the candidates for the Eastern Conference backcourt, his vote count trails only behind Dwayne Wade, surpassing Derrick Rose and DeMar DeRozan, barring any unforeseen developments. His spot as a starter appears secure, underscoring his popularity among fans. Yet, this dazzling all-star guard, beloved by many, suffered a humiliating defeat at the hands of a rookie. How could this not capture the attention of the media? Fan reactions have been polarized. Some argue that every player has off nights, and that a single game does not define a player's career. insisting Irving remains one of the most aesthetically pleasing guards to watch. Conversely, others contend that Kyrie Irving's talent has been overstated. His style does not necessarily equate to superior skill, so being outplayed by a rookie is not particularly surprising, and his selection as an all-star starter is a true embarrassment. When Irving encountered these reports, his zen-like composure was inevitably shaken, leading him to express his candid thoughts during an interview. The outcome of a match and the quality of its statistics do not necessarily reflect a player's true prowess. Therefore, to those who question my abilities, I implore you to remain silent. I am indeed the most formidable offensive force in this league. As for Su, a novice, he performed adequately. But that was merely due to my own subpar form. Next time, I shall make him acquainted with the essence of despair. It was only the following day during a media interview that Su learned of Irving's disparaging remarks about him. Upholding the principle of avoiding conflict while not shying away from it, Su retaliated. Regarding Kyrie Irving, I have a few words to express. As a rookie, my abilities are evident, and I concede that in certain aspects, I may not yet match Irving's prowess. However, when he claims to be the most formidable offensive player in the league, I can only label that as boastful. What is his average point tally this season? Has he broken into the top 10? How does his team's performance measure up? Are they contenders for the playoffs? What credentials does he possess to declare himself the strongest offensive force? He enjoyed unrestricted shooting privileges with the Cavaliers, yet he couldn't even secure a place in the top 10 scorers. What audacity does he have to assert himself as the league's premier offensive player? Even my leader has never been so self-aggrandizing. Sushu unleashed a barrage of merciless criticism against Irving, mocking him with a fervor that sent the reporters into a frenzy. Akin to sharks sensing blood in the water, they found Su's audacity rather endearing. Upon learning of Sushu's remarks during an interview, Irving was consumed by rage, his face paling as his teeth clenched audibly. As he embarked on his own journey of self-improvement, a newly inducted Asian player had the audacity to challenge him. He contemplated unleashing a powerful counterattack. However, Sushu had no time to concern himself with the media's sensationalism regarding his verbal spar with Irving. As he prepared to face his nemesis, the Phoenix Suns, since his entry into the league, the Suns had been a genuine source of torment for him. Every encounter with them left him feeling uncomfortable and constrained, perpetually on the receiving end of their dominance. The Suns' dual guard lineup consisted of two players whose styles he despised defending against. One relied on brute physicality, charging relentlessly, leaving him no room to retaliate, while the other was an exceptionally skilled player with an astute understanding of the game, rendering Sushu's defensive efforts futile. The stark contrast between the aggressive and the technical players left him utterly powerless, resulting in frequent humiliation at their hands. On January 15th, the Lakers faced the Suns away, suffering a 98-104 defeat, marking their third encounter with Phoenix this season and their third loss. While the score was close, the Lakers only held a fleeting lead at the very start of the game, which was also their sole moment of superiority throughout the match. Despite their spirited attempts to mount a comeback, they lacked the final push needed to turn the tide. Sushu contributed 15 points and 8 assists, while his teammates posted 20 points and 11 rebounds, Nick Young with 17 points and Mix with 16 points. The Suns' Dragic scored 20 points with 10 assists. Bledsoe tallied 22 points and 8 assists, and Marcus Morris delivered an impressive 24 points and 7 rebounds. Once again, Sushu found himself outmatched by the Suns guards. However, he demonstrated improvement in orchestrating the offense compared to their previous encounters, which allowed the Lakers to stay competitive until the end. Chapter 60. The atmosphere of the North Shore Garden Boston can be considered one of the cities with the highest population of older white Americans, making it a place where racial discrimination is notably severe. On January 17th, the Lakers faced the Celtics on their home turf. As Sushu stepped into the arena, he sensed that the game would be a formidable challenge. Upon entering, he and his teammates were met with a deafening chorus of boos from the crowd. While it is not uncommon for visiting teams to be jeered by home fans in the NBA, the hostility at the North Shore Garden was distinct, filled with personal attacks and vile insults. "Asian monkey, this is not a place for you. Here, take a banana and go home." Upon hearing these words, Sushu turned towards the source of the voice, spotting an elderly white man gesturing offensively while spewing insults. Sushu's temper flared at such provocation. He was about to confront the man when Nick Young swiftly embraced him, saying, "Remain composed, do not engage with them. If you approach, you will have truly fallen into their trap." Sushu inhaled deeply, casting a fierce glare at the Caucasian man before defiantly raising his middle finger and turning away. He was aware that such a gesture could lead to additional penalties post-match, yet he was beyond caring. He understood why many NBA players deemed the North Shore Garden as one of the most racially discriminatory arenas. The Los Angeles Lakers fielded a starting lineup of Sushu, Mix, Wesley Johnson, Jordan Hill, and Pau Gasol. The Boston Celtics countered with Rajon Rondo, Avery Bradley, Jeff Green, Jared Sullinger, and Chris Humphries. Prior to the season, the Celtics had traded away their championship heroes, Paul Pierce and Kevin Garnett, retaining only Rondo as they embarked on a rebuilding phase. Today marked Rondo's official return following a torn ACL, and as the players took to the court, he received the loudest cheers, underscoring his stature within the team. Even though he had yet to play this season, he remained the brightest star in the arena. Observing the spirited Rondo, Sushu felt a pang of nostalgia. Many believed that after the departure of the old Big Three, Rondo would undoubtedly carry the team and produce dazzling statistics. However, Sushu knew that this was an illusion. Rondo, as a traditional point guard, possessed elite skills in penetration and court vision, yet he harbored a critical flaw. His shooting was exceptionally poor. In an era where the league increasingly values spacing, this weakness was magnified, often leaving him unguarded by opponents. This made it exceedingly difficult for him to facilitate his teammates' offense. Moreover, this year's head coach, Brad Stevens, was a proponent of a cerebral, team-oriented style of play, rendering it challenging for a guard with limited shooting abilities to thrive under his guidance. Next year, Rondo would embark on a nomadic journey through the league. While he might still deliver sporadic impressive performances, they would merely label him as a role player, marking the decline of the triple-double virtuoso. Currently, the Celtics' record was even bleaker than that of the Lakers, standing at 14 wins to 25 losses, placing them among the dregs of the Eastern Conference. The brief altercation Sushu had with the fans did not escape Rondo's notice. As the leader of the Celtics, he felt compelled to issue a warning to his opponent. Prior to the jump ball, Rondo approached Sushu directly, cautioning, "Rookie, when playing here, you must learn to temper your spirit. I know you dominated Irving yesterday, but do not presume that the North Shore Garden is a place for you to run wild." Sushu, already irate, found Rondo's provocation both infuriating and absurdly amusing. "Pfft. Rondo, are you a clown sent by the monkey faction? What gives you the right to warn me?" With that, he walked towards the backcourt, brushing past Rondo and deliberately shouldering him as he passed, then nonchalantly continued on his way. Rondo was momentarily taken aback, not so much by the force of the impact, but by the audacity of Sushu. It was his first encounter with a rookie so brazen. Rondo, who was inherently proud and self-assured, a perennial all-star, was accustomed to having no rookie dare to challenge him. Yet this Chinese lad, having played only a handful of games, not even a league darling, had the audacity to confront him. Just as he contemplated turning back to confront Sushu, the referee's whistle blew, forcing him to reluctantly return to his own backcourt and prepare for the jump ball. As the game commenced, the Lakers secured possession of the ball. When Sushu faced Rondo, he finally understood the meaning of elite defense. He felt Rondo's long arms seemed to be everywhere, and a moment's inattention could result in his basketball being snatched away. However, he was no longer the rookie who had just entered the NBA, prone to panic or hurriedly passing the ball. Lowering his center of gravity to protect the ball, he increased his dribbling speed, pushing off forcefully with his back foot and bursting toward the right with remarkable speed. Yes, he had decided to take the initiative and attack. He did not believe that a player who had just returned from a torn ACL would have regained his former quickness. So he chose to exploit his own speed to overpower Rondo. He was correct. Rondo's defensive prowess was indeed formidable, yet this significant injury had diminished his athleticism considerably. In being the first game back, he was reluctant to exert himself fully. Sushu's speed was already commendably swift, particularly his explosive acceleration. In an instant, he slipped past Rondo's left side, leaving the Celtics players astonished that Rondo had been so easily bypassed by a rookie. They could only watch as Sushu effortlessly scored a layup. On the sidelines, Celtics young coach Stevens furrowed his brow at this side of the basket. The synergy between Rondo and the team's offensive strategy had been less than ideal during practice, and now with a rookie breezing past Rondo, the outcome of the game seemed all but certain. "Rondo, focus on the game. This layup is far too simple. Scoring without challenge lacks excitement," remarked Uncle nonchalantly as he passed by Rondo. Rondo's expression darkened. Had he truly fallen to the level of being mocked by a rookie? As the Celtics launched their offense, Rondo skillfully controlled the ball, directing his teammates' movements, yet the results remained unsatisfactory. This season, Under Stevens' leadership, the Celtics' tactical approach underwent significant alterations. As a coach with a scholarly background, Stevens emphasized team-oriented basketball, incorporating a myriad of intricate plays within that framework. Moreover, it was imperative that the point guard refrain from monopolizing the ball for extended periods. Yet Rondo, a player who thrived only with the ball in his hands, found himself somewhat out of sync with the team's strategies. However, prior to his injury, he had been capable of engaging in a competitive exchange of skills with the league's premier point guard, Chris Paul. Few could rival his vision and court awareness. Though the tactics did not fully materialize, Rondo adeptly identified the fleeting moment when Jeff Green made his cut, creating space from Jordan Hill. With a magnificent bounce pass threaded through the defense, the remainder was straightforward. Jeff Green received the ball, took a step, leaped, and executed a flawless dunk. This remarkable play left Sue stunned. How had Rondo discerned such a passing lane? How had he orchestrated Jeff Green's reception with such seamless precision? Indeed, renowned for his sharp passing, Sushu marveled inwardly. Chapter 61, The Arrival of the Unburdened Mamba. This is the prowess of a champion guard, my boy. Until you clinch the title, refrain from boasting before me. Rondo slightly lifted his head, retreating while addressing Sushu. His expression inciting a desire in anyone to deliver a punch. Mix's mid-range shot clanged off the rim, while Jeff Green's aggressive attempt at the basket was thwarted. In consecutive possessions, neither team managed to score. The Lakers' failure to find the net was attributed to the commendable defense of the Celtics. Conversely, the Celtics struggled offensively due to glaring deficiencies in their starting lineup, particularly a lack of shooting range. Once the Lakers tightened their interior defense, they either resorted to clanking shots from the perimeter or attempted to penetrate the paint, yet Green's height proved insufficient for the latter. Noticing the predicament, Sushu signaled after crossing half-court. Gasol stepped up to set a screen as Sushu broke through from the left side, passing the ball to Gasol. At that moment, Jordan Hill provided another screen, allowing Sushu to step beyond the three-point line. Gasol promptly delivered the ball back, and with seamless precision, Sushu caught, leaped, and released the shot, the basketball tracing a graceful arc before finding its home in the net. With a crisp swish, accompanied by the white waves of the blue net, a beautiful tableau unfolds. This shot is a strategy meticulously crafted by D'Antoni, tailored to his precise three-point shooting prowess. Observing the successful execution of this tactic from the sidelines, D'Antoni nods in approval, a smile illuminating his face. Sue's mastery of the game's tempo has significantly improved. Meanwhile, Celtics head coach Stevens observed the play with keen interest, envisioning a plethora of tactical combinations in his mind. However, he soon realized that there was not a single player on his team capable of executing them. Suddenly, the image of Sushu appeared in his thoughts, seamlessly integrating into those strategies. He gazed at Sushu, his eyes gleaming with inspiration. After sinking a three-pointer, Sushu did not immediately transition back on defense. Instead, he gestured a three with his hand, playfully taunting Rondo as he danced around him, purely to provoke. As the match progressed, the physical intensity escalated, a hallmark of the Celtics style, renowned for their toughness. Despite the Celtics intensifying their physical confrontations, the momentum of the game still leaned towards the Lakers. Unfortunately, Rondo and the entire team struggled to find cohesion, failing to execute any coherent strategies. In the first quarter, Rondo played merely 6 minutes before Stevens opted to replace him, leaving Rondo visibly discontent. Although Stevens justified the substitution by citing Rondo's recent recovery from a significant injury and the need for gradual adjustment, it was evident to Rondo, with his high basketball IQ, that his performance had been subpar. With a meager tally of 2 points and 1 assist from 3 attempts, his brief stint on the court was disappointing. Seated on the bench, he slammed his fist down on the seat, uncertain whether his frustration was directed at himself or at Coach Stevens. This moment did not escape the notice of Stevens or the cameras, and post-game, the media would undoubtedly narrate the story through images. Stevens not only benched Rondo, but also substituted starting center Humphries, bringing in the 13th overall pick of the year, Kelly Olynyk. When Sushu saw who was being brought in, he couldn't help but feel a tightening in his stomach. After all, Olynyk was notorious. His reputation was not built on exceptional skill, but rather on his notoriously aggressive play style. He often claimed that his approach was not dirty but rather tough. Yet his underhanded tactics on the court were well known. He gained infamy for sidelining stars such as Love, Lopez, Turner, and Wall for entire seasons. One could only wonder, who else has managed to incapacitate so many prominent players? Moreover, he always managed to evade severe penalties for his malicious actions. as they were executed with subtlety, precision, and remarkable acting skills. Gasol, pay attention to that center the Celtics have brought in. I've watched his gameplay videos, and he possesses a rather cunning style. Upon hearing this, Gasol was somewhat taken aback, yet being a newcomer, he did not place much importance on it. It's all right. I can manage. As the match continued, the newly entered Olynyk exhibited little in the way of significant action, and Sushu gradually began to relax. The first quarter concluded with a score of 27-21, the Lakers holding a 6-point lead. As the second quarter commenced, Nick Young unleashed his prowess, overwhelming the Celtics substitute small forward, Brandon Bass. Nearly 3 minutes into the game, the Lakers' advantage had swelled to 12 points, their players comfortably settled on the bench. However, just as the Lakers believed they could further extend their lead, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Nick Young penetrated the defense, charging into the paint to challenge Olynyk. As Young leapt from the right baseline, Olynyk also sprang into action to contest the shot. Yet, instead of attempting a layup, Young retracted the ball, twisting his body midair to slip past Olynyk, intending to execute a reverse layup. Just as Young caught sight of the hoop and extended his arms to make the shot, a shadow swooped in. Olynyk, noticing Young soaring beside him, either out of malice or instinctively, twisted his waist and swung his arm in response. With a resounding thud, his elbow struck Nick Young's left cheek. In midair, Nick felt a sharp pain in his face, followed by a disorienting dizziness as he plummeted to the ground. Had it not been for his ingrained muscle memory, instinctively bracing himself and rolling upon impact, he could have sustained far more severe injuries. At that moment, Olynyk innocently raised his hands in a gesture of apology, indicating that his actions were unintentional. Meanwhile, all the Lakers players rushed to check on Nick Young, while only Jordan Hill stormed towards Olynyk, forcefully shoving him in the chest with both hands. This is outrageous. You're committing a crime. Olynyk was sent sprawling 3 meters away by Jordan Hill's shove, landing on the ground. The court erupted into chaos as players from both teams began to jostle each other. The fans in attendance grew increasingly agitated, a cacophony of boos and shouts echoing throughout the arena. Nick Young staggered to his feet, feeling dizzy and disoriented. But his fury was ignited. As he caught a glimpse of Olynyk's double image, he charged forward recklessly. Chapter 62. The referee's ineptitude. Nick Young swung a punch, only for Olynyk to evade it. When he attempted another strike, he was swiftly intercepted by Jordan Hill and his teammates. It was no laughing matter. The league was currently cracking down on violence on the court. While posturing and feigning displeasure might result in a mere technical foul costing just $2,000, actual physical confrontation could lead to severe consequences. A fine of no less than $25,000. Moreover, such actions would likely incur a suspension, a penalty that they could hardly bear. Many fans, upon witnessing the league impose a $25,000 fine and a 1 or 2 game suspension on players, often dismiss it as trivial for the athletes. However, the reality is far more complex. For those earning tens of millions annually, such fines may be negligible, yet for Nick Young, whose salary this season barely exceeds $110,000, a $25,000 fine coupled with a suspension is a grave penalty. Being suspended for reasons beyond his control means he would also forfeit his wages, a total loss that could amount to $100,000. This calculation strips away a significant portion of his annual earnings, especially when many players are on minimum contracts, earning only a few $100,000. This is why we have seen players on the court receiving assistance from teammates after facing violence. When fines are levied, team owners often step in to cover the costs. The substitutes, like Sushu and others, anxiously watched from the sidelines, yet they were powerless to intervene, as league regulations barred them from entering the court at such times. Fortunately, the situation was swiftly brought under control. The referees instructed both teams to return to their benches, stating they needed to review the footage before making further judgments. Everyone gathered around the bench where Nick Young sat, observing as the team physician conducted an examination. When the physician paused and shook his head towards Mike D'Antoni, concern washed over the faces of those present. Further examination is required, as there are signs of a concussion. D'Antoni's expression darkened. Nick Young was their primary source of firepower off the bench and the team's second leading scorer. His absence would significantly impair the Lakers' offensive capabilities. However, there was no alternative. Risking further injury by allowing him to continue playing could be perilous. The team physician swiftly escorted Young back to the locker room for additional evaluation. The referees promptly reviewed the play and, after deliberation, deemed Olynyk guilty of a flagrant foul, awarding Young 2 free throws, along with an additional possession for the Lakers. When the referee's decision was announced, the crowd erupted in uproar, believing the call to be excessively harsh for what they perceived to be a mere ordinary foul. Referee skills, the chorus of referees erupted within the arena, a familiar cacophony echoing throughout NBA courts, akin to the vulgar chant referee in the local vernacular. Sushu cast a cold gaze at the North Shore Garden, perplexed by such behavior. However, he understood the sentiment behind referees, as the officiating felt rather lenient. With Nick Young unable to take the free throw himself, Mix was called upon to step in. As Mix approached the free throw line, the jeers shifted from targeting the referees to hurling insults at the Lakers players, a barrage of disdain that was quite distasteful. Yet, under pressure, Mix remained composed, sinking both shots. The score stood at 43-29, with the Warriors holding a 14-point lead over the Celtics. As the game progressed, the players, influenced by the earlier tensions, were mindful during physical confrontations. This mindfulness did not equate to a reduction in physicality, but rather an avoidance of strikes above the neck. After all, the competitive spirit had already been ignited, and neither side showed any inclination to back down. Observing the fierce struggle on the court, Sushu felt no trepidation. Is this what you call iron will? How laughable. Soon after, he was substituted into the game. Upon entering, he found himself utterly unaccustomed to this style of play. It was the most physically demanding match he had experienced in his NBA career, without exception. However, he quickly adapted. After all, he had frequently engaged in one-on-one battles with Kobe. Coming from that era, no one could avoid employing a few crafty maneuvers, and he had certainly gleaned some wisdom from his predecessors. As Jared Sullinger set a screen for Rondo, he angled his body slightly, and Rondo immediately collided with his shoulder and elbow, the impact nearly leaving him breathless. Yet, this was inconsequential. It merely resulted in a standard offensive foul. On the next screen, Sushu promptly retaliated with an elbow to Sullinger. Such fouls were not uncommon. And soon the first half concluded amidst a fierce struggle between the two teams, with the Lakers leading 52-32. As the second half commenced, the Lakers began to exhibit signs of fatigue, faltering in their defensive continuity. While they held their ground against the starting lineup, they clearly fell short once the substitutes took the court. Unfortunately, their primary bench player, Nick Young, the team's second leading scorer, was absent, leaving the bench at a disadvantage. In stark contrast, the Celtics bench thrived. Olenek seemed to have stolen Young's momentum with a powerful elbow. He unleashed a barrage in the second half, sinking 2 3-pointers that expanded the Lakers' defensive formation, allowing the Celtics' offense to become multidimensional. With the Lakers' defensive setup stretched, Rondo seized the opportunity to showcase his penetrating passes and sharp assists. Throughout the third quarter, he recorded 4 assists, surpassing his first half tally by 1, leading the Celtics to outscore the Lakers by 8 points in that period, bringing the score to 78-76. On the Lakers bench, all players were gasping for air, with no one possessing the energy for idle chatter, silently recuperating their stamina. Sushu felt his endurance nearing its limit, however. With the intermission and the initial minutes of the fourth quarter under Farmar's leadership, he hoped to regain a significant amount of energy. Peering through the crowd at the Celtics bench, he recognized that the lean figure was indeed formidable. Although his athleticism had waned since his injury, his excellent positioning and anticipation posed a considerable challenge. Indeed, those who make it to the All-Star game are no ordinary players. Even after enduring significant injuries, they are not to be trifled with. Chapter 63. Oh no. I've been caught. Section 4. The final showdown begins. At the outset, D'Antoni sent Pau Gasol onto the court to contend with Olenek. There was no choice. Come on, Saker. And Jordan Hill had all been overwhelmed by him, and it was only when Pau Gasol was defending against him that he showed any restraint. This is truly pushing Ja to his limits. If he plays this segment out, will he not end up on the court for over 40 minutes? Sushu shuddered at the thought, a man in his 30s, approaching his mid-30s. Being asked to endure such an extensive game time was indeed a testament to the coach's penchant for an 8-man rotation. The score stood at 80, then 82, 84, and finally 86. 92, prompting the Lakers to call for a timeout. As the fourth quarter ticked away, the Celtics, buoyed by the deafening cheers of their home crowd, not only leveled the score but also surged ahead, leading the Lakers by 6 points. Sue, you take the lead. If there is a fast break opportunity, seize it decisively. Take the shot whenever you find an open position. If there are no chances for a fast break, Gasol must come up to set screens with Sue. The others. D'Antoni continuously scribbled on the tactical board, conveying instructions to everyone. At this moment, none would concede defeat. As Sue brought the ball up the court, Rondo stepped up to defend, incessantly waving his long arms to create interference, murmuring, "Welcome to the Devil's Arena, kid. This is where the real game begins. Basketball is a sport for men. You, with your delicate demeanor, should return after indulging in more milk before attempting to play. With such a soft demeanor. Do you think any woman would be fond of you?" Sushu gazed at the insufferable Rondo before her, observing the incessant opening and closing of his mouth, and posed the question, "Did you eat something foul last night? Why do you smell so bad?" This single remark nearly twisted Rondo's mouth in frustration. Sushu chose not to engage in further banter with Rondo, as the screen and roleplay was already in motion. After the screen, Olenek found himself defending Sushu, and the pressure Sushu faced was incomparable to that from Rondo. A simple burst of speed followed by a sudden stop, combined with a deft step back, finally allowed Sushu to shake off Olenek and sink a three-pointer. The score read 89-92. Turning back, Rondo utilized a screen to drive to the basket, executing his signature fake and then a layup. The score shifted to 89-94. Gasol received a pass from Sushu and made a mid-range shot. The score adjusted to 91-94. Jeff Green powered through Jordan Hill to score. The score was now 91-96. The game continued, with both teams displaying patience. Competing on efficiency, Sushu maneuvered past Olenek for a layup. The score became 99-98. Rondo's errant pass led to a steal by Gasol, and in a fast break, Sushu rose to shoot a three-pointer over Olenek without a moment's hesitation. The score reached 102-98. Olenek made a mid-range shot, bringing the score to 102-100. When Uncle sank another three-pointer in front of Olenek, the score shifted to 105-100. With merely 2 minutes remaining in the game, Olenek's expression soured. How could he maintain composure when he had been outplayed so blatantly throughout the quarter? Sushu felt elated. Each time he shot, the hoop appeared vast, as if there was no reason for failure. As he sprinted back down the court, he gestured a good night to the fans at the North Shore Garden, showcasing his confidence. This celebration ignited a frenzy among the spectators, inciting louder jeers in response. There was no way around it. Uncle's display was simply too ostentatious. The Lakers players exuberantly celebrated with Uncle, indifferent to the insults hurled by the fans. Stevens observed the number 98, encircled by Lakers players, shaking his head in disbelief at this sudden and maddening form. The Celtics called for a timeout. Stevens requested a pause to ensure the next shot would succeed, as their situation was precarious. In the Celtics bench area, Stevens rapidly sketched out strategies on his clipboard, while Rondo observed the lines with a clear understanding, though his expression was less than favorable. The strategy was not designed for him, as a seasoned leader of the team. The absence of such consideration was difficult for him to accept. As the timeout concluded, the game resumed with the Celtics in possession. Bradley passed the ball to Rondo, and an odd scene unfolded on the court. Apart from Rondo, who was dribbling, the other 4 Celtics players remained immobile, leaving the Lakers players perplexed. Even more perplexing was the sight of Bradley, Jeff Green, and Olenek, each stationed at their respective positions with hands on their hips, exuding an air of indifference. This unusual behavior hushed the crowd, leading some to speculate that there might be discord within the Celtics. Just as the confusion lingered, Bradley and Jeff Green exchanged a glance and sprang into action. Bradley sprinted to the corner to set a screen for Gerald Green, who promptly cut toward the basket, drawing both Mix and Jordan Hill with him. Meanwhile, Bradley discreetly repositioned himself beyond the left side three-point arc as Olenek set a screen to obstruct Wesley Johnson. In that moment, Bradley found himself completely unguarded, and Rondo was right on cue, making the ensuing play straightforward. As Bradley received the ball, he adjusted his stance, focused on the hoop, bent his knees, leapt, and released the basketball at the apex of his jump, tracing a perfect arc through the air. The score of 105-103 reverberated throughout the arena, an exquisite sound that incited a frenzy among the spectators, truly a testament to the tactical genius at play. Following the basket, the Lakers swiftly executed a baseline inbounds pass, with all players, save for Gasol, charging fervently towards the front court. Rondo, opting against retreating, instead shadowed Sushu across the court, determined to deny the Lakers any opportunity for a fast break. The Lakers, having lost their chance for a quick strike, transitioned into a half-court offense. Would Gasol set a pick? Facing Olenek, the Celtics maintained their defensive strategy, unperturbed by the notion of being bested by a rookie. The Heat's demise in a previous match stemmed from their lack of respect for him. However, now both Olenek and the Celtics were acutely aware of Sushu's capabilities, resolutely denying him any open looks. Although he had succeeded in his initial attempts, one cannot expect a third time to yield the same result. In a fit of fervor, Sushu was oblivious to the weight of the moment. Positioned just beyond the three-point arc, he executed a triple threat move and, to the astonishment of Olenek and the entire arena, unleashed a jump shot from beyond the arc. Olenek, initially taken aback, soon felt a surge of indignation. Was he truly so disregarded? A glint of cold fury sparked in his eyes. He lunged forward, fully aware that he could not contest the shot, yet he pressed on, extending his right foot just before Sushu descended to the ground. Unbeknownst to Sushu, he had inadvertently stepped on another's foot. As he released the ball, despite Olenek's interference, his focus remained solely on the sphere and the hoop. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his right foot. He had twisted his ankle. In that fleeting moment of agony, his landing foot buckled, and he collapsed to the ground, where he found Olenek gazing at him with an expression of feigned innocence. Alas, have I fallen into a trap? This was the thought that sprang to Sushu's mind upon witnessing Olenek's innocent expression. Chapter 64. A true gentleman does not leave grudges unsettled. With a precise shot, the basketball swished through the net, finalizing the score at 108-103. A profound silence enveloped the arena, as the spectators were rendered speechless by Sushu's remarkable play. However, the players of the Lakers did not share in the exhilaration. They were acutely aware of Sushu, who lay on the ground, grimacing in pain while clutching his right foot. They also recalled the actions of Olenek moments prior. Sushu was filled with indignation, an intense fury boiling within him. Such an act of stepping under another player can have varying repercussions. For some, it may merely require a brief respite of 1 or 2 games, while for others, it could result in a season-ending injury, potentially jeopardizing an entire career. Numerous examples abound, with Carter being a poignant case after enduring a similar incident. He transformed from a near-divine athlete into a mere mortal, unable to soar as he once did. Although Sushu perceived his injury to be relatively minor, this assessment was merely subjective. Should the injury prove severe, leading to a season-ending prognosis, it would undoubtedly be a crushing blow for him. Such a setback would influence his trajectory within the Lakers, affect the team's strategic plans for him, and could alter the willingness of advertisers to select him as a spokesperson. In summary, if this injury is trivial, it may be manageable, but if it is severe, the ramifications could be profoundly significant. How could he not feel enraged? Yet, in his fury, Sushu did not succumb to hysteria or loud outbursts. Instead, he maintained a cold, composed demeanor, fixating his gaze upon his adversary. As Gasol and his teammates summoned the medical team to attend to Sushu, he rose with the support of Jordan Hill, his expression a mask of innocence. Olenek, observing Sushu's calm demeanor and his own decision to stand, mistakenly assumed that the situation was not dire. He approached, intending to offer words of comfort and display his solidarity. I apologize. It was not my intention, and I never anticipated this would occur. Olenek's demeanor appeared amiable, his tone imbued with sincere regret, causing their teammates nearby to lower their guard. Before he could finish his sentence, Sushu unexpectedly flashed a smile at Olenek standing before him, and then said, "It's fine. I know you didn't do it on purpose, but I did it intentionally." With that, a fist, amidst everyone's astonishment, came crashing down upon Olenek's nose. With a dull thud, the sound of flesh meeting flesh reverberated as Olenek was unexpectedly struck by Sushu's powerful punch, causing him to stagger backwards several paces. As Olenek took a few steps back, the crowd finally grasped the situation. The Celtics players sought to confront Sushu, while the Lakers players instinctively formed a wall, effectively blocking the Celtics. Nick Young, still in the locker room undergoing examination, was stirred by the commentary emanating from the television and rose to his feet in excitement. "Wow. Sue, take him down. Beat that scoundrel to a pulp." Just moments ago, Nick Young wore a face full of worry, but now his expression transformed into one of pure, foolish delight. At the center of the storm on the court, Sushu also laughed, his joy unrestrained. "A gentleman does not forget a wrong, HM. I am indeed a gentleman now." Sushu reveled in the moment. Yet for D'Antoni, the situation was more dire than tears could express. He hurried onto the court to separate the players, realizing that Sushu's injury represented yet another devastating blow to the already beleaguered Lakers. Without pausing, Sushu was escorted by the team doctor back to the locker room, regardless of the severity of his injury or whether he could continue. The mere fact that he had taken a shot meant there was no possibility of him remaining on the court. The officiating crew was exceedingly busy, as the game was rife with physical contact, placing immense pressure on their decision-making. However, with 2 significant altercations during the match, both resulting in escalation. The first incident did not result in a hit, whereas the second one did. After reviewing the footage, the referees ultimately decided to eject Sushu, while only issuing a standard foul to Olenek. When Sushu saw the ruling on the television in the locker room, his expression remained stoic. The definition of a dangerous play was not yet clearly established. The criteria for foul calls were ambiguous, lacking specific regulations to govern such actions. Even if a foul was called, it was merely classified as a standard infraction. It would take several years in the Bucks' controversial plays in the playoffs, which ultimately led to their championship, for referees to refine their judgment on this matter. Regardless of intent, if a player's foot is beneath a shooter, it would at least warrant a level 1 flagrant foul. In the end, Mix took Sushu's free throws, while Olenek, after converting 2 shots, returned to the locker room due to a broken nose inflicted by Sushu. The final score read 112-108, with the Lakers clinching a narrow victory on enemy territory. How fierce was the contest? 2 players exited the game due to injuries, and another limped off at the end. The game's most valuable player was undoubtedly Sushu, who achieved an impressive 24 points, 9 assists, and 4 rebounds, shooting 8 of 17 from the field and 5 of 12 from beyond the arc. Gasol contributed 21 points and 13 rebounds, while Young added 15, Mix scored 16, and Wesley Johnson tallied 14. For the Celtics, Rondo struggled with his performance, finishing with only 6 points, 8 assists, and 6 rebounds on 3 of 9 shooting, failing to make any of his 4 3-point attempts. Olenek recorded 25 points and 15 rebounds, while Jeff Green contributed 17 points, 7 rebounds, and 5 assists. After the match concluded, Nick Young and Sushu were urgently transported to a local hospital for further examination of their injuries, particularly Sushu, who required a thorough assessment to determine if there was any damage to his bones or tendons. Soon, the results were revealed. Nick Young suffered a mild concussion, while Sushu had avoided skeletal and tendon injuries, though he would still be sidelined for at least 2 games. Upon receiving these results, D'Antoni was visibly distressed, as the situation worsened with the injuries of these 2 players, alongside Kobe, Nash, Blake, and the limping come-on, leaving the Lakers with a staggering 6 injured players. The roster for the next game would consist of only 9 eligible players. Despite his aversion to extensive rotations, D'Antoni pondered the dire implications. Should even 1 or 2 more players sustain injuries on the court, how could they possibly compete? Unbeknownst to him, Sushu's presence had prevented the catastrophic injury list that plagued the original timeline. Otherwise, their current record might have plummeted to the very bottom. Su, next time, try not to be so impulsive. How many times can your salary be docked? D'Antoni advised, resorting to the topic of salary to prevent dampening his on-court enthusiasm. Chapter 65. Still just a child, Sushu received calls from Kobe and Pelinka, both inquiring about his injury. Kobe's concern stemmed from brotherly affection, while Pelinka's interest was more pragmatic. After all, Sushu was a potential cash cow for him, and he couldn't let a single game mar his financial prospects due to foul play. After assessing the injury, both men felt relieved. The following day, the team traveled to Toronto to face their next opponent, the Raptors. Unsurprisingly, the headlines the next day were dominated by reports of the Lakers game against the Celtics at the North Shore Garden, which had seen 2 altercations, one of which was violent, with rookie Su delivering a punch to Olenek. Such incidents drew intense scrutiny, with every detail of the game dissected. Consequently, Sushu did not face overwhelming condemnation. Most media outlets leaned in his favor, with only local Boston media and fans taking to the internet to criticize him. ESPN remarked, "While it is indeed inappropriate for Su to resort to violence, we must consider Olenek's actions in previous games. His small infractions are worth mentioning, particularly regarding the 2 altercations. He deliberately elbowed Nick Young, leading to Young's concussion and exit from the game. Young had intended to retaliate but was restrained. The second instance involved him deliberately stepping on Sushu's foot, incited by Su's previous successes against him. Such actions can jeopardize a player's career. Years ago, Vince Carter was at the peak of his career before being sidelined by Bruce Bowen's undercut. The court encourages physical competition, yet we do not need deliberate harm or such unsportsmanlike maneuvers. The league should impose stricter penalties for intentional tripping." TNT commented, "The competitive basketball the league needs should be clean and healthy, yet some individuals tarnish the integrity of the game." In yesterday's match between the Celtics and Lakers, Olenek effectively incapacitated 2 Lakers players, elbowing Nick Young, resulting in his concussion, and causing Sushu to sprain his ankle with a trip. The NBA garners global attention, and players ought to showcase the healthiest version of basketball to fans worldwide. That is the essence of what the NBA should represent. Such ugly games, despicable actions, and unsavory individuals should be taken seriously by the league, which must enforce strict penalties for these behaviors. The extensive media coverage turned Olynyk into a target, but the Celtics firmly stated that these incidents were mere accidents. The next day, Sushu received a call from his parents, with his mother anxiously inquiring about his injury. "Little Shu, is your foot all right? Why push yourself so hard? Perhaps we should consider skipping the game." As she spoke, her voice quivered with emotion. There was no denying it. Her son meant more to her than anything else in the world. In that moment, Sushu felt a warmth enveloping him. "What nonsensical things are you saying? How could one possibly play basketball without risking injury? How old is Xiaoshu now? This is a competitive sport for men. Do you understand nothing?" His father's voice echoed from the other end of the phone, but before Sushu could respond, he was met with his mother's stern reprimand. "You old fool, is my son solely yours? How young is he? He is still a child. Can't you feel for him?" Sushu was at a loss, momentarily distancing the phone from his ear, as his mother's fierce protectiveness was palpable. Beside him, Song Yin couldn't help but chuckle. "Little one, you haven't grown up yet. You're still a child." Her words left Sushu feeling quite embarrassed. He glanced at Song Yin and retorted, "Sister Song, don't you know whether I've matured or not?" This remark turned Song Yin's face a deep shade of crimson, conjuring certain vivid images in her mind. Sushu and Nick Yong had opted to remain behind, nursing their injuries, planning to join the team once they were sufficiently healed. Despite the injury preventing him from participating in ball practices, he could still engage in strength training. That evening, Sushu spent 2 hours lifting weights. Upon returning, he took a shower and lay on his bed, activating the system. Host, Sushu, age, 19, height, 193 centimeters, weight, 80 kilograms, wingspan, 207 centimeters, physical attributes, speed, 87, 20, explosiveness, 83, 15, strength, 74, jumping, 80, 20, stamina, 80, 65. Injury resistance, 73, offensive skills, mid-range shooting, 64, three-point shooting, 84, inside scoring, 65, technical skills, dribbling, 70, passing, 67. Rebounding, 62, growth points, 721810000. His strength had increased by 3 points, stamina by 2, and injury resistance by 3. Mid-range shooting improved by 2 points. Inside scoring by 10 points, passing by 2 points, and rebounding by 5 points. Observing these attribute changes, Sushu felt a surge of joy. His rigorous training had finally led to his weight reaching 80 kilograms, and with the increase in physical strength, related attributes had also seen improvement. However, technical attributes such as mid-range shooting and passing had progressed more slowly, suggesting that significant upgrades were necessary for enhancing his abilities dramatically. Nonetheless, seeing that he had amassed 7,218 growth points filled him with excitement. After participating in approximately 10 more games, he should be able to level up. How many attribute points would he be rewarded then? 30? 50? It is still 8 p.m. Sushu felt exceptionally fortunate, as he believed he would certainly receive a reward of 30 attribute points. Suddenly, he noticed that in the section concerning physical attributes, particularly speed, explosiveness, and jumping ability, each attribute was followed by a set of parentheses containing numbers. This piqued his curiosity, as such a thing had never appeared before. Upon further contemplation, he realized that due to his current injury, he was unable to run or jump. Gazing at the numbers within the parentheses, he suddenly comprehended that they represented the capabilities he could still manifest despite his injury. Coming to this understanding brought him a sense of relief. Indeed, he would never become a superhero. As long as he was injured, his attribute points would diminish, unlike a superhero who could still run and jump regardless of their injuries. Disregarding his earlier thoughts, Sushu took out his phone to check the Lakers' schedule. This year's All-Star game would be held on February 15th in New Orleans, and there were still 13 games remaining before the All-Star match. If he were to sit out 3 games, then in the 10 games that followed, as long as he performed adequately, the growth points he would earn should suffice for him to level up. If he were to receive a reward of 50 attribute points, how should he allocate them? Perhaps he should max out his dribbling and mid-range shooting. If he were to gain 30 points, he would prioritize enhancing his dribbling. In the case of acquiring 20 points, he would... No, he was not that unfortunate. Sushu had already indulged in his fantasies. Chapter 66. In Pursuit of Advancement. one cannot worry too much. On January 19th, the Lakers faced the Raptors on their home turf. In this match, Sushu was sidelined, and Farmar was elevated to the starting lineup. Although Pau Gasol continued to shine with an impressive performance, scoring 22 points and grabbing 9 rebounds. And Mix contributed 18 points along with 4 assists, Farmar managed only 10 points and 11 assists. The absence of Sushu and Nick Young left the Lakers lacking in bench depth compared to the Raptors, who decisively overwhelmed the Lakers' reserves. DeMar DeRozan recorded 23 points, 7 assists, and 6 rebounds, while Kyle Lowry added 21 points and 9 assists, demonstrating their usual prowess. Meanwhile, Patrick Patterson, who averaged only 9 points this season, remarkably scored 17 points and secured 7 rebounds in this game, while Greivis Vasquez added 11 points, 8 assists, and 5 rebounds. The Lakers succumbed with a score of 106-112, bringing their record to 21 wins and 21 losses, placing them 10th in the Western Conference. Ahead of them were the Suns in 9th place with a record of 24 wins and 16 losses, and the Mavericks in 8th with 25 wins and 16 losses. The Lakers still retained a chance to vie for a playoff spot. On January 20th, the Lakers faced the Bulls on their home ground. This season has been challenging for the Bulls. In the 2010 to 2011 season, under Derrick Rose's leadership, they achieved the best record in the league. However, that season marked the pinnacle of Rose's career, as he suffered a torn ligament midway through the following season, sidelining him for that season and the next. This season, after a long recovery, he managed to play only 10 games before undergoing surgery for a right knee injury, again ending his season prematurely. As a result, the Bulls' record currently stands at 19 wins and 21 losses, teetering on the edge of the Eastern Conference playoffs. At the start of the season, the Bulls' star player was Luol Deng, averaging 19 points, 7 assists, and 9 rebounds, but he was traded to the Cavaliers last month. The Bulls are now focusing on developing third-year rookie Jimmy Butler, known for his toughness and having learned from the legendary Kevin Garnett. This season, Butler has improved his offensive game while maintaining solid defense, raising his average points from 8 last season to 13 this season. In this game, the Lakers displayed an aggressive and proactive approach, leading the Bulls for the first 3 quarters. However, due to the fatigue from multiple Eastern away games and this being a back-to-back match, they allowed the Bulls to tie the score in the final quarter, leading to overtime. Ultimately, they fell short by 2 points in overtime, with a final score of 100-102. The absence of Sushu and Nick Young significantly impacted the team. Particularly on the offensive end, the Lakers managed only 93 points in regulation, which was a full 12 points below their season average. On January 23rd, the Lakers faced the Heat, losing 102-109, with Sushu and Nick Young still absent. Finally, on January 24th, the Lakers met the Magic on the road. With both Sushu and Nick Young returning, the Lakers easily triumphed over the Magic, winning 109-95 against a team that had only secured 11 victories thus far. Although the Magic featured this year's second overall pick, Oladipo, the media no longer hyped the rivalry between him and Sushu. The primary reason being the noticeable disparity in their on-court performances and roles within their respective teams. In terms of both statistics and team success, the Lakers achieved a steady victory. In pursuit of greater growth and rapid advancement, Sushu increased his shot attempts, hitting 8 out of 18, including 4 out of 11 from beyond the arc, accumulating 20 points, 6 assists, and 3 rebounds. The ball control he enjoyed on the court was a source of envy for Oladipo, who, despite being a second overall pick, found himself overshadowed by an undrafted player. A blow to his confidence. In this game, Oladipo scored 14 points on 6 of 12 shooting, along with 4 assists and 3 rebounds. Although the efficiency was commendable, the team ultimately faced defeat. As the game progressed, the players of the Lakers began to notice something peculiar about Sushu. He had taken to mumbling to himself daily, reciting numbers ranging from 200 to 300 and upwards to 7,000 and 8,000. When questioned, he merely smiled. However, on the court, his offensive desire had intensified significantly compared to before. Prior to his injury, he averaged only 13.8 attempts per game. Since returning from injury, his average attempts had surged to 18, driven by an eagerness to elevate his performance. Despite this increase in attempts, his teammates bore no grievances, as it was evident that he was a primary focus of the Lakers' development efforts. Previously, Coach D'Antoni had deliberately designed specific tactics to encourage him to shoot more. But Sushu felt that his current capabilities did not warrant an increase in shot attempts. He believed that increasing attempts at the expense of efficiency would not only be detrimental to the team but would also hinder his personal growth, as the developmental benefits of winning differed greatly from those of losing. On January 23rd, the league announced the All-Star roster, which Sushu did not pay much attention to, as it bore no relevance to him. After all, LeBron James was once again the leading vote-getter. On January 30th, the league revealed the participants for the Rising Stars Challenge, along with its rules. This year's challenge featured a selection of 18 players from the first and second years, chosen by assistant coaches. Managers Grant Hill and Chris Webber conducted the draft on February 7th to finalize their selections for a mixed team. Although it was a mix of first and second-year players, the disparity in talent was palpable. The first-year players were rather lackluster compared to the illustrious lineup of 2012, resembling a stark contrast between jesters and princes. Among the first-year talents, Sushu, Michael Carter-Williams, and Victor Oladipo stood out, but they lacked the extraordinary gifts and pre-NBA notoriety of their predecessors. The second-year group was headlined by last year's top pick, Anthony Davis, along with Damian Lillard and Bradley Beal. Currently, Anthony Davis is a favored asset of the league, essentially its golden child, and this year he was selected as a Western Conference All-Star substitute, stepping in for the injured Kobe Bryant. To date, Davis has averaged 28 points and 10 rebounds per game this season, boasting an impressive shooting percentage of 51.9. Last year's 6th overall pick, Lillard, has averaged 27 points and 5.6 assists, and during the previous playoffs, he averaged an astonishing 22.9 points and 6.5 assists. For a rookie to achieve such numbers in the playoffs is nothing short of remarkable. This year, he too has been named a Western Conference All-Star substitute, establishing himself as an emerging superstar in the league. Bradley Beal, last year's 3rd overall pick, has so far averaged 18 points and 3 assists this season, while his playoff performance last year yielded 2 points, 4.5 assists, and 4.9 rebounds, marking him as another potential scoring powerhouse. Following the announcement of the first and second-year rosters, both media and fans unanimously doubted the first-year team's ability to triumph over the second-year squad. Chapter 67. Finally upgraded as the All-Star game approached, Sushu's mindset began to shift. He grew increasingly anxious, coupled with a decline in physical stamina. His efficiency on the court plummeted, and the team's performance suffered as a result. Before his injury, he averaged 13.84 attempts, yielding 16.5 points, 6.1 assists, and 3.5 rebounds with an overall shooting percentage of 46 and a three-point shooting percentage of 39. However, since his return, his average attempts have risen to 18.5, resulting in 17.5 points, 6.6 assists, and 4.1 rebounds, with an overall shooting percentage of 41 and a three-point shooting percentage of 37. The Lakers management expressed no concerns regarding Sushu's declining performance or the team's struggles. In fact, they welcomed the dip in performance, as it served their interests. Were it not for a semblance of face-saving, they might have outright embraced a losing strategy. They viewed Sushu's temporary decline as an opportunity to negotiate more favorably with him and Rob Pelinka. During this period, they engaged in frequent discussions with Pelinka, raising his salary from $5 million to $7 million, yet Pelinka and his uncle remained unyielding, stating that the primary focus should be on the games and that negotiations would resume postseason, while also assuring that the Lakers would be prioritized under equal conditions. During this time of Sushu's performance decline, media outlets reported that various sports brands had lowered their offers for him. However, both Sushu and Pelinka chose not to comment on these reports. Sports commentators and analysts unanimously agreed that Sushu had encountered the rookie wall. Yet none doubted his ability to overcome it. It was merely a matter of time. Most believed that given his lack of experience in professional games and specialized training, it would take him until at least the end of the season to surmount this challenge. On February 13th, the Lakers faced off against the Thunder at home. With Russell Westbrook sidelined due to a right knee injury sustained in late December, Kevin Durant bore the brunt of the offensive load, showcasing his prowess with drives, mid-range shots, and three-pointers. At that moment, Durant transformed into a scoring juggernaut, effortlessly executing various techniques. He finished the game with 43 points, 7 assists, and 12 rebounds on 14 of 33 shooting. Despite his impressive scoring, the process was far from easy. The Lakers focused their defensive efforts on him, causing Durant's efficiency to wane. Known for his shooting prowess, Durant's field goal percentage in this game was merely 41, indicating the challenges faced throughout the match. With just a minute remaining in the fourth quarter, Sushu executed a well-timed three-point shot following a screen, the ball swishing through the net with precision. At that moment, he realized that his growth points had reached 10,000, and the system panel indicated an impending upgrade. Elated, Sushu felt that his relentless shooting had finally led to an upgrade before the All-Star break. As the game progressed, he relaxed further, ultimately scoring 6 points. However, the Lakers still lost to the Thunder by a narrow 4-point margin. Once the final buzzer sounded, he did not linger but jogged back to the locker room, locked himself in the shower, and eagerly opened the system interface. Yet, the system panel displayed only upgrading, followed by an ellipsis with no further information available. Wow, isn't this just teasing one's appetite? Do you have no sense of public morality? Sushu vented his frustration, cursing in the shower. Sue, why are you running so fast? And why did you rush into the shower room as soon as you arrived? Are you perhaps watching a little film? Farmer's voice echoed. Why would someone as handsome as I am need to watch those films? Sushu disdainfully remarked. After tidying up, he chose not to join the others in their revelry and returned home instead. As he waited, time seemed to stretch endlessly, devoid of anything to capture his attention. Until finally, amidst a burst of light, the system upgrade was complete. Host, Sushu age, 19 height, 1. 9 meters weight, 80 kilograms wingspan, 2. 0 physical attributes, speed, 87 explosiveness, 83 strength, 74 vertical leap, 80 stamina, 80 injury resistance, 73 offensive skills, mid-range shooting, 64 three-point shooting, 84 inside scoring, 65 technical skills, dribbling, 70 passing, 67 rebounding, 62 growth points, 010, 0000 reward attribute points, 30 upon realizing that the next upgrade required a staggering 10,000 growth points. He nearly fainted, cursing the system's unfairness. Based on his pre-upgrade capabilities, acquiring such a vast amount of growth points would necessitate playing approximately 300 games, all while avoiding injuries. The thought of enduring nearly 4 seasons left Sushu feeling overwhelmed. It is fortunate that the initial upgrade does not require 100,000 growth points. Otherwise, how would I continue to progress? However, upon discovering that the reward amounted to 30 attribute points, he felt a sense of satisfaction. The decision of which attribute to enhance with these 30 points loomed large, as it would significantly impact his future career, especially considering the next upgrade was still a distant prospect. Reflecting on his current attributes and recalling various experiences on the court, he fell into deep contemplation. Given his present skill set, he estimated his 2K rating to be around 70. Although he currently averages 16 points per game, his technical deficiencies remain considerable. Even the 76 heirs McCaw manages to score 16 points, yet his 2K rating is merely 69, indicating they are of similar caliber. The fact that both he and McCaw are able to average 16 points in their rookie season does not imply their abilities truly warrant such figures. Their current statistics are primarily a result of the teams treating them as role players, failing to devise specific defensive strategies against them. As the next season approaches, the level of scrutiny they face will change dramatically. Should they fail to improve during their rookie season, they risk fading into obscurity, much like McCaw, who debuted at his peak only to gradually disappear from the league. Haha, I should be at the same level as Curry back in the day, Sushu jested. Although it is worth noting that when Curry first entered the league, his 2K rating was a mere 69, indicating a lack of faith in his future. At that time, Curry's advantages and disadvantages were starkly apparent. His physical attributes were lacking, with his primary strength lying in his shooting prowess. For rookies, teams in the league place greater emphasis on physical gifts and basketball IQ. Chapter 68. Considerations for attribute points after half a season of competition. Sushu realized that his displayed abilities closely mirrored his 2K rating. To enter the league, one must possess individual attributes of 70 or above, where 70 to 75 signifies a precarious position vulnerable to being cut. 75 to 80 denotes a standard bench player capable of maintaining a foothold in the NBA, while 80 to 85 reflects a typical starter. A rating between 85 to 90 suggests potential all-star status, and anything above 90 is undeniably all-star caliber, with 95 and beyond representing the league's superstars, who typically range from 96 to 97 or higher. Contemplating this, he gazed at his attribute points, wiping away a bead of cold sweat. Were it not for the fact that the Lakers head coach is Mike D'Antoni, and were it not for the team's multitude of injuries, coupled with his status as a rookie who goes unnoticed by other teams, he would have had no chance of reaching his current height. Ultimately, It boils down to D'Antoni's remarkable ability to enhance the performance of point guards. A player with a 70 rating can be elevated to 80 under his guidance. Thus, the adage, if a point guard cannot thrive under D'Antoni, then they are simply mediocre, holds true. Sushu evaluated his own positioning. Given his height and wingspan, he could easily transition between playing point guard and shooting guard, yet deep down, he harbored a stronger affinity for the role of point guard. To establish oneself as a point guard in the modern league, one must possess the ability to initiate their own offense, an area in which he currently finds himself lacking. His current scoring primarily revolves around shots taken after screens or from open positions. He relies on others to set him up. While Gasol's influence in the paint represents the tail end of his prime, complemented by a notable playmaking capability, which accounts for the abundance of open shots he receives. During his recovery from injury, he has enhanced his proactive offensive skills. However, his efficiency has been markedly poor, verging on disappointing. This can be attributed to his inability to shake off defenders, often taking shots under duress. Curry's shooting ability is unparalleled in history, yet in terms of daily practice, there are numerous players in the NBA who surpass his three-point accuracy, such as Korver, Redick, and Novak, who would undoubtedly outperform him in routine shooting drills. However, the reason they convert fewer three-pointers in games compared to Curry is their lack of ability to create space from defenders. Essentially, it boils down to ball handling skills. Consequently, he has directly augmented his ball handling ability by 15 points, elevating it to an impressive 85. He intends to maximize his three-point shooting skill. While the precision of routine shooting cannot be equated with in-game performance, it certainly opens up more possibilities. To his dismay, upon reaching a score of 90, he found himself unable to progress further, as the system indicated that his level was insufficient, leaving him quite perplexed. Why does this absurd system have so many restrictions? Here he is, dominating the entire league, yet still facing numerous limitations. Nevertheless, he soon found solace in the fact that attaining a score of 90, combined with his height, wingspan, and current ball handling ability of 85, should elevate his three-point shooting from an elite tier to the pinnacle of the league, potentially rivaling Curry. As long as he continues to improve his ability to integrate ball control with his shot, particularly after dribbling, he would undoubtedly match Curry's prowess. He envisioned that with future upgrades, he would surpass Curry in three-point shooting, and the thought alone made him salivate with anticipation. The two enhancements consumed 21 attribute points, leaving him with just 9 points remaining. 30 attribute points seem rather insufficient, don't you think? They're nearly depleted without substantial enhancements. System, could you not bestow a few more? Upon entering the league, others dominate effortlessly, yet after an entire season, I'm unable to exert the same dominance. At the very least, I should be able to reach the pinnacle of performance. As for the remaining 9 attribute points, should they be allocated to strength, mid-range shooting, or perhaps entirely to passing? The uncertainty lingered. He quickly dismissed passing. After all, passing prowess predominantly hinges on one's basketball IQ, precision, and power, skills that can be honed through practice. Should he find himself lacking later, he could always utilize the attribute points then. Although he was currently making more errors than desired, that was to be expected of a rookie. Next came the mid-range shot, which should ostensibly receive some investment. At present, he relied solely on three-point shooting for scoring. For an offensive player, having only one scoring avenue renders him predictable to defenders. However, one might argue that even a player like James Harden has forsaken the mid-range game, focusing instead on three-pointers and drives to the basket, yet still wreaks havoc on the court. On the other hand, as a point guard, possessing the ability to shoot from beyond the arc creates a palpable sense of threat among defenders. With his ball handling skills already at an impressive 85, combining that with his shooting could prove formidable. He could always work on his mid-range game in the future, transforming it into an exceptional asset. Currently, regardless of whether he faced a strength-based or finesse-based guard, he always found himself at a disadvantage in terms of power, albeit varying in degree. This inherent weakness and strength diminished his defensive effectiveness. Even with correct positioning and anticipation, a physically assertive opponent could easily bulldoze through, resulting in a defensive failure. Although strength can be developed over time, it is a gradual process. After careful consideration, he decided to allocate all 9 remaining points to strength. With his strength attribute now at 83, he believed that while he might still be at a disadvantage due to his weight, he would not be significantly overmatched. Coupled with his height of 193 centimeters and a wingspan of 207 centimeters, his defensive prowess would undoubtedly astonish. Having completed the allocation of his attribute points, He couldn't test his dribbling and three-point shooting, but he could certainly assess his strength. In the confines of his room, he conducted a brief experiment and discovered a notable increase in his power. Imagining how he still appeared somewhat slender, many would likely underestimate his physicality. However, when they collided, their surprised expressions would surely be quite amusing. Ha ha ha, you dare to bully me with your strength? Humph, I shall frighten you into submission. The 30 attribute points were swiftly expended. Uncle licked his lips, swallowing hard. Alas, it was still insufficient. Host, Sushu, age, 19, height, 190 centimeters, weight, 80 kilograms, wingspan, 200 centimeters, physical qualities, speed, 87, explosiveness, 83, strength, 83, vertical leap, 80, stamina, 80. Injury resistance, 73, offensive skills, mid-range shooting, 64, three-point shooting, 90, under-basket offense, 72, technical skills, dribbling, 85, passing, 70, rebounding, 62, growth points, 010, 0000 after the enhancement of strength. His under-basket offensive attribute inexplicably increased by 7 points. Observing his upgraded attributes, Sushu felt a sense of satisfaction, although he had yet to become a formidable warrior. His dribbling ability, coupled with a commendable three-point shooting proficiency of 90 and a newly acquired under-basket finishing ability, would undoubtedly elevate his personal offense. Moreover, considering his physical static talents and athletic capabilities that were on par with others in the same position, he was confident that he could shine brilliantly in the league. Especially with the advent of the small ball era next year, his three-point shooting prowess would be a dazzling presence in the league. However, Sushu had always harbored a peculiar doubt. His attributes lacked any defensive capability value, which perplexed him, for his defensive skills could not possibly be 0. Yet, as he delved deeper into understanding the system, he surmised that defensive capability might correlate with basketball intelligence. Elements such as timing for steals, defensive positioning, and anticipation could not be quantified, thus there was no such attribute. Surely, in the future, the media would assess my defensive abilities. This realization further clarified the system's characteristics. It solely augmented the host's tangible technical skill values, while intangible qualities like basketball IQ were devoid of any attributes. Hence, if a player with low basketball intelligence were to acquire this system, they would not dominate the court, but merely scrape by. Indeed, if a fool were to suddenly wreak havoc, it would undoubtedly be the greatest unsolved mystery of the century. However, he would not relax his own expectations. For with his current abilities, he could not yet dominate the league or become an invincible force. He needed to upgrade swiftly and hone himself into a versatile warrior, perhaps even a multifaceted one. With visions of the future dancing in his mind, he drifted into slumber. The following morning, Sushu rose early, for he was bound for New Orleans. He had plans to engage in ball training in the afternoon, aiming to adapt to his burgeoning attributes. He had initially hoped to have his parents join him for his All-Star journey, to witness the Rising Stars Challenge and the main All-Star Game live, as it had long been his father's wish. Yet, ultimately, due to unforeseen circumstances, those plans fell through. This year's All-Star Game would see him as the sole representative from the Lakers, leaving him without teammates for companionship. He also wished for Song Yin to accompany him, to alleviate the solitude of the journey, but she had departed with colleagues from a sports reporting team. Alas, such a handsome fellow as he was left without a lovely companion by his side. Upon arriving in New Orleans, he checked into the hotel provided by the organizers, guided by the staff. Afterward, he sought out a nearby gymnasium, where he spent the afternoon and evening immersed in practice. He discovered that his three-point shooting was becoming increasingly precise, as if he could sense the moment the ball left his hands. Most of his time was dedicated to mastering ball control. Knowing how to handle the ball was not enough. He needed to learn to maneuver past defenders, which required mastering various feints, footwork, and rhythm. Yet, without a trainer at his side, especially as the team's trainers would not accompany him at this time, he could only reflect on the movements of his opponents to practice. The absence of professional guidance meant that his efforts were somewhat less effective, but there was little to be done. The timing for his upgrade was simply not right. It seemed he would need to enlist Polinka's assistance in finding a private trainer. The next morning, during the Rising Stars Challenge training, Sushu arrived early to train alone. After more than an hour, the managers, coaches, and players from both teams gradually arrived at the gym. Along with the players came various media representatives. As the All-Star Weekend was a grand celebration for fans, Sushu also spotted Song Yin. and they took a moment to catch up before participating in a brief interview with a sports outlet. Although the first and second grades may lack prominent players, there are still star athletes among them whose highlights are quite popular among fans. The head coach of Team Hill is Nate McMillan, an assistant coach for the Pacers, while Team Weber is led by Rex Kalamian, an assistant coach for the Thunder. A week ago, Grant Hill and Chris Webber selected their desired players, and when the roster was revealed, everyone believed Team Weber had the upper hand. Team Hill comprises Bradley Beal, Andre Drummond, Harrison Barnes, Sushu, Terrence Jones, Giannis Antetokounmpo, Jonas Valanciunas, Dion Waiters, and Pero Anti. Team Weber includes Anthony Davis, Damian Lillard, Michael Carter-Williams, Tim Hardaway Jr., Trey Burke, Jared Sullinger, Mason Plumlee, Victor Oladipo, and Steven Adams. The most surprising yet unsurprising aspect of this rookie challenge is the omission of 2013's first overall pick, Anthony Bennett. He is the second number 1 pick, following Kwame Brown, to be excluded from the rookie challenge, and finally, Kwame Brown is no longer alone on that wall of shame. After a few casual words from the general managers and head coaches, the teams were free to engage in their own activities. It is amusing to note that this is merely a rookie showcase during All-Star Weekend, not a genuine competition. The exhibition carries an element of performance, rendering the coaches somewhat superfluous as the players' individual talents take center stage. Sushu, unfamiliar with many of the participants, having only encountered a few as opponents on the court, sought to find a half-court to practice after the gathering. China Su. The media now proclaims you as the next future star. Let us have a one-on-one. Just as he contemplated leaving, someone called out to him from behind. He turned, filled with suspicion, only to find it was Dion Waiters. He was somewhat familiar with Waiters, as this past few months had made him quite the prominent figure. As last year's 4th overall pick, many sports commentators regarded him as the rookie guard with the most potential for stardom, second only to Anthony Davis. Coupled with his self-centered and eccentric personality, he had expressed considerable dissent regarding Kyrie Irving, who possessed unlimited shooting authority within the Cavaliers. Just 2 months prior, he had engaged in a physical altercation with Irving during an internal team meeting, highlighting his contentious nature and penchant for causing trouble. This season, Waiters was averaging 15.9 points per game, a modest increase from last season's 14.6, prompting some media outlets to predict a decline in his career prospects, which deeply dissatisfied him. Meanwhile, the rookie Sushu had been on the rise in the media's eyes over the past 2 months, being heralded as a future star among guards. Thus, encountering Sushu in such a setting would naturally provoke Waiters' desire to dampen his spirit, especially considering that many African-American players inherently believe that individuals of Asian descent lack athletic prowess. Observing the disdainful gaze and expression of Waiters, Sushu realized he was being looked down upon. No other player stepped in to mediate, as each individual held a fierce competitive spirit to earn their respect. One had to triumph over them on the court. With a subtle smile, he thought, let us use you to establish my prowess. It would be an excellent opportunity to see how much I have improved after enhancing my attributes. Great. I was just hoping to seek some advice from all of you. Chapter 70. A taste of strength. Sushu's candid agreement astonished the onlooking players, considering that Dion Waiters primarily played as a shooting guard. Although he stood only 191 centimeters tall, he was robust, weighing 95 kilograms, and alongside Sushu, he appeared significantly larger. In this confrontation, Waiters held a substantial advantage. They gathered on one half of the court, with everyone except Sushu and Waiters surrounding the sidelines. All of this transpired under the watchful eyes of the media, whose excitement led them to set up cameras along the court. Among them were Song Yin and representatives from a certain sports network. Song Yin observed the stark contrast between the two players and felt a twinge of concern. She harbored doubts about Sushu's chances of victory. In such a scenario, if he were to falter, would it not deal a blow to his confidence? Only 3 dribbles, declared the veteran player Lillard, establishing a firm guideline for this game of one-on-one. The rules, as is often the case, require no elaboration in the realm of NBA players. The only stipulation for this contest is the limitation to 3 dribbles before a shot must be taken. This regulation imposes a significant demand, necessitating that the player's movements remain succinct and devoid of superfluous flair. Much like in an actual NBA game, any unnecessary motions may squander offensive opportunities, allowing defenders to swiftly position themselves or mount a double team. Therefore, on the NBA court, if one's technical prowess lacks precision, simplicity, and practicality, it becomes exceedingly difficult to maintain a foothold. The dazzling dribbling of street bowlers finds no place in such a setting. This contest is solely tailored for professional players. Proceed with your advance, Sushu remarked succinctly, nodding slightly before stepping confidently within the arc of the three-point line to the right. Dion Waiters lingered a step behind, refraining from applying pressure, thereby affording him greater latitude. Once both were poised, they signaled to the ball handler, Lillard, indicating their readiness to commence. Lillard delivered a bounce pass, and as Sushu received the ball, he moved forward a step, positioned just beyond the three-point line. With a fluid motion, he pivoted and, before Waiters could react, unleashed a swift three-point shot. The attribute value of 1-0 at 90 is no trivial matter. In a situation devoid of defense and devoid of the pressures of competition, the accuracy is extraordinarily high. Dion Waiters had yet to react when the basketball had already passed through the net, leaving a rather grim expression on his face. His negligence was evident. Sushu's three-pointer astonished the players present. Many of them had faced him before and were aware of his precision from beyond the arc. Yet this shot, from the moment he received the ball to his pivot, leap, and release, was executed in one fluid motion, and his shooting speed surpassed that of their previous encounters. This indicates that Sushu possesses formidable three-point shooting capability, and he exudes confidence in his ability. Waiters, this is far too simple, far too easy. Could you possibly apply some pressure? Waiters was taken aback, and the onlooking players were equally astonished, followed by a burst of hearty laughter. They all felt that the Chinese player Su was being rather audacious. Su was intentionally jesting. If you seek to provoke me and wish to see me embarrassed, I shall ensure that you do not have it easy. Humph, that was merely a lapse on my part. I shall not grant you another opportunity with the next ball. Vitus exclaimed with irritation. Is that so? For the next ball, I shall break through from the right side. Sushu directly employed the tactics of those two historical champions. The arrogant Vitus scoffed. Ha ha ha. I have developed a fondness for Su. This is what a man should be. In the second play, Dion Waiters was cautious, employing his body to pressure Su from behind. However, this tactic proved futile. Such pressure only served to push him farther from the basket, for his mid-range shooting was erratic. Utilizing the momentum provided by Waiters, Sushu stepped confidently beyond the three-point line, receiving the basketball from Lillard while facing Waiters head-on. This time, Waiters was resolute, determined not to afford Su an easy shot. Bending slightly, Su executed a triple threat stance, forcefully pushing off the ground, and with a pronounced squeak. The friction between his sneakers and the floor echoed as he swiftly maneuvered past Waiters' right side. Startled by Su's rapid pace, Waiters hastily sidestepped to keep pace with him. Yet, following his initial dribble, Su abruptly halted, performing a crossover dribble beneath his legs, the ball now in his left hand, as he prepared to break toward the left. Waiters quickly adjusted, attempting to thwart Su's advance from his right. However, as he shifted, Su executed a behind-the-back dribble, transferring the ball to his right hand. With a powerful push-off, he surged past Waiters' right side. Realizing he had been deceived, Waiters attempted to shift defensively to Su's right, but his body lagged behind his mind's commands. His foot caught awkwardly, leading to a stumble, leaving him to watch as Su effortlessly completed a layup. The score, 2-0. Ha ha ha. Oh, heavens. That shot was simply magnificent. China Su truly broke through from the right side. Waiters has suffered a significant embarrassment. The sound of slaps echoed resoundingly, yet I genuinely relish such moments of humiliation. The sidelines erupted with the astonished exclamations, gasps, and laughter of the players. Some even bouncing around, hands clasped over their heads, exhibiting expressions of disbelief. All of this was captured by the journalists at the edge of the court, who were equally thrilled by Sushu's spectacular goal, not only for the goal itself, but for the entire sequence that they managed to film, including the players' reactions. Meanwhile, Song Yin and the reporters from a certain sports outlet were flushed with excitement. They were astounded that Sushu had skillfully outmaneuvered last year's 4th overall pick during the bullfighting match, even causing him to stumble. This behind-the-scenes moment, once shared back home, would undoubtedly elevate Uncle's popularity yet again. Focusing on the once arrogant figure on the court, he appeared as a stark contrast to his usual playful demeanor at this moment. The brilliance radiating from him was blinding, piercing through to her very soul. DeAndre Vithers felt as though those voices were mocking him. His face fluctuated between shades of white and black, realizing he had suffered a monumental embarrassment. If Vitesse scores another goal, you'll find yourself bald. Keep pushing. Ha ha, Su. Give him a clean shave. You are no match for Su. Hurry down and let me take your place. The crowd was engrossed in the spectacle, with several individuals already eager to join in the fun. Meanwhile, some players who had previously competed against Su were taken aback. What have I just witnessed? Vitesse has been completely outmaneuvered. When did Su's ball handling become so exceptional? Trey Burke was momentarily taken aback. If this was not merely a fluke. Then with Su's three-point shooting and his newfound ball control, encountering him again would surely result in a thorough defeat. The more Trey pondered, the darker his expression grew. How could this rascal progress so rapidly? On the third shot, Su merely executed a feint, causing Vitesse to lose his balance, and then effortlessly sank a pull-up three-pointer, concluding his one-on-one duel with Vitesse. This is the advantage of having a reliable shot, especially when one's aim is particularly accurate. A mere feint can send opponents flying. This is also why players like Curry and Clay can frequently deceive defenders into leaping with just a simple three-point shooting fake. In contrast, Rondo can afford to have defenders back off by 2 meters when he holds the ball beyond the arc. Su has come to appreciate the imposing nature of accurate shooting during competitions. His recent encounters with Vitesse have provided him with a preliminary understanding of his current capabilities. This was merely a minor demonstration, and Vitesse's level was insufficient to truly challenge him. Although he had just outmaneuvered Vitesse, he felt that his movements were not yet fluid enough, and there was still room for improvement in his synergy with the ball. Chapter 71. Let me see if you are worthy of the title elite. Su effortlessly sank 3 consecutive shots, clinching the victory. Throughout the match, Vitesse had not even managed to touch the ball. Prior to the one-on-one, many believed he might face humiliation, as Vitesse had malicious intent. However, the outcome of the match was entirely contrary to their expectations, showcasing a clash between players of vastly different caliber. Aside from the interior players, none of the perimeter players could rival Vitesse in terms of skill. Lillard and Beal were likely the only 2 players capable of consistently besting Vitesse. Yet they both questioned whether they could have so easily concluded the battle as Su did. Everyone gasped in astonishment. This rookie's improvement was staggering. All were players within the league, and they shared a mutual understanding. Yet no one had anticipated Su possessed such prowess. His performance today, however, left them utterly astonished, igniting within these elite athletes a fierce competitive spirit rather than admiration or retreat. After making the final shot, Su did not cast another glance at the dazed Dion Vitesse. His heart brimmed with ambition. His era had begun. One may be humble in demeanor, but assertive in action. Let these rookies witness my rise. He turned to the onlookers and proclaimed, "How rare it is to have the opportunity for all of you to gather here. You are all elite first and second graders. Allow me to assess your prowess and determine whether you truly deserve the title of elite." Sushu's words carried an immense weight, suffused with pride that bordered on arrogance, questioning whether they were worthy to stand alongside him, nearly implying that those present were mere juniors. The expressions of all the players shifted dramatically. The initial indifference and amused smiles evaporated, replaced by palpable anger. Meanwhile, the journalists in attendance became exhilarated, akin to sharks sensing blood in the water, acutely aware that they were poised to uncover a sensational story. They had initially arrived at the warm-up session for the first and second grade rookie match with little expectation of significant news value. Yet, to their astonishment, a monumental story unfolded before them as the Lakers' Chinese player openly challenged all first and second graders present, his words casting doubt on their abilities. Unmistakably clear to anyone within earshot, this story was too substantial to ignore. Once released, it would undoubtedly make headlines. And they believed that Chinese Su would face a devastating defeat, especially considering the presence of all-star guards. Interestingly, only the journalists from China seemed unfazed by the unfolding excitement. Sushu's audacity in challenging everyone left them incredulous. Although he had just triumphed over Dion Waiters, the court was filled with all-star talent, and should he falter, it would be a significant embarrassment, potentially subjecting the media from China to ridicule from their peers. They could already sense the mocking glances from international colleagues directed at them. Upon hearing Sushu's declaration, Song Yin nearly stumbled in shock. "Oh, my ancestors, are you aware of what you are uttering?" Young Tim Hardaway was the first to step forward, having been selected by the New York Knicks as the 24th pick this year. He has now established himself as a reliable rotation player, averaging 10 points per game. Yet, he does not perceive himself as merely possessing such modest capabilities. What he lacks is merely the opportunity and the ball in his hands. Initially, he felt disgruntled that Sushu, a newcomer, was granted so many opportunities. And now he dares to mock him. How could he possibly endure such indignity? "I have arrived." China Su has merely triumphed over Vitesse. What is there to be proud of? With that, he stepped onto the field. Poor Vitesse, nursing his wounds, felt yet another blow upon hearing the words of young Tim Hardaway. I am uncertain about pride. All I know is that this is a basketball court, where everything relies on skill and prowess, for mere words hold no value. Very well, let your prowess speak for itself. Allow me to witness the extent of your strength. Although young Tim Hardaway publicly claims a height of 6 feet 6 inches, standing beside Sushu, he perceives little disparity in their stature. Sushu refrains from positioning himself for the ball. Instead, he strides beyond the three-point line to receive the basketball. Tim closely trails him. Having observed his confidence and accuracy in shooting from beyond the arc during his prior confrontation with Dion Waiters, unwilling to concede, he is determined to deny Sushu any opportunity for a three-point shot. Upon receiving the ball, Sushu gradually pivots, deftly evading Tim's 2 attempts to intercept. Utilizing his shoulder to create space, he finally faces Tim with the ball. At this juncture, he stands merely a step away from the three-point line. Bending slightly to assess Tim's defensive stance, he executes 2 threat movements, yet fails to create any semblance of space, indicating that Tim's defense remains steadfast. With a sudden burst to the right, he attempts to break through but finds himself still closely guarded. He halts abruptly, dribbling beneath his legs, and performs a praying mantis move, finally disrupting Tim's defensive equilibrium. The threat of his three-point shooting looms large, and as Tim shifts his weight upwards, Sushu seizes the moment to continue his drive to the right. After 3 dribbles, he has surpassed Tim by half a body length. As he leaps for a layup, Tim remains in close pursuit, leaping alongside him, their bodies making contact midair. In Sushu's previous, less powerful state, such physical engagement might have compromised his balance, thereby forfeiting his scoring opportunity. In the realm of competition, such contact occasionally elicits a whistle, but often it does not. One could say it is a call dependent on the referee's discretion. However, after his enhancement in strength, this confrontation does not significantly disrupt his balance, remaining well within his control. With a gentle flick of his wrist, the basketball kisses the backboard before nestling into the net. As he lands, he stumbles slightly yet regains his composure swiftly. Casting a glance at Tim Hardaway, he remarks, "Hardaway, you were almost able to defend against me. You were merely a hair's breadth away." Tim, already disheartened, feels as though his chest has been struck by a heavy hammer, overwhelmed by frustration and left speechless as the defeated party. "Next time, I shall undoubtedly triumph over you. I shall take my turn," Oladipo declared as he stepped forward. Chapter 72, One-on-One Challenge. The current one-on-one scenario has evolved from individual confrontations into a series of alternating duels, where the objective is to score with the ball. The loser exits, and another player assumes the defensive role. This is a favored format among NBA players. Faced with Oladipo, Sushu remained cautious. Among all the wing players present, the most formidable defenders were undoubtedly Oladipo and Harrison Barnes. Oladipo possesses remarkable explosiveness, exhibiting relentless energy and aggression on both ends of the court. His exceptional ball handling skills, coupled with an impressive wingspan, enable him to cover a substantial area defensively and to excel in help defense. Among guards, he is distinguished by his outstanding rebounding, stealing, and shot-blocking capabilities, showcasing remarkable defensive potential. This is the essence of Oladipo's game, a label that has been affixed to him since his growth in the sport. However, Sushu was less concerned with how Oladipo played upon entering the league. The existence of such a reputation indicates that he has demonstrated considerable defensive prowess since his collegiate days, undoubtedly surpassing the likes of Tim Hardaway Jr. and Dion Waiters. Upon receiving the ball, Sushu executed no superfluous movements. Ignoring Oladipo's defensive presence, he performed a step-back three-pointer, launching the basketball into a beautifully arched trajectory, which landed precisely in the hoop. The spectators watched in hushed amazement as the ball bounced rhythmically on the court, astonished by the distance of the shot, which was at least a meter beyond the three-point line. Yet, this step-back, long-range three-pointer found nothing but net, leaving them in awe. While they had witnessed such range before, particularly from the likes of Curry, it was noted that this season, Harden has also been frequently employing step-back three-pointers, though his shots do not extend to such remarkable distances. Is Su's three-point shot truly this precise? Goodness, how can one defend against a three-pointer taken from such a distance, especially with a step back? Look at Oladipo. He is utterly bewildered. This has surpassed his defensive comprehension. Indeed, Oladipo is truly perplexed. He has never encountered such a retreating three-pointer. As the basketball swished through the net, a wave of frustration and disappointment washed over him. One after another, 3 opponents fell effortlessly to defeat, each having not even touched the ball. as Sushu's offensive prowess took them by surprise. After all, Dion Waiters, Tim Hardaway Jr., and Oladipo are among the stronger competitors in the guard lineup present. Moreover, both Tim Hardaway Jr. and Oladipo are recognized as some of the finest defenders in this assembly. A profound silence enveloped the scene. Even the best defenders were unable to thwart Sushu's scoring, leaving one to wonder who could possibly impede his progress. Yet, they could not bring themselves to ask Sushu to switch to a defensive position. For the unspoken rule of one-on-one play dictates that the victor retains possession and continues to attack. Currently, with Sushu missing no shots, they found themselves at a loss for excuses to reassign him to defense. They were compelled to press on. Otherwise, a solitary player dominating a group would become fodder for media ridicule, an embarrassment they were determined to avoid. They resolved to bring Sushu down, no matter the cost. The one-on-one continued, with Trey Burke, McCaw, Beal, and Lillard taking their turns, yet all fell short of victory. None of them were defensive elites, particularly Beal and Lillard, whom Sushu perceived as lacking the pressure necessary to challenge him, especially in comparison to Oladipo and others. Their defensive capabilities were, indeed, quite mediocre. After all the guards had taken their turns, an air of disbelief filled the room as players exchanged incredulous glances. How could he have cleared this challenge? Is there no justice left? No law? They all felt a sense of defeat. Particularly Beal and Lillard, one heralded as a future scoring superstar and the other already an all-star reserve, yet they found themselves overshadowed by this newcomer. Who truly is the future scoring champion? Who is the all-star? The only players not feeling disheartened were those stationed in the paint, as this situation bore no relevance to them. They were merely spectators, and today a spectacle was truly delightful. However, the thought of facing Sushu in future games left them feeling anxious about their defensive strategies. The sweetness of their earlier enjoyment had suddenly turned bitter. Sushu surveyed the scene, a smug satisfaction swelling within him. All of them are my vanquished foes. Ha! Everyone here is younger than me. None can withstand my prowess. Sushu's words left everyone gritting their teeth. Is this the manner of speech one would expect from a person? Such arrogance is unparalleled. Su, do not be so arrogant. If you possess the capability, try to defend against me. Watch as I utterly vanquish you. Indeed, when it comes to offense, I shall not be inferior to you. If you possess the capability, allow me to attack while you defend. Sushu's words ignited their fury. They no longer cared for their dignity, openly challenging him to defend while they launched their assault. Only a fool would choose to defend against you. Oh dear, I just played for far too long, and my stamina has been utterly depleted. Next time, I shall defend against you all. So you may truly understand the essence of both offense and defense. Sushu's shameless words left everyone exchanging bewildered glances, pondering whether it was he who had lost his wits or they who had. To claim such exhaustion was nothing short of a farce. Basu, just say whether you dare or not. Why are there so many excuses? It's just a few balls, and you tell me it's a matter of physical exhaustion. The group that initially engaged in an intense one-on-one competition has now resorted to verbal sparring. All right. Everyone is acting like a bunch of women. Today has indeed drained my energy excessively. This evening, I shall treat you all to dinner. Is that acceptable? Sushu's sudden change in demeanor left everyone momentarily stunned. What on earth? Just a moment ago, she was mocking and looking down upon us, and now she offers to treat us to a meal. Am I hearing things? Even the journalists on the sidelines were taken aback. This shift was rather extreme. Nevertheless, today's material was exceedingly satisfying for them, a veritable scoop. The domestic reporters present appeared as though they had just won a 5 million lottery, their faces flushed with excitement. This was a tremendous morale booster. Sushu had single-handedly taken on all the forwards and guards from the first and second years of the Rookie Challenge and emerged victorious. Such a remarkable feat could not help but ignite the enthusiasm of her compatriots. They could already envision the fervor that would ensue back home when these videos and news reports were broadcasted, sparking yet another wave of Sushu mania. In Song Yan's eyes sparkled the stars. She had been a basketball enthusiast since childhood. After all, how else could someone studying financial management become a sports journalist? Observing the players bantering on the court, followed by the familiar camaraderie displayed by Sushu, she felt that every aspect of him was simply unparalleled. Chapter 73. A shift in mindset that evening. Sushu graciously treated everyone to a lavish meal, marking the conclusion of the day's activities. On the court, he exuded an air of arrogance, incessantly hurling trash talk at his opponents. Yet off the court, he was remarkably affable, quickly integrating himself with the group. For many, the bravado exhibited during the game was merely a facet of their profession. However, once the game concluded, a different reality emerged. Dining together or enjoying the nightlife became commonplace, as the realms of competition and personal life were distinctly separate. Thus, while NBA players might engage in heated exchanges and physical confrontations during games, it would be a misconception to think their relationships were fraught with animosity. In fact, they often rendezvoused at nightclubs post-game, a routine for many in the league. Take, for instance, LeBron James and Draymond Green, whose court rivalry was marked by numerous disputes, taunts, and underhanded tactics. Yet, this did not preclude them from being good friends off the court, with Draymond eagerly assuming the role of a supportive ally, even at the expense of his longtime leader. While Sushu dined with elite players in their first and second years, the Lakers executed a trade just before the deadline, sending Blake to the Golden State Warriors in exchange for Kent Bazemore and future NBA legend Marshawn Brooks. By the time Sushu learned of this transaction, he had already returned to the hotel. In truth, he had been aware of the trade long before, as it was not revealed by the current Lakers management, but rather a knowledge gleaned from a previous timeline. As the former Kobe Bryant, he found it difficult to comprehend the rationale behind such a trade by the Lakers management, especially considering that the current performances of Bazemore and Brooks could hardly be equated to Blake's contributions. At that time, he was also a member of the Army rallying against the Lakers, criticizing the management for their perceived blindness. However, now as a member of the Lakers himself, and occupying the same position as Blake, he finds himself quietly pleased. His joy does not stem from Blake's departure, which would ostensibly grant him more playing time. In truth, Blake's exit has little impact on him, given his current performance and age advantage. If the Lakers were to neglect his development, it would indeed be a true display of short-sightedness. The one most affected is actually Farmar, as Blake's return will likely position him as Farmar's backup, relegating Farmar from second to third string, consequently diminishing his playing time. His secret delight is tied to Bazemore, who can currently be regarded as a player on the verge of being discarded by the league. Thus far this season, his minutes with the Warriors have been sparse, and his value remains largely unrecognized. Yet, having experienced the journey himself, he understands Bazemore's future trajectory. Once the season concludes, the Lakers are unlikely to renew Bazemore's contract. He will subsequently join the Hawks, where, bolstered by his formidable defense and tenacity, alongside the surge in salary cap space in 2016, he will secure a lucrative contract worth $70 million. The primary reason for this lucrative deal will be his exceptional defensive capabilities, with his robust physique and unusually long wingspan. He ranks among the elite in the league in terms of pressuring ball handlers and defending off-ball players. He is confident that once the season ends, the Lakers will have no intention of letting him go, a belief rooted in his own prowess. He cannot bear the thought of watching Bazemore depart from the Lakers. As a capable backup to Kobe, he is more than qualified. As for the future of the veteran, Marshawn Brooks, he does not harbor high hopes. After all, given Brooks' current abilities, both in terms of physical talent and skills, it is difficult for him to maintain a foothold in the NBA. His stint with the Grizzlies, where he averaged 20 points, was merely a product of the extensive opportunities presented to him in the league over the years. Even so, he was soon eliminated from the Grizzlies and returned to the league. As he pondered these thoughts, he increasingly found his ideas to be plausible. Unbeknownst to him, with the enhancement of his own skills, his confidence had also grown. The assertiveness he displayed while training alongside first- and second-year elites was a testament to this newfound self-assurance. Moreover, he no longer merely viewed himself as a supporting player striving to establish his presence in the NBA. His aspirations had expanded significantly. Lost in thought, he eventually drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, during an evening sports news broadcast while he and his teammates were socializing, footage showcasing his dominance over first- and second-year forwards and guards captured the attention of basketball fans worldwide. Chinese player Sushu of the Lakers showcased his exceptional skills during the pre-game training of the Rookie Challenge, dominating all first- and second-year forwards and guards single-handedly. The Chinese player, an uncle of the Lakers, rose to prominence with a velocity akin to that of a rocket, dazzling at the All-Star training camp. The stars of tomorrow rise today. It can be said that on this very day, the eyes of all NBA fans and players were fixed upon him, as he astoundingly outperformed all first- and second-year forwards and guards, a feat remarkably dazzling for a rookie. Various slogans circulated across the internet, and even commentators and experts analyzed Sushu's technical attributes in the video. In today's All-Star Rookie Challenge training, Lakers player Sushu outperformed all the guards and forwards single-handedly. Based on his performance in the first half of the season, his strengths and weaknesses are quite evident. He possesses excellent passing vision, plays with intelligence, and demonstrates a commendable accuracy from beyond the arc. However, his shortcomings are equally apparent. He struggles with physical confrontations. And aside from his three-point shooting, he lacks alternative scoring methods. Additionally, his ball handling skills are still somewhat lacking. Yet, upon viewing the footage from today, it is astonishing to witness how his ball handling and individual prowess have ascended to a level that rivals any point guard in the league. His three-point shooting remains as precise as ever, with an extended range, and his ability to engage physically has seen remarkable improvement. Given that he has elevated his skills to this extent over the course of half a season, it is evident that his training regimen is exceptionally rigorous. Who still doubts that he will overcome the rookie wall by the end of the season? Furthermore, his capacity for learning is exceedingly strong. If he continues to progress at this rate, he is destined to become a prominent point guard in this league. Chapter 74. Are rookies this fierce? Among domestic fans, whether from social media, sports platforms, or major news outlets, the consensus resonates with a singular phrase: impressive. Haha, Comrade Sushu truly brings honor to our nation, making NBA players appear like mere grandchildren. Our pride, who dares to claim that individuals of Asian descent cannot excel as defenders. Truly impressive, one after another, showcasing sheer strength. The progress of Comrade Sushu is truly remarkable. Is the training standard of the NBA so vastly superior to that of our domestic training? Why do our local players seem to advance at such a sluggish pace? The domestic selection system nearly obscured the talent of Comrade Sushu. Might there be more players like him who remain unnoticed? In any case, today's fans are exuberant, akin to the festive spirit of a holiday. This is the first time since the retirement of Yao Ming that such exhilaration has been felt, perhaps even surpassing previous heights. While some revel in joy, others are beset by sorrow. The fans are ecstatic and jubilant, yet certain individuals within the domestic sphere can no longer remain still. For being criticized by others is an uncomfortable burden. When Kupchak encountered this news, he could hardly believe his eyes. How has Su developed to such an extent without my knowledge? Just a few days ago, I was present at the game. He promptly dialed D'Antoni for clarification, only to find that D'Antoni was equally bewildered. This presents quite a dilemma. If he can maintain such a level of performance in the upcoming matches, how shall we negotiate his contract renewal for the next season? Not to mention the formidable presence of both LeBron and Anthony, murmured Kupchak. Meanwhile, when the veteran coach witnessed this video at home, he felt a mix of pride and pressure. The once young recruit he had brought in now displayed such formidable prowess that it left him feeling overwhelmed. Would he still be able to withstand his challenges in the future? In any case, every Lakers player who watched the video was left in a state of disbelief. At the headquarters of Nike, Adidas, Under Armour, Jordan, and Anta, the general managers also found themselves exhilarated upon viewing the footage, promptly issuing directives in response. Immediately contact Su's team and increase the offer to secure his signing as much as possible. Unbeknownst to Sushu, even if he were aware, he would merely respond with a dismissive, what's the fuss? This is standard procedure. At 6 o'clock the following morning, he rose punctually and practiced for 2 hours at the gym before returning to the hotel to freshen up. Subsequently, he joined the main group, guided by the staff, to partake in community activities. As a novice, he moved like a marionette, entirely at the mercy of directions. During this time, he called Blake, expressing his reluctance to part ways, while wishing him great success with his new team. He also exchanged contact information with Kupchak, obtaining the numbers of Bazemore and Marshawn Brooks, sending them both a welcoming message. Bazemore and Brooks, aware of his rising prominence, promptly replied, mindful that it is prudent not to offend a key figure within the team, particularly given their own precarious positions as potential cast-offs. On February 16th at 8 p.m. Eastern Time, the All-Star Rookie Challenge commenced at the New Orleans Arena. The venue was packed, brimming with an electric atmosphere, as attendees celebrated the event as a grand basketball festival rather than a mere competitive match. The starting lineups for the Rookie Challenge had been determined through fan voting. Team Hill consisted of Sushu, Bradley Beal, Andre Drummond, Harrison Barnes, and Terrence Jones, while Team Weber featured Anthony Davis, Damian Lillard, Tim Hardaway Jr., McCollum, and Jared Sullinger. Well, the starting lineup has been thoroughly introduced. Old Master Zhang, what do you anticipate young Su's performance will be like this evening? There is a promising prospect for competing for P. Yesterday, the training video of their one-on-one sessions was shared, and I believe everyone has seen it. Sushu has made remarkable progress, demonstrating a rapid evolution in his skills. It can be said that he has accumulated a wealth of experience that is now manifesting. Based on his performance during training, as long as he performs consistently tonight, the likelihood of securing P is indeed quite substantial. I concur with the esteemed Mr. Zhang's perspective. Although the Weber team appears to possess a more formidable lineup than the Hill team, boasting two All-Stars in Anthony Davis and Damian Lillard, their playing time tonight is likely to be limited as they conserve their energy for the All-Star game. Hence, it is quite plausible that Sushu will seize the inaugural P trophy for a Chinese player in the NBA. This evening, the New Orleans arena sparkles with luminaries. LeBron James, Stephen Curry, Carmelo Anthony, Kevin Durant, Paul George, and a majority of the All-Stars are in attendance, surpassing previous year's rookie challenges. Following Sushu's remarkable performance against the first- and second-year forwards and guards yesterday, which garnered extensive coverage from sports media, these league titans have developed an interest in him and have thus made their way to the venue. When the first- and second-year rookies take to the court, the crowd erupts in cheers, particularly for Sushu, whose ovation is undoubtedly on par with that of the hometown hero, Anthony Davis, for he has been the most talked-about figure in recent days. Su, you were absolutely phenomenal yesterday, managing to defeat them all. In the previous match against your Lakers, you did not participate, and I have yet to forget the vengeance of that last-minute loss in the first game, joked James. You will have your chance in the future, James, but by then I shall have grown even stronger. Both of them burst into laughter. As they exchanged a high-five, Curry remarked, your step-back three-pointer yesterday was absolutely stunning. We should have a contest sometime. No problem. Next time we'll shoot from the logo. A single remark from Sushu left Curry utterly speechless. I have just begun practicing long-range threes, and you're suggesting we attempt a logo shot? Is such bravado truly necessary? Are rookies this audacious? Chapter 75. A stunning revelation with the sound of the whistle. The 2014 NBA All-Star Rookie Challenge officially commenced. Drummond won the jump ball, and Sushu, receiving the ball, slowly dribbled past half-court. This match was essentially a showcase, a spectacle for the fans, thus rendering any semblance of defense utterly non-existent. Upon reaching the logo, in front of the astonished gazes of everyone present, he leapt and took a shot. As the basketball left his hands and landed, Sushu turned his back and walked towards the backcourt, raising both hands in a gesture that signified a three-pointer. The audacity was absolutely remarkable. Curry, who was happily munching on popcorn, nearly spewed it out in disbelief. Did he really take that shot? Is such a position even viable? The swagger is simply overwhelming. On the commentary platform, Yang Jian and the venerable Zhang Heli were nearly choked by their own excitement. My goodness, although this is indeed a showcase, that shot was excessively extravagant. Shooting from the logo already? Oh, little Su, that ball, Mr. Zhang, the elder, was about to remark on the lack of reason in the action. However, at that moment, the basketball landed precisely in the hoop. Instantly, the entire arena erupted in excitement, particularly the fans. Such a distant shot would typically only be attempted in dire circumstances, yet here it was made during an official match, and it was successful. This was indeed an extraordinary display for them. What did we witness? Sushu boldly attempted a three-pointer directly from the logo. Without waiting to see if the ball would go in, he immediately turned and raised both hands in a gesture of confidence. How audacious. The domestic fans watching the game were equally electrified. Wow, he actually made a three-pointer from the logo area. The king of the new era undeniably lives up to his reputation as the man who decisively dominated the offensive and defensive lines of the first and second grades yesterday. Wow, my man is incredibly handsome. Our future children are sure to inherit that charm. The star players present all rose to their feet, some clutching their heads in disbelief, others with wide-eyed astonishment, resembling actors in a dramatic performance. Yet, despite the theatrics, a significant portion of their reaction stemmed from a genuine sense of disbelief at the sheer audacity of the shot. Especially striking was the confidence displayed by those who turned and strode back to the defense, arms raised in triumph. It was a level of swagger they had rarely, if ever, attempted to emulate. Sushu raised his arms high, basking in the adulation from the entire arena, reveling in this moment as if he were the sovereign of the court. The spectators, the commentators, and the all-stars on the sidelines were all filled with joy. Yet a certain group remained despondent. Those were the other 9 players on the court, casting resentful glances at Sushu. Really? Must you steal the spotlight so brazenly? How are we supposed to play with this? Come on, consider our feelings. As an all-star, Lillard felt overshadowed, and this sentiment irked him. When he advanced to the offensive end, he refrained from attempting a three-pointer near the logo, not due to lack of desire, but rather a lack of confidence. If he missed after Sushu's audacious shot, he would be ridiculed. While he was confident enough to shoot from the logo, he did feel assured beyond the three-point line, especially since Sushu merely waved his hand in a dismissive gesture, not truly committing to defense. As the ball swished through the net, Lillard waved his hand, signaling that he too possessed such prowess. The crowd of fervent fans and fellow stars erupted in excitement, sensing a thrilling momentum. However, their anticipation waned when, in the next play, Sushu refrained from launching an offensive move. Instead, he crossed half-court and executed a lob pass for Drummond. Though the force and elevation of the ball were slightly excessive, Drummond's athleticism proved formidable. He assessed the trajectory of the approaching ball and summoned every ounce of strength, leaping high into the air to secure the pass and, with a powerful motion, slammed it through the hoop. The height and intensity of this dunk delivered a tremendous impact, provoking a deafening roar from the audience. Sushu felt fortunate that his initial passing error had transformed into a spectacular airborne dunk. With good character and handsome looks, success seems inevitable. The game progressed in the spirit of an exhibition match, with each player taking turns to score as they approached the basket, where misses were rare, particularly for three-point shots. Anthony Davis and Damian Lillard exited the game after the buzzer, and it was unlikely they would return for the remainder of the first half. They might only reappear for a few minutes at the onset of the second half before concluding this year's rookie challenge. Sushu was not a ball hog. During the first quarter, he played for 7 minutes, attempting 4 shots, all three-pointers, successfully landing 3 of them, accruing 9 points and 3 assists. Do not mistake 4 attempts in 7 minutes as ball hogging. This was not a conventional game, whether in an all-star game or a rookie challenge. The volume of shots taken is significantly higher. Upon his departure, Little Hardaway and Dion Waiters began exchanging dunks and three-point shots, finding the game somewhat tedious. He felt it lacked challenge and excitement. As the clock dwindled, Team Hill led Team Weber 122-117. At this juncture, all players intensified their focus, raising the competitive stakes, as no one wished to succumb to defeat. Sushu advanced the ball past half-court, closely pursued by McCaw, who denied him an opportunity to shoot a three-pointer. He signaled for a pick from Drummond, who readily complied. After utilizing the screen, Sushu faked a shot from beyond the arc, causing the defender to leap in anticipation, and then, with a swift drive, he surged toward the basket. As the defensive player converged, he lofted the ball high, and Drummond, who had rolled to the basket after the screen, soared to complete a powerful dunk. McCaw, under the relentless defensive pressure from Sushu, struggled to orchestrate an attack. Sushu's defense was proactive, applying pressure before the offensive player could initiate their move. He preferred to disrupt rather than gamble for steals, using his long arms to create constant disturbances. Unable to focus on the offense, McCaw passed the ball to Little Hardaway, who, under the defense of Harris Barnes, missed a pull-up jumper. After Beal secured the rebound, he quickly launched a fast break, while Sushu sprinted ahead with remarkable speed. McCaw realized the gap between them was widening. As Beal's pass soared through the air, Sushu was already airborne, his leaping ability and wingspan perfectly poised for an alley-oop dunk. With a resounding thud, he concluded the offensive play with an emphatic slam dunk. This spectacular display elicited applause from all the spectators and players present. In their minds, the uncle was not known for his dunking prowess. They had presumed that. As an individual of Asian descent, his vertical leap might be lacking. However, judging by the height he attained on that jump, it was evident that his leaping ability was commendable, at least above the league's average. This remarkable dunk ultimately determined the course of the match, leading the Hill team to a triumphant victory with a score of 138-130. The coveted title of this year's All-Star Rookie Challenge was awarded to the illustrious Sushu of the Los Angeles Lakers. When it was announced that Sushu had secured this prestigious honor, the arena erupted in applause, as his recognition was undeniably well-deserved. He exhibited remarkable prowess, sinking 10 of 12 three-point attempts and amassing an impressive total of 38 points along with 12 assists, leading Hilton to a triumphant victory over the Weber team. Congratulations to Sushu for securing the Rookie Challenge MVP. He is the first player from our country to achieve this accolade, and also the first to claim an MVP trophy in the NBA. Sushu has concluded his inaugural All-Star journey. At the commentary desk, Yang Jian and the venerable Zhang Healy shouted with fervor, their voices choked with emotion, as they bore witness to history and the rise of Sushu. Chapter 76. The strength and concerns of the Rockets. Sushu's debut All-Star expedition culminated in an MVP award, although not from the main All-Star game. It remains his first trophy. Upon returning to the hotel, he checked his phone and found a plethora of congratulatory messages, which he diligently opened and replied to. He then called his parents, humbly accepting his father's critiques, while his mother staunchly defended him over the phone, listening to the supportive words from the other end. Sushu felt a warmth in his heart and suddenly longed to see his parents. When he attempted to call his dorm mates, he found no one answered. They were likely in class. During his time in America, he and his dorm mates, including Li Fei, had maintained frequent contact, and their bond had not waned, which brought Sushu great comfort. The friendships forged during humble beginnings were indeed precious. The next day, he awakened and promptly returned to Los Angeles, opting not to stay for the All-Star festivities. Once back in Los Angeles, he granted himself a day of rest, refraining from imposing any training regimen for the first time since arriving in America. Even when he had suffered an ankle injury, he had continued to lift weights daily. However, that evening, Pelinka came to visit once again. "Sue, these are the latest quotes from Nike, Adidas, Under Armour, AJ, and Anta, all reflecting varying degrees of increase, generally reaching around $2 million annually." Sushu did not take the document. Instead, she placed it on the desk and inquired, "Pelinka, if I perform significantly better during this latter part of the season compared to the first half, do you truly believe that the contract I would receive is merely $2 million? Upon hearing his words, Pelinka fell into contemplation, realizing that he had indeed been somewhat hasty. Given Sushu's ability to dominate all wing players during the training before the rookie challenge, how could it be conceivable that his contract would only amount to $2 million if he maintains such exemplary performance in the remaining games? Very well. I now comprehend what needs to be done. Pelinka, surprisingly, felt a flush of embarrassment, realizing that he had not contemplated the matter as deeply as a novice would. By the way, Pelinka, could you assist me in finding a personal trainer? Very well. It appears you are in need of a personal trainer by your side to assist you in your improvement. Allow me to take charge of this matter. Pelinka, if I were to have a personal trainer available 24/7 to assist me in crafting a training regimen, managing my nutrition, and overseeing post-competition recovery, what would be the cost? I do not require the very best, merely someone competent. Pelinka was taken aback by Sushu's words. How could a rookie, currently earning less than $500,000 a year, dare to seek such a trainer? However, upon reflection, he realized that if he agreed now, his annual income could exceed $10 million, making it quite feasible. According to your request, if one is not of significant renown, your pre-tax annual salary should be just sufficient. What? Is it really that much? Well, I suppose I'll have to forego it. I can't afford that. Pelinka observed the dejected Sushu and offered a faint smile, saying, "A trainer with so many demands as yours will undoubtedly come at a premium. However, fret not. I shall cover the expenses for now. You are currently in a crucial phase of rapid growth, and having a trainer will certainly aid you significantly." In truth, Pelinka's decision to front the money was not without risk. The future of professional athletes is often uncertain, making this akin to an investment. On February 19th, the Lakers faced off against the Houston Rockets at home. Kobe, Nash, Gasol, and others were present to witness the game, and they took the opportunity to share some insights with Sushu. As Sushu began to flourish within the Lakers, his performance only continued to improve, making it inconceivable that such a match would not be broadcasted. The Rockets currently hold a record of 36 wins and 17 losses, ranking 4th in the Western Conference. Despite this position, they have not met the expectations of fans and analysts alike. The Lakers, on the other hand, are struggling with a record of 25 wins and 28 losses, placing them 11th in the West. The Timberwolves, with a record of 26 wins and 27 losses, sit in 10th place. The Phoenix Suns boast a record of 31 wins and 21 losses, ranking 9th, while the Mavericks stand at 32 wins and 21 losses. In 8th place, the Grizzlies, with 32 wins and 20 losses, are 7th, and the Warriors, at 33 wins and 19 losses, rank 6th. The Lakers are merely 7 victories away from the 8th spot and 8 wins from the 6th, theoretically offering them the chance to secure a playoff berth in the remaining games. This marks a notable improvement from their previous standing near the bottom of the rankings, attributed largely to Sushu's emergence and the reduction of injuries within the team. A determination arose within Sushu as he reflected on the Lakers' current position. I will do everything in my power to assist the team in reaching the playoffs. This season, James Harden has averaged 25 4 points, 6, 1 assist, and 7 rebounds per game, prompting many media outlets and fans to elevate him to the status of the premier shooting guard in the league. However, despite the Houston Rockets currently holding the 4th position in the Western Conference, they have yet to achieve the heights that many had anticipated. It is noteworthy that the Rockets roster this season is particularly illustrious, featuring the former league MVP, Dwight Howard. Although plagued by injuries, Howard has managed to average 18, 3 points and 2 rebounds thus far, and his defensive prowess remains formidable. Additionally, the talented Chandler Parsons contributes an average of 16, 6 points, 4 assists, and 5 rebounds per game. Terrence Jones has also emerged, showcasing a career-best performance with an average of 1 points and 9 rebounds. In the starting point guard position, Patrick Beverley has outperformed Jeremy Lin, firmly establishing himself with averages of 2 points, 7 assists, and 5 rebounds per game. While these scoring and assist numbers may not be substantial, his tenacious defense is renowned throughout the league. The bench features the once celebrated Jeremy Lin, who averages 5 points and 1 assists, alongside other formidable players like Omer Asik and Donatas Modiajunas. Despite this well-rounded and capable roster, the team's performance has fallen short of expectations, merely achieving 4th place in the Western Conference, which is disappointing. Furthermore, it is known that this luxurious lineup faced a disappointing fate in the first round of the playoffs, where Harden struggled, and despite Howard's commendable performance, the Rockets were eliminated by the Trailblazers with a 4-2 series defeat. The underwhelming performance of the Rockets can be attributed to both head coach Kevin McHale and the players themselves. From a tactical standpoint, McHale has never been one to construct a robust system. Rather, he has adopted a motivational approach. In previous seasons, due to the lack of a dominant inside presence, he relied heavily on Harden as the team's focal point. The strategy was straightforward. Players continuously moved, creating space for three-point shots. And when the ball and players ceased their motion, it was time for Harden to exploit mismatches through isolation plays. In recent years, fans have affectionately dubbed this the XJBD tactic, which essentially relies on players' individual creativity on the court. However, with Howard's arrival this season, McHale has granted him significant tactical prominence, which has altered the previously harmonious dynamic between Harden and McHale. It remains uncertain whether Harden's explosive personal statistics from last season have contributed to a decline in his defensive focus. McHale has publicly addressed this issue on various occasions, marking the beginning of a rift between the two. Chapter 77. The Maverick. The Rockets starting lineup: James Harden, Dwight Howard, Chandler Parsons, Terrence Jones, Patrick Beverley. The Lakers starting lineup: Sushu, Mix, Wesley Johnson, Jordan Hill, Chris Common. With Gasol and Sean Williams absent from this match, and with Bazemore and Marshawn Brooks unable to play, the Lakers bench is comprised solely of Saker, Farmar, Nick Young, and Xavier Henry. Prior to the game, Sushu did not make an effort to bond with Jeremy Lin, nor did Lin seek him out, as they were not well acquainted. Instead, he engaged in conversation with Harden, who had attended the Rising Stars Challenge and was notably impressed by Sushu's logo three-pointer, recalling his astonished expression from the sidelines. Jenna also arrived at the venue, and Sushu approached her without hesitation to exchange greetings. This encounter, amidst recent rumors, was captured by photographers. Song Yin, observing Sushu and Jenna's jovial interaction, felt a surge of discontent. Humph, men are all driven by their baser instincts, and he lacks discernment. What does height matter? Can she compare to me with such a modest figure? With the sharp sound of the whistle, the match officially commenced, and Howard secured possession for the Rockets. During their inaugural offensive play, Howard set a screen for Harden. However, the quality of this screen was subpar. Although Mix's defensive abilities could be described as mediocre at best, he still managed to slip past it. Had he been matched against an average player, Mix would not have lost his defensive position, but he was up against Harden, who surpassed him in height, wingspan, weight, and skill. Harden effortlessly penetrated the lane, and amidst Command's help defense, lofted the ball high into the air. Like a superhero, Howard soared, emphatically slamming the ball into the hoop. 2-0. Splendid. Howard's role after the screen showcased his physical prowess magnificently, as praised by Yonggi in the Princess Live Room. Indeed, such is the nature of talent, and Harden's passing was exquisite. The Rockets' initial offensive display sent a strong message to the Lakers. The might of the league's premier center and an emerging top shooting guard was truly formidable. This also explained why, despite issues in their playing style and conflicts between players and coaches, they could still achieve a top-4 record in the Western Conference. It is well known that Howard has never been fond of setting screens, yet, truth be told, his effectiveness in doing so is indeed among the elite in the league. He possesses an uncanny ability to seize opportunities for explosive plays, whether through instinct or sheer athleticism, following the screen. His aversion to screens may stem from a sense of pride, perceiving them as mere labor, and believing that, as the league's foremost center, he should dominate in one-on-one situations. The Lakers remained unfazed. Come On intended to pass the ball to Sushu, but noticed that Beverly had already closely marked him, entangling him, prompting Come On to quickly pass to Mix on the opposite side. You, young man from China, are quite the sensation right now. In my view, it's all nonsense. You've yet to witness what true suffocating defense looks like. Sushu was at a loss for words, as this relentless player began the match with such aggression. Aren't you exhausted? He remarked while attempting to push Beverly aside. Beverly, do you realize you resemble a rabid dog at this moment? Beverly paused upon hearing Sushu's words, momentarily taken aback. You're the one who has a rabid dog. Trash talk is one thing, but why resort to personal attacks? Whereas the sportsmanship? At this point, Beverly had not yet garnered the level of disdain he would provoke in the years to come, nor had he yet earned the moniker rabid dog. Just this year, he had replaced Jeremy Lin as the Rocket starter, signifying the dawn of his ascent. You coward only bullies the weak. Oh, really? I will show you that playing basketball doesn't equate to playing dirty. Upon concluding his statement, he brushed aside Beverly's hand that rested at his waist, then swiftly maneuvered to receive the ball that Mix had just failed to pass. At the moment of catching, he was already a mere step beyond the three-point line. Without a hint of hesitation, he leaped for a shot, disregarding the defensive hand of Beverly that sought to disrupt his rhythm. The basketball traced a graceful arc through the air, swishing through the net. That's what true grit looks like, Beverly. Your petty tricks hold no weight, he declared, further emphasizing his point by gesturing with his thumb and forefinger to indicate a diminutive size. One could only wonder how the Korean fans would react to this gesture from the uncle, standing at a height of nearly 185 meters. Beverly was nearly 10 centimeters shorter than him, creating a striking contrast when they stood side by side, one towering, the other diminutive. Upon hearing the uncle's remarks, Beverly felt as though he had been struck for 1,000 points. Damn it, you're the small one. Your entire family is small. As Sushu sank the three-pointer, Kobe on the sidelines nodded in acknowledgement, turning to Gasol to remark, Su is progressing swiftly. His physicality has noticeably strengthened. You saw how easily he pushed Beverly aside just now. Gasol nodded in agreement, pondering aloud. It's puzzling how this fellow has transformed. Before the All-Star game, he wasn't nearly this formidable. Now, his shooting speed has increased significantly. On the sidelines, D'Antoni also nodded in approval, growing increasingly fond of Sushu. He believed that with 2 more years of development, Su could become another Nash. As Sushu made that three-pointer, the audience in the live stream of the Fifth Princess marveled. Just days earlier, during the rookie showcase, it was evident that little Su possessed unwavering confidence in his three-point shooting, and this shot was executed with remarkable decisiveness, truly a testament to his fortitude. The Rockets' second offensive play afforded Howard an opportunity to engage in a low-post isolation. Although the venerable Come On has aged, his height remains an advantage, and Howard's explosive power pales in comparison to Come On's prime. Consequently, during the final leap, there was a noticeable deficiency in elevation. The ball struck the front rim, and Jordan Hill secured the rebound. Swiftly, he passed the ball to Sushu, who, facing Beverly's relentless pursuit, executed a crossover dribble followed by a behind-the-back maneuver, effortlessly breaking past Beverly and crossing half-court. As he approached the three-point line, he sensed Beverly closely trailing him. Suddenly, inspiration struck. He came to a sudden halt, cradling the ball with both hands as he leaped to release an exceptionally long three-pointer. Beverly, hot on his heels, aimed to exert pressure, but was taken completely by surprise when Sushu executed a sudden stop-and-pop three-pointer. The impact caused Beverly to collide with Sushu. Swish. The score read 2-6. Chapter 78. Transformation. The referee's whistle pierced the air as Sushu's shot had already left his hands before Beverly's collision. In midair, he lost his balance and, in a calculated move to protect himself, fell to the ground upon landing. There is a certain finesse to the art of falling in basketball. It serves to shield oneself, though it is not an absolute rule, as some players can seemingly defy physics, tumbling 3 meters away from the point of contact. As Sushu witnessed the basketball swish through the net, he did not wait for his teammates to assist him in rising. Instead, he sprang to his feet, exhilarated, and let out a triumphant roar in front of Beverly, showcasing his biceps as a declaration of his strength. Do you see? This is what it means to play basketball. This is true basketball. At that moment, his teammates gathered around, some giving him a pat on the backside, while others ruffled his hair, completely disregarding Beverly's gloom. It is beyond description. I currently find myself at a loss for words to convey the brilliance of Little Sue's 2 shots. Jenna was astonished. It had been a while since she last watched a game, and how had this player become so formidable in her absence? The crowd erupted in fervor. That 3-1 was not only exhilarating, but also a tremendous morale booster. On the sidelines, D'Antoni was equally unsettled. Could it be that his prodigy had progressed at such an astonishing pace? The sequence of dribbling, a sudden halt, and a jump shot from the backcourt to the frontcourt was executed with such grace. Kobe, too, was increasingly agitated. A heightened sense of urgency enveloped him. He sensed that his young apprentice was closing in on him, perhaps even beginning to surpass him. It seems I must return to training earlier than expected. Unfortunately, Sushu's free throw attempt did not succeed. His free throw percentage this season stands at a mere 70, quite disheartening. The inspiration for his sudden stop maneuver came from none other than the future mayor of New York City, Trae Young, a skill he has mastered. However, Sushu had no intention of developing his game in a way that could be deemed deceptive. Using such tactics sparingly is acceptable. But he believes that basketball should be played with integrity. As the Rockets launched their offense, Harden faced off against Mix, executing a series of swift crossovers before forcefully driving to the basket. Even under the defensive support of Jordan Hill, he managed to score. The game progressed, with Beverly intensifying his defensive efforts against Sushu, employing every trick in his arsenal, pushing, pulling, and bumping. As long as he avoided fouls, nothing was off limits for Beverly. In response, Sushu enhanced the team's offensive organization, with Wesley Johnson and Mix both contributing 3-pointers. The Lakers found success from beyond the arc, yet their interior presence was thoroughly subdued. The Rockets' inside game proved to be well-balanced, with Terrence Jones and Dwight Howard exerting substantial pressure, overwhelming both Common and Jordan Hill. Moreover, Harden and Chandler Parsons consistently scored from the perimeter, tipping the balance of the game in favor of the Rockets. By the end of the first quarter, the score stood at 32-22, with the team's rebounding statistics reflecting a staggering 18-5 in favor of the Rockets, who secured 8 offensive rebounds in that quarter alone, translating to 10 points. In contrast, the Lakers managed only a single offensive rebound, indicating a clear dominance in the paint during the opening period. In this quarter, Howard amassed 8 points and 6 rebounds, while Harden contributed 7 points, 3 assists, and 3 rebounds, with Parsons adding 9 points. For the Lakers, Sushu shot 4 out of 6, scoring 11 points with 2 assists, while Wesley Johnson recorded 4 points and 3 rebounds. Mix netted 3 points, and Nick Young also added 3 points. D'Antoni shook his head, acknowledging the significant disparity in skill. Although Sushu's initial 2 3-pointers had indeed boosted morale, sheer enthusiasm was futile against such a formidable opponent. Sushu sensed fatigue creeping in, as a persistent defender clung to him, which was quite vexing, and he felt a twinge of helplessness regarding the game's dynamics. Quietly observing the match, he pondered how to assist his team when, suddenly, someone tapped him on the shoulder. Turning to his side, he saw Mix, who gestured towards Kobe. Glancing in that direction, Sushu realized it was Kobe beckoning him over. What is your perspective on the situation unfolding on the field? Helplessly, we find ourselves subdued by them, Kobe remarked, nodding in agreement. At this juncture, it is exceedingly challenging to expect others to emerge and break the deadlock, as our positions are already stifled by the Rockets. However, you have the potential to change this. You should amplify your offensive efforts, utilizing your strength to dismantle the Rockets' hold over us. Once you establish your game, you will invigorate your teammates. As Sushu returned to his position, he pondered deeply over Kobe's words. At that moment, D'Antoni called for a timeout. In the first 4 minutes of the second quarter, the Lakers struggled to keep afloat, relying on Nick Young's scoring. Yet they still succumbed to a brief surge from the Rockets, who outscored them 12-6 during that span. The Rockets' 3-point shooting was exceptionally precise today, having made 9 out of 16 attempts thus far. Su, when it's your turn, enhance your personal offense. Momentarily, we shall alter our defensive strategy to a zone defense. Focus on suffocating their 3-point attempts, fortify our interior defense, and if necessary, do not hesitate to commit a foul on Howard. Anthony swiftly delineated the tactics. Teacher Young, the current situation of the Lakers is quite dire. How do you think D'Antoni should adjust? The adjustment was unfeasible. The Rockets exerted comprehensive dominance, possessing advantages at every position except for the point guard. Thus, relying solely on Sushu to turn the tide was rather unrealistic. When the timeout concluded, D'Antoni deployed the Lakers' most formidable offensive lineup: Sushu, Mix, Nick Young, Wesley Johnson, and Common. He positioned Wesley Johnson at the power forward spot, creating a lineup characterized by one large player and four smaller ones. As the Lakers prepared to inbound the ball, Sushu received it and gestured to spread out, a signal that surprised his teammates. This tactic had never been employed in prior games, yet they complied with Sushu's directive and moved to the sidelines. What tactical approach are the Lakers employing? Could it be a strategy centered around Sushu's one-on-one play? This was something entirely unprecedented, leaving even the primary broadcast team astonished. Sushu faced Patrick Beverley, a subtle smile gracing his lips, with a swift dribble between his legs followed by a sudden change of direction. He launched himself past Beverley's left side. In that fleeting moment, he showcased the explosive power honed through his sprinting practice. In an instant, he found himself parallel to Beverley, who, taken aback, instinctively attempted to stick close, hoping to mitigate Sushu's burst of speed and provide his teammates with a moment to recover defensively. Yet, as their bodies collided, Beverley could feel the formidable strength radiating from Sushu, rendering him unable to effectively thwart the advance. Their contact was but a brief moment before Sushu deftly maneuvered around Beverley's defense, just as Howard returned to reinforce the paint. At the precise moment of the pass, Sushu executed a feigned bank shot that caused Howard to leap, then took a decisive step forward, slipping beneath him to complete a reverse layup. The score read 44-30, and this exquisite basket was met with resounding applause from the fans. Kobe, seated on the bench, nodded with a smile, joining in the ovation. Beautiful, exquisite dribbling, splendid feints. Xiaosu executed this play with remarkable composure, entirely uncharacteristic of a mere 19-year-old. Moreover, Beverley had just made significant physical contact with him, yet Little Sue's technical movements exhibited little alteration, which can only indicate that his ability to withstand physical confrontations has indeed improved considerably. On the sidelines, the devoted Lakers fan Jack Nicholson also rose with exhilaration, shouting towards the court, "Sue, splendid job. Charge forth and defeat them." Jenna gazed at Sushu on the field, her eyes sparkling, as memories of that wild night flooded back to her. It seems he has grown even stronger. This dog's waist appears increasingly robust, and just now, he twisted with remarkable force. Jenna's smile, seemingly inspired by some thought, became even sweeter. Chapter 79. Revealing the whole through a detail. The Rockets remained unfazed by Sushu's recent scoring, maintaining their rhythm. Harden once again penetrated mixed defense, driving towards the basket where he encountered Kamon's help defense. As Harden made his move, Sushu had already sprinted from the opposite side toward the basket. When Kamon stepped in to assist, Harden executed a bounce pass to the open Howard. Upon receiving the pass, Howard envisioned the most spectacular way to slam the ball into the hoop. Just as he grasped the ball, he heard Beverley's voice behind him. "Beware of what lies behind." With a swift motion, Howard's basketball was intercepted by Sushu, who deftly regained control of the ball. He then rapidly dribbled to the front court end. Before the Rockets could establish their defensive formation, passed the ball to the unmarked Nick Young. Young seized the opportunity with precision, scoring to make it 44-33. Following a timeout, the Lakers surged with a 5-0 run. However, McHale chose not to call another timeout, believing that the Rockets could self-regulate given their on-court advantage. It seemed that both confidence and errors were contagious. Harden's three-point attempt, executed after an agile dribble between his legs, clanged off the rim. In a fierce scramble beneath the basket, Wesley Johnson managed to deflect the ball, which headed straight to the arc where Sushu and Beverley stood. Sushu, utilizing his height and wingspan, firmly contained Beverley, maintaining possession of the ball. As the Rockets scrambled back on defense, the Lakers lost their chance for a fast break. Sushu signaled for a pick-and-roll, and after the screen, he found himself face-to-face with Howard. He motioned for everyone to spread out, planning to exploit the size mismatch. The Rockets' defenders did not follow the Lakers' players all the way to the sidelines and corners. Instead, they maintained a manageable distance, ready to assist Sushu while also prepared to return to their positions. Surveying the court, Sushu executed a decisive rightward drive, taking one quick step before abruptly halting. Then, with a smooth retreat, he stepped beyond the three-point line and launched a jump shot. The fluidity of his movements was remarkable, devoid of unnecessary gestures. Although Howard's presence in the paint was formidable, his injury had significantly diminished his mobility, making it impossible for him to keep pace or effectively challenge Sushu's three-point attempt. Even at his peak speed, Howard, as a traditional center, struggled to match the agility of smaller guards. This disparity elucidates why traditional centers have fallen out of favor in the league since the rise of small ball tactics. Many traditional centers now find it challenging to secure a position at all. Brush with a thunderous roar, the score stood at 44-36, igniting a fervor among the crowd, causing every fan to rise to their feet, enthusiastically shouting and leaping in jubilation. An exhilarating 8-0 run had narrowed the gap to single digits, each of the 3 baskets executed with precision and flair, leaving no room for the fans' excitement to wane. Mike McHale could no longer remain seated and called for a timeout. Amidst the resounding cheers, Sushu returned to the bench, joining his fellow substitutes waiting at the sideline. After exchanging applause with each player, he took a seat beside Kobe. "Young man, splendid work. This is precisely how it should be done. Observe how flustered they have become." Kobe's words resonate deeply. As in the preceding exchanges, Sushu has adeptly capitalized on his advantages, effectively stalling the Rockets single-handedly. It would be unfair to label Beverly's defense as subpar. However, the acclaim surrounding his defensive prowess is often overstated. Much of his defensive success stems from his fearless approach to physical confrontation, a tenacity that has led many to elevate him to such lofty heights. Yet, one must question whether he has truly managed to contain any all-star guard. Rather, he seems to have inflicted injuries upon several. Teacher Yang, I recall that earlier you mentioned that the players of the Lakers could not possibly turn the tide solely due to an advantage in one position. Without delving into the outcome of the match, based on the last 2 minutes that just passed, do you still adhere to your previous opinion? Teacher Yang, being seasoned in this arena, has long since developed immunity to such confrontations. One can only say that Xiaosu is truly remarkable, nearly defeating Beverly. Yang Jian nearby exclaimed in disbelief. Have you no sense of decency? Upon resuming play, Harden intensified his offensive efforts, simultaneously augmenting the defensive coverage on Sushu, aiming to swiftly neutralize him. The Rockets broke their scoring drought. Under Harden's orchestration, their offense began to flourish. However, defensively, they failed to contain Sushu, who was brimming with excitement and exhibiting a commendable performance. Utilizing the formidable three-point threat he had established during the game, he adeptly combined drives and shots, scoring from beyond the arc and assisting teammates. The game flowed seamlessly. The Rockets could not extend their lead, and for the Lakers, overcoming the deficit proved to be an arduous task, as they consistently fell short by a mere basket. In the final moments of the match, Sushu netted a three-pointer followed by a two-pointer, narrowing the gap once more to a mere 2 points. Yet, the Rockets' roster was evidently far superior to that of the Lakers, and at a crucial juncture, Parsons delivered a three-pointer that extinguished any lingering suspense regarding the outcome. The final score stood at 128-124, with the Lakers succumbing to a 4-point defeat on their home court. Throughout the game, Harden shot 8 for 19, amassing 29 points, 11 assists, and 6 rebounds. Howard contributed 19 points and 13 rebounds, while Parsons added 18 points with 4 three-pointers. Beverly managed only 8 points, 2 assists, and 3 rebounds, while Lin Shaheo recorded 11 points and 4 assists. The Lakers, on the other hand, achieved a shooting percentage of 54.5, with 12 out of 22 shots made and 8 out of 14 from three-point range, totaling 34 points, 9 assists, and 4 rebounds. Chapter 80, Scoundrel. Unwilling to take responsibility, the Lakers suffered defeat at the hands of the Rockets. Yet the atmosphere among the home crowd bore no trace of disappointment or frustration typically associated with a loss. On the contrary, the fans were exuberantly thrilled. This was not surprising, as the Rockets' illustrious lineup far surpassed the current Lakers team. Nevertheless, this Lakers squad managed to contend with the Rockets until the very last moment. It was not due to subpar performances from Harden or Howard. They performed as expected. The crowd recognized that one of their players had exhibited a superstar-caliber performance, both in his contributions on the court and in the statistics he generated. Tonight, he was the undeniable superstar of the arena. When Sushu embraced Harden, the latter whispered in his ear, "Su, you did well. Come to the nightclub with me tonight. I'll introduce you to some lovely ladies." Sushu was initially taken aback, but quickly understood. This was indeed the essence of Brother Deng, especially in a city like Los Angeles. There was no reason not to visit a nightclub after a game. "James, you know, not long ago I was denied entry at a nightclub. Once I regain the freedom to enter such places, let us gather a group together. Hee. For now, I can only wish you an enjoyable evening. But do not overexert yourself." With that, the two shared a knowing smile, a camaraderie understood only among men, and burst into hearty laughter. However, when Sushu and Howard embraced each other in greeting, the situation turned intriguing. Throughout the match, Sushu had faced Howard in one-on-one confrontations numerous times, each encounter leaving Howard in a rather disheveled state. "Su, you have left me in quite a predicament tonight. Once I recover, you shall find no such opportunity again," Howard remarked with a laugh, a smile that belied his nearly 30 years, evoking the essence of an eternal boy, devoid of guile, reminiscent of the exuberance he would possess in a few years. Sushu smiled faintly and replied, "Hee, once I break through once, I shall surely do so again. Just you wait." Unbeknownst to Howard, the rise of the small ball era was a harbinger of doom for traditional centers like himself, marking the zenith of his career this season. As he shook hands with Jenna, a tingling sensation coursed through his palm, and he instantly comprehended, igniting a fervor within. After all, he was a man of normal desires. "Do remember to give me a call." As the social exchanges came to an end, Sushu was just about to head back to the changing room when she was halted by Yang. There was no escaping the interview. "Hello, Xiaosu. Please extend your greetings to the domestic fans of Princess 5. Greetings to the domestic fans. I am your Sushu." Upon hearing this, Yang could no longer maintain his composure. The muscles in his face twitched uncontrollably. "What does it mean to refer to oneself as your Sushu? Could you not simply say, 'I am Comrade Xiaosu'? Are you unaware of your own reputation in this regard within the country? Do you not recognize how the domestic fans address you?" One can only imagine the captivating expressions on the faces of the viewers currently watching the live broadcast. Millions of fans are tuned in to Sushu's interview, and as those words were uttered, the expressions of all shifted dramatically. "Bah, you shameless scoundrel. Why do I feel that Comrade Xiaosu is becoming increasingly disagreeable? Comrade Xiaosu possesses a heart as dark as night. Should you possess the audacity, refrain from returning to your homeland and witness whether we shall not vanquish you?" Following the interview with the master, it was now time for Song Yin to be interviewed. "Hello, Xiaosu. Are you satisfied with your performance in this match?" Sushu sensed that Song Yin placed emphasis on the word Xiao, but what does that imply? Is it intentional? Am I really that small? I'm quite grown up, and one day, you'll understand why the flowers bloom so vibrantly. Quite satisfactory, I suppose. Song Yin was at a loss for words, almost unsure of how to proceed with her inquiries. How thick-skinned could one possibly be? With 34 points and 9 assists. To merely claim satisfaction was utterly bewildering. Her gaze towards Sushu was laden with both resentment and an ominous aura, prompting Sushu to instinctively brace himself. After the interview concluded, they returned to the locker room, and following a refreshing shower, she accompanied D'Antoni to the post-game press conference. "Su, regarding your performance this evening, do you believe it to be an extraordinary display?" Somewhat unfriendly. I possess the capability to deliver such performances, thus it cannot be deemed as an extraordinary display, but rather a matter of being in a favorable flow. Su, Beverly remarked that next time he won't allow you to score so many points. What are your thoughts on this? I observe with my own eyes. Haha, merely jesting. As for Beverly, I perceive him as nothing more than a farce. A coward who dares not confront failure. Is it about Jenna and me? Let me reiterate, this is a private matter, and I shall not disclose it to you. You mentioned that the Knicks were interested in signing me during the off-season. That news is unfamiliar to me. At present, I am a player for the Lakers, and my sole focus is to perform well here. Regarding this piece of news, he indeed had no prior knowledge and was not inclined to contemplate the matter further. Following the post-game press conference, he headed straight home, and en route, he received a call from Jenna. "Have you exited the arena yet? What's the matter, just out? What is the matter with you? I asked you to call me, yet you didn't bother to do so, leaving me to take the initiative." Sushu listened to the phone, filled with a sense of melancholy. He had indeed forgotten. "Not at all. I had just stepped out for a moment due to some matters, and I was actually about to call you when your call came in. Sometimes, a kind-hearted fib is meant to maintain harmony in the world." Hee, a quote from Sushu. "Very well, I forgive you. I shall await your arrival at home," she said before abruptly ending the call. Sushu found the situation somewhat absurd. Why was it always he who had to go to her residence? Could she not come to his? It felt akin to the experience of repairing a neighbor's plumbing. Alas, he chided himself for overthinking, realizing he was the type to take advantage of situations and then feign innocence. After terminating the call, he made his way to the destination, anticipating yet another joyous evening, albeit one filled with exertion. Nevertheless, this particular strain was one every man relished, especially when it stemmed from the conquest of another, as the sense of fulfillment that accompanied such endeavors was ineffable. The following morning at 6 o'clock, Sushu rose punctually. Despite the considerable effort expended the previous day, nothing could deter him from his training regimen. Just as he finished dressing and prepared to step outside, Jinna, reclining on the bed, suddenly inquired, "Su, we have been on 2 dates. What is our relationship now?" Upon hearing this question, Sushu felt a bit overwhelmed. How should she respond? This truly posed a dilemma. Well, regarding that, I believe we are certainly friends. As for what our relationship may evolve into in the future, I think it requires us to delve deeper into various aspects before we can discern the direction in which our relationship should develop. Upon hearing this, Jinna felt somewhat bewildered, yet comprehended the implication. The man before her, characterized by a swagger reminiscent of a male dog, was unwilling to take responsibility. Infuriated, Jinna hurled a pillow at him, and taking advantage of this moment, Sushu slipped away. The world is indeed a beautiful and harmonious place. Chapter 81. Do you still have strength for the next match? Early this morning, sports news channels highlighted the previous night's match, where the Lakers hosted the Rockets. ESPN reported that the Lakers, plagued by injuries this season and suffering the most personnel losses among all NBA teams, faced the 4th-ranked Western Conference team, the Rockets. Featuring stars James Harden and Dwight Howard. What was initially anticipated to be a one-sided massacre turned into a nail-biting contest, decided only in the final minute, with the Rockets narrowly clinching victory by a mere 4 points. Both Harden and Howard delivered commendable performances, yet the spotlight of the match was seized by the Lakers' all-star rookie, Su, who was crowned MVP of the Rising Stars Challenge. He scored an impressive 34 points, dished out 9 assists, and collected 4 rebounds, skillfully outmaneuvering Howard on multiple occasions, single-handedly propelling the Lakers into a fierce battle against the Rockets until the very end. Although the Lakers lost, Su demonstrated that his accolade as MVP was not a fleeting achievement, but rather the emergence of another rising star in the league. TNT noted that the newly crowned MVP of the Rising Stars Challenge during the match against the Rockets amassed 34 points, 9 assists, and 4 rebounds, with an astonishing 8 out of 14 three-pointers. His ability to toy with the 4-time Defensive Player of the Year, Dwight Howard, raises concerns for the towering athletes in the league. Would more giants find themselves similarly outmatched? As various sports news outlets aired their reports, Sushu quickly ascended the trending charts in America. When the towering players in the league witnessed footage of Howard being outplayed, a sense of trepidation gripped them. Could they too become mere background figures? Unaware of these developments, Sushu arrived at the arena 20 minutes later than usual, a consequence of Jinna's home being somewhat distant. Inside the arena, training was already underway, and upon seeing a certain individual, he was taken aback. "Boss, what brings you here? Shouldn't you still be at home recuperating?" Within the confines of the training facility, Kobe Bryant diligently honed his skills, accompanied by his personal trainer. Both Kobe and Nash had nearly recovered from their injuries and were in the rehabilitation phase. However, the Lakers had no intention of allowing their return this season. The management preferred that Kobe take ample time to recuperate, considering the severity of his Achilles tendon rupture and the insufficient recovery period. As for Nash, his return was deemed unnecessary, especially in light of Su's presence. Who would he replace in the lineup? It was better for him to refrain from returning. Kobe, despite feeling nearly fit, recognized that remaining at home would only lead to stagnation. He would never admit that yesterday's game had a profound impact on him, nor would he acknowledge the mounting pressure he faced. As a fervent devotee of basketball and training, with a somewhat obsessive nature, he was unwilling to see his protege surpass him too swiftly. If that were to happen, it would only spur him to train even harder. Kobe was notoriously strict with himself, and his expectations for his teammates were even more demanding, inspired by his idol, the legendary player known for his ruthless treatment of every teammate, belittling them relentlessly, a standard to which Kobe had already begun to temper his approach. The reason why Saker and Su received such preferential treatment from Kobe was their exceptional diligence within the Lakers organization, particularly Su, whose training regimen was unparalleled. "Su, you're trending." Nick Young's voice resonated through the training facility even before he entered. Upon seeing Kobe present, he felt a jolt of surprise. What was the boss doing here? As he greeted Kobe, he turned to Su and quipped, "Kid, you're trending, and not just on one list, but 2. His tone dripped with envy. Su was somewhat puzzled. While it was conceivable that his performance from the previous day had garnered attention, how could he possibly be trending on 2 lists? And why did Nick sound so bitter? Was he envious of Su's display yesterday? "What did I trend for?" he inquired. "See for yourself," Nick replied, pulling out his phone to show him. As Su glanced at the screen, his expression transformed with surprise. The first trending topic was indeed about his performance on the court, which was rather unremarkable. However, the second topic was far more intriguing. Lakers rising star, Chinese Su, enters fashionista Jenner's home late at night and has yet to emerge. Su was taken aback. What on earth is this? Why didn't I notice any paparazzi last night? Oh no, my image is ruined. He could already envision a swarm of entertainment journalists following his every move, an unwelcome and bothersome prospect. He hastily searched for news updates on his phone. Chinese Su. Has his competitive edge peaked too soon, or is he destined to falter? The NBA's defensive stalwart family weighs in. Does Chinese Su represent a fallen hope? Upon witnessing the news, Sushu fell silent, while Nick Young, known for his loquaciousness, relayed the events to Kobe. Su, I hope you prioritize your career, Kobe advised. Exercise some restraint. Kobe's words left Sushu feeling disheartened, and with nowhere to vent his frustrations, he turned to Nick Young, who was displaying signs of jealousy, and felt a surge of irritation. Nick Young, I recall our agreement for a year. However, I believe there is no need to wait. Seize the day. Let us engage in a one-on-one match now. Nick Young, taken aback by Sushu's sudden shift in topic, stammered, When did we ever make such an agreement? I am unaware of it. Indeed, I remember distinctly. You seem to have forgotten, Sushu replied. Initially, Nick Young intended to refuse, but seeing Sushu's bold demeanor, his words turned to acceptance. A one-on-one it is. Do you think I fear you? Who do you think I am? After a brief warm-up, they commenced their duel. 20 minutes later, Nick Young lay on the ground, drenched in sweat and utterly dispirited. He had suffered a setback, losing 10-7 to Sushu, a small forward who had unexpectedly outperformed him. The rapid improvement left him reeling. He had anticipated victory, yet Sushu had evolved significantly. Was this still the same boy from 4 months ago? While Nick Young grappled with his disappointment, Sushu stood nearby, wearing a mischievous grin, having thoroughly bested Nick. His earlier gloom had dissipated, shifting from overcast to partly cloudy. Nick Young, he taunted, always frequenting nightclubs. Do you see your error now? You barely played before running out of steam. Perhaps you are suffering from a lack of vitality, which explains my victory. Next time, conserve your energy. You might stand a chance against me. Faced with Sushu's audacious remarks, Nick Young could only respond with incredulity. As members of the Lakers began to arrive at the arena, the atmosphere grew lively, largely due to Sushu, who became the target of playful banter. Su, did you enjoy yourself last night? Su, is your back holding up? Do you need some recovery? Su, do you have enough energy left for the next game? Sushu experienced a bittersweet joy. As a man, he cherished his pride, relishing in what others could not attain. Yet, he meticulously noted each of these jests, vowing retribution. Mock me, will you? Just wait until I retaliate. During training, he sought out each individual who had teased him, issuing challenges in return. Consequently, the training management found themselves contending with a growing number of disgruntled individuals. Chapter 82 Su, let us together confront him. Sushu also encountered Song Yin. She said nothing. Yet her face bore a smile, although Sushu sensed an undercurrent of hostility. Throughout the day of training, he meticulously avoided Song Yin whenever possible, and in instances where evasion was futile, he approached her with utmost caution. He finally met with Bazemore and Marshawn Brooks, who had been traded to the team. Lacking any prior camaraderie, they exchanged brief pleasantries before immersing themselves in training. During the training session, Sushu observed Bazemore and Brooks closely. Bazemore's defensive skills were indeed commendable, particularly when guarding Mix. His height and wingspan made it exceedingly difficult for Mix to perform effectively. What particularly impressed Sushu was Bazemore's three-point shooting, which, while not as precise as Mixer Nick Young's, still posed a considerable threat on the court, complemented by his defensive prowess, marking him as a promising 3-and-D prospect. As for Brooks, he seemed to possess a variety of skills but excelled in none. Moreover, Sushu noted the peculiar composition of the Lakers roster, which leaned heavily towards guards and forwards. Following the release of Sean Williams, the number of interior players had dwindled significantly. On February 21st, the Lakers were set to face the Boston Celtics at home. This game was to be broadcast nationwide, as it featured a clash between two of the NBA's most storied franchises. Although both teams had seen better days, their fan bases remained substantial. The previous encounter this season had ignited considerable conflict, which added to the intrigue of this matchup. After all, the world delights in tales of revenge. The rivalry between the Boston Celtics and the Los Angeles Lakers is one of the fiercest in NBA history. Furthermore, during their last meeting, The Lakers suffered injuries inflicted by Olynyk. Thus, as the Celtics entered the arena, they were met with a chorus of boos. Rondo, with a stern countenance, exhibited no signs of levity during warm-ups or upon entering the court. His recent period had been tumultuous since his return. The team had managed a dismal record of 4 wins and 11 losses, worse than their performance prior to his comeback. As the Celtics star player, he was subject to relentless criticism from the media. Moreover, his relationship with head coach Stevens had soured considerably, with their tactical approaches being entirely incompatible. As Sushu and Nick Young caught sight of the Celtics players, their eyes locked onto Olynyk, filled with a burning intensity. "Su, let us confront him together. Damn it. Just thinking about that elbow strike makes my head throb with pain even now. He should dare to continue employing underhanded tactics, for we shall undoubtedly put him in his place. This is our territory. How can we allow him to run rampant here? Is it merely a matter of 25,000 and a 2-game suspension? I can bear that." Reflecting on the previous match, where he was tripped and ultimately faced a 2-game suspension along with a 25,000 fine, he felt a seething resentment. Yet, he conveniently overlooked the fact that he had fractured another's nasal bone. In this match, we merely need to perform at our usual level. As long as we can showcase our strengths, the likelihood of securing victory is substantial. Offensively, we shall adhere to the strategies we have practiced. Su, it is imperative that you bring forth your prowess in driving to the basket and your 3-point shooting ability. The decision to attack or pass rests in your hands. Gasol should focus on providing support, while the others must be decisive when they receive the ball. Our defense will primarily rely on a team-oriented approach, which we have already rehearsed, so I shall not elaborate further. During the game, Mike D'Antoni is making the best strategic arrangements. Meanwhile, in the TNT studio, the star-studded commentary team of A. Smith, O'Neal, and Barkley is ready to provide insights. In recent days, the most talked-about topic in the NBA has been the Chinese player from the Lakers, not merely due to his rumored relationship with Jenna. In the game against the Rockets, he outshone both James Harden and Dwight Howard. O'Neal, Barkley, do you believe that in future matches, he can replicate such an outstanding performance? Brother, you know that basketball skills cannot be significantly improved in just a day or two. We have already broadcast Su's performance prior to the All-Star game, discussing his technical strengths and weaknesses, which need not be reiterated. However, during the All-Star game and the recent match against the Rockets, he showcased a level of play that I attribute to his exceptional form. Athletes can be like this. When in peak condition, they can conquer any challenge. Yet, I harbor doubts about his ability to maintain such brilliance in this game. This kind of form is not sustainable, and he will be up against Rondo, whose defensive prowess ranks among the best for point guards. I do not believe Su will perform as impressively under Rondo's defense. I predict that in this match, Su will struggle to exceed 20 points and 5 assists. Shaquille O'Neal was the first to voice his opinion, elaborating at length. But his overarching theme remained clear. He does not foresee a promising performance from Su. I hold a differing opinion. Barkley possesses little understanding of the game. He has aged and fallen behind the times. I have scrutinized the footage from the All-Star game to the most recent match, and I can affirm that Su's skill level has significantly improved. Thus, the abilities he has demonstrated are not merely fleeting moments nor solely attributed to a hot streak. They genuinely reflect his true prowess. While I concede that Rondo's defense is commendable, it is crucial to recognize that Su plays with intelligence, adeptly leveraging his teammates to evade defenders. The pick and roll between him and Gasol is a sight we have witnessed countless times, proving to be remarkably effective. Therefore, Rondo is incapable of stifling Su's performance. In this match, I anticipate that Su will achieve statistics of 25 points and 8 rebounds. O'Neal, you great hefty man. Who doesn't understand basketball? Who fails to keep up with the times? How did I used to best you back in the day? O'Neal and Barkley, as lively as ever, engaged in a spirited exchange in the broadcast studio, a customary occurrence. In this contest, Stevens deployed a starting lineup that, apart from Rondo, who stands below 2 meters, included Brandon Bass, Jeff Green, Gerald Wallace, and Jared Sullinger, all towering above that height. However, the tallest among them, Sullinger and Green, measure only 206 centimeters. Veering towards Pat Riley's small ball philosophy, the Lakers also adjusted their starting lineup, with Jordan Hill replacing the released Sean Williams. As the game commenced, Sushu did not entangle himself excessively with Rondo on the offensive end. He effectively utilized screens and showcased a commendable blend of drives and jump shots. With Gasol's notable playmaking ability, the Lakers' offense flowed relatively smoothly. However, their defense faltered significantly. Jordan Hill's poor defensive awareness and positioning were thoroughly exploited by the Boston Celtics, with Jeff Green finding ample opportunities against Hill's defense. This illustrates why D'Antoni has consistently refrained from placing Jordan Hill in the starting lineup. Consequently, the on-court dynamics between the Lakers and the Celtics became a tug-of-war, each side exchanging blows without any team managing to establish a decisive lead. Nearly 4 minutes into the game, the score stood at 8-9, with the Lakers holding a slender 1-point advantage, yet D'Antoni called for a timeout. This timeout seemed somewhat atypical of D'Antoni's style, necessitated by Jordan Hill's performance. Hill, take a breather. Bazemore, you take the 3 position. Johnson, you shift to the 4. We need to accelerate our pace and execute the strategies we practiced. D'Antoni has made adjustments to the lineup, unable to tolerate the defensive shortcomings of Jordan Hill. He has opted for a configuration of 1 large and 4 small players, seeking to experiment with this arrangement to achieve a more effective fast-paced game. This strategy entails certain risks, as the only players above 6 feet 7 inches are Wesley Johnson at 6 feet 7 inches and Pau Gasol at 6 feet 10 inches, while the remaining 3 players are all in the 6 feet 5 inches range. In contrast to the Celtics lineup, where only 1 player stands below 6 feet 7 inches, this truly represents a diminutive squad, likely to suffer in defense and rebounding. D'Antoni's hand was forced. The team's interior presence includes only Pau Gasol, Jordan Hill, and Kelly. Jordan Hill's strengths and weaknesses are glaringly evident, rendering him unsuitable for a starting role, while Kelly, a rookie with limited playing time this season, possesses only moderate ability. Furthermore, these players are fundamentally incompatible with D'Antoni's tactical philosophy, prompting him to position Wesley Johnson at the 4 spot to enhance the team's offensive and defensive tempo. This experiment marks D'Antoni's boldest endeavor of the season. Notably, the defensive capabilities of Bazemore, Wesley Johnson, and Pau Gasol are relatively commendable, which is a primary reason for D'Antoni's willingness to take this risk. As Sushu observed the quartet alongside him on the court, a peculiar thought crossed his mind. This lineup epitomizes a quintessential 3-point shooting array. He refrained from voicing it, yet Mix, Wesley Johnson, and Bazemore all possess commendable 3-point shooting skills. Pau Gasol, among larger players, demonstrates a solid mid-range shooting ability, and although he has yet to fully develop his 3-point shooting, he can still make the occasional attempt. Let us see what adjustments the Lakers will implement following this timeout. In terms of lineup strength, the Lakers should surpass the Celtics significantly. Offensive issues are absent, yet defensive concerns loom large, as noted by A. Smith during the broadcast. The Celtics lineup resembles Pat Riley's ideal composition, but it offers no advantages, lacking in both offensive and defensive prowess. Their ability to contend with the Lakers is solely due to Jordan Hill's abysmal defense, as O'Neal astutely pointed out. Indeed, Jordan Hill ought to be relegated to the bench. For once, Barkley refrained from confronting O'Neal. The glaring deficiencies in Jordan Hill's defense are undeniable, with Jeff Green achieving a perfect 3-4-3 against him. As the players took the court, the trio in the broadcast booth was left speechless, incredulous at the extremity of the situation. It would have sufficed to place Kelly on the floor, if only for his height. D'Antoni's audacious decision to substitute the 6 feet 5 inches Bazemore for Jordan Hill, thus employing a lineup of 1 large and 4 small players, is indeed a remarkably diminutive configuration. A. Smith expressed his bewilderment. This season, the Golden State Warriors seem to favor a small ball lineup, yet their average height still surpasses that of the Lakers. O'Neal was equally perplexed. Has D'Antoni completely abandoned defense in favor of an offensive showdown with the Celtics? That could indeed be a strategy. O'Neal considered the substitutions from a different perspective. As the game resumed, the Lakers gained possession. Upon receiving the inbound pass, the Lakers players swiftly assumed their offensive positions, leading to a scene rarely witnessed in this era. Except for Gasol, all 4 other players positioned themselves beyond the 3-point line, leaving the Celtics unsure whether to extend their defense that far, particularly the forwards. As Jared Sullinger and Jeff Green hesitated, Sushu deftly passed the ball to Wesley Johnson at the left 35-degree angle. At that moment, the indecisive Jeff Green stood a mere 2 steps inside the 3-point arc, and with such ample space, Wesley Johnson seized the opportunity to shoot. Swish. The score was now 8-12. Jeff Green had been somewhat negligent, failing to contest the shot. However, it was not mere negligence. Rather, the Celtics had not adequately adjusted their defensive strategy to counter the Lakers' lineup change, leaving their defenders in a state of uncertainty. While the TNT commentators continued to analyze the play, the Celtics initiated their offense. Rondo passed the ball to Jeff Green again. But this time he faced the defensively adept Wesley Johnson. Despite being 5 centimeters taller and not particularly known for his offensive prowess, Jeff Green missed the shot. After Sushu secured the rebound, he launched a fast break. Aerially, one could observe Sushu advancing the ball, while Bazemore, Mix, and Wesley Johnson formed a trio of arrows surging forward. The Celtics' defensive formation had yet to materialize when Bazemore fired from beyond the arc swish. The score soared to 8-15, and the Staples Center erupted. 2 3-pointers executed with precision and decisiveness sent the fans into a frenzy. Chapter 84, The Audacious Barkley. The 2 successful shots finally roused Stevens, who had been calmly seated on the bench, compelling him to leap up and shout instructions to his players on the court. The 2 goals showcased the Celtics' defensive players' inability to match up against the Lakers, who executed their fast-paced strategy to perfection. They released the ball almost immediately upon receiving it. Often from wide-open positions, the substitution strategy proved remarkably effective, Smith lamented. The Celtics struggled offensively. Despite several passes, they failed to find any open shots. The speed and pace of the Lakers players were evidently superior to that of the Celtics, with their defense consistently in place, prioritizing perimeter shots over drives. In comparison to the Celtics, the Lakers lineup indeed demonstrated commendable defensive prowess, with even players like Sash and Mix's defensive effectiveness surpassing the league's average. As the 24-second shot clock approached its end, Rondo could only reluctantly attempt a jump shot from beyond the arc. Sash, uninterested in even feigning an advance, allowed Rondo a 2-meter cushion, permitting him to shoot a 3-pointer. Before Rondo had even released the ball, Sash had already pivoted to collapse into the paint, preparing to contest for the rebound. This action incited Rondo's ire as he realized the sheer disdain for his shooting ability. Determined, Rondo launched the basketball, watching it arc gracefully through the air with a perfectly straight trajectory, silently imploring it to go in. It must go in. He had already resolved that. Should the ball find the net, he would make sure to give Sash a piece of his mind. With a resounding thud, Rondo's thoughts were abruptly shattered as the perfectly aimed basketball struck the rim, soaring high into the air. Gasol positioned himself advantageously, blocking Jared Sullinger behind him. Given their height difference, Sullinger stood no chance at securing the rebound, which Gasol expertly claimed. This time, the Celtics swiftly returned on defense, denying the Lakers any opportunity for a fast break. Sushu, unhurried, gradually dribbled the ball into the front court. Following Stevens' adjustments from the sidelines, the Celtics defenders expanded their coverage, effectively contesting the 3-point line. This left the interior of the Celtics defense alarmingly vulnerable. Sushu, astute as ever, promptly signaled for Gasol to set a screen. Rondo chose not to retreat and navigate around the pick to challenge Sushu. Deeming the latter's 3-point threat significant and believing that Sullinger's defensive delay would afford him the time to catch up and initiate a double team. However, both Rondo and Sullinger underestimated Sushu's speed. With a sudden burst, he evaded Sullinger's defense. The path ahead was clear, and while the other Celtics players scrambled to recover, time was not on their side. Entering the paint, Sushu planted his foot firmly and leaped gracefully, executing a stunning slam dunk to conclude the offensive play. The previously subdued roars of the fans erupted once more, reverberating throughout the Staples Center. Excellent play. This shot was executed with remarkable intelligence, avoiding a mere pursuit of a 3-pointer. With the Celtics expanding their defense, the interior became vulnerable, granting him the opportunity to penetrate the lane. Shaquille O'Neal could not help but exclaim, "Sullinger's defense is utterly ineffective." He was easily surpassed with a mere burst of speed. Of course, Barkley could not concede the prowess of Sushu's offensive skills and could only attribute the failure to Sullinger's defensive shortcomings. After completing the dunk, Sushu did not return on defense but instead made his way toward the Lakers bench, fully aware that a 9-0 scoring run would undoubtedly compel Stevens to call a timeout. The Lakers executed this brief surge with remarkable finesse. Both their offensive and defensive plays left the Celtics utterly powerless. If a timeout was not called soon, the gap would only widen. Indeed, before the ball could be inbound, Stevens called for a timeout. The Celtics bench. To reiterate, during offensive plays, the speed of passing must be swift. One must not hold onto the ball excessively. The ball moves, and the players move. When there is an open shot from beyond the arc, one must shoot decisively. Adjustments must be made on the defensive end regarding Sue. As Stevens continued, Rondo's expression grew increasingly sullen. Was he not explicitly referring to me? Is my playstyle truly characterized by ball holding? I prefer to think of it as orchestrating the offense. When the game resumed, the Celtics' offense showed little improvement. Given their current lineup, even with a plethora of strategies at Stevens' disposal, they struggled to create any significant plays. Although on their first possession after returning, the former star, Gerald Wallace, managed to sink a mid-range jumper, it failed to spark any continuity in their offensive flow, resulting in low efficiency. Fortunately, the Celtics boasted a considerable height advantage over the Lakers, enabling them to secure several offensive rebounds as the Lakers initiated their offense. Despite making tactical adjustments to defend against Sue, the players were unable to execute these changes effectively, rendering the adjustments futile. Furthermore, when faced with the pick and roll involving Sue and Gasol, the guests resolutely switched defensive assignments, yet Rondo faltered in his execution, failing to navigate the screen and blocking Sue's path to the basket. While the intentions were noble, the reality proved harsh as Gasol delivered a punishing blow to the Celtics. Receiving a pass from his uncle and finding himself unchallenged, whether at the free throw line or deep in the paint, the Celtics had no answer for him. A splendid play. Sue's breakthrough drew the Celtics' defense, allowing him to pass the ball to the open Nick Young, who successfully made the three-point shot. Oh my heavens! Salinger was left utterly flustered by Sue's maneuvering, securing a three-pointer. Sue certainly possesses a remarkable acumen for turning the tables in seemingly mismatched encounters. Rondo was once again left 2 meters behind, and predictably, he missed the shot. The match continued at this frenetic pace, with Stevens employing various tactics. Yet he was unable to alter the unfavorable situation on the court. Just before the conclusion of the third quarter, Sushu's three-pointer effectively extinguished any remaining suspense in the game. With the score standing at 80-102 at the end of the third quarter, the Lakers maintained a commanding 22-point lead over the Celtics. The atmosphere in the arena was exceptionally vibrant. This marked the Lakers' first game of the season played with such fervor, coupled with a significant advantage over their opponents. Lakers fans finally relished the exhilarating sensation reminiscent of previous seasons when they dominated their rivals. Oh, Barkley, I must say you lack understanding of the game. No wonder you possess not a single championship ring. Shaquille O'Neal pointedly directed his criticism at Barkley, ruthlessly exposing the most regrettable scar of his career. This time, Barkley was at a loss for words, for how could he defend himself when confronted so starkly? Prior to the game, he had asserted that Sushu would not achieve more than 20 points and 5 assists, yet as the third quarter concluded, the statistics glaringly contradicted him. With 10 successful shots out of 18 attempts, including 4 out of 9 from beyond the arc, and 2 successful free throws from 4 attempts, Sushu had amassed an impressive tally of 26 points, 8 assists, 4 rebounds, and 2 steals. Nevertheless, true to his nature, Barkley remained defiantly obstinate. I admit I underestimated Sue, yet there remain numerous flaws within him that require refinement, such as his passing and tendency for errors. In this match, his passing accuracy was indeed lacking on several occasions, causing teammates to adjust before seizing their shooting opportunities. Moreover, he recorded 4 turnovers in this game. Thus, we cannot solely focus on his commendable performances while disregarding the issues he harbors. A. Smith and O'Neal gazed at Barkley with palpable disdain, astonished by the sheer audacity of his thick skin. Chapter 85. I am strong. No one can turn me into a weakling in the fourth quarter. Bazemore and Nick Young led the bench players in a spirited contest against the Celtics. As the game progressed into the 6th minute, the point differential remained around 20, indicating that Sushu would clock out early after 3 quarters. Seated on the bench, Sushu engaged in lighthearted conversation with Kobe, having accomplished his task for the day without any psychological burden. Celtics head coach Stevens stood at the sideline, harboring no hopes for a comeback. He turned his gaze towards the Lakers bench, fixated on the yellow-skinned player who was sharing laughter with his teammates, his eyes flickering with intrigue. This yellow-skinned player, a mere 19-year-old rookie, had single-handedly led the struggling Lakers, dominating the game with his individual prowess. How splendid it would be if this player were to play under my guidance, Stevens mused for the second time upon observing Sushu. Suddenly, it dawned on him that Sushu's contract with the Lakers was only for 1 year, implying that he would become an unrestricted free agent in the upcoming offseason. Indeed, why couldn't the club strive to secure him? With this thought, a youthful smile spread across the face of the overly young coach. The fourth quarter swiftly concluded without any unforeseen incidents. Even the notorious Olenek refrained from harsh measures. Final score, Lakers 116, Celtics 100. The Lakers triumphed with a substantial 16-point advantage over the Celtics. Sushu amassed 26 points, 8 assists, 4 rebounds, 2 steals, and 4 turnovers. Gasol contributed 18 points and 11 rebounds. Mix 12 points. Nick Young 20 points. Bazemore 12 points. And Jordan Hill 8 points with 8 rebounds. For the Celtics, Rondo shot 4 of 10, tallying 8 points, 8 assists, 7 rebounds, and 2 steals. Gerald Green scored 22 points with 7 rebounds. Gerald Wallace 12 points with 5 rebounds. Brandon Bass 10 points with 8 rebounds. And Olenek 14 points with 7 rebounds. As the game concluded with the Celtics facing off against the Lakers, I stumbled upon an intriguing statistic within the data column. The rebounding figures revealed a stark contrast. The Celtics secured 11 more rebounds than the Lakers, with a tally of 2-41. O'Neal, Barkley, how do you reconcile the fact that the Lakers trailed the Celtics by such a significant margin in rebounds, yet emerged victorious by a striking 16 points? Smith remarked, gazing intently at the statistics. Indeed, it is quite straightforward. The offensive efficiency of the Lakers surpasses that of the Celtics. Allow me to present a significant comparative analysis of their statistics. The Lakers attempted 35 three-pointers throughout the game, successfully sinking 17, while the Celtics, with only 27 attempts, managed to convert a mere 10. In terms of three-point shooting alone, the Lakers outscored the Celtics by 21 points. I believe this to be a crucial factor enabling the Lakers to achieve a decisive victory over the Celtics. At this moment, Barkley ceased his antics, revealing himself as a consummate professional with a keen eye for detail, a quality that cannot be overlooked. Indeed, I concur with Barkley's assertion that the Los Angeles Lakers' triumph is fundamentally rooted in their proficiency from beyond the arc. Moreover, throughout the course of the match, I discerned a captivating observation. The foremost architect of the Lakers' victory was undoubtedly Sue, a sentiment that few would contest. Sue's remarkable prowess, both in three-point shooting and in his penetrating drives, inflicted significant havoc upon the Celtics' defense. However, it is equally crucial not to overlook the fact that when the Lakers deployed a lineup featuring 1 big man and 4 smalls, every one of those smaller players possessed the capability to shoot from long range. This configuration considerably expanded the defensive territory for the Celtics, rendering the paint vulnerable. Furthermore, the threat posed by their three-point shooting often led the Celtics to approach double-teaming or providing help on Sue's drives with less conviction. Thus, from the unfolding of the game, it is evident that the Lakers adeptly utilized space, affording them greater opportunities for maneuvering throughout the contest. The Lakers' performance in this game evoked memories of the fast-paced Suns teams of yore, characterized by similarly fluid and dynamic offense, a style of play that I find immensely enjoyable. Shaquille O'Neal's remarks conjured vivid imagery for Barkley, Smith, and viewers alike, prompting them to reminisce about the thrilling offensive sequences exhibited by the Lakers during the game. It was palpable among the live audience. After each spectacular three-pointer, a majority instinctively rose to their feet to applaud the Lakers players or erupted into joyous celebration in the stands. Such a match is indeed captivating. However, the roster of the Suns from years past is significantly more formidable than that of the current Lakers. Yet, neither team managed to reach the ultimate victory. As for this Lakers squad, even if Kobe and Nash were to make a return, what monumental achievements could they possibly attain? Smith directly voiced his skepticism, while O'Neal and Barkley engaged in a lively debate, embodying both sides of the argument within the broadcast team. Sushu emerged as the brightest star of the game, and upon its conclusion, he became the darling of the media present, deftly sidestepping various inquiries about his performance on the court. However, when a reporter posed the question, "Sue, prior to the game, someone captured you spending the night at Jenner's house. Many believe this will render you a soft shrimp in the game, causing your performance to plummet. What do you have to say about that?" Upon hearing this inquiry, Sue's ire was palpable, as the question forced him into an implicit admission of his involvement with Jenner, a matter he had never addressed directly before regarding Zhang Na. How much could one endure? A soft shrimp? It is they who are the true soft shrimps. Can someone as robust as I be compared to such a term? This is an affront that warrants a rebuttal. I cannot ascertain whether the shrimp is soft or firm. What I do know is that we emerged victorious in this match. You have all witnessed my performance, and I shall reiterate. I am indeed formidable. No one can render me a weakling. With that, he retreated to the locker room, no longer concerned about how the media might interpret his words. Chapter 86. The wool pulled from the sheep song. Yin gazed at Sushu's retreating figure, feeling a mix of anger, envy, and amusement. She was incensed by the implication in his words that he and Jenna shared an intimate connection, although he did not explicitly acknowledge their relationship. It was enough to provoke her jealousy. Amusement washed over her as she sensed his irritation in his tone. After all, she was well aware of Sushu's temperament. Being labeled a weakling was something he could hardly tolerate. In daily life, he often boasted about being a man's man, revealing a childlike side to his character. At times, Song Yan felt that Sushu was a bit of a split personality. He appeared mature and composed on the field, yet off it, he had the potential to be quite the clown. In the domestic arena, the discussions surrounding Sushu on major portals and forums were undeniably at the pinnacle of popularity. Wow, Comrade Xiaosu is truly impressive. Clocking out after 3 quarters while still managing to secure 26 points and 8 assists. Indeed, averaging 31 points and 8 assists over 2 games is an astonishing pace of improvement, is it not? If he does not regress significantly, he will undoubtedly make it to the All-Star team next year, and his accomplishments will surpass those of Yao Ming. Let us not speak too hastily. The achievements of De Yao are not something that Comrade Xiaosu can surpass so swiftly. Have you lost your senses? Did you not hear me say to maintain this level? With such average points and assists, as long as there is not a significant decline, can his achievements not surpass those of Yao Ming? Fans naturally divided into 2 factions, engaging in heated debates within the forum. The fervent quarrel between the 2 groups abruptly ceased upon encountering a particular post. I am a brother, classmate, and roommate of Sushu, and I am currently auctioning off the clothes and socks worn by Sushu. First come, first served, limited quantities available. Interested parties may contact me privately. What nonsense is this? Who is this scoundrel? Is it possible to deceive so brazenly? A surge of people left comments below, lambasting the poster. However, it is undeniable that some individuals actually believed it, particularly female fans. Many criticized vocally, yet discreetly messaged the poster. In a dormitory at Huti, Li Fei sat at his computer, typing furiously. Beside him, the more reserved Wang Zhang anxiously inquired, "Old Li, isn't this inappropriate? Not only do we lack Su's clothes and socks, but even if we did, is it truly right to sell them? Indeed, if old Su were to find out, he would undoubtedly look down upon us," Lin Hai chimed in. Li Fei turned his head and cast a disdainful glance at the 2, remarking, "What could possibly happen? It's just the 2 of you being cowardly. Do you not believe that, knowing old Su's character, he would certainly demand a share if he were aware? Moreover, who says we lack his clothes and socks? Have you forgotten how that rascal borrowed so many of our socks and even several sets of jerseys? Were they not worn by him? You 2 blockheads. Sigh, it appears I am the clever one, adept in business. If you 2 are unwilling, I shall indulge myself alone." Hearing Li Fei's words, Huang Zhong and Lin Hai's expressions darkened. His actions were truly astonishing. While it was true that Sushu had worn their socks, that was ages ago, and they might have long been discarded or laundered countless times. Can that even be counted? Li Fei paid no heed to the 2 bewildered simpletons and cheerfully conversed with the untrustworthy individuals. Meanwhile, far away in Los Angeles, Sushu had just emerged from the main team's locker room shower, towel-drying his hair while humming a tune. Achoo! Achoo! Suddenly, he inexplicably sneezed several times in succession. Is someone cursing me, or are they perhaps thinking of me? A handsome fellow like myself would undoubtedly be on their minds. Sushu consoled himself with a touch of narcissism, unaware that across the distant east, someone was indeed thinking of him, but not with fondness, rather, with intentions to exploit him. Initially, after a victorious match, Sushu emerged from a refreshing bath, his spirits soaring. However, upon overhearing the chatter of his teammates, his mood swiftly soured. "Su, we had agreed to head to the nightclub shortly. Aware that you cannot accompany Kelly, we have decided to invite 2 lovely ladies out tonight to revel in the joy on your behalf," Nick Young cheerfully stated while spritzing himself with cologne. "Oh, what a pack of beasts. Are they really flaunting their advantage over me, knowing I cannot enter the nightclub?" He pointed at his grinning teammates, teeth clenched in a menacing threat. "All right, just wait. Tomorrow, I shall challenge each of you to a duel, and for the next month, I will ensure you endure my relentless torment to assuage my wrath." Famer, Mix, and Nick Young were utterly dumbfounded. Could retribution arrive so swiftly? In truth, losing a duel merely signifies defeat. Who can claim victory indefinitely? However, succumbing to Sushu is an entirely different matter. This fellow, after triumphing in a game, always finds pleasure in mocking them with sharp quips. "You lot are pathetic. I'm merely a rookie who has barely entered the league, yet I have bested you. You must be spending all your time in nightclubs, haven't you? Shall I provide you with some traditional Chinese tonics to bolster your vitality?" With such scathing remarks, he left them utterly flabbergasted, wishing they could vanish into thin air. In summary, winning a duel against Sushu would be a relief. But losing would be a nauseating disgrace, inciting an overwhelming urge to retaliate. What a predicament. Initially filled with joy, the group was swiftly thrown off balance by Sushu's words. They exchanged glances, and one teammate promptly retrieved a basketball shoe from the locker room, while the others began to approach Sushu with deliberate intent. Realizing the impending confrontation, Sushu's confidence wavered, recalling the idiom about being carried away by success. He contemplated retreating to the shower area, but alas, it was too late. The scene reminiscent of Nate Robinson's dunk over Shaquille O'Neal unfolded once more in the Lakers' locker room. As the group exited, their satisfaction palpable. The locker room echoed with Sushu's frustrated exclamations. "You scoundrels, just wait for me. I shall not let you off the hook. And you." Witnessing your teammate being bullied yet remaining indifferent, even acting as accomplices, how despicable. I must seek the help of the boss to stand up for me. Chapter 87. Controversy. On February 25th, the Lakers faced the Nets at home, marking the final game of their post-All-Star break trio of home matches. The Nets, who had ranked fourth in the Eastern Conference last season, experienced significant roster changes this season. The arrival of Paul Pierce and Kevin Garnett, both cast aside by the Celtics, amassed a collection of once illustrious stars, transforming the Nets into a veritable retirement home for athletes. At 36, the veteran Jet Jason Terry, along with 36-year-old Paul Pierce, 37-year-old Kevin Garnett, 32-year-old former Hawk King Joe Johnson, and 32-year-old AK-47 Andrei Kirilenko, all represent a bygone era of athletic prowess. Whether it be these seasoned stars or the 29-year-old Darren Williams, once a formidable force, each has surpassed their prime. Last season, Williams averaged 18, 9 points and 7 assists. This season, he has declined to 14, 3 points and 1 assists. Paul Pierce, who averaged 18, 6 points, 8 assists and 3 rebounds last season, now sees his numbers dwindle to 13, 5 points, 2 assists and 6 rebounds. Kevin Garnett, beset by injuries, has fallen from an average of 14, 8 points, 3 assists and 8 rebounds last season to a mere 8 points, 5 assists and 6 rebounds this season. Furthermore, the Nets currently hold the dubious distinction of being the team with the highest luxury tax in the league, facing a staggering 9,057,000 tax amidst a season salary cap of only $58,500,000. In contrast, the second highest luxury taxpayer, the New York Knicks, has only incurred a tax of $3,630,000. The salary figures reveal the absurdity of this financial burden. Joe Johnson, averaging 15 points, commands an annual salary of $21,470,000. Darren Williams earns $18,470,000. Paul Pierce receives $15,330,000, and Kevin Garnett takes home $12,440,000. This salary structure elucidates the rationale behind such exorbitant luxury taxes, as the Nets owner appears to be a rather unfortunate benefactor. Riding high on the confidence from their recent victory over the Celtics, the Lakers entered the game with great momentum. However, the match did not unfold according to the players' expectations. Darren Williams navigated through Su's defense, driving past Gasol to make a layup while drawing a foul for an additional free throw. Su's step-back three-pointer found its mark, allowing the Lakers to seize a one-point lead. With elegance, Paul Pierce capitalized on his height advantage over Bazemore, effortlessly executing a turnaround jumper, allowing the Lakers to reclaim the lead by a single point. Su secured the rebound, initiating a swift counterattack. With a splendid pass, he located Nick Young in the right corner, who, in a moment of openness, released a three-point shot that gracefully found its mark, an exquisite three-pointer. Once again, it is Darren Williams, utilizing his robust physique. With a simple feint, he effortlessly evades Su's defense, culminating this offensive maneuver with a graceful jump shot. Su's three-point attempt was hindered by Plumlee, resulting in a short shot. However, Paul Gasol seized the offensive rebound and effortlessly executed a putback, extending the lead to 3 points. Oh my goodness, my dear. Pierce has just made a three-pointer over Bazemore, marking his third successful attempt from beyond the arc in this match. With 3 out of 6 attempts, he truly embodies the essence of the truth, even in his advanced years. He remains a force to be reckoned with. The matchup between the Lakers and the Nets has been intensely competitive, with neither team able to stretch their lead beyond 10 points, and the lead has exchanged hands a staggering 8 times. The reason the Nets have been able to hold their ground against the surging Lakers lies in the remarkable performances of Deron Williams and the venerable Pierce. Thus far, Williams has scored 25 points, with a shooting record of 7 out of 14 and 8 successful free throws out of 10 attempts, alongside 6 assists and 5 rebounds. Meanwhile, this season Pierce has contributed 20 points, 4 assists, and 5 rebounds. Sushu has found it challenging to contend with Williams. Not only is he physically robust, but his technical skills are equally formidable, particularly his ability to change direction, which poses a significant challenge for Sushu's defense. Furthermore, Williams is in exceptional form during this game, showcasing his elite point guard skills, whether scoring himself or drawing fouls after penetrating the paint. Paul Pierce, with his imposing physique, effortlessly bullied Kent Bazemore, employing a straightforward post move, a quick pivot followed by a jump shot. The Lakers struggled to contain both players, yet their own offense flourished, particularly from beyond the arc, maintaining an impressive shooting percentage of approximately 40%. When the final buzzer sounded, the score stood at 102-106, with the Lakers narrowly defeating the Brooklyn Nets on their home court. In this match, Deron Williams showcased a return to form, shooting 9 for 16 from the field, 11 for 13 from the free throw line, amassing 30 points, 7 assists, and 5 rebounds. Paul Pierce also excelled, hitting 9 of 17 attempts, including 4 of 7 from three-point range, contributing 25 points, 4 assists, and 7 rebounds. For the Lakers, Sushu recorded 22 points with 8 of 18 shooting, along with 9 assists. Pau Gasol achieved 22 points as well, shooting 8 of 12 and making 6 of 7 free throws, complemented by 4 assists and 11 rebounds. Nick Young performed admirably, scoring 19 points on 7 of 13 shooting, including 2 of 5 from beyond the arc, alongside 2 assists and 2 rebounds. Bazemore, Nick Young, and Jordan Hill also reached double figures. Following the All-Star break, the Lakers emerged with 2 victories and 1 defeat, demonstrating commendable form. Their record improved to 27 wins and 29 losses, surpassing the 3-game losing streak of the Timberwolves and climbing to the 10th position in the Western Conference. The following day, the Lakers traveled to Indiana to face the top-ranked Pacers, who boasted an impressive record of 42 wins and 13 losses, firmly ahead of the 40-win, 15-loss trio of the Miami Heat. On this day, the league announced the Eastern and Western Conference Players of the Week, igniting considerable discussion. The Eastern Conference honor went to Paul George of the Indiana Pacers, who led his team to a perfect 3-0 week, averaging 27, 5 points, 5, 1 assist, and 7, 5 rebounds. While the Eastern selection garnered little controversy, the Western accolades stirred significant debate. Sushu of the Lakers was named Player of the Week for his contributions across 3 games, achieving 2 wins and 1 loss, averaging 27, 3 points, 8, 6 assists, with an overall shooting percentage of 51, 7, a three-point percentage of 45, 7, and a free throw percentage of 54. Such statistics seemed unassailable for the honor. Yet the Oklahoma media expressed discontent. They argued that Kevin Durant, who led the Thunder to a perfect 3-0 week while averaging 30 points, 4 assists, and 8 rebounds, deserved the award, citing his superior winning percentage and impressive stats as justification. Chapter 88. Sowing Discord. As the Oklahoma media voiced their opinions, Durant's fans joined in condemning the league. One particular fan's tweet garnered significant attention, rapidly accumulating likes and comments. Last week, the accolade of Western Conference Player of the Week was bestowed upon the Chinese player Sushu of the Los Angeles Lakers. I find it perplexing that the league made this decision, as Durant boasts superior individual statistics and a more impressive team record. Is this a concession by the league to the Chinese market? Is this still the NBA we cherish? This tweet garnered significant attention, receiving numerous likes and comments from Durant's fans. The author of the tweet and the fans engaged in animated discussions within a luxurious villa in Oklahoma. A man exuding the aura of a foreman fervently tapped away on his phone, a radiant smile illuminating his face as he typed. In comparison to Durant, Sushu's fanbase is relatively modest, leading to the rapid viral spread of this tweet. Sushu learned of his selection as the Western Conference Player of the Week upon disembarking from the plane, and he was elated by this honor. Being named Player of the Week serves as a recognition of his performance over the past week on the court, while it may not be a prestigious accolade. It holds significant importance for players. To earn this title, not only must the team's performance be commendable, but individual statistics must also be exceptionally noteworthy. Consequently, those who achieve Player of the Week status are typically the stars of their teams, or at the very least, among the top 2 players. Only when one possesses a certain degree of ball control can they attain remarkable statistics. On the bus en route to the hotel, his teammates showered him with congratulations, unanimously insisting that Sushu treat them to a meal, to which the modest player could only respond with tearful acquiescence. Goodness, how utterly shameless. As everyone was engaged in merriment, Famar's exclamation drew the attention of all present. Startled, Famar glared at Sushu and exclaimed, "Su, look at this tweet. Durant has actually liked it." Curiously, Sushu took the phone to examine it, discovering that it was indeed the most popular tweet. After reading the content, he returned the phone to Famar, who then shared it with others. Such tweet content hardly troubled him. After all, who among us lacks a few fans? Naturally, one's supporters would rally behind their favorite stars, and there was little to debate regarding that. However, the fact that Durant had liked this particular tweet was noteworthy. Yet, considering Durant's character, it was not difficult to comprehend. Wait, not difficult to comprehend? Suddenly, Sushu recalled Durant's peculiar behaviors, and he realized that the account behind this tweet seemed familiar. Deep in thought, Sushu sat in his seat and logged into his Twitter account to search. But he found no trace of this account. Where had he seen it before? Oh, wasn't this the very secondary account of Durant that had been exposed in a previous life? When the realization struck him, he couldn't help but chuckle in disbelief. It was astonishing how early he had displayed such traits. After a moment's contemplation, Sushu decided to comment on the tweet. "I also concur with your viewpoint. Durant is currently at the pinnacle of the P rankings. I believe he ought to secure victory in all his endeavors to truly substantiate this claim. Should he triumph this season, he will undoubtedly ascend to the status of the league's foremost player. I wonder if you share my perspective. I trust you might, as I have observed you engaging in discussions where you assert that Durant is indeed the finest player in the league at present. What sort of individual could possess such unwavering confidence in their idol? Surely, a die-hard fan, or perhaps. Therefore, I trust you would not contest my opinion." After penning this lengthy message, Sushu felt an immense sense of joy. Let us see how you respond. In truth, Sushu was entirely unaware if that anonymous account had ever engaged in debates regarding who was superior between Durant and James. But there was no need for him to investigate. The ever-resourceful netizens would undoubtedly be more proactive. He also believed that Durant, during the 2013 to 2014 season, would have never dared to proclaim himself superior to James, yet he could not be concerned with such matters. After all, it was Durant who initiated the confrontation, and a little provocation was only fitting. He was not apprehensive about any potential skepticism from online users, for, given Durant's nature, even if he had not discussed his superiority over James, he would certainly have been extolling his own virtues with that anonymous account. When the netizens eventually uncovered this, it would matter not whether he had spoken those words. As Sushu contemplated how Durant might react to his comment, Famar was enthusiastically perusing the exchanges between Sushu's fans and those of Durant. Upon encountering Sushu's remark, he was utterly astonished. After a moment of stunned silence, he gave Sushu a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Su, you're impressive. That was quite bold of you." Sushu's comment was ostensibly a compliment to Durant, yet it was laced with irony. What is this business of face? How much does face cost per pound? Moreover, I merely concur with the opinions of others, and I genuinely believe that Durant has indeed excelled this season. Is there anything wrong with that? You, my friend, are consumed by such sordid thoughts. How dark must your heart be to interpret things in such a manner? Sushu cast a disdainful glance at Famar, her words delivered with utmost righteousness. Famar was left utterly flustered, lamenting to himself that he still lacked sufficient audacity. Soon, Sushu's comment was pinned by fans, sparking a lively discussion. Haha. The Chinese lad possesses a modicum of self-awareness, recognizing that his prowess cannot be compared to that of Durant. Indeed, he has shown some discernment. Our Durant possesses an undeniable superiority in skill compared to him. As he stated, this season's Durant demonstrates a prowess that is on par with the very best. This particular Durant enthusiast exhibits a modicum of rationality, refraining from directly naming names, for if he were to do so, the disparity between their respective fan bases would be as vast as that between the supporters of Sushu and Durant. Observing these comments, Sushu's smile was more radiant than a blooming chrysanthemum. It is indeed remarkable how many individuals from a nation still believe that consuming disinfectant can yield sanitizing effects. Such foolishness abounds. Of course, there are also numerous fans who have discerned his nefarious intentions. This Chinese lad is exceedingly cunning, for he is attempting to incite discord between Durant and James. Indeed, it sounds pleasant, Yet he is, in fact, mocking our Durant. I must go to his Twitter and express my disdain. Subsequently, numerous individuals flocked to his Twitter, leaving derogatory remarks. However, such insults were of little consequence to him. After all, whether one person or 10 were insulted, it made no difference. The quantity remained unchanged. Chapter 89, The Alt Account Incident. Within a lavish residence in Oklahoma, the contractor, exuding an air of confidence, gazed at Sushu's comment and the ensuing discussions among fans, which only deepened the scowl etched upon his already darkened visage. He contemplated offering a retort, yet given that he had previously been the first to like the post, he found himself at a loss for words at this juncture. Humph. My main account is unusable. Am I not allowed to use my secondary account? I shall apply for another one and see if I can't bring you to your knees. Durant resumed his fervent activity on his phone. Later that evening, as Durant was preparing to retire for the night, he received a call from his agent. Durant, have you seen the rumors circulating online regarding your alleged use of a fake account to disparage other players? I will forward that tweet to you shortly. Without waiting for Durant's response, the caller abruptly ended the conversation. Durant was left bewildered. What was happening? Why was today so eventful? Soon, he received a tweet from his agent, one that had been posted an hour earlier, garnering an impressive number of retweets and a plethora of comments. Today, I came across the incident involving Durant and the Twitter remarks made by Sue. Initially, as a mere onlooker, my curiosity was piqued by Sue's comment, prompting me to delve into the previous statements made by that Twitter account. What I discovered was rather extraordinary. Back in the 2012 season, during the selection for the most valuable player, Kevin Durant fell short to LeBron James, thereby missing out on his first MVP trophy. On the very night the award was announced, this Twitter account liked a tweet that questioned the criteria for the MVP selection. Engaging in a heated exchange with James's fans in the comments below, the account's stance was that Durant, in terms of both performance and statistics that year, surpassed LeBron James, and that his improvement over the previous season was significantly greater. Thus, it posited that Durant's prowess was superior to that of James, nearly hindered by the notion that Durant was not the league's favored player, resulting in his deprivation of the MVP accolade. Moreover, throughout the previous season, the account consistently expressed views that, in my opinion, even the most ardent fans would not echo to such an extreme in elevating Durant. Regardless of the circumstances surrounding Durant's actions, the narrative consistently absolved him of any wrongdoing. This leads me to entertain a bold hypothesis. Could this account be an alternate persona of Durant himself, or perhaps a close acquaintance? Upon reading this tweet, Durant broke into a cold sweat, pondering whether his behavior had been so conspicuous. He resolved to maintain a lower profile for a while. Subsequently, he took to his main account to post. The speculation circulating online regarding my use of a secondary account to disparage other players and elevate my own status is merely an attempt to gain attention. I possess only one Twitter account, which is this one. There is no secondary account. Everyone can disperse now and get some rest. The following morning, upon awakening, Sue was informed by Famer of the entire unfolding of events, and he could not help but burst into laughter. This was a fitting turn of events. Giving your penchant for employing alternate accounts to engage in disputes and elevate your own standing, caught with your hand in the cookie jar. Indeed, throughout the day, his spirits soared. Yet this buoyancy dissipated swiftly with the commencement of the game between the Lakers and the Pacers. Confronted by the Eastern Conference leaders, the Lakers roster, aside from an advantage at the shooting guard position held by Sushu, was thoroughly overwhelmed in the roles of shooting guard, small forward, and power forward, while the center position saw a tangled contest between Pau Gasol and Roy Hibbert. Compounding their woes, midway through the second quarter, Nick Young sustained an injury, significantly diminishing the Lakers' offensive firepower. Ultimately, the Lakers succumbed to a substantial defeat, ending the game at 98-112 against the Pacers. In this match, the Pacers boasted 7 players scoring in double digits, with 2 others contributing 9 points each. Paul George led the Pacers with an impressive tally of 20 points, alongside 6 rebounds and 7 assists. For the Lakers, Sushu garnered 22 points, 6 assists, and 4 rebounds, while Kent Bazemore added 16 points, and Jordan Clarkson contributed 10 points. Wesley Johnson tallied 11 points, and Pau Gasol recorded 13 points with 9 rebounds. Although the statistics appear commendable, the shooting efficiency was dismal. With the exception of Pau Gasol, no player exceeded a 45 shooting rate. Following the conclusion of the game, the Lakers embarked on a night journey to Memphis, as they faced a back-to-back schedule, with an impending challenge against the Grizzlies the next day. Currently, the Memphis Grizzlies hold the 7th position in the Western Conference, boasting a record of 34 wins and 24 losses. The Lakers trail by 7 victories, theoretically still within reach of catching up, underscoring the significance of this forthcoming contest. The Grizzlies, characterized by their dual bear mascots, adhere steadfastly to their traditional style of play, emphasizing defense to the utmost, thereby reducing the number of possessions and slowing the pace of their offense. They rely on the formidable interior presence of their big men to dismantle opponents. While this Grizzlies team may lack the aura of championship glory, no team in the Western playoffs relishes the prospect of facing them. After all, even if you manage to defeat the Grizzlies, the toll it takes will leave you diminished for the subsequent rounds. D'Antoni continues to deploy a lineup of 1 big man and 4 smaller players, a configuration with which he currently expresses great satisfaction. Upon securing the rebound, we must accelerate our pace, for we possess the advantage of speed and the prowess of three-point shooting. Should our fast break falter and we find ourselves in a half-court battle, it is imperative for whoever Randolph is guarding to set a screen for Su, enabling him to exploit mismatches. The game commenced swiftly, with the Gasol brothers facing off in the jump ball, and Pau emerged victorious over Mark. During the Lakers' initial offense, Su chose not to initiate a pick-and-roll, opting instead to assess the defensive discipline of the Grizzlies. He signaled a tactical maneuver to his teammates and soon discerned the remarkable cohesiveness of the Grizzlies' defense, as no player managed to create an open shot after extensive movement. There was always a defender ready to close in. In the final 8 seconds, Wesley Johnson stepped up to set a screen. As Randolph hesitated about whether to follow to the three-point line for a switch, Su seized the opportunity, releasing his three-point shot just as Conley failed to press him. As the score reached 3 o'clock, David Yerger noticed Randolph's hesitation and swiftly called out from the sidelines, urging Sushu to seize the opportunity for such a significant three-point shot. Randolph, guard against him, deny him the opportunity to shoot a three-pointer. It is preferable to allow him to pass it to Gasol. The Grizzlies' offense left Sushu feeling utterly disoriented. Their pace was lethargic, making them the slowest team he had encountered thus far. As the shot clock dwindled, Conley delivered the ball to Randolph, while Wesley Johnson, tasked with defending Randolph, resembled an elementary school student attempting to guard a high schooler, far too diminutive for the task. With a swift pivot, Randolph entered the paint and effortlessly banked the shot. 3. 2 Chapter 90. Pursuing top salaries from the second offensive play onward, if a fast break was unattainable, Sushu resolutely sought Randolph. Wesley Johnson's screen, oh my. Su disregarded Randolph and effortlessly sank a pull-up three-pointer. Su utilized a screen to drive towards the basket, marking a moment that would test his prowess in finishing at the rim and his passing skills. The ball was delivered, and Bazemore's three-pointer was exquisite. Su caused Randolph to commit a foul, and this particular foul involved significant physical contact. Although Randolph's movement was minimal, we could see that Su's expression was one of great distress. Fortunately, he is able to rise to his feet, suggesting that he has not sustained any serious injury. With the Bears closing in, Su executed a stunning maneuver. Faced with the pressure, he first feigned a drive before swiftly retreating for a three-point shot, which found its mark. Su's penetrating layup resulted in a foul by Randolph, marking Randolph's third infraction just 4 minutes into the second quarter, indicating trouble for the Grizzlies. However, Su took a significant tumble this time. His determination in this match has been remarkable. Despite not appearing particularly robust, he fearlessly confronted both Randolph and Gasol, displaying an admirable tenacity. This display of courage stirs a profound sense of excitement within me. The competition proceeded in such a rhythm. The Lakers, faced with the Grizzlies' interior offensive strategies, opted to contract their defense within the paint, thereby swallowing the bitter pill of relinquishing perimeter defense. Fortunately, the Grizzlies lacked a plethora of three-point sharpshooters, and their shooting accuracy from beyond the arc was notably poor in this match. On the offensive end, Sushu adeptly applied his signature strategy of exploiting mismatches against the formidable duo of black and white. He enjoyed considerable success against Randolph, leaving the latter in a state of disarray. It was only when confronted by Marc Gasol that his effectiveness waned, as Gasol's footwork surpassed that of Randolph significantly. The essence of his offensive maneuvers boiled down to 2 primary methods: three-point shooting and penetrating drives. However, due to the formidable threat posed by his three-point shooting, his integration of drives and shots appeared remarkably incisive, allowing Sushu to deliver yet another personal masterpiece. The Lakers concluded the game with an impressive 15 out of 28 from three-point range, while the Grizzlies managed a mere 4 out of 15. Ultimately, the Lakers triumphed over the Memphis Grizzlies with a score of 108-100. Sushu limped off the court, having not felt the pain during the intense match. He had likely twisted his ankle in the final moments of the fourth quarter due to fatigue. Upon noticing his limp, Coach D'Antoni promptly summoned the team physician to assess him, recognizing the irreplaceable significance of Sushu to the Lakers. The prospect of him sustaining further injury was a distressing thought for D'Antoni. In this match, Sushu recorded 26 points, 12 assists, 4 rebounds, and 5 turnovers. Despite the higher turnover count, it did not overshadow his brilliance. His relentless drives dismantled the Grizzlies' defensive setup. When Sushu's injury report was revealed, D'Antoni finally breathed a sigh of relief. It was merely a mild sprain, with no damage to ligaments, and a rest of one game would suffice for his return. On February 28th, the Lakers faced the Kings at home, albeit without Cousins due to suspension. Nevertheless, the Lakers struggled to secure victory against a Kings team lacking Sushu, narrowly winning 126-122 in a game devoid of robust defense. The Lakers' record improved to 30 wins and 30 losses, achieving a 50-win rate. On March 3rd, Sushu made his return as the Lakers challenged the third-seeded Trailblazers, achieving an unexpected victory of 107-104. The synergy within the lineup of Sushu, Pau Gasol, Jody Meeks, Wesley Johnson, and Kent Bazemore flourished. In this configuration, Sushu found increased opportunities to excel, honing his choices in drives, shots, and passing. Throughout March, the Lakers posted a commendable record of 9 wins and 5 losses over 14 games, bringing their overall record to 39 wins and 35 losses, positioning them 10th in the Western Conference, just 1 and 2 wins shy of the 9th and 10th place Suns and Mavericks, respectively. Although the executives and fans of the Lakers are quite pleased with their achievements, there remains a prevailing sense of pessimism among even the most devoted supporters regarding the team's prospects for making the playoffs. This skepticism arises from the daunting schedule that lies ahead, as the Lakers face the most challenging slate of games among all teams in the league over the remaining 8 matches. Out of the 8 teams, 6, including formidable opponents such as the Spurs, Rockets, Clippers, and Warriors, are contenders for playoff positions, with only the Kings and Jazz standing apart. In contrast, the Mavericks in 8th place and the Suns in 9th boast comparatively easier schedules, facing only 2 playoff-bound teams among their remaining opponents. Throughout March, the player averaged an impressive 24, 1 points, 7, 6 assists, 3, 5 rebounds, and 3, 6 turnovers per game. Despite this noteworthy performance, he failed to secure any Player of the Week accolades, largely overshadowed by the extraordinary Kevin Durant, who is currently averaging 32, 2 points, 5, 4 assists, and 7, 5 rebounds per game, firmly establishing himself as the scoring leader and a favorite for the Most Valuable Player award. Ultimately, the anticipated miracle did not materialize. On April 16th, the Lakers suffered a surprising 113-100 defeat to the league-leading Spurs, a result that could not alter their fate of missing the playoffs. The Lakers concluded the season with a record of 48 wins and 34 losses, achieving a win percentage of 58.5, landing them in 9th place in the Western Conference. Interestingly, had their record been in the Eastern Conference, they would have placed 3rd, a fact that left the player with an unshakable sense of bitterness. During the 2013-2014 season, he participated in 57 games, averaging 31 minutes per game, amassing 22 points, 5, 8 assists, 3, 9 rebounds, and 3, 4 turnovers. Such a performance is exceptional for any rookie season. However, the focus of the Lakers executives, as well as those from other teams in the league, is not solely on this season's average statistics, but rather on his performance following the All-Star break, averaging 24, 3 points, 7, 8 assists, 4, 2 rebounds, and 3, 6 turnovers, with an overall shooting percentage of 46, including 3, 8 three-pointers per game. These statistics are comparable to those of Stephen Curry of the Golden State Warriors, albeit with the understanding that the defensive intensity faced by the two players is not of the same caliber. It is important to recognize that while a rookie's inaugural season may be stellar, it does not guarantee similar success in subsequent seasons. Numerous rookies have dazzled during their debut campaigns only to falter the following year when subjected to heightened defensive scrutiny, with many failing to replicate their initial success thereafter. For instance, Tyreke Evans, the Rookie of the Year in 2009, posted impressive stats comparable to LeBron James' 25 figures during his rookie season. Yet that season marked the pinnacle of his career. Thus, the statistics from a rookie season should be regarded merely as a reference point for evaluating a player's potential. As the season drew to a close, Smith revealed a piece of news regarding a certain team's executive comments about the player. Regarding the player Sushu of the Lakers, to my knowledge, the majority of team executives harbor considerable interest in him. It has been rumored that some intend to lure him away during the off-season with a maximum salary offer. While this undertaking carries its risks, they are not substantial. His baseline potential is likely to reach all-star status. He has already undergone a significant transformation during the season, astonishing all team management with his remarkable progress. Furthermore, reports from within the Lakers indicate that Sushu has been the most diligent and dedicated in training throughout the entire season, practically engaging in daily practice. On the court, he not only exhibits high basketball intelligence but also demonstrates an indomitable spirit and a fervent desire for victory, qualities that have not gone unnoticed by general managers across the league. With such an array of factors at play, the consensus among many is optimistic regarding Sushu's prospects of evolving into an all-star caliber player. Chapter 91, The Best Choice. A statement from A. Smith seems to have unleashed a floodgate of news regarding Sushu, with reports emerging like mushrooms after a rain. According to reliable sources, the Celtics are keen to offer a maximum contract to acquire the Lakers' impending free agent, Sushu. According to insider information from the Knicks, the team has expressed interest in Lakers player Sushu. Having missed out on Curry in 2009, they are determined not to overlook Sushu, aspiring to cultivate a trio comprising Sushu, Anthony, and Stoudemire. Cuban expressed a keen interest in the contributions of the Lakers players. In summary, the information circulating in the market indicates that at least half of the teams are intrigued by Sushu, with some willing to offer maximum salary contracts. The conclusion of the regular season heralds the beginning of a vacation for players not advancing to the playoffs, while for the executives of various teams, it marks the onset of a bustling period. The draft lottery of 2014, the trials for prospective draftees, and the subsequent draft itself will become focal points for clubs in the near future. For NBA teams, the draft holds the potential to shape the future of the franchise. Securing a cornerstone player could ensure the team has success for the next decade or even 15 years. Another crucial task is the contract renewal of current players, and the Lakers are under considerable pressure at this moment. Their foremost priority is to extend Sushu's contract. Although Kobe will also become a free agent, the Lakers are not particularly concerned about his departure. Sushu, however, presents a different scenario, having spent only a year with the Lakers. His emotional ties are not deeply rooted, making it plausible for him to accept an offer from another team, which would leave the Lakers at a significant disadvantage and potentially render them the laughingstock of the league. The Lakers management is acutely aware that other teams would not hesitate to pursue Sushu with a maximum salary offer. While the free agency market has yet to open, league regulations prevent other teams from contacting Sushu. However, it is an open secret that such recruitment is virtually impossible to avoid. Luring Sushu away would not only bolster another team's strength but could also undermine the Lakers, making it an enticing prospect. On the third day following the end of the regular season, the Lakers and D'Antoni announced that he would not return to coach the team next season. This news sparked considerable discussion among Lakers fans. Throughout the season, D'Antoni, alongside the rise of Sushu, had propelled the Lakers into contention for a playoff spot, earning him recognition for his coaching abilities. Sushu received D'Antoni's departure with tranquility, having anticipated this outcome. In recent days, Pelinka has been exceedingly busy, not only negotiating contract renewals with the Lakers but also engaging with various advertisers. Despite having his own team, he has taken a hands-on approach regarding matters concerning Sushu. The Lakers have currently extended an offer of 5 years for $70 million. The Celtics have informed me that they are willing to provide you with a 4-year maximum contract worth $67.8 million. The Knicks are also prepared to offer you a 4-year maximum contract at the same value of $67.8 million. These three teams present the most sincere conditions. We have excluded all others. At this point, Pelinka smiled as he lifted his cup to take a sip of water, his face radiating satisfaction. It was impossible not to feel content. Initially, he approached this endeavor with a lottery ticket mindset, unexpectedly becoming Sushu's agent. Given Sushu's displayed abilities at the time, Pelinka never anticipated that he would secure such a substantial contract so swiftly. He was primarily interested in the immense market behind him. Although the contracted commission for the agency was merely 4 and the commercial contract commission stood at 15, excluding the Chinese region, the terms were relatively modest. However, as Sushu's performance continued to excel, Pelinka now regarded him as nearly as valuable as Kobe. With Kobe acting as a bridge, several of his prominent players were also under Pelinka's management, Yet who would ever complain about having more money? After a moment of contemplation, Sushu remarked, "Your agency team should conduct an analysis and share with me which team is most suited for me." Palinka adjusted his previously casual posture, cleared his throat, and picked up a document, stating, "Indeed, our analysis indicates that, from a market perspective, the Knicks and the Lakers undoubtedly possess a more expansive market compared to the Celtics, thereby offering a distinct advantage in commercial development. Now, let us discuss the current status of these three teams. The Knicks' two marquee players, Carmelo Anthony and Amare Stoudemire, will enter free agency this summer. However, based on our team's analysis and the salary cap situations of various teams, it is highly probable that both will remain with the Knicks. Should you join the Knicks, your role would primarily involve supporting Carmelo Anthony. Given his current condition and age, it is unlikely that you would ascend to become the team's core player in the near future. As for the Celtics, there is no need to elaborate.